This young man only needed to casually swing a dry branch, and it could shatter even a massive boulder. With his newfound power, he was more than capable of making the bullies hurriedly kneel and beg for mercy. Even a high-level mutant demon had to be split into two parts before his razor-sharp blade. It turned out he was exactly Damien, the incarnation of the devil, who had once brought about the apocalypse for his own kind. Going back to the moment when the hellish undead had completely invaded the Empire, the only hope was placed on the hero. He was exerting all his strength to fight back against the fierce attacks. As for the final result, he had to sacrifice half of his face just to shatter the sealing armor of the Demon King's henchman. Underneath that iron helmet was exactly Hassan Damien. The moment his consciousness returned, Damien was consumed by overwhelming guilt. His own hands had brought about the deaths of his family, and even caused the downfall of the entire empire into ashes. Meanwhile, the Demon King Dogo was thoroughly enjoying his victory. Without a shred of suspicion, he immediately ordered Damien to present the Emperor's crown to him. "Oh, my most loyal knight, you played the greatest role in bringing me to this throne. How should I reward you for that magnificent devotion?" However, right after that, he turned back on his words with utter disdain. What a silly question. They deliberately placed the Holy Grail in a position. Being able to serve me is already your greatest reward. Suddenly, the crown was flipped high up into the air. Right after that came a razor-sharp sword strike. The event unfolded way too quickly, leaving the surrounding monsters only time to gasp in sheer astonishment. Lord Dogo, caught completely off guard, as an immense surge of energy erupted. He tightly clutched the wound on his chest, groaning in agony. "What do you think you are doing? I had defensive spells equipped. How could he possibly harm me?" Amidst the shroud of dust and smoke, the Death Knight with long hair and a heavily scarred face coldly declared, "Finally, I can move according to my own will. Throughout the entire time I was refined and controlled. My soul always silently endured, harboring its resolve right inside this slave shell." Dogo could only stand there, frozen in shock. After hiding for so many years, he finally showed his face. However, the skeletal sorcerer quickly regained his arrogance. He sneered, "Impressive. You are my greatest masterpiece. For the sake of your achievements, I will allow you to vent your anger, just this once, until I find a way to control you again." Instantly, the Death Knight swung his sword, creating a deep purple explosion that tore through space, wiping out the monsters blocking his path in the blink of an eye. The terrifying power from that sword strike made even Dogo shudder. He panicked as he realized the tables were turning. My Demon Kings were defeated with just a single blow. Left with no other choice, Dogo raised both hands high, casting the ultimate dark magic. If that's the case, from the piles of corpses stacked high as mountains, an army of white skeletons and zombies with glowing red eyes rose up at the call of their leader. Dogo pointed his hand, commanding the legions of tens of thousands of undead to simultaneously howl and charge forward, facing a sea of aggressive zombies and a colossal phantom that blotted out the entire sky. At this critical point, the Death Knight radiated a deep purple spiritual aura. The terrifying pressure from that surge of power made the surrounding monsters scream in agony. Their bodies were crushed and vaporized in the blink of an eye. Right before the eyes of Lord Dogo, he realized that he had accidentally created a monster possessing a power that rivaled the gods. Time to get out of here. He frantically looked for an escape route, but it was already too late. A colossal sword strike tore the sky apart, directly devouring the Dark Demon King. Witnessing his skull rolling on the ground, Damien stepped squarely on it and crushed it in absolute emptiness. Even though his revenge was served, remorse still tormented his mind. "Let me do one last thing. I must apologize to them, even if I have to meet them in death." The catastrophic memories of when he was controlled to slaughter his own family flashed back crystal clear in his mind. He longed to say sorry to them one last time, even if it cost his own life. Without a single moment of hesitation, Damien drove the sword straight through his own chest to end his life. As his consciousness gradually faded into darkness, voices calling his name suddenly rang out. "Damien," he wondered in astonishment. This voice, Luis. A blinding light suddenly burst forth, dispelling the night, and Luis's gentle face appeared along with an inquiry. "Damien, why are you sleeping out here? Could it be that my family is already waiting for me at the gates of hell?" But then he suddenly noticed something strange and asked, "Hey, why do you look so young?" Luis burst out laughing and teased, "Oh goodness, where did this smooth talk come from all of a sudden? Are you trying to flatter me before father scolds you?" She told him to just count on her, then urged him to hurry inside because it was about to rain. Looking at Luis's back as she walked toward the mansion, Damien was stunned. His eyes wavered violently, because he remembered clearly that his own hands had destroyed this mansion. Damien looked at his trembling hands, wondering if this was all a dream. Or if all the horrific memories of being a death night before were the actual illusion. To put it to the test, he picked up a dry branch and muttered to himself, I'll find out soon enough. Standing before a massive boulder, Damien felt everything around him was incredibly realistic. He suddenly gathered his strength and swung the rotten branch, slashing straight at the rock as if he were holding a great sword. The heavy impact left him frozen in sheer shock. After a brief moment of silence, he gave a bitter smile. This is crazy, of course. But right after that, cracks began to spread, and the boulder shattered into 100 pieces. In a terrifying explosion, his power as a Death Knight remained. Damien panted heavily in exhaustion. Then he involuntarily burst out laughing. His laughter echoed across the entire area. But then he collapsed, his body trembling beside the heap of shattered rocks. Right at this moment, the first raindrops began to fall. Damien tightly clutched his chest, groaning in agony, as his long-repressed emotions finally burst forth. Amidst the pouring rain, he realized that this was absolutely not a dream. Damien shed tears, yet a blissful smile spread across his face, because he knew for certain that he had truly returned to the past. He had been turned back in time. I have a certain kind of talent, Damien muttered to himself as he recalled those dark-tinted memories. His father, Viscount Bao, could not hide his fury and roared, You are truly insane, causing a ruckus in a tavern and getting thrown out. To what extent must the honor of our family be dragged through the mud? That was exactly his accursed kind of talent, bringing utter shame and disgrace upon his own family. Right at that moment, Aben frantically rushed into the room, his face pale with shock. Brother, why did you beat up the young master of the Leon Bloom region? Because of him, his sister. Disaster struck when Louise was forced to marry a crude, vile man just to make amends for his blunders. Damien bitterly realized that he also had a talent for crushing the futures of his loved ones. His mother, Lady Marilda, collapsed and tightly grabbed her son's legs, tears streaming down her face in utter despair. Damien, why did you use our ancestral land as collateral? To borrow silver? Why on earth did you do that? Every single asset of the family was seized for debt, leaving them with absolutely nothing. Standing before his sinful child, Viscount Bao gnashed his teeth and screamed, Get out! Damien silently stepped out of the room, leaving behind his father, who collapsed in utter helplessness. As he walked away dejectedly, Louise's voice suddenly rang out from behind Damien. She stood there, gently handing him a small pouch of money and advising, At least take this money. You must live a very happy life, okay? She spoiled him way too much. If I were her, he would definitely have gotten hit with a slipper. Looking at his sister's forgiving smile, Damien felt a sharp pain in his chest. Even though her life had been completely ruined by none other than himself, she still gave her last coins and her blessing to him. Damien tremblingly accepted the pouch of money, then resolutely turned his back and walked away. He rushed out of the mansion, running for dear life, as if to escape the presence of his entire family. Amidst the silent space, Damien tightly clutched the money pouch, clearly feeling the pain tearing through his heart. That was the first time in his life he truly understood what guilt and humiliation meant. He ran while crying out loud in his belated regret. Kneeling on the green grass, Damien was still in complete shock, wondering, how could I return to the past? Even though his heart had always longed for a chance to apologize to his family, the reality displayed before his eyes still made it hard for him not to doubt it. It's true that I wanted to apologize to my family, but have I really returned to the past? Looking up at the bright sky, he muttered to himself, could this be a grace from the gods? A heaven-sent opportunity to atone for his sins. Out there are those who have done wrong, but no longer have a chance to do it over. Damien raised his hand to look at it, clearly feeling the trembling of his current body and realizing, just as I thought. Right now, even a basic technique is too overwhelming. He reminisced about Sunder 3, a technique that amplified the impact force multiple times, which he used to deploy with extreme proficiency. The memories of the destructive power from when he was a Death Knight came back crystal clear, where he used to use a single strike to crush the ground and blow away all enemies. He remembered that he had acquired this ultimate skill after finishing off a powerful knight bearing the title of the Wall Breaker. 255 While immersed in the torrent of recollections, while immersed in the river of memories about those bloody battles, a frantic voice suddenly rang out, cutting off his train of thought. Good heavens, young master. Damien turned his head and caught sight of a young boy frantically rushing toward him at top speed. Looking closely at the person running over, Damien tried to search through his memory. The young boy, Victor, stopped, and while catching his breath, anxiously asked, Yes, young master. Why are you still here? Lady Louise told you to go back. Why haven't you left yet? He panicked and reported, The master is furious right now. Seeing Damien's calm expression, he asked back, What did I do? That oblivious question left Victor frozen in shock, sweat dripping down his face. because he couldn't believe his young master could ask such a question as if he knew absolutely nothing. You wretched brat. The furious roar of Viscount Bao echoed through the entire Hassan mansion. He violently swung his sword toward his son, leaving Damien only enough time to dodge in shock. The extremely powerful strike slammed hard into the floor, creating ominous cracks. Marilda and Louise had to use all their strength to restrain the man who was losing control. Dear, please calm down. Father, please. Stop it. Bao gnashed his teeth and bellowed in a towering rage. You have truly lost your mind. First causing a ruckus in a tavern and getting thrown out. How much more do you want to drag our family's honor through the mud before you're satisfied? Standing before that immense wrath, Damien suddenly realized that I have returned to this exact moment. Even as his father was still screaming, threatening to smash the sinful son's head in, and even as Louise was earnestly begging their father to keep his sanity, Damien just silently observed. How long has it been since he last heard these scoldings? Looking at the worried faces of his mother and older sister, his chest tightened with emotion. He truly missed the warm feeling of family so much. The silence and the tears rolling down Damien's cheeks left Bao stunned. Is he crying? Louise spoke up with heartache. Yes, because you were too harsh on him, father. You're wrong, sis. I think he's crying out of happiness. Bao sheathed his sword, but his anger had not cooled down. He cleared his throat harshly. Humph. What else do you have to say for yourself? If you still have a mouth, speak up. Contrary to expectations of the usual arguments, Damien bowed his head and replied briefly. I don't. That calm answer left Bao frozen in astonishment. What? You have nothing to say? He couldn't believe. His son, who always used to make excuses to defend himself, was now silently accepting the blame. Damien continued in a sincere voice. I admit my mistake. But hearing you say that still makes my heart ache. I have tarnished the honor of the Hassan family because of my blunder. It is entirely my fault. So I have no excuses to make. Bao snorted coldly, thinking his son was still just being smooth-tongued to escape punishment. However, Damien suddenly held his head high and declared, I will make amends for my mistakes. I will fix everything that I have caused. Bao could only utter in complete disbelief as he saw his son resolutely turn his back and walk away. Before leaving the room, Damien left behind a firm promise. After that, I will return to accept my rightful punishment. With a confident smile spreading on his lips, he stepped out into the sunlight, leaving his parents and older sister standing in silence as they watched his unfamiliar silhouette fade away. Quite a surprise for the family, isn't it? The spoiled son is no longer a reckless playboy today. Meanwhile, Damien and Victor had set foot in Landwork, a bustling commercial city, with buildings lining up close together. Standing in front of a heavily guarded mansion, Victor tremblingly announced, Young master, we have arrived. The young boy anxiously asked once more, Do you really want to go in? Rumor has it that there is a powerful force backing them. I am afraid something bad will happen. Seeing his servant's pale face, Damien casually replied, If you are scared, go back first. Victor frantically objected, even though in his heart, he secretly thought it would be better if both of them escaped together. However, he didn't dare to run away while his master was still staying. Damien smiled to reassure him. Don't worry. I am sincerely apologizing to the boss. So what could possibly go wrong? I am going to seriously correct my mistake. Watching Damien's steady back move forward, he secretly made up his mind. Even though I don't know why I was sent back, since the gods have given me a second chance, I will absolutely never let that talent for crushing my own future hurt my family ever again. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, Damien was blocked by two thuggish henchmen. One wearing a red scarf was brandishing a razor-sharp knife, while the other crossed his arms defiantly. Hey, noble brat. Why are you back here? They growled threateningly, stating they had warned him not to show his face a second time. Damien silently observed. He felt their faces looked very familiar, but since too much time had passed, he couldn't remember exactly who they were. He calmly spoke up. I want to apologize to the boss for what I caused last time. This request from Damien left the two thugs frozen for a brief moment, before they burst into roaring laughter filled with sheer scorn. Coming all this way just to apologize? How hilarious. The knife-wielding thug mockingly said that he would put in a good word with the big boss. He secretly thought to himself that this young master was more sensible than he expected, even though he was still trying to maintain the dignified air of a nobleman. But right after that, filthy words began to spill out. Hey, I heard his older sister is a rare beauty. Oh really? There is still such a fine piece of goods left in that house. While speaking, the leader used his coarse hand to squeeze Damien's face tightly and smiled sinisterly. Hey, young master. Suddenly I feel like accepting that apology. The one wearing the red scarf continued with his vile proposition. If you are willing to introduce your beautiful older sister to me, I will forgive you. His accomplice, standing beside him, also burst into a delightful laugh, joining in. Damien only calmly responded to him, crying now, then let out a sigh of utter disappointment. Then, that's going to be difficult. In the exact moment the thug was still dazed, Damien snatched the knife from his hand as quick as lightning. He muttered to himself, I thought I could pull it off. Just apologize and go back. But it seems I overestimated myself. The thug roared in a furious rage. This bastard has gone mad. What the hell are you babbling about? Before he could even finish his sentence, Damien swung the knife in an extremely powerful slash, leaving the accomplice standing nearby severely wounded and collapsing right on the spot. Not stopping there, Damien continued to strike, forcing the one with the red scarf to share the exact same fate. Screams of agony echoed throughout the mansion's courtyard, as both thugs were stripped of their ability to resist. Standing amidst the brutal scene, Damien coldly looked down. You wanted to see it? Then let me show you clearly. A terrifyingly dark and spine-chilling murderous aura radiated outward, manifesting into a colossal demonic phantom. Right behind his back, with eyes glowing brightly in deep resentment, Damien roared. To show you clearly what the thug of a firstborn son from the Viscount Hassan's territory is truly like. Witnessing the entire horrifying scene from behind the wall, Victor was so terrified that his face turned completely pale. He tremblingly uttered in tears, Why, young master? I thought you were coming here to make amends. The young boy could only scream in despair as he saw the young master, who had supposedly come to apologize, brutally attacking the other party instead. A heart-rending scream echoed from inside the mansion, causing the surrounding townspeople to gather curiously. While the crowd whispered and gossiped about a brawl, Victor hid behind the wall, restlessly worrying about his young master's safety. Inside the courtyard, the gang leader, with long hair and a sword in hand, roared in absolute fury. You bastard, do you know who we are? In response to that threat, Damien casually replied, I don't care who you are. Do whatever you want to do. The big boss, enraged, pulled back his sleeve to reveal a snake tattoo coiled around his arm. He growled, Listen here, no one messes with Black Snake and makes it out alive. Seeing that symbol, Damien smirked slightly. Old memories began to flood back into his mind. It turned out Black Snake was a criminal organization, expanding its influence in land work, specifically targeting taverns to stir up trouble. Damien recalled his past life, when he was still a reckless playboy, and just because he complained about the expensive food prices, they beat him up mercilessly, right in the middle of a tavern. Back then, he could only fall to his knees, covering his face and crying, begging for mercy amidst the mockery of the crowd. Those beatings, lashings, and that humiliation remained deeply ingrained in his mind even until now. Good food is remembered for a long time, but painful blows are remembered for life. 1,000 years won't make him forget this debt. The big boss regained his composure and swung his sword as he charged forward. Either way, I won't go easy on you. Just because you are a nobleman. Get ready. He let out a roar, then channeled his strength to slash straight at Damien. However, with the reflexes of a death knight, Damien easily dodged the razor-sharp blade by a hair's breadth. To the enemy's utter astonishment, he quickly closed the distance and delivered a powerful leg sweep. The big boss was flipped into the air and slammed face first into the ground in a pathetic manner, groaning in pain and continuously coughing up blood. Damien coldly approached, grabbed him tightly by his hair, and growled, To be honest, killing all of you right here is still not enough. His gaze at this moment was filled with a dark, murderous aura, but he reminded himself to endure for the sake of his family's honor. Ignoring the enemy's weak pleas, Damien resolutely struck down, leaving behind an incredibly brutal scene. Looking at the two henchmen groaning beneath his feet, Damien silently stood there, until a man with long hair and a fur cloak appeared. He gasped in shock. Who the hell is that bastard? Damien let out a soft sigh upon seeing yet another group of thugs arriving. More of them. The leader wondered suspiciously if he belonged to a rival gang, then growled, Where do you come from? He waved his hand, ordering his lackeys to seize him. Instantly, 3 aggressive henchmen holding swords charged forward to attack. Damien clicked his tongue in annoyance. What a pain. He focused with high concentration, then suddenly struck with terrifying speed. The razor-sharp attacks tore through the air, leaving the thugs no time to react before collapsing in agony. Witnessing that overwhelming power, the leader could only stand frozen in pure terror. Damien exhaled heavily in exhaustion, silently cursing his current body for being too weak. Damn it. Am I panting heavily just because of this? Looking at the henchmen, who were severely wounded and continuously screaming, he coldly asked, Do you want to continue? The big boss had now completely lost his arrogance. He tremblingly waved his hands and begged, No, I am sorry. If you spare us, then. However, Damien only responded with a cold, Huh, and suddenly lunged forward. A tremendously powerful punch rang out, making the leader scream in agony. After the chaotic brawl, The tavern space returned to its noisy and bustling atmosphere, as if nothing had ever happened. Sitting amidst the dining crowd, the big boss of the Black Snake gang now appeared with a battered and swollen face from his severe injuries. The brutality of the young master of the Hassan family threw the entire tavern into utter chaos. The servants and patrons, witnessing the horrifying scene, could only scream, "Oh my God!" before frantically fleeing from the premises. Standing amidst the debris, Damien casually used his hand to wipe off the blood splattered on his face. His eyes clearly showed a look of apathy and deadliness. As he watched the last of those who stood in his way disappear, he strolled deeper into the tavern, where a terrifying silence began to take over. Right at this moment, from the second floor balcony, a bald old man with a long mustache and a luxurious red cloak appeared. He angrily bellowed, "What's with all the noise? Where are all the guards?" Seeing the true person in charge, Damien calmly raised his head and replied, "Ah, you must be the owner of this place. If you were talking about those guys outside, I've already dealt with all of them." That oblivious answer left the tavern owner, Anderson home, frozen in shock. He was completely stunned to realize that the young man in front of him had single-handedly defeated all the members of the Black Snake gang. He growled and asked, "Who are you to cause such a mess? At someone else's place of business, huh?" He coldly stated his name, Damien Hassan. Hearing this name, Anderson furrowed his brows suspiciously. "Hassan? Do you mean the Viscount's territory?" "That is precisely his family line, no mistake about it." Damien confirmed his identity and declared his purpose. "I didn't come here to cause trouble, but quite simply, I just want to receive a sincere apology." Before the bewildered look of the tavern owner, he brought up the old debt. "The prices here are way too high. I made a complaint, but your men beat me up and threw me out." That exact incident had caused his reputation to be ruined, turning him into a drunkard who specialized in causing trouble in everyone's eyes. Damien's gaze suddenly became razor-sharp and dark as he recalled the days his family had to suffer humiliation, and because of that, both my family and I have lost so many things. However, Anderson only sneered with utter contempt, mocking that he was way too old to understand the so-called honor that he was talking about. The tavern owner tossed his head and spat out a bitter insult. "From what I know, what honor does that house of Viscount Hassan even have left to lose anyway?" His smug smile made the atmosphere grow even more tense. He called Damien a foolish nobleman and challenged, "Do you really think just because you say that, I will apologize? Stop playing these cheap games and pay up for this mess." Witnessing the obstinacy of his opponent, Damien smirked slightly, letting out a highly dangerous smile. "I see. I would have forgiven you if you were willing to apologize. But if you want it this way, then so be it." Instantly, he crouched down and lunged up toward the balcony with terrifying speed, leaving Anderson no time to react. Damien swung his knife for a head-on attack, roaring in absolute fury, "You should pay the price too, for what you just said." However, at the exact moment the blade was about to hit its mark, a mysterious dark figure suddenly appeared, blocking his strike. A tremendously powerful collision occurred, and a surge of bright green spiritual aura erupted, leaving Damien in utter astonishment. As he gasped, "This aura is..." He quickly flipped his body and landed to maintain his distance, his gaze never leaving the stranger who had just intervened. Anderson breathed a sigh of relief and smugly called out his savior's name. "Oh, Lord Ted, you arrived just in time." The one called Ted, hidden beneath a dark cloak, coldly remarked that Damien did not seem like someone who belonged in such a mundane place. Standing down in the hall, Damien narrowed his eyes to observe the man. The warrior was radiating a terrifying pressure from above. He asked in a low voice, wondering, "Why is a knight in a place like this, huh?" Hidden beneath his hood was a man with glowing red eyes filled with a murderous aura, silently looking down at the young master of the Hassan family. In this world, knights are those who spend their entire lives walking the path of martial arts. Based on their level, they are divided into distinct ranks, from rookies, apprentice knights, all the way to the peak of official knights. Official knights are transcendent beings who can use aura freely to create miracles, such as slicing a mountain in half with just a single strike, or chopping through city walls as easily as cutting paper. These are rogue elements. At the absolute peak, even more powerful than modern excavators. Haha. The tavern owner, Anderson, laughed arrogantly with sheer delight. "Bahaha. That's right. Ted here is an apprentice knight, practically the big boss of Black Snake. You are dead meat for sure." Standing before that threat, Damien still calmly analyzed the situation. "So he is an apprentice knight? I guess that explains why I could feel that surge of aura." On the flip side, Ted couldn't help but feel astonished, staring intently at the young master before him. He thought to himself suspiciously, "How could he possibly perceive it when I didn't let out even a shred of aura?" Damien lightly put his hand to his chin, Pondering, he secretly understood the reason. Why someone with such strength would accept working in a mediocre place like this, he mockingly said to himself. Probably because he got kicked out as an apprentice knight, for lacking the skills to become an official knight. Seeing his bodyguard ready to take action, Anderson hurriedly asked, "Sir, how much will it cost me to have you eliminate him?" Ted gnashed his teeth in anger, brushing the old man's words aside. "I will talk about that later." The feeling of being humiliated made it impossible for him to keep his composure. In his mind, only the mocking words about his apprentice status kept echoing. He stomped his foot hard, lunging straight down from the balcony with a furious roar. "I will rip your mouth apart." Driven completely mad by anger, huh? It's the truth, but he doesn't want to hear it, young master. A sword strike, carrying a surge of bright green power, tore through the air. Charging straight toward Damien at terrifying speed, he calmly observed the closing blade, silently making his assessment. For an apprentice knight, he is actually quite decent. The tremendously powerful impact shattered the wooden floor, creating fierce shockwaves. Damien agilely sidestepped, dodging the continuous flurry of attacks. He realized that his opponent had an incredibly reckless way of moving, yet each strike unleashed was exceptionally sharp. Ted charged forward with his sword glowing with green spiritual energy, but Damien swiftly glided away to evade it. Even so, he began to feel that his current body was gradually reaching its limit. "I'm almost at my limit. I can't push things too far with this body. I must focus on strengthening my physical stamina first." Ted roared in absolute rage. "You bastard. Let's see if you can dodge this one." He channeled all his spiritual energy into the next attack, forcing Damien to be on his guard against that. Ted unleashed a secret technique with a mid-air slash, generating a colossal wave of energy that directly swallowed his opponent. Facing the danger, Damien thought to himself, "Then I must also respond with a technique of equal caliber." It wouldn't do to be rude to the opponent, right everyone? Right at this moment, memories of the distant past suddenly flashed back into his mind. It was the image of a legendary slayer, the master of the slaughter sword, known as the Shadow Assassin. He coldly declared, "If I kill all of humanity, there will be no joy left in this world." Standing amidst the brutal scene, the Shadow Assassin growled threateningly at an armored knight who stood blocking his path. "So shut your mouth and get the hell out of here, if you don't want to die." Seeing that his opponent was still stubborn, he smiled sinisterly. "So you still don't understand? I guess I will have to kill another person. If you want to die, then I will show you my secret technique." He explained that the majority of the human body is water, and once he reached a supreme level of mastery, he could easily manipulate that reality. A deep blue spiritual aura enveloped his body, creating a terrifying pressure. He unleashed his ultimate skill, the slaughter flash, slicing the colossal entity before him in half. In just a fraction of a second, he casually declared that he could cut right through humans, even if he were using only a wooden sword. Looking at the fallen enemy, he said mockingly, "You should have run away when I gave you the chance." Suddenly, a mass of blood-red matter came out of nowhere and surrounded Damien, leaving him only enough time to gasp in shock. Amidst the shockwave of the technique, the dark entity screamed in agony, But I already cut you in half. How is this possible?" The enemy could not believe his eyes when witnessing the absurd level of resilience of his opponent. A pair of glowing red eyes, filled with murderous intent, appeared behind the mask, accompanied by a cold warning. "Don't tell me you are an immortal." A surge of bright green spiritual aura erupted, shrouding the mysterious knight. As he prepared to unleash the decisive strike, with lightning speed, he lunged forward, tearing through space, leaving his opponent only enough time to utter a shocked, "What?" before being completely swallowed by the razor-sharp blade. Ted, the apprentice knight who was so arrogant just moments ago, was now down on his knees. Blood spilled from his mouth, and his eyes were wide with shock. He muttered with his fading breath, How could you use my secret technique?" Utter terror was written all over his distorted face. Before he completely lost consciousness, Ted collapsed onto the floor, lying motionless in a pool of blood, right before Damien's eyes. Looking at the defeated enemy, Damien casually said to himself, "It is always like this. My enemies never know what killed them." He recalled that after becoming a Death Knight, he possessed an extraordinary ability, absorbing the skills and power of his enemies and turning them into his own. Damien silently looked at the blade in his hand, feeling the new strength flowing through his veins. Their power becomes mine. So if their money becomes mine too. Would that be considered robbery? Witnessing the horrifying scene from the balcony, the tavern owner, Anderson, was so terrified that his soul nearly left his body. He let out a fearful gasp, his entire body trembling violently, and sweat pouring down like rain, as he realized he had just crossed a true monster, no longer showing his previous arrogance. He hurriedly ran downstairs, knelt at Damien's feet, and repeatedly bowed his head to apologize. Please forgive me for mocking you, great Lord Hassan. To save his own skin, he presented a chest filled with gold, silver, and jewels as compensation for the damages and earnestly begged, "Is this enough to atone for my mistakes?" Damien looked at the chest of gold and thought to himself. Initially, he only wanted an apology. But perhaps taking this compensation was not a bad idea. He coldly declared, "It's not quite enough, but I suppose it will do for now," which made old Anderson breathe a sigh of relief, as if he had just returned from the dead. Sheathing his sword, Damien turned toward the door and called out loudly, "What are you doing? Hurry up and come out here to pack this up, Victor." The young servant boy stealthily poked his head out and replied tremblingly, "Yes, young master." While packing up the gold, Victor couldn't help but be completely shocked, because if he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that the young master, who used to know nothing but fooling around, could have mastered such a terrifying level of swordsmanship. 847 On top of that, he even knew to bring gold back for his mother. On top of that, you even know how to bring gold home to your mom. He, the tavern owner, Anderson, bowed his head respectfully to see them off. "Have a safe journey, my lord." Victor, carrying the heavy pouch of gold on his shoulder, exclaimed in excitement, "I have never seen this much money in my entire life." However, the moment Damien turned his back to leave, Anderson immediately revealed his cunning face. He gnashed his teeth in hatred. "I will find a way to get that money back from you bastards. I will talk to the big boss of Black Snake." And suddenly, Damien halted his steps. He spun around and delivered a lightning-fast strike, making the old man scream in agony. "Arg," Damien coldly declared. "The money almost made me forget about the punishment," then directly exacted retribution, leaving the tavern owner only enough time to cry out in pain. "My ear." That night, Damien pinned his opponent down, his sharp gaze holding a growling threat as he told Black Snake, "If you dare touch a single hair of my family, I will show no mercy." Ignoring the hopeless threats left behind, Damien and Victor silently departed. Under the brilliant sunset that was enveloping the entire city, watching his shadow stretch along the ground, Damien pondered to himself, "I know very well that doing this won't erase my past sins, but in this new life, I will not disappoint my family again. Forgive and forget, we should welcome someone who mends their ways." "Keep it up, young man," Damien called out. "Let's go home, Victor." The young servant boy eagerly replied, "Yes, young master." Meanwhile, at the magnificent mansion of the Leon Bloom territory, Erwin was standing beside his older brother, muttering suggestively, "Brother, have you ever heard this saying? Love always leaves behind suffering." The older brother looked at Erwin's strange expression and asked in confusion, "What the hell are you babbling about? With that serious face, are you about to go to war somewhere?" Erwin smirked slightly. A highly sinister and mysterious smile was clearly written all over his face, as he replied, "No, I am going to find love." Damien leisurely walked down the corridor of the Hassan mansion. He stretched his arms refreshingly. "It's been a long time since I had such a good sleep." Contrary to that relaxed look, Victor sluggishly followed behind with dark circles under his eyes. From a lack of sleep, he muttered enviously, "I'm so jealous. I was so worried about yesterday that I couldn't sleep a wink." In his mind right now, he was still haunted by yesterday's horrifying scene where those thugs were beaten to the point of losing all ability to resist. Seeing his servant so stressed out, Damien calmly asked back, "Didn't everything turn out fine anyway?" He thought to himself, even though his actions were a bit excessive compared to the initial goal. In return, the family had brought in a massive profit. Most importantly, the rumor about the eldest son of the Hassan family, completely crushing those who dared to instigate trouble, would quickly spread far and wide, ensuring that no one would ever dare to look down on this family's honor again. Only by being more talented and powerful than others can one make their family proud, right? Damien smiled confidently. He knew that from now on, the commoner's view of the Viscount's useless son would definitely change. Victor looked at his master's back, secretly realizing that the young master had now undergone a profound shift in mindset. However, he still couldn't hide his anxiety. "All of that sounds fine, but what worries me is Black Snake. Not only did you beat up their men, but you even crossed the apprentice knight they hired." Faced with his servant's fear, Damien casually reassured him, "No matter how gutsy they are, they wouldn't dare mess with a nobleman, and even if they did, I would stop them. Don't worry." Hearing that, Victor's eyes suddenly lit up. With pure admiration for his extraordinary swordsmanship, he asked curiously, "By the way, young master, since when did you know how to use a sword like that?" A bead of sweat broke out on Damien's face. He gave a forced laugh, trying to deflect. "Oh, that? I just practice random things in my free time." Right at this moment, a furious roar echoed throughout the corridor. Damien, the Viscount, Bow, with a face full of scowling, murderous intent, rushed over like a whirlwind. He gnashed his teeth and bellowed, "You brat, where the hell did you go all day yesterday?" Bao lunged forward, grabbing his son tightly by the shoulders, screaming in a towering rage. Don't tell me you caused trouble again. Amidst his father's fury, and his mother's anxious appearance behind him, Damien still maintained an unusually calm expression. He gently brushed his father's hands off and placidly replied, Don't worry, father. As I said, I have taken care of everything I caused. Seeing his father still dazed in confusion, he turned around and ordered, Victor, show him. Instantly, Victor opened the luggage bag, revealing brilliant stacks of gold coins and valuable land deeds. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, both Bao and Merida were so shocked that they froze. They gasped in unison, Oh my goodness, money. Merida was so overwhelmed by shock that she fainted on the spot, while Bao could only stammer incoherently. Damien casually fabricated a plausible excuse. I went to the tavern, where I was kicked out to settle the misunderstanding, and it turned out they had calculated incorrectly. With this money, we can fully pay off all the overdue wages. He claimed that the tavern owner had given this compensation as a sincere apology, to further solidify his father's trust. Damien turned and asserted, If you don't believe me, just ask Victor. He went along with me. Being called out so suddenly, Victor jumped in fear. Damien winked to signal him and subtly asked, Victor, I am telling the truth, right? Under the young master's pressure, the young boy could only break out in sweat and stammer in confirmation. Why yes, that is correct. Only at this point did Viscount Bao actually believe it, nodding his head, M.H.M. Merida was overjoyed. She embraced her son and choked up. So it's true, dear. I am so proud of you. Seeing his mother's happy smile, Damien felt a sense of relief in his heart, while Victor could only look at the young master with a highly apprehensive expression. Lying like this is something he isn't quite used to, is he? Witnessing the perfect act, Victor secretly thought, You've become a natural liar, haven't you? Right after that, Damien left the mansion and rushed into the deep forest to begin his training process. He ran for his life through the canopy of trees, his heavy panting echoing rapidly through the quiet space. After only a short distance, Damien had to stop, leaning against a tree trunk and gasping for breath in exhaustion. He bitterly realized his own weakness. Even though I haven't moved much, I'm already out of breath. This body is too slow and weak. There is so much I need to do, but I can't accomplish anything in this state. However, a smug smile suddenly spread on his lips. But thank goodness, I still managed to get this. Damien pulled a small vial from his coat pocket, which was radiating a brilliant pink light. It was a precious potion concocted by the Alchemy Academy, which had the miraculous effect of enhancing physical strength and energy. He recalled that the Alchemy Academy was a renowned group of alchemists, specializing in concocting medicines. Their vials used to be traded at exorbitant prices, on par with top-grade precious gemstones. Damien secretly felt incredibly lucky to hold this treasure in his hands. So lucky. Without a moment of hesitation, he popped the cap and drank the entire elixir right in the deep forest. After swallowing the precious surge of energy, he let out a highly refreshing breath. Feels amazing, doesn't it? He was exhausted, but a bit of energy drink completely woke him up. A deep purple spiritual aura enveloped Damien's body. He felt the surging power in astonishment. This stuff is truly potent. He told himself that if he wanted to grow stronger quickly, he had to prioritize rebuilding his physical foundation, putting all his effort into training, to soon return to his level from his past life. In Damien's mind, the phantom of the great demon, Dogo, loomed hauntingly on the high mountain peak once again. In just a few more years, the world will be devastated. That wretched immortal creature will officially appear and unleash calamity upon the entire world. Damien gnashed his teeth in hatred, secretly making up his mind. Before that time comes, I must have the strength to kill him. His gaze looked determinedly toward his family's mansion from high above, because he understood that only by destroying Dogo could he fully protect the happiness of his loved ones. Standing on the windswept cliff, Damien let out a breath and resolutely lunged forward with terrifying speed, leaving behind a firm declaration of war. This time, I will definitely kill you. Meanwhile, at the Black Snake Gang's base in Landwork City, the atmosphere was becoming incredibly tense. Under the dim moonlight, the fat leader, while casually munching on meat, spat out words of contempt as he looked at Ted, lying motionless on the floor. He is useless now. He believed that having the strongest guy they hired get defeated was an unacceptable disgrace to the organization. The lackeys anxiously looked at their severely wounded comrade, then timidly asked the boss for his opinion on whether they should treat Ted or not. However, Cedric Walker, the leader of Black Snake, just casually tossed a bone onto the ground and coldly ordered, "No, throw him away." Despite his subordinate asking again in fear and confusion, the ruthless boss remained resolute in wanting to discard the defeated man. Immediately, believing he no longer held any utility value. Cedric walked away, asserting that as long as he had enough money, he could buy any other powerful person as a replacement. However, while smugly calculating the current situation, Cedric suddenly froze and, startled, turned his head back with a look of utter terror. Cedric was shocked to see Ted still had enough strength to force himself up. He changed his mind, deciding to treat and continue hiring this defeated knight. However, Ted suddenly drew his sword and lunged forward with absolute resentment. Die, you scum! A surge of bright green, spiritual energy erupted from his sword, aiming straight at the fat leader's head. However, the sudden attack was frozen midair. Purplish-black energy tentacles appeared out of nowhere, piercing through Ted's body and leaving him utterly shocked. What? A mysterious hooded figure silently stepped out of the shadows. He asked Cedric if this was the first target to fulfill their contract. Money can indeed buy anything. Now he can even buy a pack of demons. Cedric smugly ordered him to strike in order to test his capability. Ted screamed in agony, demanding that bastard to let him go. Instantly, the stranger began muttering incantations in a bizarre, ancient language. Right away, dark entities with razor-sharp teeth and glowing red eyes rose from the void, lunging forward to tear Ted apart. He gasped in pure horror at the presence of the monsters that were devouring his body. The surrounding lackeys could only stand frozen in absolute terror. Ted tremblingly begged with his fading breath, Please spare me." However, a colossal mouth filled with sharp teeth suddenly gaped wide open, completely swallowing the apprentice knight into the darkness. A miserable scream echoed throughout the base, then went completely silent, leaving behind a devastated scene. With a single lone boot dropped on the ground. Witnessing the brutal sight, Cedric covered his nose in disgust. So repulsive. The mysterious figure coldly asked if he was satisfied with this result. Cedric nodded in confirmation, but didn't forget to remind his counterpart. Next time, make sure to do the job a bit cleaner. Gosh, it swallowed everything except for a single boot, and he's still complaining? The fat old man. Damien kept training diligently, drenched in sweat and panting heavily in rapid succession. He was drenched in sweat, his breathing rapid and heavy. He braced himself to carry the heavy sacks, every muscle straining under the immense pressure, setting the heavy load down. Damien was secretly satisfied. The potion's effect is quite good. My endurance has significantly improved. In just a few days, he reached for his water bottle, but his mind still couldn't stop worrying about the upcoming events. Several days had passed in peace and quiet, but Damien always remained vigilant. Because nothing has happened for days now, I am certain that Black Snake will come looking for me. Suddenly, a rustling sound from the bushes startled him in surprise. Determining that the enemy had revealed themselves, he thought to himself, just as I thought. Without a single moment of hesitation, Damien lunged forward like a whirlwind and roared, "Those wretched Black Snake bastards." He tightly grabbed the lurking intruder and slammed them hard onto the ground, making the opponent scream out in pain. However, the moment he clearly saw the intruder's face, Damien's eyes wavered violently. He gasped in shock. Brother? Aben. His younger brother, Aben, with his throat being choked, could only wheeze in pain. Ah, brother. Damien hurriedly let go, causing Aben to collapse to the ground, clutching his neck and constantly panting for air. As he forced himself to sit up, Aben remarked sarcastically, "During the time I wasn't here, you've gotten significantly stronger, haven't you? I thought you were going to snap my neck right there." Damien froze in silence for a moment, then guiltily extended his hand to help his brother up. "I didn't mean to. I am sorry." However, Aben coldly brushed that concern aside and stood up on his own. "I didn't come here to listen to your apology." He looked straight into his older brother's eyes with utter suspicion. "Father told me that the tavern owner apologized to you, but I heard that a massive brawl broke out there, and a lot of people were injured." Aben slightly adjusted his glasses, his sharp gaze looking as if it wanted to pierce right through the truth behind what Damien was hiding. Aben stared straight into Damien's eyes, full of doubt. "There's no way you could have done that. Are you still planning to lie to the family now?" Faced with his younger brother's suspicion, Damien only smiled casually and asserted, "No, it's the truth. I really did that." That firm answer made Aben jump up in astonishment. "You don't even know how to fight. Did you hire someone?" Upon hearing Damien confirm that he did it all with his own hands, the younger brother angrily bellowed, "Stop lying to me. You might fool others, but there's no way you can fool me." Aben pointed his finger straight at his older brother's face, harshly, reminding him not to do anything that would tarnish the family's reputation, and recalled how the whole family had to miserably clean up the messes he caused. Faced with his younger brother's fury, Damien suddenly reached out and patted his head. "Aben," he gently continued, "that's right. You have always been so meticulous, and you always want what's best for our family." Aben flusteredly tried to brush his hand off. "Let go of me. What are you doing?" Why is your hand so stiff? Damien could only burst into laughter at the reaction of his younger brother. Haha, don't worry, there won't be any more trouble from now on. However, the peaceful atmosphere didn't last very long before Victor's panicked shout rang out, young masters, be bad news. There's bad news. Both brothers were stunned, looking toward the servant, who was running over with a look of pure panic. Sensing that something was wrong, Damien hurriedly paced along the corridor and pushed open the door, entering the drawing room. Inside, Viscount Bao and Madame Merida were hosting a strange guest. Seeing his son appear, Lord Bao gasped anxiously. Damien, son. The guest sitting opposite was none other than Erwin, Leon Bloom, who casually set his teacup down and looked up. Oh, you're here. He flashed a suggestive smile and continued. I was just telling the Viscount about what happened at the banquet hall last time. Apologies for the sudden visit. I couldn't do much because of my father. He found out about that matter already. Seeing that face, Damien secretly thought to himself, this is bad. He realized he didn't actually remember it clearly, but he was certain he had made some kind of mistake with him in the past. Mistake upon mistake, there are so many of them now. He didn't even know where he had instigated trouble. Erwin smirked sinisterly and asked, you remember what happened clearly too, right? Memories of the previous banquet began to flash back, where a drunken Damien had hurled insults, leaving Erwin astonished. As he gasped, what did you say? Even though Damien had spoken up to apologize and excuse himself back then, claiming he didn't mean it. The buzzing, gossip of the surrounding crowd showed that the incident was by no means simple. The memory of that banquet returned vividly as Damien angrily bellowed. Not only did you insult me, but you also insulted my sister's honor. What do you mean you didn't do it on purpose? In response to that rage, Erwin only laughed casually. You're a bit drunk. I didn't say anything at all. He leaned close to Damien's ear, whispering a highly malicious provocation. So what? What if I actually did say it? Huh, you moron. Damien stood frozen, his eyes blazing with fire, as he realized he had fallen into the enemy's provocation trap. Unable to suppress the humiliation, Damien swung a tremendously powerful punch, knocking Erwin flat onto the floor. However, even when being beaten, the guy from the Leon Bloom family still let out a smug smile, as if everything was within his calculations. Back to the present, Damien looked at the man sitting proudly in the drawing room and secretly wondered. The fact that someone who is about to become a knight was defeated by me is already very strange. What he truly wants is, it seems this guy is also a piece of work. Don't you all think? So, Erwin took a sip of tea and suddenly brought it up. So what should we do now? It sounds a bit embarrassing, but I have always admired Lady Louise. That statement left Viscount Bao stunned as he asked back. What do you mean by that? Without a single moment of hesitation, Erwin bowed his head and made a shocking proposal. Please consent to a marriage between myself and Louise. The entire Hassan family was flabbergasted, unable to believe their ears at that insolent proposal. Damien gnashed his teeth, as he realized the scenario from his past life was repeating itself, with Erwin once again taking advantage of the time his family was facing difficulties to make a profit. He continued to persuade them with a crafty tone. If we do that, this will merely be a small family matter. 1321-inch, we can just pretend that nothing ever happened. We can just pretend like nothing happened. However, Viscount Bao resolutely refused. We cannot do that. Louise already has a fiancé. Erwin's face immediately hardened, and he growled in a highly threatening tone. Then what about the insult that I had to endure? Can the Hassan family truly handle the wrath of my clan on your own? 1331, he looked straight at his opponent. Delivering a brutal ultimatum. Make your choice. Either pay the price for insulting me, or marry Louise off to me. Marrying someone like him? It's better to keep her at home and feed her well. If a daughter marries him, her life is wasted. Viscount Bao broke out in sweat, his heart filled with conflict. Because Leon Bloom was an extremely powerful family, yet he couldn't just stand by and watch that notoriously lecherous bastard take his daughter away. Amidst the utterly tense atmosphere, the sound of footsteps echoed, and Louise suddenly appeared. She coldly declared, "Fine. I accept." That statement left the entire family flabbergasted. Bao cried out in pain. "Louise, what do you mean by that?" Aben couldn't keep his composure either. He earnestly begged his sister to reconsider, snapping, "That. Why do you have to sacrifice yourself to make up for Damien's mistakes?" Damien stood frozen with darkened eyes, only managing to utter a choked "sister." But Louise only gave a gentle smile. She asserted that she would go with Erwin and told everyone not to worry too much. Looking at that forgiving smile, Damien bitterly realized that due to his mistake, his sister once again had to trade away her entire life. Witnessing things play out exactly as he wanted, Erwin flashed a highly sinister smile. "That's more like it." He stood up triumphantly, not forgetting to leave a sarcastic remark. "Lady Louise, you are truly wise. I will send a formal marriage proposal to you soon. We will discuss this further later. He smugly turned his back to walk away. But Damien suddenly stepped forward to block his path, forcing Erwin to a halt. He smirked sarcastically. Damien, do you have something to say? Or should I call you my brother-in-law now? As he spoke, he lightly tapped Damien's chest. With utter contempt, the fury inside Damien erupted when he thought about how this ridiculous bastard had ruined his sister's life once, and was now planning to do it all over again. He muttered something, making Louise call his name anxiously, while Erwin nonchalantly challenged him. What are you saying? I can't hear a thing. Instantly, Damien unleashed a thunderous punch right into the face of the guy from the Leon Bloom family. The powerful strike sent Erwin flying, blood spraying from his mouth. Damien told himself he shouldn't have fallen for his trap, but for his sister and family, he could no longer hold back. Looking at his enemy, who had collapsed miserably, he gnashed his teeth and roared, No way. You bastard, there is absolutely no way. Damien stood tall with clutched fists, his gaze clearly showing his resolve, never to let history repeat itself. Why was he reincarnated? To wipe out these pests, that's why? Punch him a few more times. Damien hurriedly ran along the mansion's corridor. Upon hearing the servant's announcement, the carriage of Louise and Erwin has arrived. He excitedly thought to himself, how long has it been since sister visited? His heart filled with joy. Sister, I missed you so much. But the moment he cracked the door open to look inside, the smile on Damien's lips instantly vanished, replaced by a look of absolute horror. At the terrifying scene playing out inside the room, Erwin was frantically grabbing Louise by her hair and pulling it hard, making her scream in agony. He growled insultingly, You are just a piece of merchandise sold off from a family of pests. Then he directly threw her onto the floor without an ounce of pity, standing before his trembling, weeping wife. Erwin flashed a repulsive smile. My love, Louise. I will educate you properly, so that you will never be able to say those words again. Witnessing the cruel scene through the door crack, Damien gnashed his teeth, his fists clenching so hard they trembled with rage. His heart tightened, as he realized that his own mistakes in his past life had pushed his sister into a living hell. It was my fault. It's because of me that Louise was married off. His eyes erupted into a blazing fire of ultimate hatred, as he glared at the perpetrator, Erwin. Erwin Leon Bloom. This time you are dead meat. You bastard. His fury erupted. Damien roared. You son of a bitch, I will never forgive you. He stepped forward, swinging a powerful fist, and declared, Too bad for you, you bastard. A thunderous punch right to the face sent Erwin flying, and he collapsed, on the spot to the astonishment of Louise and Aben. Hearing the loud noise, Viscount Bao rushed into the room with his soldiers in a panic. What was that noise? Standing in the middle of the chaotic room, Damien coldly looked down at the defeated man lying motionless at his feet. Erwin's two bodyguards immediately drew their swords and growled threateningly, Did you just strike our young master? While Damien's parents were still in shock, unable to compose themselves just yet, Erwin scrambled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughing frantically. He gnashed his teeth, glaring at Damien with burning eyes. You dare strike my face, not just once, but twice. He drew his noble sword from its scabbard, radiating a heavy pressure that seemed to freeze the air in the room. Erwin coldly declared, You must have a death wish, brother-in-law. Seeing their master losing control, the two bodyguards hurriedly tried to stop him. Please calm down, young master. We will handle this for you. They were worried, because there were too many witnesses to the incident. But Erwin only roared in absolute rage, Move. Despite his subordinates' attempts to convince him that it wasn't worth his time to strike a disrespectful scoundrel, Erwin suddenly erupted with a highly powerful surge of bright green spiritual aura. The violent shockwave sent both bodyguards flying back and crashing into the wall, kicking up a cloud of dust. With a face distorted by resentment, he growled again, I said move. Witnessing Erwin's frenzy, Aben and Louise could only tremble in fear. Erwin, holding his bloodstained sword, staggered forward toward Damien and asked defiantly, Let's see how you plan to handle this situation. Louise burst into tears, thinking to herself that Erwin would absolutely never forgive her younger brother. Unable to contain her fear, she rushed out to shield him and earnestly begged, Please stop. However, a firm hand suddenly rested on Louise's shoulder, stopping her. Damien smiled to reassure his sister. It's fine, Sister Louise. I will handle this myself. Don't sacrifice yourself for me. You reap what you sow. Let him clean up this mess on his own. Damien proudly stepped forward, shielding Louise from the villain. He looked straight into Erwin's eyes and made a shocking proposal. Let's duel. A statement that left Erwin stood frozen for a moment, then burst into a contemptuous laugh. What? A duel? Damien casually laid out the terms. That's right. If you win this sword duel, then I will do exactly as you wish. In return, if I win, Forget everything that has happened up until this point. Erwin smirked and refused, believing those terms held absolutely no benefit for him, especially since Louise had already agreed to the marriage, contrary to everyone's anxiety. Damien flashed a highly provocative smile. Why are you twisting the truth? Are you afraid of losing to me? The provocation hit right where it hurt, infuriating Erwin, to the point that his face distorted. He thought to himself, this is the perfect opportunity to officially repay the debt of humiliation from earlier. Fair and square. Erwin smirked with a sinister smile. He raised his noble sword and declared, I will use this to turn you into a cripple and take your sister away. Fine, I accept this challenge. The duel took place right in the courtyard of the mansion, under the crimson sunset. Witnessing this scene, Viscount Bao couldn't help but say anxiously to his wife, Damien is speaking with such confidence. So he must have a plan beforehand. Otherwise, we can only hope for a miracle. Poor parents, they are worried sick. Well, let's just sit back and wait for the results. However, Aben immediately crushed that hope. Father, you are wrong. Don't put your faith in miracles. Erwin Leon Bloom. His swordsmanship must be at the level of an official knight. By now, how could Damien possibly defeat him? Standing opposite his opponent, Erwin asked arrogantly, shall we begin then? But how do you plan to fight me? Without a sword? Damien casually stepped forward. He flashed a highly mysterious smile. Don't worry, this is more than enough. Instantly, he held up a dinner fork, leaving everyone completely frozen. Erwin blurted out in daze, a fork? What, Viscount? Bao could only hold his head in helplessness, calling his son an idiot, while Madame Merida and Louise were too stunned to utter a word. After a moment of silence, Erwin burst into a frantic, contemptuous laugh. You must be so scared that you've lost your mind. I will not go easy on you. He stomped his foot hard, lunging forward like a flash of lightning with his glowing sword. However, Damien quickly dodged, evading the first strike by a hair's breadth. Who the real idiot is remains to be seen, so don't get too loud just yet. Erwin stood frozen in astonishment. He dodged it. Feeling insulted, he gnashed his teeth, channeling all his spiritual energy into his sword. If that's how it is, then take this. A crimson power erupted violently, manifesting into a colossal, mighty lion enveloping his body. Erwin roared, unleashing his ultimate technique, blazing lion sword. An earth-shattering energy explosion swept across, directly swallowing Damien's position. As the dust cleared, Damien still stood tall in the middle of the crater, without a single scratch on him. Witnessing this absurd sight, Erwin gasped in utter shock. How is he completely unharmed? What on earth is going on? He couldn't believe that in that brief split second, Damien had effortlessly evaded every single fundamental strike within his ultimate technique. The blazing lion sword. Damien smiled subtly. He had completely understood and analyzed the swordsmanship of the Leon Bloom family thanks to his recent days of rigorous training. He recalled Michael Leon Bloom, Erwin's powerful older brother, whom he had faced in his past life, and secretly assessed that Erwin was significantly weaker than that man. His pride wounded, Erwin frantically channeled all his aura into his sword and roared. You only dodged that out of pure luck. But let's see if you can dodge this strike. Faced with the terrifying pressure from the crimson aura, Damien determined that this was an attack difficult to evade. This time, it's highly intense. I wonder if he can cope with it. Instantly, Damien firmly anchored his stance and decided to use a sword saint ultimate technique to counter it head-on. An immense energy explosion erupted in the middle of the courtyard, leaving Louise and Aben frozen in absolute terror. Amidst the dense cloud of dust, Damien used the tiny fork to precisely block Erwin's blade, leaving him only able to gasp in astonishment. What? Without giving his opponent time to react, Damien quickly deflected the sword away and unleashed a secret technique. Myriad flow devastation. With a cold farewell, he lunged forward and thrust the fork straight toward Erwin's neck, leaving the young master of the Leon Bloom family completely paralyzed in shock. Damien, without a single moment of hesitation, lunged forward with terrifying speed, along with a cold farewell. Goodbye. The fork in his hand thrust straight toward Erwin's neck, making time seem to freeze. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Louise and Aben stood frozen in astonishment, while Viscount Bao and his wife could only gape in absolute horror. Erwin's bodyguard panicked and bellowed, Stop, young master. Erwin, drenched in sweat, was completely paralyzed, distinctly feeling the sharp prongs of the fork pressed right against his Adam's apple. The young master of the Leon Bloom family collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck tightly and screaming in agony. Looking down at the defeated man from above, Damien thought to himself, even if I killed him 10,000 more times, it wouldn't be enough to make up for what he had done. But for the safety of his family, he would temporarily spare him this time. He coldly declared, Victory and defeat are clear, and there is nothing more to discuss. Looking at Erwin, trembling and unable to utter a word, Damien firmly ordered, "Now, as you promised, get lost." After the shocking battle, the Hassan mansion sank into a tense silence. During the meal, Damien casually set his fork down and politely said, "Thank you for the meal." He stood up, announcing he was going for morning training, making Viscount Bao, who was sitting opposite, jump and startle. Damien silently stepped out of the room, leaving his parents and two siblings sitting in silence at the dining table. With tangled thoughts, Madame Merida anxiously broke the ice, urging Bao to ask Damien about the strange things that happened yesterday. Aben, still not over his shock, muttered subconsciously about how his previously weak older brother had suddenly become strong enough to defeat even Erwin. It was as if he had turned into a completely different person. Overnight, seeing his wife and son losing their composure, Bao firmly stopped them. "Stop. We shouldn't force him to answer. When the time comes, he will tell us." Even though he was dying of curiosity inside, his instincts told him not to press for answers at this moment. Recalling the image of Damien, with glowing red eyes and a terrifying murderous aura, during the fight, Bao tremblingly told himself that even though that was his son, he was truly too terrifying. Suddenly changing like this. Honestly, if it were me, I'd think he was possessed by a ghost, no kidding. In the quiet room, Damien was preparing for a new training session. He carefully strapped 10 kilogram sandbags to his legs to train his endurance, telling himself it was time to go out and exercise. Just as he was about to step out, Louise's voice rang out, "Damien." He turned around in startle. "Sister Louise." She let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. You're still here." She looked at her younger brother hesitantly with a flustered look. About yesterday." Damien immediately realized. He should apologize to her right now. Without a second of hesitation, Damien bowed his head very low and sincerely apologized. "I am so sorry, sister. I acted recklessly and put everyone in a difficult position. I should have apologized to you yesterday. Now, I promise that something like this will never happen again." However, Louise panicked and cut him off. "And no, it's not about that." She gently placed her hand on Damien's shoulder, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you." Louise looked down, her voice choking as she confessed her long-held feelings. "You know, I was really scared back then. It's true that I said I would go with Erwin, but in my heart, I didn't want to do that at all. That's right. Only a crazy person would like an abusive man like him." Hearing his sister's heartfelt words, Damien stood in silent sorrow. "Sister. So, that's what you've always been thinking." Louise continued to open her heart, the memory of the moment. Damien bravely stepped forward and punched that bastard Erwin down. To protect her, returned vividly. She confessed that at that time, she felt guilty, but at the same time, she was also incredibly relieved and happy. That was why she wanted to speak this truth. Louise reached up to wipe her tears, flashing a bright smile. "Thank you, Damien." His sister's sincerity left Damien astounded, his heart tightening with emotion. He smiled gently. "I should be the one saying that. Thank you for everything during this past time, sister." Just as he was about to turn and leave, Damien was suddenly called back by Louise. "All right, Damien, take this with you." He turned his head in confusion. "Huh?" Before him, Louise was tightly holding a large sword. Damien was shocked to realize that it was his father's most cherished item in the world. "Isn't that right?" Louise smiled and confirmed. "Yep. Father told me to give this to you. Use it for your training." "Oh." He has gained his family's trust. Damien was stunned as he took the sword from his sister's hands. "For me," Louise gently explained that. "Father is someone who isn't good at expressing his feelings, but in reality, he cares about him very much." She even passed on their father's strict, yet equally humorous warning. "You come from a Viscount family, so do not ever use a fork instead of a sword ever again." Looking at Louise's stern expression, Damien thought to himself, "It feels like I am seeing father's shadow, present in every facial feature of his sister." He resolutely drew the sword from its scabbard, feeling the sharp spiritual energy radiating under the light, then smiled softly. "Yeah, thank you, father." Meanwhile in his room, Viscount Bao suddenly let out a loud sneeze. He rubbed his nose in confusion. "Who is talking about me?" As night fell, a full moon hung suspended in the sky, and the Hassan mansion was filled with silence. Amidst the quiet space, a strange purple smoke began to weave and crawl across the grass, like a living creature. At the main gate, two guards were still neglecting their duty. One was yawning repeatedly, prompting his comrade to remind him, "Stop yawning." They were completely unaware that a deadly shadow was silently creeping right beneath their feet. A pair of deep purple eyes, filled with murderous aura, flashed from within the threatening dark smoke. In just the blink of an eye, that shadow erupted into energy tentacles, causing the two guards to collapse to the ground. Without being able to make a single sound, the iron gate let out a dry screech. As the intruder slipped inside, he wore a tattered black cloak, his entire body radiating a dark purple, evil spiritual energy. As he slowly advanced toward the mansion, inside, the flickering candlelight reflected the shadow gliding silently along the corridor. Aben was still fast asleep, completely unaware that danger was drawing near. Viscount Bao and his wife were also sound asleep, Lord Bao's snoring echoing rhythmically. In the middle of the quiet night, the dark shadow stopped in front of a door and gently slipped inside. It was Louise's room. She was sleeping very peacefully under the dim moonlight, shining through the window. That wretched demon. He clearly has bad intentions toward this beautiful girl. The intruder stood tall beside the bed, revealing a face covered in scars. With a repulsive smile, he licked his lips full of desire. Hee, she is quite beautiful, isn't she? He extended his bony hand toward Louise, thinking to himself that he came here by the request of the Black Snake gang, but didn't expect to get this lucky. However, just as he was about to make a move, a cold voice suddenly rang out from behind. Hey! The assassin startled in pure horror. He spun around and found Damien leaning against the door with a sword on his shoulder, his eyes glowing bright, red in the darkness as he glared at the villain. What do you think you're doing? He stated that he came here because he sensed a strange energy, and sure enough, he caught the suspicious intruder red-handed. The assassin was flabbergasted. He couldn't believe. His sleeping magic had absolutely no effect on Damien. He was even more terrified that Damien had closed in on him, without him realizing it at all. Instantly, the man in black unleashed a powerful surge of deep purple energy toward his opponent. Damien swiftly swung his sword to block the attack, creating a small explosion that tore through the air inside the room. The assassin tremblingly backed away, gnashing his teeth as he asked, "Damn it, who on earth are you?" Damien coldly pointed his sword at him. "I should be the one asking that. Do you even know this is my house?" Seeing his opponent's capability, the man in black was stunned and tried to guess. "Could it be? You are Damien Hassan." "That answer is absolutely correct. 10 points. Go back to your seat." Teehee. Damien firmly confirmed it and then demanded to know the intruder's identity, along with what he was planning to do to his sister. Right at this moment, shouts and barking dogs echoed from outside. The servants had been awakened by the previous explosion. Sensing that the situation had turned unfavorable, with so many people gathering, the assassin decided to retreat. He transformed into a dark purple cloud of smoke and dashed out of the window. To Damien's astonishment, he shouted loudly, demanding him to stop. But the stranger had already quickly escaped outside. Damien rushed over to the window, watching the smoke gradually dissipate. In the middle of the quiet night, he clicked his tongue in regret upon seeing him escape. But at that exact moment, he suddenly noticed a strange trace and gasped in confusion. Huh? Damien stared in shock at the leftover trace by the window. This energy flow. The next morning at the stable, the servants screamed in panic. "This is bad. What should we do?" A precious horse had died, suddenly, making them extremely worried. They didn't know how to explain it to the Viscount, because he would definitely fly into a furious rage. That wretched thief must have caused this. But how could ordinary mortals like us possibly know? Yet they didn't understand why it was still perfectly healthy yesterday, only for this disaster to happen now, amidst the chaos. Damien suddenly appeared. "I have a bad feeling." The young master's presence made the servants jump and gasp. "Why, young Master Damien?" Damien reassured them that they didn't need to panic. "I only came to confirm something. I won't hold anyone responsible. Just lend me this room for a moment." Damien placed his hand on the horse's carcass, secretly realizing that the trace of the energy flow he lost track of last night had led him here. A chilling aura radiated outward, leaving him with no further doubt. This chilling energy flow is definitely dark mana. He realized that the intruder last night was none other than a dark mage. Looking at his parents who were still fast asleep, Damien thought to himself, there's no need to make them worry about this matter. Following the trace of deep purple dark mana crawling along the ground, Damien crossed the fields and advanced deep into the dense forest. That deadly trace led him to the front of a dark, gloomy cave hidden deep within the mountain. He sure knows how to find a hiding place. My eyes are exhausted from searching. Inside the dark cave, filled with potion bottles, the dark mage laughed sinisterly. Cuckoo, that black snake leader is truly a fool. He actually gathered everything I demanded. He was smug about fooling them, with a lie about casting a hex, when in reality, he only wanted to appropriate the materials for his dark experiments. Even so, he couldn't help but feel humiliated, since someone who was once illustrious now had to take on bottom tier requests just to make pocket money. All because he was being relentlessly hunted by the church. He told himself he had to lay low for a while longer, but then grumbled about the foul air inside the cave. Right at that moment, a highly sarcastic voice suddenly rang out from behind. That's what happens when you're old and live cooped up all alone. How about we open a window to let some fresh air in? The mage spun around in shock, realizing that the intruder was the eldest son of the Hassan family, whom he had clashed with last night. He asked tremblingly how Damien could possibly find this place, and received a highly cold reply. I followed the foul stench you left behind. Guilty of poor hygiene and being too lazy to scrub. Now wherever you go, you spread that fragrance. Let this be a lesson to you. Haha. The mage regained his arrogant, sarcastic demeanor, mocking Damien as just a reckless, ordinary brat. Even if he had dared to stand against the Black Snake gang, Damien calmly placed his hand on his sword hilt and asked to confirm. You are the one the Black Snake hired, right? He casually admitted that the goal was to inflict the heaviest possible damage on his family, making Damien smirk with utter contempt. How pitiful, accepting a job like that, only to be about to die for it now. His frenzy erupting, the mage laughed out loud, and then gathered a deep purple dark spiritual aura in his hands, threatening to turn him into a pet for his torture entertainment. Damien calmly responded that such a thing would never happen. He declared that although he promised not to kill anyone in this life, unless absolutely necessary, filthy dark mages are always the sole exception that he must eliminate. Damien's eyes blazed as he drew his sword from its scabbard, making the mage realize his opponent possessed a power that was by no means ordinary. Sensing the threat, he roared, then die, before frantically unleashing a barrage of magic circles to attack head-on. Despite the surrounding explosions of deep purple spiritual energy, Damien bravely lunged forward, swinging his sword to execute a powerful slash that tore through the air. Beat him to a pulp this time. That ugly, filthy, unbathed piece of work. Louder, louder, louder. The dark mage gasped in absolute horror. He's too fast, as Damien closed in with unimaginable speed. A razor-sharp sword strike tore through the air, leaving a trail of deep purple energy and making the enemy groan in agony. However, immediately after that, Damien was shocked to realize that his body was miraculously regenerating itself. 1989, he thought to himself. He silently thought to himself, is this the ability I once saw at the mansion? Looking at his opponent's bizarre smile, Damien assessed that this guy was much stronger than what he had imagined for a cheap hireling. The mage laughed arrogantly. Kuah, that attack just now didn't scratch me at all. Damien's eyes blazed with a murderous aura. He coldly declared, then I will hack you down until there isn't a single piece left of you. Instantly, he unleashed a barrage of continuous slashes, creating silver flashes that tore through the surrounding dark smoke. Despite taking painful hits, the mage still tried to keep his composure and admitted, cough, look like your recent reputation wasn't built on nothing. But no matter what, he growled assertively, the very moment you stepped into this place, you were already dead. He sure has the guts to threaten someone. Let's wait and see who dies first. Suddenly, dark tentacles rose from the ground, tightly binding Damien's arm, leaving him only able to gasp in astonishment. A colossal phantom with razor-sharp teeth and glowing purple eyes rose from behind. The mage let out a horrifying screech. He smiled sinisterly, revealing that he had set magic traps all over this cave to deal with pursuit from the church, and Damien had accidentally fallen into his snare. Sensing the terrifying pressure from the surrounding dark forces, Damien muttered in a low voice to himself, this is getting a bit dangerous. The mage roared threateningly, declaring that Damien would regret daring to oppose a high-ranking member of the Yulin organization. The dark tentacles frenziedly lunged forward to tightly bind his limbs, while the villain declared that his entire body would rot and slowly die in agony. A violent surge of dark spiritual energy erupted from the phantom's colossal eye, swallowing the surrounding space. The deep purple spiritual energy enveloped Damien. The dark mage smiled sinisterly with absolute smugness. Arrogant brat, you are cutting your own life short. He gloated, thinking that the more damage he inflicted, the greater his reward would be, then cheered excitedly because now there was no one left to stop him from hunting down Louise. Amidst the encirclement of dark magic, Damien remained completely calm. He secretly assessed, a decomposition curse, huh? Surprise, surprise, you smelly old man. However, right after that, the mage was so flabbergasted that his face distorted. Upon seeing Damien proudly walking out of the dark energy flow, he stammered in pure horror. Why you? How are you not affected? How much do you know about dark magic? Damien smirked slightly, responding defiantly. I'll let you guess. However, deep down inside, Damien himself couldn't help but be astonished. As he looked at the mark glowing brilliantly on the back of his hand, he wondered why he still retained the powers from his past life. In his current body, painful memories of the past suddenly came rushing back. Where Atlantic, Doggo stood before a colossal container, radiating a deep purple spiritual energy. He exclaimed infatuatedly, this is authority, also known as the power of God. The skeletal sorcerer looked down at the knight kneeling at his feet and called out proudly, my death knight. Doggo declared that he had granted Damien the strongest body and infused him with the most powerful magic. But that was still not enough to satisfy him. He was ambitious, wanting him to become the sword and the incarnation of the strongest evil he had ever possessed. With malicious, glowing red eyes, Doggo gathered dark spiritual energy into his palm and declared that he would grant Damien this ultimate authority as well, to turn him into an unstoppable weapon of destruction. 2092 now it has followed him into reincarnation. Now it has reincarnated along with him. Seems like he got a pretty good deal, huh? The brilliant purple light erupted violently. Atlantic. Doggo roared triumphantly. This is authority. He channeled his full magical power into his palm, making the surrounding space shake violently. Damien groaned in agony as he had to absorb the overwhelming surge of energy. Even Doggo himself had to admit in astonishment. Cool. What a terrifying power. The skeletal sorcerer placed his hand brimming with spiritual energy on Damien's head, forcing him to endure the brutal assimilation process. Damien screamed in agony, his eyes glowing bright white, as the dark power tore through his body and created an energy explosion that shook the entire sky. Witnessing his masterpiece take shape, Doggo exclaimed with satisfaction. Finally, I have obtained it. That is none other than the authority of God, the ultimate power that helped Damien transform into an undefeated god of war. He stood tall in the middle of an ancient magic circle, glowing brilliantly, his body covered in war scars, but radiating the terrifying pressure of a true Death Knight. Having gone through so much pain, the Death Knight was finally born. From then on, back to the present, Damien looked at the mark glowing on the back of his hand, and secretly confirmed, there is no doubt about it. This is the authority of greed, the very power I used to possess when I was a Death Knight. He originally thought he had lost this power after regression, but unexpectedly, it manifested again at the most critical moment. Without a single second of hesitation, Damien channeled his strength and erupted, delivering a thunderous kick that broke all dark shackles. The powerful strike sent the dark mage flying back, causing him to collapse miserably. Damien coldly approached him, pressing his sword tip close, and ordered, "Now answer me." The mage could only tremble in shock, stammering in absolute dread. "How did you survive my curse?" Damien rested his sword on his shoulder, casually replying, "Well, doesn't everyone have one or two trump cards?" To the dark mage's astonishment, he slightly narrowed his eyes, recalling, and that guy said he was a high-ranking member of Yulin, right? Damien secretly searched his memories of Yulin, an organization specializing in assassination using ruthless dark magic that he had heard of before. He realized that was the reason why his opponent possessed such formidable strength. So, they are mercenaries who specialize in killing people. The mage gnashed his teeth anxiously. A trump card, huh? He sensed that something was wrong, and told himself to end this fight quickly, before the situation got any worse. He growled, "I intended to save this move until I faced the church, but it looks like I have to use it now." Damien asked back sarcastically, "Do you have a trump card too?" Instantly, the bracelet on the mage's wrist radiated a bright blue, spiritual energy. His body began to mutate and emit a terrifying pressure. Damien was shocked to sense a colossal amount of dark mana pouring out. That's quite a lot of dark mana. That bracelet is definitely meant to store and conceal mana. From behind the mage, a colossal demonic entity with dozens of glowing eyes rose up, screaming horrifyingly. He roared triumphantly, "No matter how you broke my magic before, you will never be able to withstand this power. Be consumed by flames and die in eternal hell." A colossal blue fire erupted, swallowing Damien in an instant. This time, it's not just smoking him. It wants to roast him completely. Seeing the attack hit its mark, the mage laughed frantically. It's over. He has been burned by the hellfire, which burns eternally, even after death. However, from within the sea of fire, Damien's voice suddenly rang out coldly. "You have misunderstood one very serious thing." The mage was flabbergasted, seeing Damien completely safe and sound amidst the ferocious flames. He explained in a low voice, "The authority of greed does not nullify magic. The authority of greed does not nullify magic. Rather, it absorbs dark mana entirely." Damien's declaration made the dark mage completely break down. He stammered in absolute dread. "A authority? Why would someone like you possess such a terrifying power?" Faced with his opponent's utter shock, Damien only coldly replied, "None of your business. Just consider it as me having better gear buffs." He resolutely stepped forward with an overwhelming murderous aura. Inside Damien's heart at this moment, an indescribable irritation welled up. It's truly annoying to have to use a power granted by the person I hate the most. However, to take down the enemy in front of him quickly and cleanly, he knew he had no other choice but to unleash the skill of a Death Knight. Witnessing the spiritual energy enveloping the sword, The mage recognized it in horror. Is that or a blade? That is a sword technique, believed to be achievable only by those who have reached the realm of a sword master. How can he possibly? 2231, he shrieked in despair. He yelled in desperation. Wait. But Damien had already resolutely swung his sword to unleash his ultimate technique. Soul-severing sword. The strike, carrying destructive power, tore through the air, directly swallowing the dark mage, leaving him only able to let out a heart-wrenching scream. Before being completely defeated, the earth-shattering impact created a massive explosion, shaking the entire cave and causing rocks to come crashing down. Amidst the dense cloud of dust and crumbling ruins, Damien coldly approached, pressing his sword tip close to the defeated man's face, and offered a final choice. If you tell me before you die, I will lessen your pain. With deep purple eyes full of murderous intent, he growled his order. So, spill the location of the Black Snake's hideout immediately. The carriage rolled across the stone bridge, bringing Damien and Victor back to Landwork, the bustling commercial city. Sitting inside the carriage, Victor couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, Young master, how are you doing now? Why did you try to return to Landwork? Damien calmly flipped through the pages of a book with a bizarre face. On its cover, in his hand, he smirked slightly. My most loyal servant, Victor. If you truly want to follow me, then please keep quiet. Otherwise, shut that mouth up before your teeth and lips get all mixed up. Right now? Seeing his master immersed in the pages of the book, Victor asked inquisitively, What are you so focused on reading? Damien held up the book and casually explained, This is the dark magic book I just obtained after killing that dark mage. Victor, even though he admitted he was a fool who couldn't read, he still anxiously warned that dark magic books are extremely dangerous and hard to absorb. However, the young boy's attention was suddenly distracted by a strong foul stench that began to spread. By the way, what on earth is this smell? It's been here since the beginning. The moment he stepped onto the street, Damien carried a sack that was leaking a mysterious dark purple liquid. He called his servant over. Victor, there is something I want you to do for me. Realizing the rotting stench was coming from that very bag, Victor asked tremblingly, What's inside there? Damien casually replied with words that sent a shiver down the listener's spine. A human head. Victor still tried to believe this was just a bad joke from his young master, but the moment he looked at the black smoke rising from the sack, his face suddenly turned pale with horror. Oh my God, and you're only telling me now after all this time? I'm fainting. Seeing his servant about to lose his composure, Damien signaled him to be quiet. As passers-by were beginning to notice, he handed the bag to Victor, promising to explain later. But first, you need to do a few things for me. You just need to deliver these things to the place I designated. And that's it. Damien held the dark magic book in his hand, asserting that doing this was the only way to prevent further trouble. Victor stared tremblingly at the sack, stammering and uttering in absolute terror. Trouble. Before Damien's eyes right now was the headquarters of the Black Snake Gang, a towering stone building with carved patterns of entwined snakes around it. Located right in the heart of the bustling city of Landwork, he secretly evaluated the arrogance of these thugs for daring to build such a conspicuous base, but also told himself that thanks to this, they were very easy to find. Approaching the main gate, Damien was blocked by two fierce-looking guards. One growled and asked, Hey, who do you think you are? He looked straight at his opponent and calmly introduced himself. I am Damien Hassan of the Viscount Hassan domain. Did you hear that clearly, or do I need to repeat it? Hearing the name Hassan, the one-eyed guy and his accomplice burst into a smirk, throwing out sarcastic words that this name sounded cheap and terrible. However, immediately after that, the one-eyed guy suddenly paused. He narrowed his eyes, recalling something. Wait a minute. This name seems to be the one the boss mentioned before. Damien casually continued. So you know who I am, huh? I have some business to settle with your boss. So you guys should quietly step aside. Contrary to his expectations, the two guards easily agreed. Oh, is that so? Go straight ahead. This sudden cooperation left Damien somewhat suspicious. You guys don't even need to hear the reason? Right at that moment, the guard secretly pulled out a signal gun and pulled the trigger. A brilliant red light tore through the sky, right behind Damien's back, signaling the entire base about the intruder's arrival. Damien turned around in shock, looking at the signal flare glowing in the air. The one-eyed guard only now revealed his sinister face fully. He laughed frantically. Did you think we would actually say that? Damien asked in a low voice what he had just done, and the answer came immediately, as mysterious hooded figures began to appear in large numbers on the surrounding roofs. Damien quickly shifted his stance to evade, as the assassins began to swoop down to attack. They looked like a flock of vultures swooping in for a corpse. He went all the way into their lair. 2359, so reckless, looking at the assassins surrounding him from all sides. So reckless, looking at the assassins surrounding them from all sides. Damien coldly asked, "What else?" The guard triumphantly declared that this was the special gift his boss had prepared to welcome him. Instantly, a barrage of dark figures from the roofs simultaneously swooped down, swinging their swords in a head-on attack. Facing the dense encirclement, Damien did not flinch in the slightest, but only smirked. He resolutely drew his sword from its scabbard and left a threatening warning. "Don't regret this." Meanwhile, at a luxurious mansion, the governor of Landwork, Sebastian Baker, was immersing himself in wine and the service of beautiful women. He excitedly sent his thanks to Cedric for organizing a party that made him extremely happy. Sitting at the same table was Robert, a knight of Landwork. He was also in a heavily drunken state and kept demanding more wine. Cedric flatteringly said that being able to serve the two lords was his greatest honor. Sebastian began to discuss taking over the commercial locations of other organizations and suggested that Black Snake should seize them soon, always instigating others to do bad things. One day he'll die with nowhere to be buried. He asserted that even the red light district must be under the complete control of Black Snake. When Cedric expressed concern about those who might stand up to object, Sebastian only smiled sinisterly and declared his power was enough to make those people no longer a problem. Robert also spoke up, promising to assist with all his might within the scope of a knight's authority to protect the gang's operations. Cedric, while outwardly showing reverence and thanking the two officials for their support, deep down inside, revealed utter contempt. The Black Snake leader thought to himself that he didn't want to continue bowing his head to these greedy pieces of trash any longer. He harbored the ambition that before long, the power of the Black Snake would expand and take over this entire city of Landwork. Cedric Walker flashed an ambitious smile. He gloated, telling himself that before long, all those high and mighty people would have to bow down to him instead. However, the atmosphere of pleasure was suddenly shattered as a subordinate frantically rushed into the room. "B-boss," Cedric snapped irritably. "What is it? Can't you see I have guests?" "These soldiers, always ruining the mood right at its peak." The subordinate repeatedly apologized but insisted there was an urgent matter that needed to be reported immediately. Cedric slowly walked out into the corridor, asking in a low voice, "What's the matter?" The subordinate leaned close to Cedric's ear and whispered, making him so flabbergasted that his eyes widened as he gasped, "What?" "Damien Hassan." While the distinguished guests inside were still completely absorbed in drinking, Cedric gnashed his teeth, thinking of the dark mage and the bizarre list of materials he had requested to perform the curse. He thought to himself, "Fortunately, I instructed my subordinates beforehand, just to be prepared for any mishaps." Cedric waved his hand and ordered his confidant, "I get it. Go." The subordinate still hesitated anxiously, asking if it was really all right to leave him like that. But Cedric only smirked with absolute confidence. "What are you worried about?" he asserted firmly. "He came here seeking his own death." Outside, Damien was standing in the middle of an encirclement of dozens of aggressive thugs from the Black Snake gang. He calmly observed his opponents, then suddenly burst forth with a deep purple spiritual energy enveloping his entire body. His eyes glowing with immense power, Damien dashed forward like a flash of lightning, his razor-sharp attacks causing the henchmen to collapse in droves. Before they could even react, "Come at me if you think it's easy. Whoever wants to see a naked chicken first, step right up." On the streets of Landwork, a group of mysterious individuals, wearing gray cloaks, silently appeared, radiating a cold pressure that seemed to freeze the surrounding air. Their eyes glowed bright blue beneath their hoods as they quietly observed everything unfolding. The leader smirked with deep meaning. "Well, there are a few who owe me a favor, so why should I worry?" Cedric stood on the high tower balcony, sweating profusely as he witnessed the horrifying sight below. Dozens of Black Snake henchmen lay scattered about, groaning in agony amidst the ruins. He was flabbergasted, unable to believe his eyes. How could this possibly happen? That kid dealt with all of them by himself, standing amidst the defeated troops. Damien remained strangely calm, radiating the pressure of a true conqueror, making Cedric tremble in fear. He grabbed his pale-faced subordinate tightly to confirm. Once again, did that kid really say he's Damien Hassan? As the guard stammered to confirm that it was the truth, Cedric stood frozen, realizing that the rumors about the Viscount's useless son were completely wrong. He bitterly realized that even the dark mage he sent out must have been eliminated as well. Sensing that the situation had spun out of control, Cedric frantically turned and ran inside to seek help from his distinguished guests. "This is bad. I have to go ask for help. But as for these lords, who are completely wasted like this, I doubt they can be of any help." Down below, Damien suddenly paused as he sensed a blazing energy. From above, he looked up at the roof with utter suspicion. Is that object made of magic? The cloaked strangers were standing tall on the tiled roof, one holding a staff with a glowing red orb, was frantically gathering power. He roared in resentment. You monster! Let's see if you can block this hit. Instantly, a colossal fireball was launched, dashing toward Damien, with a heat that seemed ready to incinerate everything. The mage on the roof burst out, laughing arrogantly upon seeing Damien standing perfectly still to take the hit. Bahaha, you fool. Do you plan to block our flames with just that sword? However, Damien remained completely calm. He braced his stance firmly and resolutely unleashed his secret technique. All flow obliteration. A razor-sharp sword strike tore through the air, directly slicing the ferocious flames in half. Right before the enemy's astonishment, the mage could only let out a shocked huh in pure terror, before the entire firepower was deflected right back, creating an earth-shattering explosion that swallowed his position on the roof. Play with fire, and you get burned. This time, he became a roasted mage, haha, looking at the debris and the shattered staff beneath his feet. Damien told himself his work here was basically done. He turned around, thinking to himself, now is the time to determine who the true leader of the Black Snake Gang actually is. But a terrifying pressure suddenly crashed down, making Damien startle in alertness. From above, a figure plummeted like a meteor, delivering a powerful strike that shattered the ground. Damien swiftly flipped backward to evade the mighty impact. The pressure from the dense aura made his skin. Damien feel a tingling sensation like pinpricks. Looking at the dark figure standing tall amidst the dust cloud, he secretly assessed that the person who just appeared was definitely not an ordinary thug, with an overwhelming presence and a bright blue spiritual energy radiating powerfully. Damien confirmed that the opponent in front of him was definitely an official knight. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed as the city's law enforcement forces and knights began to surround the scene. Damien was slightly surprised to see that even the government was getting involved in this. They've stuffed their bellies full, so of course they're getting involved. Amidst the crowd, a man with a goatee and luxurious aristocratic attire stepped forward, roaring in fury. How dare you cause this chaotic scene? Right in the center of the city? He introduced himself as Sebastian Baker, the governor of Landwork, and declared that he would punish Damien appropriately. Seeing the leader, Cedric, standing timidly right next to the governor, Damien thought to himself that the VIP guest had finally shown his face. Faced with the governor's threat, Damien casually asked back why he should be punished. That calm attitude infuriated Sebastian, who barked, what kind of ridiculous, brazen person is this? Do you not even know how catastrophic a thing you have caused? He distorted the facts, accusing Damien of not only attacking the honest merchant, Cedric, but also slaughtering dozens of innocent employees of his company. Witnessing that brazen act, the surrounding citizens could only whisper sarcastically about a thug being considered a merchant. Sebastian resolutely declared that his actions could absolutely not be forgiven. Cedric stood beside him with a sinister smile, smug that no matter how ruthless Damien was, he could not touch someone protected by the governor. Damien didn't bother to care about the governor's nonsense. He looked straight at Cedric and cracked his knuckles, crack crack. He coldly declared that he only came here to give the leader a punch for this scene, leaving Cedric only able to widen his eyes in astonishment at the young man's insolence. This guy completely disregards everyone. Damien smirked slightly upon realizing that the Black Snake Gang and the city government were so tightly colluding that they virtually worshipped each other. He didn't hesitate to mock the governor. You are quite hilarious. Governor, a piece of trash like him, and you actually call him an honest merchant? This attitude made old Sebastian roar in fury, demanding Damien shut his mouth and kneel to apologize. In order to get a lighter punishment, he ordered his guardian knight, Robert, to strike immediately. A large knight in heavy armor stepped forward, stamping his foot hard and drawing a great axe, radiating terrifying pressure. He coldly declared, I am Robert, the city guardian knight. Drop your weapon and submit to arrest. Damien only smirked at the presence of an official knight. Oh please, what a waste of energy trying to flex. Come try putting handcuffs on him if it's that easy. Robert noticed that in Damien's eyes, there wasn't the slightest bit of fear. He wondered whether he was truly brave, or just a fool who didn't know his own limits. Damien confidently asserted that he possessed enough capability, making the knight smirk. Turns out you're just a fool. Instantly, Robert swung his great axe, creating a colossal bright blue spiritual energy flow that split the ground where Damien had just been standing. He swiftly flipped away to evade the powerful attack, secretly assessing that with his current level, facing an official knight like Robert was truly not easy at all. Damien told himself at this moment he just needed to try to hold out until the time was ripe. Robert closed in with terrifying speed, unleashing a thunderous punch that sent Damien flying back despite bracing with all his might for defense. A numbing pain spread across his arm, making him astonished by his opponent's power. while Damien cast his eyes about, searching and wondering. Hasn't she arrived yet? Robert suddenly appeared right behind his back, along with a cold warning. Where are you looking? He's too distracted. He's going to get punched into the air. Robert's speed left Damien no time to react. He only managed to bring his sword up, to block the thunderous strike coming down on his head. A massive energy explosion erupted, but right at that hair-raising moment, a colossal weapon fell from the sky, slamming hard into the ground, creating a violent shockwave that halted the battle. This mighty intervention left the guards and surrounding citizens gaping in absolute astonishment. Robert fell back in shock, demanding to know if there were other accomplices, and ordering whoever just appeared to state their identity. From above, a woman with silver hair and magnificent white armor landed with majestic dignity. Her presence radiated an overwhelming bright blue holy aura, making the city knight tremble as he recognized the unmistakable figure of a holy knight. Seeing the reinforcements arrive right on time, Damien flashed a smug smile and gently complained, "What took you so long?" Right at this moment, Victor also came running frantically along with two hooded strangers. Behind him, the young boy shouted in delight, "Young master, I'm here. I've made it." He ran while waving his hand in excitement, having finally brought people to rescue his master. This guy is pretty useful after all, huh? Just a bit too talkative, teehee. Cedric froze in absolute dread upon realizing the presence of a holy knight right before his eyes. A holy knight. Here, sweating profusely, he was flabbergasted to realize that the church had officially gotten involved in this matter. Absolute terror enveloped the Black Snake Gang leader, as he wondered whether the secret of dealing with the dark mages had been exposed or not. Meanwhile, Victor ran frantically to Damien's side and asked anxiously, "Oh, young master, are you all right?" Responding to that concern, Damien squeezed his servant's face tightly while snapping, "No, it's not all right at all. I was getting furious waiting for you. Do you want to get fired, or what?" Looking at the majestic figure of the holy knight ahead, Damien was secretly satisfied, because at least Victor had excellently completed the mission he assigned him. Before that, Victor had very eagerly assured his master, "Absolutely, sir. If there are no problems, just leave every order to me." Victor, to carry out. Turning back time to a few hours ago, at a branch of the majestic church cathedral, the clerics were devoutly performing a ritual beneath the brilliant stained glass windows. Amidst the tranquil space, the female cleric startled slightly and turned around. As she sensed a figure frantically entering, Victor asked while gasping for breath to confirm, "This is a branch of the cathedral, right?" Seeing the boy's hurried demeanor, the female cleric gently approached. "Yes, is something the matter?" Victor hastily presented exactly what his young master had told him. "And my young master told me to bring this to the church as fast as possible." He tremblingly presented the collected evidence and asserted that this was proof, showing someone was colluding with a dark mage, leaving the female cleric completely flabbergasted. She asked in a low voice, "Could you let me see that object?" The moment her hand touched the evidence, the female cleric recognized a faint but very distinct stream of dark energy radiating from it. She confirmed firmly, "It's definitely dark magic." However, when she saw a strange lotus symbol carved on the evidence, her eyes suddenly wavered violently, for recognizing a truth even more terrifying than that. With a highly suspicious expression, she approached the sack that Victor had brought and wondered, could it be? She gently opened the bag, revealing the remains of the dark mage kept inside. "Oh, you're not scared at all. So strong. But as for me, I'm going to hide." Victor looked at Agito's head in the sack and was so scared he gasped. Eek! The female cleric, with her eyes glowing, recognized that this was none other than one of the leaders of the Yulin organization that the church had been hunting for so long. She gnashed her teeth, clutched her robe tightly, and asked Victor in a serious tone where the person who ordered him to bring this evidence currently was. Back at the scene, the holy knight smiled gently at Damien and asked, "Are you Damien Hassan?" Damien instantly changed his attitude, calmly admitting, "Yes, that's me." Leaving Victor completely astonished by his master's lightning-fast change of face, the holy knight declared that the church had taken possession of all the evidence, and the cathedral would directly handle this matter. Damien completely agreed with that decision. Witnessing the church's intervention, the old governor, Sebastian, and the leader, Cedric, could only tremble, asserting that they would not interfere and would let the cathedral act freely. The holy knight bowed her head slightly, thanking them for that forced cooperation. Damien was secretly satisfied, because everything was going exactly according to plan, now that he had the protection of the holy knight. In the eyes of the world, the cathedral is a gathering place for those who dedicate their entire lives to serving God, always merciful and benevolent to the people. However, when facing heresy and demons, they become zealots, ready to sacrifice even their souls to eradicate evil. without a single moment of hesitation. The powerful pioneers of the cathedral, they are none other than the Holy Knights. Damien was confident, because now, these powerful warriors were standing on his side. Standing before the crowd, the Holy Knight boldly declared, "Attention, all soldiers and citizens. Listen well. The cathedral has received a report regarding someone colluding with a wanted dark mage, who is currently right here in Landwork." This information left the citizens flabbergasted, whispering in utter disgust about who would have the audacity to do business with those filthy mages. The citizens here are quite clear-headed, huh? They don't blindly follow the bad guys. The Holy Knight boldly declared, "Therefore, while we investigate those involved, the cathedral will temporarily take over the administration of this city." This shocking decision caused Governor Sebastian to object in utter shock. What? What do you mean by that? Landwork is a city granted autonomy by the kingdom. He could not accept the fact that the cathedral wanted to rule the city while he was still standing right here. However, the female knight coldly replied, "Governor Sebastian, the eradication of heresy is the will of God. The authority of the cathedral supersedes even the authority of the kingdom." Faced with his threat of a formal complaint, her eyes suddenly became razor-sharp and full of murderous intent. Furthermore, she continued, delivering a fatal blow to the city leaders. "You and your knight are the prime suspects." Robert sweated profusely, stammering, and asking why they would ever cooperate with the dark mage. The Holy Knight pointed her finger straight at Cedric's face and asserted, "That man right there is the one who hid and condoned the dark mage. Simply shielding such a person is already enough to draw suspicion." Her cold gaze made both of them tremble in fear. Sebastian turned to question Cedric in a panic. "And Mr. Cedric, is this true?" The Black Snake boss could only sweat profusely at this point, trying his best to deny it. "That's completely absurd. Denying the crime with all his might. Hurry up, otherwise, when the evidence is presented, you'll be speechless, you stubborn old man. We have clear evidence right here, and you're still denying it." The Holy Knight held up the dark magic journal that Damien had retrieved and declared, "Everything has been recorded in this journal. What Cedric Walker bought, and where he bought it for that dark mage, everything. Not a single item is missing," she asserted. "We just need to cross-check with the ledger books of those shops to know immediately who is lying." Cedric gnashed his teeth in hatred for that wretched mage for recording everything in the journal, even though he still tried to explain, claiming that this was just a misunderstanding, and swearing he had no connection to that mage. The female knight resolutely stated, "We will clarify that matter during the investigation." She coldly ordered the soldiers to take him away. Instantly, Governor Sebastian and the leader Cedric were escorted away. In humiliation, Sebastian shrieked, demanding the guards stay away from him, but it was in vain. Cedric glanced toward Damien, who was standing with folded arms, triumphant alongside Victor, and bitterly realized, that bastard. He planned all of this beforehand. Meanwhile, the old governor still couldn't stop fearing what those zealots of the cathedral would do to him. He gnashed his teeth, trying to find a way to escape, but was tightly blocked by the cloaked knights, cutting off every exit. "You can't escape. That cunning old man still wants to run. I'll slap him in a second." Seeing the situation turn for the worse, Cedric shrieked agitatedly to win over an ally. "Sir Robert, do you really intend to just back down like this? These bastards are going so far as to falsely accuse you." The provocation from the Black Snake boss made Robert pause, his eyes darkening with calculation. A sinister smile appeared on the Guardian Knight's lips. He thought to himself, "I guess if I just let myself get arrested like this, I'll only end up dead." Instantly, Robert burst out, with a bright blue aura, snapped his chains, and dashed forward like a wild beast escaping its cage. He grabbed his great axe and roared frantically, "I'll kill you and escape." The axe strike, carrying a weight of 1,000 pounds, tore through the air, chopping straight toward the Holy Knight. Witnessing that scene, Cedric flashed a smug smile, thinking that he was about to escape danger. However, Damien calmly observed the situation, with his eyes glowing, secretly assessing that he had made a mistake. Truly foolish. A massive explosion of energy erupted just as Robert closed in, but the female knight stood tall, not flinching in the least before the attack. "Stupid guy, you dare to throw an egg at a rock. What a fool." Robert realized his mistake in utter shock, as he faced a divine pressure, far beyond his imagination. The Holy Knight swung her fist, which was glowing with bright blue energy, delivering a thunderous, head-on blow to the treacherous knight. The earth-shattering impact created a violent shockwave, sending Robert flying away in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the overwhelming power of the church, Cedric could only gape in absolute horror, sweating profusely from pure terror. Damien smirked slightly in satisfaction, while the female knight coldly declared, "Anyone who dares to go against God's will, no matter who they are." Her fist erupted with holy aura, knocking Robert down, and leaving him completely unable to resist. The city guardian knight collapsed to the ground, lying motionless in a pool of blood right at the feet of the holy knight. Standing amidst the majestic, bright, blue spiritual energy, she boldly asserted, "I shall suffer punishment. That is God's will." The female knight stood tall, her eyes glowing with intense wrath, looking down at the sinners who were trembling under the judgment of the cathedral. These stupid and absurd people. This old man is truly crafty and slippery, just like the name Black Snake that he chose. Observing from behind, Damien slightly raised his eyebrows in doubt. Is this the notorious boss of the Black Snake? Looking at his fat, short, and mediocre appearance, he secretly commented that the old man looked no different from a nobody. 2959, completely contrary to the terrifying rumors before. Completely contrary to the terrifying rumors. Being escorted away in humiliation. Cedric gnashed his teeth in hatred. He could never have imagined that he would be brought down to such a miserable state by these people. Damien watched the silver-haired holy knight and felt secretly grateful, because thanks to her, everything was settled smoothly. He realized her true strength far exceeded what he had previously guessed. Through the powerful state of holy aura she was radiating, Damien asserted she was definitely a disciple of Saint Brigandius, a master who possessed skills much more advanced than what he had ever been taught. When she asked about his true strength, Damien honestly shared, "I have only learned elementary skills. I requested this item also to improve my own skills." This answer left the female knight utterly astonished. She could not believe he could reach such a formidable level simply by practicing elementary techniques. Perhaps the holy knight already viewed him as a prodigy. She narrowed her eyes to observe Damien, using an ocular technique to see through his body. The holy knight was flabbergasted to see a significant amount of aura flowing surgingly through the young man's veins. She secretly assessed, if what he said is true, then his talent is truly extraordinary. Furthermore, she highly appreciated his unhesitating determination when eliminating a heretic. A sudden idea popped into her head. She flashed a meaningful smile and asked, "Are you interested? There is something else that is even better." Before the bewildered faces of Damien and Victor, she spread her arms wide and excitedly proposed, "Would you like to become a holy knight?" Contrary to her expectations, Damien coldly replied without a moment's hesitation, "I will have to decline." This decisive rejection shocked the female knight so much that she was utterly devastated. She covered her face and wailed, "Oh my God!" Victor, standing beside him, was also astonished, whispering that the young master had just defeated such a powerful person with a single sentence. Seeing that his opponent still hadn't given up, and began to radiate a terrifying pressure, with glowing eyes to convince him of the prestigious honor of eradicating demons in the name of God. Damien remained completely unmoved. He calmly stood with folded arms, letting the knight begin to mumble and lament about how difficult it was to achieve this position. Finally, Damien frankly stated, "I'm sorry, but I don't possess a single shred of faith. And besides, since you previously killed the Demon King, faith is completely redundant for you anyway." Damien thought to himself that he absolutely did not want to be a lackey for the cathedral, but since he couldn't say it so bluntly, he had to make up a random reason. He cleared his throat and put on an earnest expression. "I am currently not yet worthy to receive God's love. Right now, I only wish to travel across the world and follow the traces of the divine. As a humble believer." Looking at Damien's figure, which seemed to radiate a holy aura with fake angel wings, Victor could only stand speechless, wondering if this blatant lie would actually work. However, those words deeply moved the holy knight. She gasped in amazement. "How holy those words are. My ears feel completely enlightened." She excitedly rushed forward and grabbed Damien's hands tightly, leaving Victor frozen because he never expected this trick to have such a miraculous effect. This trick actually has such a miraculous effect. The female knight declared she would award him the mana cultivation technique manual instead of the monetary reward he desired, and didn't forget to add, "However, if you ever change your mind, don't hesitate to come to the cathedral. I will personally welcome you." Damien smiled back with polite courtesy, but in his heart, he firmly asserted that it would absolutely never happen. Only now did the female knight officially introduce herself. "My name is Agnes. I am the first disciple of the Saint of Blazing Light." Realizing she was the talented individual accepted by that great master, Damien politely replied, "It's a great honor to meet you, Lady Agnes." Talking all this time, and only now do we know the beauty's name, Teehee. Having settled the matter with the church, Damien turned around and asked, "So, can I go handle my own business now?" Agnes casually granted permission. "Do whatever you want." But she was also curious to know what he intended to do next. Damien silently walked toward the boss, Cedric, who was being escorted away in chains. seeing the terrifying figure closing in from behind. Cedric turned around in shock and roared, "You brat!" He intended to hurl a final threat. But Damien, fast as lightning, delivered a thunderous punch right into the fat belly of the Black Snake boss. The powerful impact made Cedric cough up blood and collapse to the ground. While Damien casually commented, "Your belly is truly fat. It feels no different from kicking a pillow." Cedric gnashed his teeth in pain, cursing, "You bastard." But before he could finish his sentence, Damien pummeled him with consecutive, merciless blows. The boss's miserable screams echoed across the street, under the silent witness of Agnes and Victor. After venting all his anger with the brutal beating, Damien let out a sigh of pure relief. He stood tall in the middle of the scene, looking down at his enemy flattened on the ground, and told himself, "Now I feel much better. Was that satisfying enough, young master? Watching you struggle with that sack of meat like that. He must have turned into a minced meat roll by now." Teehee, Victor anxiously whispered to his young master. "Everything is completely finished now, right?" Damien smiled slightly and confidently replied, "Yeah, it's done." However, deep down in his heart, he still wondered, is everything really going to end this easily? Meanwhile, at the Marquis mansion of the Leon Bloom family, the atmosphere was becoming extremely tense. Marquis Holland, Leon Bloom, furiously kicked open the room door and roared, "Erwin!" Inside, Erwin was lying curled up, shaking uncontrollably beneath a thick blanket. Seeing his father appear, he weakly stammered in shock, "Father." Holland rushed over, tightly grabbing his son's shoulders, and asked in deep distress, "What happened, my son?" Erwin had still not escaped his utter terror. He stammered, "That bastard. He wanted to kill me." He held a knife. No, a fork, and pointed it at me. Looking at his son, who used to be so cheerful, but was now reduced to such a miserable and fearful state, Holland felt his chest bursting with resentment. Any parent would be heartbroken if their child was hurt. But wait, let's pause for a second. Has your son actually behaved well? He spun around and demanded in a low voice from his subordinates. What on earth happened? Explain it clearly to me right now. Who dared to do this to my son? Faced with the Marquis's thunderous rage, the guard tremblingly reported, It was Damien of the Hassan house, sir." Hearing that name, Holland gnashed his teeth and roared in sheer contempt. "What? That lowly Hassan dared to lay a hand on my beloved son?" He was convinced that a nobody like Damien must have resorted to some sort of vile and dirty tricks to be able to injure his son. His rage erupted violently. Holland's face contorted, with eyes flashing with murderous intent. He shrieked, "Send men to the Hassan territory immediately. Drag that dog's neck back here to me." As a new storm was about to break out, Agnes and her squad of knights suddenly appeared at the Hassan mansion. She solemnly introduced herself. "Greetings, Viscount Hassan. I am Agnes, a holy knight serving the cathedral." Faced with the highly majestic presence of the church forces, both Viscount Paul and Lady Mariota could not hide their astonishment, only able to stammer back a reply in utter anxiety. Standing in the back, Paul glared at his son with eyes full of sparks. He secretly gnashed his teeth, scolding Damien. "This kid not only caused trouble behind my back, but now he even brought a zealot home. Watch out, you're going to get a good beating, kid." Paul cleared his throat, stating that Damien had informed him beforehand that they would be staying here for a while. Agnes bowed her head to confirm, "Yes. This decision is to serve our investigation into the heretics. We hope you will cooperate." Seeing that he couldn't refuse the situation, Paul began to complain about the mansion being cramped, unsure if there were enough suitable rooms to host them. However, the moment Agnes presented a heavy pouch of gold as a gift to thank them for their hospitality, the Viscount's attitude instantly did a 180-degree flip. Paul tightly hugged the pouch of money, warmly inviting them with a beaming face. "Please consider this place your own home and rest comfortably." Agnes smiled and turned to Damien. "Damien, I want to thank you again for allowing our investigation team to conduct our work here." Looking at her enthusiastic demeanor, Damien thought to himself, "Even though I knew she had something else to ask of me, I didn't expect her to come all the way to my house like this." Agnes thoughtfully noted that the investigation was very important, then suddenly hesitated and asked, "Could I ask you one more thing?" When Damien wondered what it was, she blushed, looked straight at him, and replied, "It's about you." Damien, her true purpose was actually to preach and recruit him to join the church. Witnessing this scene from afar, Paul and Mariota were completely bewildered, misunderstood instead that the young couple's relationship was progressing. So they kept gesturing their support, leaving Damien only able to stand speechless and think to himself, things are absolutely not what the two of them think. The parents already want a grandchild so soon? Teehee. Agnes took out the books she had prepared and handed them to Damien. "Here are the mana cultivation books you requested. They are carefully selected ones." Damien took the 2 books in surprise and wondered, "Why are there 2 books?" Agnes explained, that one of them was a swordsmanship book? Because if she only gave him a cultivation book, without any accompanying skills, it wouldn't be ideal at all. Damien thought to himself that he didn't really need swordsmanship, but having more wouldn't hurt. However, when looking closely at the titles, Overwhelming Tyrant Sword Liberation and Overwhelming Tyrant Qigong Force, he was flabbergasted to realize these were secret techniques he had never seen in his past life. Agnes blushed slightly, admitting that to obtain them, she had to face a lot of opposition from the cathedral. Damien was grateful. You must have gone through a lot of trouble. Agnes smiled, sharing that in the end, she had to rely on her master's authority, because when he heard about him, he asserted that Damien was exactly the chosen one the cathedral had been looking for. Agnes still hadn't given up on her intention. She tightly grabbed Damien's hands and earnestly begged once more, please, won't you consider becoming a holy knight? 32-38 However, Damien decisively pulled his hands back and delivered a cold rejection. I'm sorry. Noticing the other person's steadfastness, Agnes sighed softly with regret. I understand. Pushing any further would be very rude. But if you change your mind, just come find me. This girl is truly persistent. If it were me, I probably would have fallen head over heels already. Watching Agnes's back disappear down the corridor, Damien sweated slightly, secretly assessing. Just as I thought, she really is a zealot. That kind of infatuation is truly remarkable. The battle with the dark mage had drawn to a close, but its echoes were far from over. In the dark cave that once served as the lair of the criminal agito, 2 investigators from the church were meticulously examining the scene. One of them suddenly called out to his partner, Hey, what's the matter? Picking up a torn piece of the deceased's robe to inspect it, the young investigator spoke with deep suspicion. Don't you find this a bit fishy? When his partner questioned his implication, he began to analyze. Just think about who Agito actually was. He was a high-ranking member of Yulin, who managed to escape the cathedral's pursuit multiple times, while admitting that Agito belonged to the Curse faction and was weak in close combat. He still could not believe that such a formidable dark mage could be easily killed by a backwater noble. The other investigator also admitted that he shared the same doubt. But since Lady Agnes didn't say anything, there's nothing we can do about it now. Those investigators are indeed quite good at analyzing things. Just as the 2 of them were about to bring this matter up for a more detailed discussion, a majestic voice suddenly echoed from behind, making them jump in terror. You 2 can trust Damien Hassan. Agnes slowly stepped out from the shadows. She stated she well understood the reason for their suspicion, but assured them that Damien wasn't lying. Even so, Damien's brief explanation from before still felt completely absurd to the investigators. He had only casually scratched his head and said, I just dodged his attack and chopped off his head. Recalling that nonchalant answer, the investigator could only stand bewildered, wondering, did he really just dodge and kill him like that? Agnes grew pensive, reminiscing about what she had witnessed with her own eyes and ears. That day, when his servant brought back Agito's head, even I doubted his skills. For that reason, she had silently observed, instead of directly intervening, and witnessed a terrifying scene. Damien fighting against dozens of enemies, all by himself. Without sustaining a single scratch, he completely overwhelmed his opponents with absolute power. But what shocked the Holy Knight the most was the moment he faced magical firepower. If that hit someone's body, they'd just turn to dust, wouldn't they? Damien stopped the colossal fireball with his bare hands. In other words, he directly nullified magic itself. This revelation caused the faces of the 2 investigators accompanying Agnes to contort in sheer astonishment. Wait, is that really true? Agnes stated in a low voice that it was entirely possible, because she had once heard that those who reach the level of a sword master can parry all kinds of attacks, including magic. Although she didn't assert that Damien was already a sword master, she was certain he was an extraordinary warrior. Agnes's eyes shone with intense calculation. Though her primary purpose here was to hunt down the Yulin organization, she now fiercely desired to bring Damien Hassan along to meet her master. The 2 soldiers could only bow their heads in obedience. We understand. Meanwhile, in another place, the thunderous sound of galloping horses echoed across the sky. An army armed to the teeth, carrying the family's lion-crested flag of Leon Bloom, was fiercely marching toward the Hassan territory. If these guys feel lucky, then come deliver your lives. Truly, fools rush in where angels fear to tread. Leading the army was OPI, an apprentice knight shouting in sheer excitement, because they had finally arrived. Lavender, another apprentice knight riding alongside him, frowned and covered his nose in utter disgust. Hey, OPI, what is that smell? It stinks so bad. OPI smirked mockingly. That's just the smell of cow dung, characteristic of this backwater place. Lavender grumbled, fearing the foul odor would cling to him, and asked to borrow perfume, but was instantly cut short by the cold. Sharp shout from Garrick. Shut up. As an official knight of the Leon Bloom family, Garrick radiated heavy pressure, with his eyes glowing with murderous intent. He stared intently toward the Hassan mansion, which was appearing at the end of the road, and confirmed in a low voice. That is the Hassan mansion. Right. Yes, Sir Garrick. OPI boldly confirmed. The mission assigned by the Marquis was none other than to capture Damien Hassan at all costs. Hearing that, Garrick smirked with sheer contempt. He believed that capturing a piece of trash like Damien was far too easy. But that alone was still not enough to wash away the humiliation that Erwin and the Marquis had to suffer. His cold gaze fixed upon an old man who was trudging along the road up ahead. They are probably going to ask for directions to the castle. Garrick spoke in an arrogant voice. Hey, old man. Making the old man startle in terror. He turned around and asked, Who are you people? Upon hearing the old man confirm that he lived in the mansion of Viscount Hassan, Garrick suddenly drew his sword and swung it with a razor-sharp stroke, making the poor old man collapse right on the spot. Before he could even understand what was happening, he casually sheathed his sword and declared with absolute cruelty, a commoner who fails to bow upon seeing the crest of the Leon Bloom family, that is a severe crime. Even though his subordinates, Lavender and OPI, were whispering that perhaps the old man was blind, Garrick didn't care in the slightest. He flashed a sinister smile and called out the names of the two apprentice knights, declaring that he had an extremely cruel plan in mind. At the Hassan mansion, Victor was silently sweeping the yard when he suddenly sensed a terrifying pressure closing in. Garrick and the Leon Bloom army fiercely appeared like deadly phantoms. He harbored the intention of dragging Damien Hassan out and was ready to slaughter anyone who dared to cross his sight. At the ruined cave scene, the church investigators reported to Agnes that because the area had collapsed, they couldn't gather as much information as expected. Agnes smiled slightly to reassure them. It's fine. Everyone did a very good job. However, their attention was suddenly drawn to a strange sight. In the distance. Huh? What is that? In the middle of an open clearing, Damien was sitting in quiet meditation on top of a large boulder. Surrounding him were streams of bright blue spiritual energy, swirling intensely like a storm. Witnessing that scene, Agnes could not help but gasp in utter shock. My goodness, what on earth is that? She froze, her eyes revealing sheer amazement. I don't know what that is, but it is truly astonishing. What am I looking at right now? Agnes realized that Damien was practicing the overwhelming tyrant Qigong force, the cultivation method she had just handed to him. In theory, only when reaching the highest realm does it allow the user to absorb the surrounding mana. Yet, it only took Damien a few hours to achieve that. He truly lives up to his reputation. As the one she had chosen for the cathedral, Damien let out a thoroughly refreshing breath. After concluding his practice session, seeing Agnes and the investigation team approach, with expressions full of admiration, he casually asked, Has everyone finished the investigation? Agnes was still in utter shock as she stammered in confirmation. Yes. She looked at the young man with a completely different gaze. Damien, it seems you have made a lot of progress. Damien merely replied with humility. Just a little bit. Looking at the secret manual in his hands, he secretly assessed that she hadn't exaggerated at all when saying it was very hard to obtain, even though he was an illustrious swordmaster in his past life. This cultivation method was extremely useful to compensate for the colossal amount of mana consumed when using the overwhelming tyrant sword liberation. Thanks to it, he could gather mana faster than any other skill, even absorbing it directly from the external environment. The two silently looked at each other for a moment, the atmosphere suddenly turning quiet. Agnes suddenly realized that time had flown by quickly, and spoke up. It's time for dinner. Damien was just about to invite her back to the mansion, since dinner was being prepared, when suddenly a razor-sharp wave of murderous intent assaulted them, causing him to freeze. Damien's eyes narrowed dangerously upon sensing the presence of uninvited guests. What is this murderous intent? He silently thought to himself with a cold look. The vermin have arrived. Without a second of hesitation, Damien decisively turned around and instructed Agnes. I have an urgent matter to handle, so please excuse me for leaving first. Miss Agnes, please take your time heading back. A deep blue, spiritual energy once again erupted around his body as he rushed off to confront the approaching danger. Those bastards are tearing down his house. Go back and slaughter them all to clear the air. Witnessing that scene, Agnes could only exclaim in amazement. Wow, so fast. The investigators accompanying her were also flabbergasted by his movement technique. Moving that fast with such a meager amount of mana. He must be controlling it at an extremely precise level, right? Watching Damien's back vanish in the blink of an eye, they couldn't help but wonder where the true limit of this young man ultimately lay. Meanwhile, at the Hassan Manor, a brutal punch landed straight on Victor, making the young boy cry out in pain. Arg. The knight from the Leon Blum family aggressively stomped hard on him and reviled. Filthy scoundrel, You dare resist me? As he ruthlessly beat him, he roared threateningly. I told you. You can't do anything without your master. Victor, battered and bleeding from his mouth, still defiantly responded. Hurry up and bring Damien Hassan out here. Despite being assaulted and losing all capability to resist, Victor still tried to shout loudly to protect his master. No, you people intend to harm him. Hearing the loud noise outside, Viscount Paul and his servants hurriedly rushed out of the manor. As soon as he saw his figure, the knight shouted to signal. Hey, over here. Viscount Paul angrily bellowed. Stop right now. Garrick, sitting on horseback, coldly remarked, You must be Viscount Hassan. Then, disregarding the threat, Paul rushed over to support his servant and anxiously asked, Victor, are you okay? He is so kind-hearted, yet he ended up with a playboy son. Witnessing Victor's miserable state, Paul roared in fury. What the hell is going on here? Why are knights assaulting a commoner? In response to that rage, Garrick casually sneered. Compared to what your mansion did to the Leon Bloom family, this is nothing. He sat tall on his horse, his eyes flashing with sheer malice, as he delivered a brutal ultimatum. Viscount Paul Hassan, Marquis Leon Bloom, demands the handover of Damien Hassan. Hand him over obediently, and your territory will be just fine. Paul gnashed his teeth in pain. He secretly understood that the Leon Bloom family would definitely retaliate, but he never expected them to act in such a barbaric and brutal manner. Facing the threat from the Leon Bloom family, Viscount Paul secretly assessed that it was clearly a lie. If he didn't hand his son over, they would definitely turn this place into a sea of fire. Despite the deep fear in his heart, paternal love helped him overcome it all. Paul gnashed his teeth and boldly declared, I will never hand my son over. Garrick instantly ordered his subordinates. Until that bastard Damien shows up, destroy everything. The two apprentice knights of the Leon Bloom family fiercely drew their swords in response. Understood. Witnessing the cruel scene, Paul shrieked in fury, You bastards, stop right now. However, he suddenly froze when he saw a dark figure casually walking in from the front gate. The two guards could only exclaim in astonishment. Has that pest gone mad? A stream of pitch black and gloomy spiritual energy enveloped Damien as he slowly walked forward. This bizarre appearance caused Garrick to narrow his eyes in suspicion. When did he show up? A soldier blocked the path and barked, Who the hell are you? But in the very next moment, he realized in utter shock that his entire body was stiff and frozen. What is this? I can't move. The terrifying pressure radiated from Damien, making the Leon Bloom knights only able to let out a cry of pain. Damien casually walked past the immobilized men, heading straight to his father and asking anxiously, Father, are you all right? Paul weakly replied, I am fine, but Victor. Seeing Victor lying motionless on the ground, with his face contorted from severe injuries, Damien's eyes darkened, radiating a bone-chilling, murderous intent. I also feel so bad for this loyal servant. Damien spoke in a low, threatening voice. You guys must have heard that you're very lucky, huh? He coldly looked down at the enemies, asserting that if Victor didn't have a strong body, he wouldn't have survived that vicious beating. Looking at the two knights holding weapons in front of him, Damien growled, If that were the case, I probably would have beaten all three of you to death right here. The arrogant declaration made them furiously roar out. What? You bastard. From atop his horse, Garrick sneered. Turns out he's just a madman. Or do you think you're so cool? Just because you defeated some petty nobles, using those tricks? Hearing the phrase, petty tricks, a dangerous look appeared in Damien's eyes. Not wanting to waste any more time, Garrick ordered his subordinates. What are you standing there for? Break his legs and make him kneel before me. The two knights instantly swung their swords and rushed forward. Understood. Damien decided to cast aside all hesitation. He rushed forward and with his bare hands blocked the sharp sword strike of the knight. To the man's utter astonishment, Damien secretly gloated, excellent. This was the perfect opportunity for him to test the abundant mana he had just accumulated from the overwhelming tyrant Qigong force. Gathering force into his palm, he tightly gripped the opponent's hand, making him scream in agony. Without a single shred of mercy, Damien delivered a thunderous punch straight to the enemy's face, thinking to himself, It's quite convenient to have some perfect targets come right to my door, for me to blow off some steam. It's quite nice to suddenly have a place to practice to my heart's content. Witnessing his comrade get taken down in the blink of an eye, the remaining knight cried out in panic. Before he could even compose himself, Damien closed in at a terrifying speed, leaving him only able to let out a gasp of utter shock. A thunderous kick landed straight on his head, sending the Leon Bloom knight flying and knocking him completely unconscious. Damien told himself that he would use this new strength to his heart's content to punish these arrogant people. Standing atop his horse, the official knight, Garrick, was completely dumbfounded as he saw his entire elite squad of subordinates get defeated. in such a miserable state. In just a few seconds, amidst the rubble, Victor faintly opened his eyes, weakly calling, "Why, young master?" Damien stopped what he was doing, turning back to look at his loyal servant, with a gaze of pure concern. "Victor, are you all right?" Despite his entire body being bruised and battered in pain, Victor still tried to raise a thumb, gesturing that he was still fine, leaving Damien completely astounded. Looking at the young boy's resilience, he flashed an amused smile and thought to himself, "Honestly, you are truly interesting." Garrick slowly advanced, growling in deep doubt. "Did you get caught in those cheap tricks of Lord Owen again?" He stared intently at Damien, unable to hide his bewilderment. "But I still can't comprehend. How a scoundrel like you could possess such skills. Even if it's explained, you wouldn't understand. Better to jest. Absorb it slowly." Standing before the questioning of the official knight, Damien only replied coldly, "You don't need to know." He maintained his calm composure, leaving his father to anxiously tend to Victor in the back. Garrick's gaze suddenly changed. He muttered, "He is," as if suddenly realizing something. The Leon Bloom knight smiled sinisterly. "So that's it, I understand now." Now all the puzzle pieces fall into place. The opponent's sudden confidence made Damien could not help but feel bewildered. "What?" Garrick pointed his finger straight at his face and boldly declared, "You are not Damien Hassan." This groundless assertion left both Viscount Paul and Victor in a state of utter confusion, with dozens of question marks in their minds, while Damien could only narrow his eyes and ask back, "What the hell are you talking about?" Garrick frantically roared, "Don't try to deceive me." He fabricated a terrible conspiracy in his own head, claiming this was a trap set up by the hounds from the battlefield. 3664 To hinder the prosperity of the Leon Bloom family. In order to hinder the prosperity of the Leon Bloom family, Garrick asserted with absolute certainty, "You are not the real Damien Hassan. You are definitely an imposter. Someone hired to defeat Lord Irwin and tarnish the reputation of the Leon Bloom family." Witnessing the ridiculous and self-delusional deduction of his enemy, Damien could only let out a weary sigh. He must be so scared that his mind is completely shattered and frozen now. Teehee. Damien secretly finalized his assessment about his opponent's stupidity. Meanwhile, Garrick was still bursting with murderous intent, channeling his aura into his sword to prepare for a bloody battle. Down on the ground, one of the two apprentice knights who had been knocked down earlier had actually regained consciousness, but because he was too terrified by Damien's power, he could only lie completely still, trembling and thinking to himself, "Damn it, what should I do now? For now, I'll just keep pretending to be knocked out." Viscount Paul anxiously called his son's name, while Victor, despite being severely injured, still tried to shout loudly to cheer Damien on to victory. Garrick tightened his grip on his sword hilt. He secretly admitted that his opponent seemed skilled, but asserted that his luck had run out here. The Leon Bloom knight began to move with calculation. He told himself that as soon as Damien entered his striking range, he would instantly cleave his opponent in two. He stomped his foot heavily and dashed forward like a whirlwind. Garrick swung a thunderous downward slash from above, roaring with murderous intent. Cleave in two. However, Damien calmly brought his sword up to block the powerful attack right in front of him. "Looks like you couldn't cleave me in two, buddy." Looking at the blades sparking in midair, Damien flashed a sinister smile. He secretly assessed that the Leon Bloom family had indeed sent an official knight with actual strength to face him this time. Garrick was flabbergasted, unable to believe his eyes. He reassured himself that the block just now was definitely a fluke. He frantically swung his sword, unleashing a flurry of rapid slashes at extremely high speed, in order to overwhelm his opponent. However, Damien stood his ground. He effortlessly parried every single strike with absolute precision, and then coldly commented, "You are way too slow." To Garrick's utter terror, Damien declared that it was now his turn to strike. His eyes flashed, his spiritual energy bursting into a deep purple, as he dashed forward like lightning and delivered a thunderous blow to his enemy. Garrick groaned in pain as he realized that he couldn't even see his opponent's attack trajectory. Without giving him a chance to react, Damien delivered another powerful kick straight to his body, sending the Leon Bloom knight flying. Garrick flew straight through the air and crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a deep crater amidst a thick cloud of dust. The official knight lay motionless, continuously coughing up blood under the completely indifferent gaze of Damien. Now, I wonder if he finally believes that he's the real Damien. Damien looked at the defeated knight with a cold gaze and declared, "This blow is on behalf of Victor." Garrick struggled to get back up. He propped his sword against the ground to maintain his balance, stammering shakily, "Why you?" His rage erupted, and the knight roared, "You bastard." He channeled all of his glowing red aura into his sword, unleashing his strongest ultimate technique. Ultimate skill, Blazing Lion Strike. Facing the giant claws, of energy that were rushing toward him. Damien only casually remarked, "How noisy." He pointed the tip of his sword to block the attack, and sneered. "But is that all you've got?" The moment the tip of Damien's sword touched the defense, Garrick's energy began to crack and completely dissolved. To his utter astonishment, fast as lightning, Damien swung a razor-sharp strike right through his opponent's armor. Garrick screamed miserably in pain and collapsed onto the ground. "Serves you right for your arrogant behavior and thinking you're above everyone else. This satisfies me so much." Witnessing that terrifying sight, Viscount Paul and Victor could only freeze in sheer shock. Victor joyfully cheered. He won. Damien slightly turned his head to look at his servant. Meanwhile, Garrick was writhing on the ground, gnashing his teeth in pain. "Damn it, it hurts so bad. I need to stop the bleeding." Damien casually walked over and pointed the tip of his sword straight at his enemy's throat, making him panic and beg, Please. I don't know who you are, but you've won. Please spare me, I beg you." Damien coldly replied, "I am Damien Hassan, you fool." He looked down at the trembling man at his feet and continued, "You should have begged for your life much earlier. Don't you think it's a bit too late now?" Damien growled, reminding him of his crimes. "You messed with my family and even made my ugly servant look even uglier. Yet now you're asking me to spare you?" Garrick frantically bowed his head in apology. "I am sorry. I'm sorry for what happened earlier." However, Damien still had no intention of stopping. He questioned back with an implicit smile. "You still don't know who you should be apologizing to? You need to apologize to the person who can accept it first, teehee." Garrick was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Right at that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from behind, making him turn his head. In shock, Victor was tightly clutching a large piece of wood in his hands, standing alongside Viscount Paul, both of them looming over him, with eyes burning with furious rage. The two of them radiated a dark pressure, enveloping the knight, who was lying helpless on the ground. Because Victor had still not let go of his anger after that painful beating, he tightly gripped the piece of wood, looked at the miserable knight, and asked, "Young master, I'm still not satisfied. Can I hit him a few more times?" Damien calmly stopped him. "That's enough. If you hit him any more, he might die." Refusing to let it go, Victor suggested instead, "Then how about cutting off his limbs?" Hearing that, Damien smirked slightly and thought to himself, "Actually, that sounds quite tempting." Right at that moment, Viscount Paul placed a hand on his son's shoulder and interceded. "Damien, that is enough. Threaten him any further, and he might soil himself right here." Garrick could only grovel on the ground at this point, trembling, as he begged, "Lord Hassan, I was wrong. I apologize for being disrespectful to you." However, Paul looked at him with eyes burning with fierce resentment. He growled, "Do you think a single apology is enough to make up for this?" Paul thought to himself that if Damien hadn't been strong enough, this territory would have definitely been destroyed, and no one could tell what his son would have had to endure if he were dragged away by the Marquis family. Garrick frantically slammed his head against the ground to beg, "I beg of you, please spare my life." Paul looked at the defeated man with contempt, then slightly shook his head, signaling Damien that he understood his father's intent. Damien nodded in acknowledgement. He secretly assessed that he hadn't intended to kill them here in the first place, because if he did, the relationship with the Leon Bloom family would completely shatter. Damien's gaze became razor-sharp. He told himself that if he were all alone, he wouldn't mind clashing with the Marquis family, but he couldn't do that while he still had his family. However, if he let them go too easily, they would definitely return for revenge soon. While he was pondering what to do, Agnes's voice suddenly echoed, "Damien." She hurriedly ran to the scene and anxiously asked, "What happened here?" She only returned after everything was settled. Seems like she took her time. Damien looked at Agnes as she approached and secretly formed a plan. Wait, maybe she can help this time as well. He realized that the presence of the Holy Knight was exactly the key to resolving this mess with the Marquis family in the smoothest way possible. Agnes thoughtfully observed the scene and nodded slightly. "So, that's how it is." Understanding Damien's concern, Agnes proactively offered, "If you are worried about that, perhaps I can help." Damien asked back in surprise to see what idea she had, and Agnes smiled slightly, asserting she had a way. She declared in front of Paul and his son that thanks to the tremendous support from the Hassan family, the church was able to eliminate one of the formidable leaders of the Yulin organization. Therefore, she put forward a turning point proposal. "We can designate the Hassan family as an allied family." Damien rejoiced, because he knew for certain that once they became an official ally of the cathedral, his family would escape from this political crisis. In the back, Victor innocently asked Viscount Paul whether becoming an ally with the church was truly that good, while Lord Paul could only stand stunned, hoping, "I hope this isn't a dream. How is this any different from hitting the jackpot?" Not letting a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away, Damien instantly grabbed Agnes's hands tightly. putting on a thoroughly earnest look. If it isn't too sudden, could you approve this proposal? Faced with the proactiveness and expectant gaze of the young man, Agnes blushed in embarrassment and immediately agreed. Oh, of course. However, hidden behind that sincere appearance was Damien's sinister smile. He proudly thought to himself that everything was going exactly as planned to receive absolute protection from the cathedral. Witnessing this drama, Victor secretly exclaimed to himself, I wonder if the young master just used his looks to seduce the holy knight. Meanwhile, Viscount Paul could only nod his head silently in approval, could only silently nod in agreement. Damien turned to the trembling Leon Bloom knights and demanded, Hey, you guys heard that, right? Looking at Garrick's face, pale with fear, Damien coldly ordered, Go inform the Leon Bloom family immediately. Tell them that from now on, the Hassan family is under the protection of the cathedral. His eyes flashed, his deep purple spiritual energy bursting with rage, as he delivered a final, ironclad warning. If they still dare to use force, they will have to face the wrath of the cathedral. If you understand, then get lost. Utterly terrified by the authority of the church and Damien's strength, Garrick and his subordinates could only hastily flee for their lives. Thank you. 3920 standing behind, Victor, standing behind, didn't forget to brandish his stick, shouting to chase away those lucky bastards, while Damien silently watched them go with an expressionless gaze. I see Victor chasing those bastards away like a flock of ducks. Watching the knights retreat, Victor gloated, See that? They ran away with their tails between their legs. Now we can breathe a sigh of relief, right? But Damien replied thoughtfully, Not necessarily. Now we must think about our next step. Viscount Paul crossed his arms with deep gravity. He decided, We need to hold a family meeting. Shortly after, every family member along with the Holy Knight, Agnes, fully gathered in the meeting room. Paul spoke up. All right, let's begin the meeting. The main topic of the discussion was finding a way to deal with the feud with the Leon Bloom family. Looking at the worried faces of his mother and sister, Abel wondered, Father, aren't we currently protected by the cathedral? Why do we still need to care about this feud? Louis explained that the family could not expect the cathedral to intervene completely. Paul nodded in agreement. Louis is right. The cathedral doesn't interfere too deeply in the affairs of the nobility. Furthermore, Leon Bloom's power doesn't just lie in military forces. They've probably expanded in many other areas too, haven't they? He explained that if they wanted to, great nobles could crush a small family like Hassan in all sorts of ways, from economics to paying hush money. Currently, the most practical solution is seeking protection from a higher-ranking noble. Agnes secretly assessed that joining under the wing of another great family was probably the best chance for the Hassan house. At this moment, she suddenly spoke up. There is still one more way. Damien Hassan can become a holy knight. Damien was stunned and thought to himself, I didn't expect her to bring that up right now, before everyone's expectant gazes. Damien coldly declared, I don't want to. Agnes could only gloomily drop it. Damien doesn't want to, so let's drop that option then. Seeing his father easily accept that refusal, Abel was so angry that his body trembled. He suddenly slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Father! Abel adjusted his glasses, questioning with a fierce gaze. Why did you accept it so easily? If he just becomes a holy knight, everything will end immediately. Abel still refused to let it go. He pointed his finger straight at his brother's face and snapped. Just tell him to accept it, and it's done. What a wonderful younger brother, right? I feel like slapping him right now. Damien looked at his troublesome younger brother with a gaze full of murderous intent, thinking it would be best for the two of them not to meet anymore, since this brat was talking as if all the trouble had absolutely nothing to do with him. Terrified by his older brother's glare, Abel slammed his hand on the table and yelled, What's with that look? Come to think of it, all of this started because of you. Because it's all your fault. Instantly, Viscount Paul spoke up to intervene, with a threatening, deep purple pressure radiating behind Abel. We have a guest. Sit down while your father is still speaking nicely. Paul sighed softly as the atmosphere in the room turned terrifyingly silent. He thoughtfully admitted that Abel was right. Damien was the one who triggered the conflict with Leon Bloom, but the boy could not be blamed either. Looking into his eldest son's eyes, Paul explained that the second son of the Leon Bloom family already had bad intentions toward Louis, and whether Damien had stepped in or not, he would have never let her go. He painfully confessed. In reality, Damien protected Louis from the scheme of the second son from the Marquis family, on behalf of this helpless father, the precious jewel nurtured for so long, yet they wanted to steal it so blatantly. Boo-hoo. Paul stood up, walked over, and suddenly placed a firm hand on Damien's shoulder. He smiled with deep tolerance. So, Damien, you did very well today. Damien was stunned and astonished by his father's sudden change in attitude. Paul continued to praise. You stood up to protect the honor of the family. and responded appropriately, looking into his father's proud eyes. Damien secretly felt extremely surprised, because he hadn't expected him to be so understanding of his actions. He slightly turned away in embarrassment. That was just something I had to do. Paul patted his son's shoulder and asserted, "Don't worry. From now on, let your father handle this matter." Seeing Abel about to object, Lady Merida gently stopped him and signaled to let Paul have the opportunity to act like a proper father, at least this time. Right at that moment, a knock on the door echoed, interrupting the conversation. A servant walked in to report, "Lord Hassan. Forgive the intrusion. What's the matter?" Someone from the Gopixi family has arrived." Paul was surprised, wondering why that Duke's house would look for his family at this time. The servant's face became extremely tense. He stammered to report the shocking truth. Young Master Damien borrowed money, using the family's wheat fields as collateral. And now the debt is overdue. Oh, this troublemaker. This is his doing again. The smile on Paul's face vanished instantly. His hand, which was resting on Damien's shoulder, began to tremble violently with rage. Damien broke out in a cold sweat, drenching his body. As he felt the murderous intent erupting right next to him, Paul gnashed his teeth and thought to himself, "Has my son really sold off our ancestral land too?" His thunderous wrath exploded. Paul let out a heartbreaking roar, "Damien!" and then rushed forward to grab the guilty son's face. The furious shriek of the Viscount echoed throughout the Hassan mansion. "You wretched brat. Oh, Damien, greetings to you." Just as he stepped out of the intense family meeting, Damien had to face an uninvited guest. Looking at the man with braided hair smiling slyly in front of him, Damien thought to himself, "I vaguely remember this guy." The strange guest casually spoke up. "It's been a while. Today I have come for the repayment date, as agreed." The one standing arrogantly alongside two burly bodyguards was none other than Olin Dimiso, the branch manager of Dust and Cut in the West. The memories of his own foolishness in his past life began to resurface vividly. It was this exact man, Olin, who used all kinds of sweet words to persuade Damien. "Wouldn't it be better if you used your family's land as collateral? That way, we can lend you even more money." Damien gnashed his teeth in self-blame. "Damn it. Me from the past. Why on earth did you hand over the land deeds back then?" Now, standing before his creditor, he tried to keep his cool and asked, "How much do I still owe?" Olin flashed 3 fingers and smiled smugly. "You borrowed 200 gold. So including interest, the total comes to 300 gold. The astronomical figure caused Damien to exclaim in shock. "What?" Olin remained as casual as ever. "That is the exact amount. Would you like to review the contract?" Damien began to break into a cold sweat. His chest tightened with anxiety. He couldn't even remember why he had borrowed so much money in the first place. But the obvious truth was that the Hassan family could not possibly manage to find that amount of money right now, if he couldn't find a solution. The vision of his entire family being kicked out of the mansion, having to kneel and beg for food on the streets, and being despised by everyone, would definitely come true. "My family will be kicked out onto the streets." Olin cleared his throat with a threatening tone and reminded him, "You know, if you don't pay today, the land you put up as collateral will become the property of Dust and Cut." Damien furiously barked. "You said the collateral was just a formality." However, the branch manager merely sneered. He brought up the name of Duke Gopixi to suppress him, asserting that the debt collection order applies to everyone, regardless of whether they are nobles or commoners. He growled, demanding Damien to bring out the money, and then narrowed his eyes slyly to ask back, "Or is it that you don't have it?" Contrary to his previous panicked appearance, Damien spoke in a low voice and stated firmly, "I haven't prepared the money to repay the debt." Damien's answer left Olin stunned as he blurted out, "Huh." But immediately after, the creditor flashed a thoroughly calculating and sinister smile. "Is that so?" He casually leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs arrogantly right inside the Hassan mansion. Olin clicked his tongue mockingly. "Then you shouldn't have borrowed the money in the first place." He closed his eyes to relax, as if he already held absolute victory in his hands. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. "All right." Olin snapped his fingers, signaling his 2 burly bodyguards to close in on Damien. He thought to himself smugly, "I guess I'll have to collect the money in my own way." I knew from the beginning that he wouldn't be able to pay it back. The creditor's eyes flashed with a twisted delight as he stared at the young master's back. "Honestly, I do like money, but I like this moment even more. Watching those arrogant nobles kneel before me." "So, what kind of face will the young master of the Hassan family make?" Olin closed his eyes to enjoy the ultimate pleasure, licking his lips in a disgusting manner. Just imagining it feels amazing. Truly a pervert. I don't even know what's inside his head. Meanwhile, in the living room of the Hassan family, Viscount Paul was pacing back and forth with an anxious look. Seeing her husband too stressed out, Lady Merida sighed softly and advised, "Honey, please. Just sit down and rest. You pacing back and forth like this. is about to wear out the floor. Lewis also turned to remind her younger brother. Abel, you calm down too. However, Paul still couldn't maintain his composure and shouted. My love, how can I sit still at a time like this? Our family could be ruined. Abel also sided with his father with a panicked look. Exactly. How can we just sit still when the whole house is being threatened? In contrast to the chaos of the two men, Merida casually sipped her tea and reassured them. Damien said he would handle it. So let's trust him and just wait. Lewis nodded in agreement with her mother. That's right. Damien has never let us down. Whenever he steps up, right? Paul gnashed his teeth, breaking into a cold sweat out of fear. That's only because his swordsmanship is excellent. Combat skills and negotiation skills are two completely different things. That's right. Swordsmanship and making money are not the same at all. Right at that moment, Damien suddenly moved at a terrifying speed. A loud explosion echoed as he delivered a thunderous punch, smashing the bodyguard's head straight into the floor, causing the tiles to shatter into 100 pieces. Witnessing the horrifying scene right before his eyes, Olin flinched and jumped off the sofa, his eyes rolling back in shock, looking at the ruined scene. Damien secretly worried. Father is going to scold me again. He just fixed that wall the other day. He coldly grabbed the hair of the creditor who was screaming miserably, ouch, and decisively drew his sword to face the remaining one, ignoring his father's shout echoing from behind. You brat. Damien struck like lightning, choking the remaining bodyguard's neck, making him only able to let out a painful gasp. Ack. He lifted the burly man into midair and coldly declared, you drew a sword against a noble. So this counts as self-defense, right? A sinister smile appeared on Damien's face, scaring Olin out of his wits, leaving him only able to choke back a sob in utter terror. Even in his dreams, he couldn't have foreseen this part, scared to death. After finishing off the henchman, Damien casually walked over to the branch manager who was trembling on the ground. He spoke in a low voice and ordered, hey, relax. Olin hurriedly complied, not daring to utter a single word. Damien casually admitted that at present, he couldn't possibly repay the debt, making Olin frantically wave his hands, saying it was totally fine. However, Damien suddenly placed a hand on the creditor's shoulder, flashing a bright, yet thoroughly threatening smile. Then, how about I pay you back in a different way? Olin broke into a cold sweat, only able to nod his head repeatedly under coercion. The next morning, the atmosphere at the Hassan mansion suddenly became noisy with Abel's whining. The young boy covered his face and cried to his father, because he believed that justice had been miserably defeated by violence. Meanwhile, Lady Merida and Lewis were affectionately giving instructions to Damien before his departure. His mother reminded him to eat well, while his sister wished for him to have a safe and peaceful trip. Damien smiled to reassure everyone that he would definitely return. Seeing Abel continuing to ramble, Viscount Paul decisively grabbed his second son's head to stop him and demanded that he cheer for his older brother. Even though he had agreed to let Damien go, Paul still couldn't help but feel anxious in his heart, wondering whether his son's plan would actually work or not. Leaving the mansion, Damien came across Agnes, who was standing there waiting. She expressed her regret for having to part ways with him so soon. After Damien's sincere thanks, Agnes blushed and let him know that the investigation was almost complete, so she would lead her squad back tomorrow. Agnes smiled gently, sending her best wishes for Damien's journey to go as smoothly as possible. He softly replied with words of gratitude for all her help during the past time. Even so, the Holy Knight still didn't give up hope as she reminded him that if he ever changed his mind about joining the church in the future, she would always be ready to welcome him. But Damien decisively cut her off and refused. Right then and there. He already said no. Why do you keep trying to entice him? After finishing his farewells, Damien turned and asked if Victor was ready to hit the road. The young servant eagerly confirmed that he had loaded all the luggage onto the carriage. Stepping inside, both Damien and Victor couldn't help but marvel at the spaciousness and comfort of this carriage. Right at this moment, a trembling voice called out a greeting from the corner of the carriage, catching both of their attention. It was none other than Olin Dimiso, the branch manager of the debt collection agency, who was now cowering as he sat there waiting. Olin hurriedly bowed his head respectfully, promising that throughout this entire trip, he would try his absolute best not to cause Damien any inconvenience whatsoever. Seeing that sensible and submissive attitude, Damien smiled in praise and generously declared that with that kind of spirit, the entire group would get to enjoy lobster for lunch. The sudden, extravagant offer left the branch manager completely dumbfounded, unable to believe his own ears. Damien looked toward the front and informed Victor that it was time to depart. The young servant excitedly responded to his master's words, then shouted loudly to urge the horses to hit the road. The powerful horse reared up, beginning to pull the carriage as it rolled away from the territory. The rotations of the wheels began to move rapidly on the road surface. With a determined look and a confident smile, Damien boldly ordered, let's set off. His next target was to head straight to the Duke Gopixy family, to completely settle his family's debt. The carriage sped away between two rows of majestic stone pillars, heading toward the glowing horizon, to begin a new journey. Standing before the magnificent mansion of the wealthiest family in the kingdom, Damien couldn't help but be overwhelmed and exclaim, whoa! The Gopixy Manor loomed large, standing as a testament to supreme power and ultimate luxury. Damien smiled and thanked Olin for a smooth trip, promising he wouldn't forget the help if everything went well. Olin cowered and respectfully complied, reporting that he had informed the Duke and invited him to step inside. However, the moment Damien turned his back, the creditor immediately revealed a resentful face, cursing him as a bastard for making him work harder than a slave. He secretly wished for Damien to run into terrible misfortune and lose his life inside, just so he could be satisfied. Contrary to Olin's thoughts, Damien casually walked into the mansion with a promise that he would return soon. Once the business was done, standing in the middle of the luxurious room, he caught the sharp gaze of the Duke of the Apple Kingdom, Adam Gopixy. The old man narrowed his eyes and asked, are you that notorious troublemaker of the Hassan family? Damien smiled back with absolute confidence. Haha, I'm honored to be recognized by you. Adam secretly assessed that these nobles were all cut from the same cloth, and then lazily asked about the real reason that brought him here. Damien frankly admitted that he had borrowed money from the financial institution managed by the Gopixy family, and the debt was now due. Adam casually noted that Damien was indeed his client, but the young man's next response left him utterly surprised. Please forgive me, but I have no money right now, so I would like to request to pay it back in a different way. Before the astonished Duke, Damien boldly declared, I want to defeat the Leon Bloom family to clear my debt. This daring proposal made the entire room fall into silence. Even the bodyguard knight, Jan Himmlich, was stunned. Adam burst out laughing, thinking that this kid must have caught wind of some news. Jan also thoughtfully confirmed that it was entirely true. Damien silently observed. He knew this matter very well. Everyone in the Apple Kingdom knew that recently, in the border area between the Leon Bloom and Gopixy families, a valuable gold mine was accidentally discovered. The two families, who already disliked each other, were now organizing a duel between low-ranking knights to fight for exclusive mining rights over that gold mine. Damien thoughtfully reminisced, as he already knew the outcome of this event from his past life. The result was a grand victory for the Leon Bloom house. They used that astronomical amount of gold to rapidly expand their power, while the Gopixy house suffered the exact opposite, with their influence visibly declining. Damien told himself, in short, if I help the Duke win, not only can I clear my debt, but I can also crush the Leon Bloom family. Duke Adam Gopixy looked at him scrutinizingly. You are quite ambitious. I heard you defeated the second son of the Leon Bloom house, and even destroyed the largest organization in land work. Damien casually admitted, haha, the rumors are somewhat accurate. Good news really travels fast, doesn't it? Adam narrowed his eyes with calculation. Is that so? That sounds quite appealing. I am looking for a knight to participate in the duel. Damien boldly asserted. Then there is no one more suitable than me. Who else besides me can fight the eldest son of the Leon Bloom family? This declaration provoked Earthwise, an intermediate knight standing nearby, to flinch in astonishment. Adam narrowed his eyes and asked back, are you sure you can defeat him? Everyone knows he is a genius. Damien calmly replied, it's true that his skills are formidable, but I am also. Instantly, Earthwise shouted, cutting him off, my lord. Please do not believe his words. Those rumors are usually highly exaggerated. Adam nodded slightly. What you say makes sense. Earthwise continued fiercely, asserting that Lady Chelsea would bring back the perfect candidate for him. He explained that Lady Chelsea had been away for a month to find a knight capable of facing Michael Leon Bloom. In their minds, the figure of a powerful woman appeared, one who always passed every single test of the Duke flawlessly. Earthwise was confident that this time, she would definitely bring back the most outstanding person as well. Hearing the assurances of his subordinates, Adam Gopixy mused, what you all say makes sense too, but they haven't even found anyone yet. Why reject him so quickly? Damien clicked his tongue in annoyance, seeing the knights of the Gopixy family continuously whispering behind his back, ruining his negotiation plans. Seeing Duke Adam remaining silent, evaluating his reaction, Damien decided to show his cards to assert his position. He boldly declared in front of everyone who was doubting him, you are all gravely mistaken. If you want to secure victory in the match, then you must choose me. No matter who Chelsea brings back, they won't be as good as me. This arrogant assertion infuriated the knight Earthwise, along with the subordinates, as they believed he was being way too cocky, without even knowing who the opponent was. To crush their skepticism, Damien flashed a challenging smile. If you need proof, I will block your strongest move. This statement shocked Earthwise so much that his face contorted. Damien casually added that if he could just block the strongest attack of this intermediate knight, then his strength would be proven in the clearest way possible. Feeling insulted by a low-ranking knight, Earthwise roared to the Duke, "My lord, please allow me to teach this brat a lesson." Adam Gopixi took a sip of his tea, flashed an implicit smile, and decisively ordered, "That sounds interesting. Granted, you have my permission. Yeah, just fight to see who is stronger. Why argue and waste tea, teehee." The match was quickly set up right in the mansion's courtyard. Standing opposite the knight Earthwise, who was clutching his weapon, Damien still maintained a strangely calm composure. Victor panicked, not understanding why the young master went to fight, instead of convincing the Duke. But Damien just casually told him to stand still and watch the show, noting that the one who was truly in danger at this moment was his opponent. Earthwise began to channel his entire spiritual energy, a blazing aura of fire enveloping his body, making Victor only able to tremble in fear. After receiving the start command from the Duke, Earthwise tightly gripped his great spear and growled threateningly, "If you kneel down and beg, I will spare you." Contrary to his opponent's tension, Damien let out a long, bored yawn. "I'm so tired, let's just get to the fight." This dismissive attitude poured oil on the fire, making Earthwise frantically rush forward. "You are courting death." The knight channeled his entire green spiritual energy into the tip of his spear, shouting loudly, "I will drive a hole straight through your annoying face." A thrust that ripped through the air charged straight ahead at a terrifying speed. Damien calmly observed the trajectory of the attack, secretly assessing that even though he was an intermediate knight, predicting the opponent's target was not difficult at all. However, the exact moment Damien raised his sword to parry the blow, Earthwise suddenly flashed a sinister smile. A massive explosion echoed, accompanied by a violent shockwave that shattered the ground. Earthwise laughed frantically in absolute triumph. "You fool, you fell into my trap." To the astonishment of Duke Adam and the bodyguard knight, the spear tip, carrying a razor-sharp flow of spiritual energy, directly pierced through Damien's shoulder, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Witnessing the horrifying sight, Victor could only hold his head and scream in despair. "Young master!" Victor screamed in horror. "Young master!" upon seeing his master heavily wounded. While Chelsea and the bodyguard knight, Jan, were also completely frozen in shock. After the impact, Damien was blown back a long distance. He collapsed, tightly clutching his chest, before his opponent's stunned eyes. However, the intermediate knight, Earthwise, suddenly broke into a cold sweat. He gnashed his teeth in disbelief. "See, could it be? Impossible. Did he just block my surprise attack?" Amidst the tense atmosphere, the bodyguard knight Jan let out a soft sigh and spoke up to report the situation to the Duke. "Huh, my lord." Damien struggled to crawl back up. Even though the bloodstain was still clearly visible on his clothes, he flashed a sinister smile and asked, "So, I get to be the representative now, right?" Instantly, Victor rushed over, hugged him tightly, and sobbed uncontrollably. "Young master," the young servant cried and whimpered. "Are you alright? I really thought something bad happened to you." Damien winced and groaned. "That hurts, you idiot." Cough. Witnessing the recent performance, Duke Adam Gopixi and Jan did not spare any words of praise. "You actually blocked Earthwise's ultimate move? Impressive." Adam secretly assessed that despite some initial doubts, Damien indeed possessed far from ordinary capabilities. He stood up and boldly declared before the entire mansion, "Listen up, everyone. Damien Hassan has proven his capability in a magnificent manner. As promised, I appoint Damien Hassan as our representative." Even though Earthwise attempted to speak up and protest, Adam just gave him a threatening glare. "That's enough. I am in a very good mood today. Don't ruin it for me." Damien smirked slightly and bowed his head. "Yes, my lord." On the other side, Earthwise remained completely bewildered, wondering why the attack had clearly hit its mark. Yet it turned out this way. He had absolutely no idea that he himself was merely a pawn in his opponent's drama. In reality, Damien's level had long surpassed the low rank, but because the rules of the duel were strictly for low-ranking knights, he was forced to put on a deep act to deceive everyone's eyes. Damien had proactively used his sword to block the spear tip at the very last second, creating a performance that was far too outstanding, enough to fool anyone. Damien thought to himself that in that split second, if he hadn't used his magic power in time to block the blow, he might have actually been in real danger. Damien turned on his survival instinct. The bright red health bar still hadn't completely depleted. Witnessing his injury, Jan stepped closer and said that with an internal injury like this, he couldn't just leave it be. He lightly touched the ring on his hand, activating a spatial magical artifact, which left Damien utterly astonished. From inside that black magic hole, Jan took out a small wooden box. He handed the box to Damien and said it was a gift for him. Inside were pills, radiating a brilliant golden light called the Equilibrium Elixir. Jayan explained that he had to spend quite a lot of money at the Alchemy Academy to obtain them, which have an extremely effective effect of boosting physical strength and healing internal wounds for knights. Damien secretly cheered jackpot in his heart as he received the gift and expressed his sincere gratitude. Jayan patted his shoulder with deep trust, hoping that he would be able to contribute even better in the future. Damien smiled and replied, "Yes, my lord." Damien fully restored his physical strength, the status bar turning bright green. An absolute masterpiece. The next day, under the brilliant sunlight enveloping the Duke's mansion, Damien began his early training session. He could clearly feel the efficacy of the pill, as his internal wounds had almost completely healed. After just one night, looking around the training room, which was filled with all kinds of high-grade weapons and armor shields, he secretly marveled at the excellent training equipment that he hadn't had time to notice yesterday. Damien told himself that he could use this equipment for long-term training. Two knights appeared, their presence strongly radiating the vibe of early-game troublemaking NPCs. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind, asking if he was Damien Hassan. Damien turned around and found two knights standing on high ground, looking down at him scrutinizingly. When he confirmed his identity, the guy with purple hair flashed an arrogant smile and introduced himself as the low-ranking knight, Paben Berman. The moment he finished speaking, his bulky, sworn brothers also sullenly stepped forward right behind Paben. Berman and his two massive brothers smugly declared that they were also knights participating in the upcoming duel. Damien asked back in surprise, "You guys are also dueling knights?" Paben explained conceitedly that because they were busy training outdoors yesterday, they weren't present, while simultaneously mocking Damien for being just a lucky guy. He growled, asserting that if they had been there, the one teaching him a lesson wouldn't have been Lord Earthwise. Paben warned that the match against the Leon Bloom house was a matter of life and death, affecting the destiny of the entire Duke's mansion, so he hoped he wouldn't disgrace them. With his shallow capability, he waved his hand to shoo Damien away so as not to hinder their training, leaving him only able to click his tongue. Ignoring it, Damien thought to himself that this was a good opportunity to test the strength of the knights from the Duke's mansion. Paben ordered his subordinates to quickly move into position. Instantly, one knight channeled his power to perform the immovable Wisdom King starting stance, while another was not to be outdone, as he leaped into mid-air with the ultimate technique, Vermilion Bird Ascension. The powerful clash between the two wooden sword blades created violent shockwaves. The sparring match took place with extreme intensity. The bulky knight gnashed his teeth and declared that today was their 987th match, and this time he would definitely win. The two sides engaged in a fierce combat. Their stamina depleted heavily, yet neither would back down. Paben sneered and challenged his opponent to keep dreaming. Both poured in their strength, struggling until their bodies trembled from the pressure. At the decisive moment, Paben suddenly delivered a powerful headbutt straight to the opponent's forehead, catching him completely off guard. The bulky knight was astonished, because Paben had anticipated the attack and recklessly used his forehead to block it. What a tactic, making his combat IQ skyrocket unusually high. Despite the blood streaming down his face, Paben still flashed an excited smile. For having learned something new, the two bowed to each other, agreeing to consider this match a draw, due to the clear progress on both sides. Right at this moment, another chubby knight eagerly rushed forward, demanding to fight next because his hands and feet were itching for action. Together, they resolved to train hard, so they could achieve the best result a month from now, determined to defeat Leon Bloom and bring glory to the Duke's mansion. Shouts of "all for one" and "one for all" echoed throughout the entire area. The knights, bursting with morale, raised their swords high and roared with intense passion. Like fanatics, watching this flamboyant performance from afar, Damien and Victor could only freeze, rendered completely speechless. Seeing his master's troubled expression, Victor anxiously asked, "Young master, what's wrong?" Damien was now completely devastated, his face darkening as he felt the future was utterly bleak. He feebly told Victor that they were truly doomed in the upcoming match. To his servant's bewilderment, Damien bitterly admitted that he had absolutely no confidence in securing a victory when he had to be on the same team as those idiots who only know how to use brute force. Chelsea burst out laughing heartily. "Ha! This is hardly fitting for a high-ranking knight, is it?" Jane Himlick, the old knight with snow-white hair, calmly replied, "I don't find anything bothersome about it." When urged by Chelsea to tell the truth, he still maintained his calm composure, asserting that he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. The memory of the previous night resurfaced when Damien stood in the office and decisively refused. "Thank you for your offer, but I prefer to train alone," even though Jayan said he was just casually asking. Deep down in his heart, he couldn't help but be astonished that a young master dared to turn down training from an illustrious knight like Jayan Himlik. Back to the present. Chelsea smiled and commented, Damien Hassan is quite an interesting fellow. He curiously asked Jayan what his assessment of the young man was. The old knight thoughtfully admitted, he is an extraordinary youth. He can achieve things, however, when discussing the winning odds of the upcoming match against the Leon Bloom family. Jayan's face grew serious. He shared frankly, that is a bit hard to say right now, sir. Because the match consists of 3 participants, and the victory will belong to the side that secures 2 wins first. So even if Damien performs well, it will be in vain. Chelsea could only silently agree with that harsh reality. Jayan emphasized that the other knights must also perform exceptionally well, and hoped they were training thoroughly. With the current lineup, a hard carry might still find it difficult to win. He placed his faith in the intermediate knight Vincenzo, who was currently in the process of training, so he felt there was nothing to worry about. In stark contrast to that optimism, Damien was standing out in the courtyard with a fallen leaf on his head, his expression filled with utter dismay. He let out a long sigh, feeling absolutely hopeless. Right now, they are a huge problem that I didn't foresee. Watching the knights shouting and training, he secretly assessed. Forget about them being stupid, their physical strength is way worse. They are all show on the outside, but completely empty inside. Witnessing Paben and his cohorts eagerly demanding to practice the new technique they had just learned, Damien let out a helpless sigh. At this rate, we're going to lose no matter what. Damien thought it over carefully. He put a hand to his forehead in utter exhaustion and told himself, there's no other choice. I guess I have to intervene. To Victor's utter bewilderment, Damien casually walked toward the 3 complacent knights and called out loudly, hey, you 3 idiots, get over here. This highly provocative call left them stunned and astonished. What? Did he just call us idiots? Without giving his opponents time to react, Damien began to take off his outer coat, revealing his toned muscles, and coldly declared, let's have a sparring match. Paben Berman and his brothers smirked slightly. They thought to themselves that Damien must be incredibly brave to dare challenge them. After witnessing their skills with his own eyes, Paben Berman eagerly stepped forward and declared, all right, I will be the first one to accept the challenge. The training grounds atmosphere immediately shifted to boss fight mode, becoming extremely tense in an instant. However, Damien, with eyes flashing intensely cold, instantly crushed that confidence. You are mistaken. I don't want to fight just you. I want all 3 of you to come at me at the same time. He casually motioned with his hand, challenging all 3 knights to rush in at once, even though his body was still loaded with heavy sandbags used for training. This supreme arrogance made Paben and his cohorts roar in pure fury. Damien assumed his combat stance. He told himself, even if this goes a bit against the rules of a knight, when dealing with a pack of mad dogs, beating them to a pulp is the best way. The 3 bulky knights charged forward simultaneously, unleashing thunderous punches toward Damien. The 3 young men rushed in, radiating murderous intent as combat commenced. They forgot to activate defenses, facing the entrapment. He still maintained an expressionless face full of focus, carefully observing every single movement of his opponents. Everything happened so fast that Paben could only let out a gasp. Completely dumbfounded before entirely losing consciousness. When he woke up, the purple-haired knight was astonished to find himself lying flat on the floor of the carriage house. What just happened? He struggled to crawl up, looking to the side in horror, only to see his 2 bulky teammates had already been knocked down, lying completely unconscious and snoring loudly. Standing before them, Damien crossed his arms in utter disappointment. You're finally awake. Just as pathetic as I thought. Right at this moment, Victor ran over in a rush, shouting in anxiety. Young master, what kind of trouble have you caused again? Damien casually replied to his servant's words. I didn't cause trouble. I was just teaching the Duke's knights a lesson. Paben clutched his head tightly in pain. He was astounded. When realizing the identity of those who had just been defeated, the knight tried to search through his memories. He clearly remembered that all 3 of them had attacked Damien at the same time, but he completely failed to recall the events that followed. 5 minutes earlier, the exact moment the 3 aggressive knights cornered him, Damien had easily slipped away, dodging Paben's punch by a hair's breadth. With an incredibly serene face, the young man dodged the attacks smoother than a green ping on a Korean server. He quickly closed the distance, channeling power into his palm, and prepared to deliver a lightning-fast chop to his opponent's neck. Damien struck like lightning, landing vicious blows on his opponent's necks, catching them completely off guard. The 3 knights missed their combos consecutively. The combat deviated entirely from their textbook plan. In just a split second, all 3 bulky knights were knocked down, lying scattered on the floor in utter shock. Even though Paben tried to steel himself and resist, with a face full of fury, he still couldn't escape a thunderous punch, delivered directly from Damien. An overwhelming power sent the knight flying straight backward and completely losing consciousness. Right after, Paben dimly woke up, shocked to realize that all three brothers had tasted a miserable defeat before a single opponent. He looked toward Damien, trembling and wondering in sheer horror. Just what kind of monster? The opponent was to be able to overwhelm all three of them so easily. Standing before the defeated men who were sitting flat on the ground, Damien spoke coldly. "Hey, you guys." All three knights instantly cowered and respectfully replied. "Why, yes, sir." Damien asked in a low voice. "Who trained you guys?" Paben honestly confessed. We were trained by Lord Sebastian Vincenzo, an intermediate knight." Damien frowned slightly and repeated skeptically. "Intermediate?" Leaving Paben to only timidly confirm. Looking at the knights in front of him, Damien thought to himself, for a knight of that level, to let his students train so shallowly like this, it's going to be quite troublesome. But he didn't want to get involved in unnecessary troubles either. He decisively ordered, "When Vincenzo's training session ends, come here to find me. From now on, you will spar with me every day." This declaration scared Paben out of his wits. He worried that if he got beaten to a pulp, Lord Vincenzo would notice something unusual. However, Damien just smiled with absolute confidence. "Don't worry. No matter how much I beat you, there won't be a single scratch on your body." Paben checked his body and was astonished to realize that although he had just been beaten thoroughly, there was indeed not a single wound or bruise anywhere. Of course, opening the status bar, HP dropped heavily but the skin remained completely intact. Damien flashed a mysterious smile. He secretly recalled a special secret technique that he had learned a very long time ago. It was the method of a legendary man who used to wander across 6 continents to discipline sinners, the one known as the personality shaper. His method was inherently extremely simple, yet it brought about a pain that pierced through to the absolute core, without leaving a single trace. That personality shaper would punch his victim continuously for an entire hour, and if it wasn't effective, he was fully prepared to double that amount of time. According to legend, the longest torture session he had ever performed lasted for up to 512 hours. Through that process, he gradually began to feel pity for the victims and wondered how he could punch someone without ruining their life. Eventually, he reached the realm of a master with the ultimate technique, known as Phantom Strike, a villainous aura. The mentor turned up the discipline atmosphere to maximum intensity. That was exactly what Damien had just used on the 3 knights. A secret technique that made the opponent only able to feel a bone-deep pain, without leaving any trace whatsoever on the body. Looking at the 3 cowering and trembling figures, Damien asked coldly, "Do you understand now? Just how weak and worthless you are?" Paben and his cohorts could only bow their heads in utter humiliation. Damien raised a finger and reassured them, "But don't worry too much. I still have a whole month until the match begins." He flashed a sinister smile and declared, "During this time, I will turn you into worthless but useful bugs." That assertion left the knights so terrified that they were completely speechless. Damien casually turned his back and walked away, urging everyone to get back to training. Right at this moment, a servant from the Duke's mansion ran over in a rush, calling out loudly, "Lord Damien, there you are. The Duke is looking for you, Lord Damien." Damien asked back in surprise to see what was going on, and the servant hesitantly began to report. Amidst the formal atmosphere of the Duke's mansion, a beautiful woman with a thoroughly confident demeanor suddenly appeared. Her noble young lady aura completely dominated the camera view. The imaginary zoom in directly on her face, with a radiant smile and a splendid red and black outfit. Her presence demanded everyone's attention. The servant announced that Lady Chelsea had returned. Chelsea knelt before her father, boldly reporting, "It's been a long time, father. I have returned." The atmosphere of this noble family was tenser than a clan meeting, fighting for the top spot on a cross-server leaderboard. "Duke." Adam Gopixi looked at his eldest daughter thoughtfully. He let out a tired sigh. "Indeed, it has been a month. Have you found a knight to represent us in the battle yet?" Chelsea flashed a mysterious smile and asserted, "Yes, I have." Instantly, a man with a colossal physique, carrying 2 massive maces on his back, swaggered forward. He loudly introduced himself. "Greetings. I am the wild beast, Guillermo Blackwing." The identity of this low-ranking knight left the bystanders completely astonished. The knights whispered and gossiped about a famous mercenary who once fought in the War of the Eclairin Kingdom, where he had single-handedly slaughtered almost the entirety of the enemy's low-ranking legion. The rumors that not a single low-ranking knight could defeat him intrigued Duke Adam immensely. "Oh, I have heard a great deal about you. You earned that title by turning into a raging beast." In the middle of the battlefield, Guillermo burst out laughing heartily, not expecting his reputation to spread all the way to the Apple Kingdom. Chelsea added with absolute confidence, "Father, Guillermo has sworn loyalty to me. He has also promised to participate in the match. He will definitely be able to defeat Michael Leon Bloom. She asserted that by comparison, Guillermo was far stronger than Michael Leon Bloom. Because while their opponent was only moving toward perfection, Guillermo had reached that realm a long time ago. Duke Adam lightly rubbed his chin with calculation. That is good news, but there is a slight complication. The Grand Hall's atmosphere shifted to a battle of wits, everyone fully turning on their brains. This ambiguous statement left Chelsea unable to help but wonder about her father's true intention. Adam strolled toward the door and announced, "I haven't introduced him yet, have I? He will be the representative for the match." The mansion's doors suddenly swung wide open, and Damien Hassan walked in with absolute confidence. Along with a proud smile on his lips, Chelsea could not hide her utter shock, mixed with fury upon witnessing that her father had already chosen a representative. The young lady switched to extreme bitterness. Her inside was redder than a rage bar. She snapped, "What do you mean, father? I told you to wait for me." Duke Adam Gopixi still casually replied, "True, but I never said I would wait." Refusing to accept this reality, Chelsea smirked and suggested, "Then change the representative." Seeing his daughter's resolve, the old Duke let out a soft sigh. "I will consider that." However, Chelsea kept shouting in rage, "You don't need to consider it, father. I have never even heard of him." Standing and watching the argument, Damien secretly assessed, she must be his daughter. Chelsea continued to persuade her father with a fierce tone. "Father, it should be crystal clear that you should choose Lord Guillermo over an unknown knight like him." Damien felt that he was being treated by this young lady no differently than a piece of insect. Looking at the colossal Guillermo standing tall nearby, he narrowed his eyes slightly in skepticism. Hold on, this guy. However, Duke Adam remained decisive. "No. Of course, Guillermo is very famous. But Damien here is strong enough to block Earthwise's ultimate move." This assertion left Earthwise, who was standing behind, only able to tremble in humiliation, while Chelsea could only let out a mocking sneer. Chelsea's anger began to turn into personal attacks. "You just don't want to acknowledge my competence. This is also the perfect chance for you to ignore it. Your actions never match your words. Whether it is with me or mother." The words touched a sore spot, making Adam Gopixi glare with fury. "How dare you behave like that in front of my guest?" Instantly, Chelsea changed her attitude. She smiled fake-heartedly and explained, "Oh, please forgive me. I am just a bit exhausted from my journey." Damien silently observed and realized that they didn't seem to get along very well. The old Duke decisively cut the argument short. "I will discuss other matters first and address this issue later. Stop arguing." Right at this moment, the wild beast, Guillermo Blackwing, suddenly burst out laughing heartily. "Kahaha." The laugh echoed like a final boss, who just opened Phase 2 in the middle of the Grand Hall. His arrogant laughter left both the Duke and the bodyguard knight utterly astonished. He swaggered closer and declared superciliously, "My Lord Duke, there is no need to discuss through words. We are men, after all." This rude behavior forced the knight Jayan to speak up in reminder. How insolent. But Guillermo still ignored it and made a direct proposal. "Whoever is the strongest becomes the representative." He looked down at Damien with a challenging gaze. Duke Adam glanced slightly toward him and asked, "Young man, Damien, what do you think?" Damien secretly sighed upon realizing that the Duke wanted to test his strength once again. Through this troublesome night, Damien thought to himself, "I knew I needed to show my true level to settle this matter." However, the young man began to switch on his flexing mode. No lengthy introduction needed. He agreed that the strongest should represent them, but believed it was unnecessary to actually fight. However, as Guillermo reached his hand out to grab him, Damien smirked slightly with hidden meaning. "I also want to try out a few things." The wild beast growled, proposing a test to see who the strongest truly was. Damien just scoffed and replied provokingly, "If your arm happens to get ripped off, don't blame it on me." Facing the fierce aura of his opponent, Damien mocked, "Oh, how terrifying." His eyes flashed intensely with challenge, making Guillermo even more furious. He bared his teeth in a savage grin, declaring he would show mercy by only dislocating his shoulder. Instantly, the giant burst forth with murderous intent to attack. But Damien was one step ahead. With a skillful technique, he used his opponent's own momentum to execute a spectacular takedown, leaving Guillermo only able to gasp, as he saw his whole world turn upside down. A tremendously powerful slam landed, making the entire floor shake. Damien directly slammed Guillermo down to the ground without a shred of mercy. The floor vibrated violently, turning up the $100 million budget action movie vibe to the max. Witnessing this shocking spectacle, Chelsea, Duke Adam, and the knight Earthwise all froze in utter astonishment. Guillermo lay flattened on the floor, only able to stammer in sheer pain. Chelsea was bewildered, not understanding what had just happened, while The old Duke could not hide his excitement and exclaimed, "Magnificent!" It turned out, Guillermo Blackwing had tried to grab Damien's hand first, but he used the giant's own strength against him and threw him to the floor with ease. Witnessing that supreme technique, one could realize Damien was not just strong, but also incredibly seasoned in combat. Humiliated right on the spot, Guillermo gnashed his teeth in hatred. He struggled to crawl up with burning eyes and roared in pure rage. "How dare you humiliate me like this?" Damien still maintained a calm expression. He smiled and commented, just as expected. "You are tougher than I thought. I really intended to dislocate your shoulder." The sarcasm poured oil on the fire, making Guillermo frantically scream that he would tear him into pieces. He grabbed his colossal weapon, bursting with a deep purple, raging flow of spiritual energy, enveloping his entire body. Even though Chelsea shouted loudly to stop him, the wild beast still frantically charged forward along with a threat to crush Damien's skull with a fatal blow. Guillermo roared frantically, "I will crush your skull," and swung his twin axes, which glowed with purple spiritual energy, charging straight toward Damien. The berserk aura erupted. The grand hall seemed about to reset because the combat was too fierce. However, right at the critical moment, a burst of deep green holy aura suddenly erupted to intervene. Chelsea panicked and shouted loudly, telling him to stop, while Guillermo was astonished to realize he had been completely stopped by a terrifying pressure. He gnashed his teeth and growled, "You dare!" The bodyguard knight, Jan Himmlich, radiated a suffocatingly oppressive aura. He coldly warned, drawing a weapon in front of a noble lord like him, "Do you have a death wish?" Before the majestic, flashing eyes of the old knight, Guillermo could only drop to his knees and groan, under absolute suppression. Witnessing this scene, Damien secretly assessed that Jan's strength far surpassed ordinary high-ranking knights. Jan declared he would let this matter slide, for the sake of Lady Chelsea's honor, but decisively asserted, "Absolutely. There will not be a second time for this insolent behavior." Guillermo collapsed to the ground, continuously coughing up blood after enduring the pressure from Jan. The guy went from being hyped for combat straight into disconnected status. Duke Adam Gopixi casually clapped his hands, mocking the internal strife that had just occurred right inside his mansion. He decisively declared, Damien Hassan will still remain the official representative for the upcoming match. However, the knight, Earthwise, immediately voiced a fierce objection. He believed that the match just now was completely unfair. Earthwise tried his best to make excuses, saying Guillermo had not yet recovered his strength after his adventure, which was why Damien had such a huge advantage. Earthwise turned on his lawyer mode in combat, his excuses pouring out faster than a continuous combo. Damien could only look in dismay at this troublesome bastard who was intentionally causing provocation. Earthwise continued to assert that Guillermo was a knight specializing in weapons, so his true capability couldn't be assessed through a barehanded match. Chelsea also chimed in, demanding an official contest to compare skills in the fairest way possible. Instead of this childish joke, even though Duke Adam had spoken up to remind her not to push things too far, Chelsea still continuously shouted her fierce objections. Duke Adam's wrath erupted. He slammed his hand heavily on the table and yelled, "I told you to stop showing your incompetence." The harsh reprimand left Chelsea stunned. She could only bow her head in deep bitterness. "I have been disrespectful," and quietly turned away amidst the resentment of the knight Earthwise. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Damien suddenly raised his hand and spoke up. "My Lord Duke, may I speak for a moment?" To Chelsea's absolute astonishment, Damien casually made a shocking decision. "I can accept Lady Chelsea's proposal. Why not?" His counter-question left the entire room dead silent. Even Duke Adam had to narrow his eyes in deep interest at the young man's confidence. Leaving the Duke's mansion, Victor constantly grumbled about his master's reckless decision. "No, young master. Why did you accept that battle? You wouldn't have lost anything if you had just stayed quiet. You are walking straight into trouble." Victor switched to panicked manager mode, talking nonstop all along the way. Damien only casually replied, "I have my reasons, so stop complaining," and then stopped before a blacksmith shop. He recalled the Duke's instruction that since his old sword had shattered in the battle with Earthwise, he had prepared a new weapon for him at the duchy's blacksmith shop. Damien smirked slightly and thought to himself, even though I could easily knock down that bastard Guillermo with just a wooden sword, there is absolutely no reason to decline the old Duke's kindness. The moment they stepped inside, the blacksmith recognized them immediately. After Victor explained the Duke's order, he enthusiastically led the way. I was told you guys would be coming. This way." The door opened to reveal a magnificent armory, leaving Victor to exclaim in utter amazement. Damien silently observed the premium gear radiating a brilliant glow, and thought to himself that this pile of weapons was truly magnificent. Damien turned to ask Victor if he wanted to pick anything. and the boy eagerly replied that he wanted to pick the most expensive one. Suddenly, he paused as he noticed something strange. His gaze. Damien's eyes stopped on a sword radiating a brilliant glow inside a glass showcase. The blacksmith stepped closer, explaining that this was a highly special sword. It was originally commissioned by a knight who used to work here, but due to an urgent situation, he had to leave before the sword could be finished, leaving this weapon never once held by its actual owner. Looking at the sword, Damien thoughtfully asked, "Did that knight provide you with echoing or to forge this?" The question left the blacksmith astounded. "How do you know?" Damien secretly realized that its design was identical to the weapon of a famous master, once known as the sword virtuoso. In the past, without a single moment of hesitation, he decisively declared, "I will take this one." Even though the blacksmith expressed doubts due to its highly unique material, Damien still stood firm on his choice. He knew very well that unlike ordinary steel, which merely amplifies mana, this type of steel possesses the ability to project mana and generate immensely powerful shockwaves. Damien picked up the sword, feeling its weight, and asked for its name. The moment the sword was drawn from its scabbard, it instantly radiated a powerful main character vibe. The blacksmith recalled the words of the knight who commissioned it years ago. He said he would call it the Thousand-League Sword. Satisfied, Damien sheathed the precious sword. Right at that moment, delicate footsteps echoed from behind. An unfamiliar woman suddenly appeared, making Damien turn his head to look in skepticism. It was a bespectacled maid with a highly mysterious smile. She bowed formally. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Rebecca, the servant of Lady Chelsea." The maid's smile strongly radiated a Western vibe, carrying the threat of a super big drama. She stated that she had come here under the lady's orders and expressed her wish to invite him to spare some private time for a chat. "If it's all right, could we spend a little time together?" Even though Damien thought to himself that he had nothing specific to talk to her about, Rebecca still persuasively implied, "Who knows? The young lady has more to offer than you think. You might just get exactly what you want, sir." Damien looked at the maid's highly calculating smile. Damien secretly assessed that she was trying to entice him, but since there were still matters he needed to verify, he considered whether he should pretend to follow her or not. Damien nodded in agreement. "All right, lead the way." He casually followed the maid, while Victor was still heavily carrying the new sword. Behind them, the three stopped before a luxurious wooden structure. Under the brilliant glow of the sunset, Rebecca introduced that this was a restaurant run by Lady Chelsea herself, an extremely high-class establishment, exclusively for the nobility, requiring reservations to enter. She stated that today, the entire restaurant had been cleared out to welcome him alone. Rebecca gently pushed open the large doors and invited him inside. As the young lady was already waiting, the mysterious atmosphere gradually escalated. Noble conversation vibes enveloping the entire room. Damien walked inside with a face full of suspicion. "Lady Chelsea, what kind of invitation is this?" Suddenly, he paused as he caught a whiff of an unusual scent. At the exact same time, a hazy purple smoke began to envelop the space. Amidst the bizarre atmosphere, the sound of wine pouring into a glass echoed with a click, accompanied by a haughty remark. "You are a bit late." Chelsea was sitting alone at a luxurious banquet table, leisurely pouring wine amidst the vivid purple smoke. She ordered, "Come sit here quickly, Damien Hassan." Under the dim lighting, Chelsea appeared clearly enchanting, with crimson eyes and a highly mysterious smile. As she raised her wine glass to look straight at Damien, inside the luxurious restaurant space, filled with a magical purple glow, Damien coldly got straight to the point. "So why did you call me?" The two sides began a war of words. Chelsea took a sip of wine and casually teased, "You get angry so easily, don't you? Why don't we wait for the food to be served before talking?" Faced with that evasive attitude, Damien just remained silent with a sharp gaze. He said decisively, "I don't want to waste time. Just say it." Seeing that her opponent had no intention of lingering, Chelsea set her wine glass down and issued an ultimatum. "I have one condition. Give up the representative position." Damien smirked slightly. He asked back, "Are you perhaps worried about that wild beast, Guillermo?" "Blackwing." Chelsea sneered and asserted, "Don't misunderstand. Because once Guillermo picks up his axes, someone of your caliber is nothing to him." She explained, "The true purpose is to preserve our strength for the important battle against the Marquis family, and it would be very troublesome if he gets injured in a meaningless match with you." Even though he found her words somewhat logical, Damien still casually asked, "But why should I listen to you? Is there any benefit in it for me?" Chelsea confidently declared that she would make his every wish come true if he agreed to back down. When Damien asked if she truly knew what he wanted, Chelsea laughed arrogantly. "A countryside noble like you is all too predictable. Money, fame, things of that nature." Damien silently observed, secretly evaluating this woman's arrogance and subjectivity. He asked sarcastically, "Whether what the Duke bestowed would be better than her promise. Chelsea leaned in close, her crimson eyes enchanting. As she said, "It might look that way, but think about it again. Isn't winning the favor of the future Duke a much wiser choice?" She leaned over the hourglass, using her charm to pressure and command him. "Go back and tell my father." A psychological manipulation atmosphere, strongly reminiscent of a primetime royal drama. The enchanting purple smoke enveloped the space as Chelsea repeated her demand. "Say that you will back down." Damien bowed his head in silence for a moment, letting the pressure from the young lady surround him. However, immediately after, he held his head high, flashed a challenging smile, and decisively declared, "I refuse." The blunt refusal left Chelsea so astonished that she froze completely. She stammered in utter shock, because everything did not go according to her script at all. The young lady failed her first manipulation attempt. Her brain started to display a system error. Damien secretly realized that Chelsea was immensely shocked upon seeing that he was completely unaffected by the mesmerizing incense. This was actually a sophisticated type of dark magic, capable of manufacturing fake emotions to easily control others' minds, like puppets. With his extensive knowledge of dark magic from his past life, Damien had identified at the exact moment he stepped foot into this room. He knew that with such a heavy concentration, normally, anyone would quickly become a slave within just 1 hour. However, the power of greed inside within him had silently absorbed all of that purple smoke, rendering every manipulation effort of the young lady completely meaningless. Damien casually asked back, to drill into his opponent's bewilderment. What do you mean by things shouldn't happen like this?" The sudden question caught Chelsea by surprise and pure horror. She stammered in utter confusion. I mean, why did you refuse me? I told you I would give you everything you wanted." Faced with that desperate clinging, Damien decisively turned his back and walked away without bothering to look back. "I never needed your help in the first place. What I want is not something you can give." Chelsea shouted angrily, her eyes flashing with deep resentment. What is it? What is it that makes you want it so badly?" Damien paused for a moment. He replied in a low voice, with a statement that seemed to freeze the entire space. "My family's happiness." Chelsea froze, uttering in sheer astonishment. What? A fatal answer that made even the villain pause for a few beats. She stood frozen, watching the back of Damien as he leisurely left the banquet room. Before disappearing entirely behind the door, he didn't forget to leave behind a steel-hard challenge. "I'm leaving. Tell Guillermo Blackwing to prepare for the battle." Chelsea gnashed her teeth, her gaze turning dark and full of malice, as she looked after him and muttered, "Family must be very important to you, isn't it?" She stood tall in the middle of the room, her hands clenching threateningly as she issued a cruel ultimatum. "Then let me do it another way. Give up being the representative. Otherwise, I will make you." The atmosphere shifted phases incredibly fast. Chelsea roared in bitter resentment, crushed the Hassan family. Her eyes flared with dark energy, intending to strike brutally at his loved ones. But before she could carry out her intent, Damien rushed in like a phantom, tightly gripping her neck and slamming her down onto the floor. Chelsea was completely shocked, only able to utter in pain, "How dare you touch me?" Damien stood tall, radiating a terrifying pressure that left the young lady of the Gopixy family only able to tremble and beg for mercy. In despair, hearing a loud noise outside, the guardian knights panicked, broke down the door, and rushed into the room. "My lady, what was that noise?" Witnessing their master being subdued, they frantically drew their swords and charged forward. "How dare you lay your hands on Lady Chelsea?" Damien casually let go, leaving Chelsea to collapse, continuously coughing and gasping for air. Immediately, he channeled his power, his eyes flashing with a brilliant green spiritual energy, and executed a series of lightning-fast slashes that tore through the air. Damien's terrifying speed caught the knights completely off guard, causing them to collapse in agonizing pain. The sharp sword strikes took down the guards in a split second. Damien leisurely walked away, casually, dropping a highly sarcastic warning. "The cuts aren't deep. If you apply medicine right now, you won't die." He stopped and coldly called his opponent directly by her name, Chelsea Gopixy. Looking at the young lady who was trembling in absolute terror amidst the devastated scene, Damien growled threateningly, "Even though I really want to slit your throat right here, I will endure it, because that punishment would be far too merciful for you. So just wait and see." Damien turned his head slightly, smirking with a thoroughly malicious smile. "The terrible things that will rain down upon your head next." That final smile strongly radiated a villainous vibe, fully displaying a destructive, true boss demeanor. He brushed past the defeated troops and decisively left the room, leaving Chelsea sitting flat on the ground, her entire body shaking from utter shock. Right at this moment, Rebecca panicked and rushed into the room. The maid hurriedly ran over to support her dazed master and anxiously asked, Lady. Chelsea, are you alright? Chelsea gnashed her teeth, her eyes flaring with extreme resentment, as she stared after Damien's back. She roared frantically, that bastard dared to humiliate me. I will kill him. No matter what. I will kill him. The young lady's rage bar right now was redder than a danger warning in her face. Immediately, she shrieked, calling out Mustach's name in fury. A fat man in a green cloak hurriedly appeared, trembling and replying. Why yes, I, Mustach of the Gale, am present immediately. Chelsea furiously questioned. Why was the mesmerizing incense magic completely useless against Damien? Mustach could only break out in cold sweat and explain that there were a few rare cases that would be immune to dark magic. Seeing her subordinate trying to make rambling excuses, Chelsea, filled with rage, landed a heavy punch that knocked him down. You fool. She sat down and asked in a low voice about the whereabouts of Guillermo. Blackwing. Mustach panicked, reporting that the wild beast was currently at a tavern to vent his anger after his humiliating defeat. This morning, this news drove Chelsea even more insane. The match is tomorrow and he's out drinking now. That lunatic. She tightly grabbed Mustach and demanded to know whether Guillermo was truly strong enough to defeat Damien or not. He earnestly asserted, Guillermo is a masterpiece of the Yulin organization, and he is the knight most compatible with dark magic that I have ever seen. Mustach coweringly guaranteed, the Yulin organization will definitely help you take over the Duke's family. Chelsea glared at him with burning, murderous eyes, dropping a brutal threat. You had better keep your word. Otherwise, you will be the first one to die. The pressure from the young lady was so heavy that Mustach thought his heart was about to log out. Mustach could only tremble and swear that he would keep that warning engraved in his head. While the dark conspiracies were being quietly kindled, Damien silently stood alone on the balcony. Under the brilliant sunset glow, he looked toward the distant horizon, his face clearly showing an expression of firmness and contemplation for the upcoming decisive battle. Night fell late, and inside the quiet room, Victor was so exhausted that he fell fast asleep while guarding the pile of weapons. Damien silently sat in a corner, meticulously inspecting the newly acquired Thousand League sword. Lightly flicking the blade, Damien thoughtfully pondered over the Yulin organization. He realized that the presence of those wretched dark mages in this place was a threat that could not be taken lightly. Damien confidently asserted that Chelsea Gopixy was closely connected to those dark mages. If that was the case, the strange energy he sensed from Guillermo Blackwing must surely also be dark magic. The young man began to piece the drama together, his brain processing faster than an acceleration magic circle. Damien continued to channel his power, a brilliant green spiritual energy bursting forth and enveloping his body, causing Victor to suddenly wake up in surprise. Instead of finding the Duke to explain the troublesome situation, Damien decided that he would let him witness the truth with his own eyes. Right during the upcoming match, the day of the duel finally arrived. Guillermo Blackwing stepped into the arena with a powerful roar, displaying his rippling muscles and making the surrounding space seem to shake. The threatening presence of the wild beast left the knights of the Duke's mansion trembling in absolute terror. Paben and his cohorts stood watching from afar, unable to hide their anxiety, asking one another who would actually claim the final victory. Paben admitted that, in terms of reputation, Guillermo Blackwing was completely overwhelming. The fat knights hoped that after this match, they would escape the clutches of that demon, Damien Hassan. The memory of the one-sided massacre Damien had inflicted upon them 2 days ago remained a terrifying nightmare, where he seemed to completely enjoy torturing his opponents. Even though he badly wanted Damien to fail, Paben still had to bitterly admit to himself that he didn't think the young man would lose this battle. Damien casually walked out onto the arena, ready for the life-or-death confrontation. Guillermo looked at Damien with utter contempt. He smirked and mocked. You didn't run away. Impressive. However, Damien just casually rolled his shoulder to warm up. Did I sleep well last night? My shoulder feels a bit stiff. The guy entered the match as if taking a stroll, his aura for mocking his opponent incredibly intense. This ignoring attitude made the wild beast gnash his teeth, furious while pretending to be calm. Right as the atmosphere grew tense, Duke Adam Gopixy leisurely walked to his seat and commented, It seems I am the one who is late. Sitting on his authoritative seat, the old Duke loudly declared the final rules. Now, as promised, the winner of today's match will claim the representative position. I hope everyone will accept it gracefully. The stands held their breath. The grand combat drama was about to open spectacularly. Chelsea, sitting nearby, glanced slightly at her father with highly malicious eyes, and thought to herself, Enjoy it while you still can, father. Because Guillermo is going to win this match. The old Duke tossed the white handkerchief into the air, and loudly yelled, Now let the battle begin. Instantly, Guillermo swung his colossal twin axes glowing. With purple spiritual energy, charging forward like a whirlwind. He roared, Damien Hassan. Accepting this battle is your biggest mistake. He spun his weapons, creating a deadly vortex of energy full of pressure. I will show you why they call me the raging wild beast. 1,000-pound strike. Carrying destructive power rained down. But Damien quickly raised his 1,000-league sword, blocking the attack in the nick of time. Damien lightly touched his finger against the blade. Blocking the attack in the nick of time, Damien lightly touched the blade with his finger, activating the energy of the echoing ore, generating rings of blue sound waves that radiated intensely. This strange transformation and sudden surge of pressure left Guillermo astonished, unable to understand what was happening. A tremendously powerful shockwave erupted from the sword, directly blowing the wild beast far back. Guillermo had to brace himself, digging his twin axes deeply into the ground to maintain his balance amidst the blinding dust and smoke. Guillermo collapsed, clutching his chest and panting heavily in absolute shock. What the hell just happened? Before the audience could even process it, the combat situation had completely flipped. Witnessing this unexpected scene, Chelsea and her maid Rebecca could only stand speechless in astonishment. From the stands, Duke Adam remarked with great interest, "Oh, a rather unique skill," leaving the knight Jayan unable to help but wonder. That skill is. Guillermo, furious, charged forward and yelled in pure rage, "Damn it! You bastard knight! What kind of freakish witchcraft are you pulling?" But in response, there were only rings of blue sound waves continuously erupting from Damien's sword, directly landing heavy blows on the wild beast's body. Guillermo's body began to show bizarre symptoms. He trembled, his eyes shot through with terrifying blood vessels. The system error boss aura began to show clearly. One look was enough to know a major collapse was imminent. A mouthful of pitch-black fluid poured from the wild beast's mouth, making the scene look incredibly gruesome. He gnashed his teeth, staring at Damien with eyes full of hatred. You bastard. Damien coldly raised his glowing sword high, declaring, "Playtime is over." Instantly, he channeled his power, creating a colossal pillar of light that tore through the sky, directly engulfing Guillermo. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, shattering the ground into 100 pieces. Amidst the blinding surge of spiritual energy, Guillermo screamed in agony, as waves of pitch-black smoke began to be expelled from his body. This terrifying transformation of Guillermo left both the Duke and Chelsea completely frozen in utter shock. The wild beast fell to his knees, frantically vomiting a large amount of pitch-black liquid. Right in the middle of the arena, Damien silently stood from afar, observing the gruesome battlefield he had just created. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, Duke Adam was stunned and wondered, why is Guillermo acting like that? Could it be? Chelsea trembled so much that her face turned deathly pale. She gasped, that's impossible. Guillermo by now was completely exhausted, his skin becoming wrinkled, and his hair turning white as snow under the hazy white smoke. He could only groan in pure agony. Damien casually walked closer to the defeated man. He smirked sarcastically, "Oh, so your true nature has finally been exposed." Looking at the once illustrious knight, who was now nothing more than a withered old man, growling in utter hopelessness, Damien coldly delivered his final remarks to the fake knight. The muscular boss from earlier had now degraded faster than a scandal-ridden stock price. The harsh truth was fully revealed. The famous wild beast was actually just an imposter posing as a knight. Witnessing this shocking spectacle, Chelsea gasped in bewilderment. A fake knight? How? Standing amidst the buzzing and astonished crowd, Damien casually confirmed that it was correct. He explained that the man had used forbidden dark magic to forcefully enhance his physical body, turning an old man into a powerful warrior. But in reality, he was just a skillful actor. Guillermo still lay there, his entire body shaking in absolute humiliation. The news of the forbidden dark magic left the guests and servants in a state of sheer panic. They feared that if the church found out about this, an immeasurable disaster would rain down upon everyone's head. The most urgent matter right now was to uncover the true reality behind this incident. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Duke Adam Gopixi looked at Damien and asked if he had already known about the man's true background beforehand. Damien calmly admitted it and apologized for not reporting it sooner. Damien explained that the reason he kept it a secret was to lure the true mastermind behind it all into revealing themselves. This revelation left Duke Adam utterly shocked. A mastermind? What? Damien firmly asserted that a dark mage had secretly infiltrated his mansion. And even more seriously, the presence of someone inside the mansion who was secretly in cahoots with them. His words caught Chelsea completely by surprise and horror. It is Lady Chelsea. A fatal accusation that left the entire arena thoroughly shocked. The latest patch flipped the meta completely. Damien's accusation left Chelsea so dumbfounded that her face completely contorted. She panicked and cried out her innocence. Father, I didn't do it. I completely knew nothing about this at all. Duke Adam Gopixi lowered his head in utter disappointment. He muttered to himself that although he didn't want to believe it, it was clear that he could no longer deny the truth. His gaze suddenly turned sharp and full of rage, glaring intently at his sinful daughter. How dare you bring such filthy things into my house? He roared, ordering the soldiers to stop just standing around watching. Adam decisively commanded, arrest Chelsea and everyone involved, throw them into the dungeon and interrogate them to find the true culprit who caused this for me. The family drama officially exploded. Even the NPC bystanders grew terrified, despite Chelsea weeping and begging, admitting her mistake. The soldiers still rushed forward to escort her away, realizing that if she fell into their hands, everything would be exposed. Chelsea frantically ordered her personal guards. What do you think you are doing to me? Protect me right now. Her soldiers immediately drew their swords, ready to resist to protect their master. A melee broke out right in the middle of the mansion, as Chelsea's personal guards risked their lives to hold off the Duke's army. Faced with that stubbornness, Adam Gopixi only coldly let out a disdainful snort. He turned to call Jayan and gave the final order. Immediately arrest Chelsea. Gopixi, the old knight. Jayan Himlik quietly replied, understood, and then leisurely stepped into the middle of the battle zone. Chelsea's knights trembled as they saw Jayan approaching. They could feel a terrifying pressure that made their entire bodies freeze up. Jayan's eyes flashed with a majestic, brilliant green spiritual energy. He coldly ordered, get out of the way. The power radiating from the high-ranking knight completely suppressed the guards. They desperately realized that they themselves were nowhere near qualified to face an opponent of this caliber. My lady, we will hold them back. Please find a way to escape. The loyal guards shouted in desperation, trying to block the path to create a chance for Chelsea to flee. The young lady panicked and replied, oh okay. All right, and intended to turn around and flee from the chaotic scene. The survival atmosphere was as tense as the final match of a battle royale, with no safe zone left. However, a cold sigh suddenly echoed. How tragic. Instantly, the sword in Knight Jayan's hand erupted with a terrifyingly deep green spiritual energy. A single strike tore through the air, creating colossal waves of energy that swept away the guards in just a single beat, leaving Chelsea completely stunned. Watching in sheer horror, Chelsea let out a scream, Kaya, losing her voice, as she was blown to the ground by the shockwave of the attack. She fell to her knees in pain, coughing violently. Cough, cough. Her gaze clearly showed extreme bewilderment as she witnessed the gruesome scene right before her eyes. The old knight turned on serious mode. The battlefield instantly became recess time for the Grim Reaper. Amidst the chaotic crowd, the knight Earthwise tried to force himself up to protect his master, but he was quickly cut down by a sharp sword strike. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, causing Chelsea's face to contort from absolute terror. Chelsea gasped, as she saw her very last protector fall right before her eyes. Heavy footsteps, stepping on the pool of blood, were approaching, making her tremble so much that she could not even stand firm. She desperately shrieked, "Do not come near me," and frantically crawled backward. Chelsea's eyes were filled with pure horror as she looked up at the majestic figure of Knight Jayan leisurely stepping forward, like a messenger of judgment, driven into a corner. Chelsea looked toward Earthwise and earnestly begged, Lord Earthwise, please save me, I beg of you. Lord Earthwise. However, the only response to that plea for help was a cold gaze and the bitter gnashing of teeth from the knight, as he himself was also being subdued. Witnessing the pathetic state of the young lady, Earthwise could only curse silently. You fool. Damien stood quietly in the back, coldly witnessing the complete downfall of the one who was once so arrogant. Jayan looked straight at Earthwise Howard and spoke in a low voice. Earthwise Howard, a mid-ranking knight, you have achieved many illustrious exploits for the prosperity of the duchy. Furthermore, His Grace the Duke highly valued you. However, the old knight's gaze suddenly turned sharp and full of threat. If you intentionally try to shield Lady Chelsea, I will execute you right on the spot. The pressure from the high-ranking knight was so heavy that even the air wanted to kneel with it. A terrifying surge of pressure surrounded Earthwise. The absolute power radiating from the high-ranking knight completely suppressed him, leaving him only able to tremble and groan in pain, unable to resist any longer. Earthwise dropped his weapon and collapsed flat onto the ground. To Chelsea's absolute shock, she could only cry out in hopelessness, Lord Earthwise. Instantly, the guards rushed forward to restrain Chelsea, making her shriek in terror, escorted before her father. Chelsea wept and begged, Father, please listen to me, I'm innocent. If you just give me a chance to explain. The young lady who was so arrogant just the other day had now completely switched to full emergency plea mode. However, the only response was a cold scolding from Duke Adam. "Shut your mouth, you useless thing." Standing tall from above, he looked down and growled, in an assertive voice, stating that her actions could lead the entire family to ruin, dragging all of us into the mud along with you. The old Duke's eyes clearly showed ultimate disappointment, as he declared that bringing Chelsea back to the main family was the biggest mistake of his life. Chelsea was astounded, her crimson eyes overflowing with tears. She frantically shrieked, "That's impossible. I didn't do anything wrong. Let me go." But the Duke decisively refused to listen to any more of her words. He ordered the guards to gag her and drag her out of here. Instantly, Chelsea was dragged away in utter humiliation, only able to let out muffled cries from her throat. As the iron grip of the guards locked her down, she glared back with a face full of hatred and resentment. From afar, Damien still quietly stood, watching the entire dramatic spectacle of this tragic family, watching his enemy pay a heavy price. Damien smirked slightly, flashing a highly mysterious and triumphant smile. A few days passed since the commotion. Inside the dark and damp dungeon of the Duke's mansion, agonizing screams continuously echoed, tearing through the quiet space. The dungeon atmosphere carried a heavy bad energy. Just hearing it was enough to drain one's combat spirit. Under the intense heat of the glowing red-hot iron bars, pressed directly against human flesh, one of Chelsea's subordinates shrieked in ultimate agony. Amidst the gut-wrenching pain, he faintly confessed the entire truth. "Ugh, that is all I know. Just catching a whiff of that scent made me fall in love with Lady Chelsea." Standing and observing the torture, with a cold face and expressionless eyes, Duke Adam seemed to have obtained the answer he wanted. He ordered in a low voice, "Enough. Bring the next one in." Everything unfolded exactly as the old Duke had anticipated. Beforehand, he bitterly confirmed that Chelsea had secretly expanded her influence right inside the Duke's mansion, thanks to the assistance from those evil dark mages. Inside the cold dungeon, Lady Chelsea no longer possessed her usual glamorous and arrogant demeanor. She collapsed onto the hard stone floor in ragged clothes, stained with wounds, her mouth continuously groaning in bitterness. "Ugh, damn it." In her extreme despair, painful memories of the past once again rushed back, enveloping Chelsea's mind. She asked herself in agony, "Whose fault do you think this is, father?" The image of a young Chelsea with an innocent face vividly reappeared, back when she had only yearned for a single thing. "I just wanted to be recognized. To be recognized as your daughter, father." She recalled the moment she was beaming, holding a bunch of fresh, bright flowers, running to her father's side, with the hope of receiving a word of praise or a warm gaze. However, all she received was a turn back and a ruthlessly indifferent attitude. The bouquet fell and scattered all over the ground, just like her own broken heart that year. Chelsea screamed in her mind as she remembered her father's cold, emotionless gaze, always looking at her like a stranger. "Why do you still look at me with those cold eyes?" Returning to the grim reality, Chelsea collapsed on her knees with crimson eyes overflowing with tears, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth in ultimate resentment and loneliness. Right at this moment, heavy footsteps echoed from the hallway. A servant quietly brought a meager food tray to the cell door of the young lady, who had just been abandoned by her own family. The sound of the food tray hitting the dry stone floor echoed through the quiet space of the dungeon. The servant quietly announced, "Lady Chelsea, I have brought food for you." Amidst the four cold stone walls, Chelsea sat motionless with disheveled hair, her bloodshot eyes still clearly showing gloom and loneliness. The villainous young lady now completely lost her mood, her visual ruined without the filter of nobility. Trembling, she frantically grabbed a piece of bread, tearing and biting into it like a beast driven into a corner. Inside Chelsea's heart, an intense will for revenge surged up. "That's right. I can't let everything in like this." She gnashed her teeth, crushing the dry piece of bread, swearing to herself, "No matter how humiliating it is, and no matter what happens, I will survive." Behind the iron bars, a figure quietly observed her madness, with a highly serious and gloomy gaze. Meanwhile, in the hallway of the mansion, Damien was stretching to relax after a long day of training. He thought to himself, "Today's training at the ruins is over." The main character went back to chill. After a series of combat matches as tense as a guitar string, the boss must rest. Right at this moment, Victor hurriedly ran over to greet his master. "Young master, you're here. He is calling for you." Damien furrowed his brows slightly in skepticism at the unexpected message from the Duke. The sound of wine clicking as it was poured into a glass broke the quiet atmosphere in the luxurious drawing room. Duke Adam Gopixie leisurely pushed the wine glass toward Damien and invited him. "Try it." Taking a sip of the wine, Damien nodded in appreciation. "Oh, it's good wine." The old Duke smiled brightly, appearing pleased to see that he recognized its value. I'm glad you recognized it. It's not expensive, but it's my favorite. Having said that, he casually drained his glass. His wine glass refreshingly. Adam nodded contentedly. Excellent, truly excellent. He continued to introduce the angel cheese, a specialty from the Bronco region, and asserted that paired with wine, it was undeniably perfect. Please taste it. Damien politely accepted. Oh, thank you. The aristocratic drinking session looked chill like that, but a plot twist was hiding right at the dining table. However, just as he was about to put the piece of cheese into his mouth, Adam suddenly lowered his voice, announcing a turning point decision regarding Chelsea's matter. In the end, I have decided to accept help from the church. Damien paused mid-action, unable to hide his astonishment. How unexpected. I thought you would investigate further yourself. The old Duke lowered his head in a deeply contemplative manner, admitting that he felt sorry towards him after everything he had helped with. Adam held his head in exhaustion, revealing a rather unpleasant truth. But we have lost track of all the dark mages. Days of effort spent tracking. The boss had now dropped off the minimap, completely clean with no ping left. The statement left Damien stunned and astonished. What? Are you serious? Adam explained that although they had rounded up Chelsea's close henchmen, absolutely no dark mages were found among them. He wanted Damien to fully understand the current situation, fearing that all traces had been wiped clean. Damien gnashed his teeth and thought to himself, damn it, have we lost track of everyone? Perhaps I really should take matters into my own hands. Even so, Adam decided to hand the hunt over to the church, to avoid causing unnecessary suspicion. Damien thoughtfully asked if Chelsea had revealed anything about their identities. Adam lightly shook his head and sighed helplessly. No. Despite brutal interrogation, she hasn't uttered half a word. She is far too stubborn. He took a sip of wine as if to banish the agonizing pain, then wistfully recalled the past. She wasn't always like this. Adam revealed a little-known truth. That Chelsea's mother was actually just a lowly commoner woman. The memory took him back to his youth, during a hunting trip with his knights. He had accidentally met her. Not long after, that woman became pregnant with Chelsea. However, instead of taking responsibility, Adam felt skeptical and considered it a humiliating mistake. He was disgusted by the thought of someone from a lowly background, carrying the noble bloodline of the Gopixy family, precisely because of that selfishness. When the mother and daughter came seeking help, Adam ruthlessly drove them away and slammed the door right in their faces, despite the mother collapsing on her knees, weeping and begging. Time just passed like that, until one day, curiosity about his abandoned child prompted Adam to order an investigation. However, the result received was incredibly tragic. That woman had passed away from an epidemic, leaving the child all alone in the world. The atmosphere was as heavy as a sad boy playlist playing at 3 a.m., witnessing his young daughter surviving alone beside her mother's corpse. With soulless and haunting eyes, Adam finally decided to bring her back to the mansion. Adam lightly covered his face and then laughed bitterly. Thinking back, that was a very unusual action for me. Why did I do that? Damien silently observed the Duke, secretly providing the answer to that contradiction. Perhaps because she is family. The old Duke stared at Damien in amazement. He muttered in utter shock. Family, family, could that be what she truly wanted? To truly become a part of my family? The entire room fell as silent as a disconnected voice chat during the final combat minutes. A belated regret clearly showed on Adam's face as he realized the heartbreaking truth. Perhaps she thought that doing all of this was the only way for me to recognize her. The old Duke let out a deep, regretful sigh. She could have lived a life of a normal, noble young lady. Looking at his empty wine glass, Adam forced a bitter smile to dispel the heavy atmosphere. It seems the wine is starting to hit me. Seeing how I am rambling like this, my apologies for rambling about such nonsense to you. However, sudden and hurried noises abruptly rang out, shattering the quietness of the room. A guard rushed in frantically, panting heavily while shouting loudly. Your Grace, are you here? Adam irritably snapped and asked, what is with all this noise? The guard, deathly pale, trembled as he reported, Something terrible has happened. Lady Chelsea. Adam's face contorted in shock at the tragic news about his daughter. Down in the dungeon, two guards collapsed in sheer horror, their eyes wide with fear as they looked inside the cell. A horrifying scene presented itself before their eyes. Chelsea was hanging suspended from the ceiling, her body covered in wounds and her clothes torn to shreds. Victor was clumsily carrying a basket of clothes piled up sky high. The young boy's face twisted in an expression of long suffering. Young master, are you really going to keep doing this? Damien casually asked back. What did I even do? Victor crossly grumbled. How many times have I told you? When you bring clothes to be washed, you have to separate the underwear from the other clothes. However, Damien suddenly paused, his gaze directing toward a room where the silhouette of a long-haired man was standing quietly, turning his back away. Damien slightly hid behind the door, observing in profound silence. For days had passed since the death of Chelsea Gopicsy. Based on the circumstances at the scene, everything was concluded that she had ended her own life. The interrogation of those involved had also officially drawn to a close, leaving her henchman sitting gloomily and desperately in the dark cell. As a punishment for endangering the family, her final resting place was also stripped of all dignity. Chelsea's grave was set up shoddily on a deserted hill, completely unfitting for the status of a noble lady. The crisis enveloping the Gopicsy Duke's mansion seemed to have temporarily settled down under the quiet night sky. However, Damien knew very well that this was absolutely not the end of everything. His gaze turned sharp and filled with murderous intent as he silently reasoned. If they are the people I know, they will definitely. Victor's shout suddenly rang out right next to his ear, cutting off his train of thought. Young master, are you even listening to me? Damien gasped in surprise. He put his arm around his close servant's shoulder, trying to soothe him. I got it. So stop grumbling, you little brat. Victor still refused to back down, crossly snapping back. You think I was just grumbling? The young boy continued to mutter in deep dissatisfaction about how even the simplest things were things the young master refused to do properly. This duo's bickering was as repetitive as a daily life podcast broadcasted every morning. The two of them just walked and argued along the hallway like that, while new dark conspiracies were secretly brewing. From behind, under the haunting, crimson moon, Knight Earthwise Howard was staggering through a dark alleyway with a bottle of alcohol in his hand. He downed every gulp of wine as if to forget reality, then collapsed against a cold stone wall. In his drunken state, he faintly called out the name of the deceased, Lady Chelsea. Memories of a beautiful past suddenly rushed back into Howard's mind. Back then, Chelsea was still an innocent little girl in a radiant red dress, holding a bunch of fresh flowers and asking, Sir Howard, do you think father will like it if I bring him these flowers from the garden? Howard at that time could only scratch his head in confusion. Well, I'm not sure. I have never received flowers before. A brief flashback, yet it inflicted more mental damage than the engine of a sad movie. Chelsea spun around, dancing, while explaining excitedly. Really? But mother told me that flowers have magic. That brings joy to everyone. Furthermore, this is the flower that bloomed in the field when my mother and father first met. The little girl flashed a smile as radiant as the sun and asserted, so I am sure father will be happy too. Right? Seeing that sincerity, Howard blushed slightly and smiled back. Yes, absolutely. However, the grim reality once again rained down upon his mind. Howard fell to his knees, tears and belated regret welling up. I am sorry for failing to protect you, Lady Chelsea. He frantically punched the ground hard, screaming in ultimate self-loathing. You fool. You stupid bastard. You should have died right then. You were supposed to protect her. Howard's heartbreaking scream echoed through the dark night as he repeatedly landed his fists on the pavement under the blood moon. In the middle of the dark alley, Earthwise Howard collapsed, his breathing heavy, filled with exhaustion and pain. Suddenly, clicking footsteps rang out, along with a call that broke the silence. There you are, Lord Earthwise. It was Rebecca, Chelsea's close maid, hurriedly approaching with a face full of anxiety. The atmosphere was as tense as a villain's cut scene. Appearing in the middle of a downpour, recognizing the person who just appeared, Earthwise gasped. Rebecca? His rage erupted violently. He charged forward like a wild beast, tightly throttling the maid's neck and pinning her against the stone wall. You! How dare you still show your face here? Earthwise's eyes flared with murderous intent. He gnashed his teeth, roaring that it was because of her that Lady Chelsea ended up in this state. Rebecca choked in pain, only able to earnestly beg, Lord Earthwise, please listen to me. The aura of vengeance steamed up heavier than a hell-level spicy noodle pot. However, Earthwise had completely lost his sanity. He yelled out, shut up. A filthy dark mage who climbed into that demon's bed. I will break your neck right now. On the verge of death, Rebecca used all her remaining strength to shout, help me take revenge. She firmly asserted that the young lady had died because she could not withstand the brutal torture in the dark dungeon. Earthwise released his grip in shock, causing Rebecca to collapse to the ground, coughing uncontrollably from suffocation. He stood tall in the darkness, demanding proof for those crazy words she had just uttered. Rebecca looked up with calculating eyes. She reminded him to think carefully, since he was the one who knew best. That Lady Chelsea was absolutely not the kind of person who would end her own life. Above all, she claimed she had heard the chilling truth from the very people who directly cleaned up her corpse. Rebecca continued to pour brutal facts into Earthwise's ears regarding the young lady's death. She claimed that Chelsea's body was covered in traces of savage torture, horrific wounds that no normal human being could ever endure, and they were definitely the direct cause of her death. Witnessing the ultimate pain of the night, Rebecca growled, accusing the Duke's mansion. The Duke, clearly covered, everything up and staged. Her death as a suicide, to hide his own humiliation. Earthwise clutched his head in shock. He groaned, in disgust as he realized the bitter truth. Damn it. No, that is completely possible. The Duke I know is definitely ruthless enough to do such a thing. Rebecca gently placed her hand on her chest, mournfully, confessing that, although she initially approached the young lady with her own motives, Chelsea had always treated her with the warmth of a true older sister. The maid's gaze turned sharp and full of resentment. I cannot just let this matter slide. I will exact revenge on the Duke's mansion that did that to her. Rebecca's eyes suddenly flared. With a mystical purple spiritual energy, she leaned in close and made a tempting proposal. And in order to achieve that, I need your help, Lord Earthwise. Under the influence of dark magic, Earthwise was shocked, as he felt his mind gradually being invaded by a mysterious surge of energy. The light in his eyes slowly faded away, replaced by a soulless purple color, as he completely fell into a manipulated state. In his dazed trance, the mid-ranking knight faintly asked, "What do you want me to do?" The empty wine bottle rolled on the ground, standing as a testament to the collapse of a human will. Earthwise trudged forward into the darkness, following Rebecca's guidance. Right after that, Rebecca met up again with the fat man Mustang and his companion in the dark. This villainous combo, one look was enough to know they had never lived a righteous life for a single minute. He remarked with satisfaction. Fortunately, you have succeeded. The dark mage with the bizarre mustache smiled sinisterly, admitting that he had been worried the spell would not work on someone with the strength of a mid-ranking knight. He triumphantly declared that, no matter how strong a person is, there is always a weakness in their heart. And the greater that weakness is, the easier the manipulation becomes. In Howard's case, Chelsea Gopicsy was the fatal weakness that allowed them to easily turn him into a puppet in their hands. Under the deadly, crimson moon, the anonymous figures were secretly watching and gloating that Damian Harrison still had absolutely no idea of their existence. The chess game of darkness had officially begun. The whole group flexed their foolproof plan, as if they were filming a villain trailer for the final season. They believed that even the old Duke had let his guard down, thinking that the dark mages had truly vanished. This was the perfect, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them to exploit and strike with a single objective, which was none other than taking Damian's life at all costs. As darkness enveloped the mansion, Damian was still meditating and training his powers, his entire body radiating a powerful, brilliant green spiritual energy. He let out a soft breath, completely focusing on absorbing mana, unaware that eerie dark silhouettes were lurking right behind the stone pillars. The flickering candles suddenly flared up violently, as if signaling that a purge was about to begin. Suddenly, the dark figures inside the shadows simultaneously rushed forward to attack. Damian calmly uttered, "What a pity." Like lightning, he dodged the ambush. With terrifying speed, he closed in from behind them, leaving the assassins only able to widen their eyes in shock as they failed to keep up with their opponent's movement trajectory. A sword strike carrying a radiant red surge of energy tore through the air, directly blowing the assassins away. Amidst the thick cloud of dust, a stranger with greenish-gray hair fell to his knees, groaning in pain. As he bore the brunt of the powerful attack, he gnashed his teeth, his eyes showing clear resentment. As he glared toward Damian, Damian looked down at the three knights kneeling flat at his feet. With a face full of disappointment, he let out a sarcastic sigh. "How pathetic. I even told you to sneak up on me, and that you just needed to land a single hit. Yet you still failed?" Paben trembled, lowering his head to admit his fault. "I am sorry." Faced with his subordinate's weakness, Damian decisively declared, "All right, today's training session ends here." Damian coldly let out a comment that left Paben stunned. Hearing the word end, Paben's spirit responded right on the spot. He thought to himself in ultimate relief. It's over. It's completely over. Huh, Lord, you're stopping already. Seeing his opponent's bewildered expression, Damian asked back, "What's wrong? You don't like it?" Paben immediately changed his attitude, cheering joyfully. No, I like it." He silently gasped in appreciation, as he thought he would get beaten black and blue again this time. Like always, Damian ordered, "I said go get some rest. In 2 days, we have a duel with the Leon Bloom family." Damian continued to instruct, "From today on, no more training matches. Use the remaining 2 days to reflect on everything I have taught you." While his subordinates were still wondering what on earth they had learned, besides being beaten half to death, Damian had his own calculations. He told himself the reason he trained with them was not just to build physical strength, but also served another deeper purpose, even though it doesn't look like it on the outside. Damian suddenly paused as he noticed Paben's contemplative expression. He smirked slightly, flashing a satisfied smile. as it seemed at least one of them had realized his intention. Damien casually swung the sandbag back onto his shoulder and leisurely walked away, leaving the three knights still kneeling behind him, with a mess of hazy thoughts about the upcoming battle. Standing tall and looking down at the Tifa Plains, Duke Adam Gopixi, along with Damien and their entourage, had officially set foot at the duel location, looking toward the campsite of the Duke's mansion. That was gradually coming into view. The old Duke remarked in a low voice, "We have arrived a bit late," spurring his horse toward the campsite. Adam turned to ask for his companion's opinion. "Lord Hickson, what do you think of them?" Damien quietly observed the army marching ahead and secretly evaluated. "Overall, this is an army with highly formidable strength. Not just the equipment they are carrying, but their individual skills are also very respectable. The aura of this army, one look was enough to know they weren't the type of spam units from a tutorial map." Seeing that, the old Duke burst into a highly sarcastic laugh. "Haha, right. That foolish Leon Bloom fellow might be good at nothing else, but he trains his soldiers quite well." Right at this moment, the guard knight Jayan approached to report the situation. "Your Grace, an envoy from the Marquis' side has just arrived. They propose holding a meeting between representatives of both sides before the duel." Adam smirked slightly with deep meaning at this unexpected proposal. "Really? It seems they are also feeling the pressure." The smell of pre-combat drama began to spread, stronger than a new patch update. He tightened the reins and decisively gave the order to the whole squad. "All right, let's go." Meanwhile, at the camp of Marquis Leon Bloom, the atmosphere was incredibly tense due to Holland's shouting. Leon Bloom, he frantically kicked the side of the bed hard and yelled at his son who was lying down lazily. "Michael, you're still not up yet. We have to go out and greet the Duke's side. How much longer do you intend to sleep?" However, Michael only lethargically let out a very loud yawn. "Yawn. Father, you're being too noisy." The casual reply from his son left the Marquis stunned and astonished. What did you say?" Michael Leon Bloom lethargically stretched, grumbling in deep annoyance. Why wake up someone who was sleeping so soundly? His father, Marquis Holland, yelled furiously in a raging fit. "You little brat, do you even know how crucial your role in this duel is?" However, the only response to that expectation was an indifferent attitude. "I don't care." Holland gnashed his teeth and clicked his tongue in complete helplessness. He declared that he would personally face that guy. Damien. Michael sluggishly asked why Damien was at the Duke's mansion. Upon hearing his father explain that the Duke's side had chosen Damien as their representative, Michael's eyes suddenly flared with a bloodthirsty red gleam. The aura of a god of war turned up to max Wi-Fi capacity. The murderous intent was completely dialed in. He gripped his sword hilt tightly, flashing a chilling smile. "Ah, really? Then that's excellent." On the Tifa Plains, the two factions officially came face to face. Marquis Holland sarcastically laughed. "Haha, inviting people here, yet arriving late yourself?" Duke Adam didn't back down either, shooting back a reply about his opponent's lack of manners and narrow-minded temperament. The two old men laughed arrogantly, in an atmosphere thick with the smell of gunpowder, making the space seem to explode with sparks flying from their personal attacks. Knight Jayan Himlik spoke up to break the tense standoff. Holland immediately began soliciting him, telling Jayan to leave that boring place to join his own family. However, the old knight decisively asserted that he would serve the Gopixi Duke's mansion until his bones turned to ash. Being flatly rejected, Holland sarcastically called it casting pearls before swine, then turned to look at Damien with deep skepticism. "Is this that guy?" Adam clearly confirmed. "That's right. This is the guy. This is Damien Hickson." The moment he saw Damien, Holland gnashed his teeth in hatred, recalling what he had done to his son and his knights. He clenched his fists tightly, harboring the intention to crush him if given the chance. However, a strange sense of unease suddenly invaded his mind. Holland broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe that a high-ranking noble like himself would feel nervous in front of an unknown, low-ranking fellow like this. He was terrified of the frightening potential that Damien possessed, even secretly comparing him on par with Michael. Meanwhile, Michael leisurely approached, letting out a soft breath, then stared straight at him with sharp eyes. Damien Hickson. Seeing the other party call his name, Damien furrowed his brows slightly in skepticism. The atmosphere suddenly became as tense as a voice chat room right before a team fight. Unexpectedly, Michael flashed a highly crazed smile. He drew his sword and charged forward, attacking head-on like a flash of lightning, taking Damien completely by surprise. Michael charged like a specter with terrifying speed, his eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty red gleam. The sudden attack left Damien only able to gasp in astonishment, as the sharp blade tip was already right in front of his face. This ambush was so fast that the brain couldn't even load the animation. However, At that split-second moment, Marquis Holland rushed forward just in time, firmly grabbing his son's arm and shouting loudly, "Stop it, Michael!" Breaking into a cold sweat, even the Marquis himself could not believe his body had acted on its own to stop his son in such a brief moment. Witnessing this insolent act, Duke Adam Gopixy questioned in a low voice, "Young Master Michael, what is the meaning of this? To think you would draw your sword before his grace." Right before the duel, the old Duke growled, reminding them that pointing a sword at a noble is considered a major crime, and demanded that Marquis Holland take responsibility for this action. Holland could only force a stiff laugh, excusing it as nothing more than a braggart act from his foolish son. Deep down, Holland was still utterly shocked, wondering why his body had reacted like that on its own. He glanced toward Damien, shuddering as he realized the feeling was like facing a true wild beast. Perceiving this as a good opportunity to suppress the opponent, Duke Adam suddenly shifted his attitude. "Let's see. This is actually a good opportunity. There's no other way. I really want to cancel the entire duel. But this time, I will overlook it." This sudden leniency left Holland utterly astonished. He thought to himself, a wily old fox like Adam would definitely not easily let this matter slide so simply. Just as anticipated, Adam smirked slightly and made his next demand. "In exchange, I will add a few conditions to Wagner's duel." Holland narrowed his eyes and asked back, "Let's see what conditions you want." Faced with the highly calculating attitude of the Duke, Marquis Holland could only gnash his teeth, bitterly and decisively accept. "Fine. I will accept all of those conditions," Holland decisively declared, then urged Michael to leave quickly. Adam Gopixy waved goodbye sarcastically, silently cursing the Marquis as a truly wily old fox for knowing how to exploit that moment to put forward conditions favorable to himself. The stench of cunning deal-making wafted around the battlefield, even more intense than an end-of-the-month sale. Turning to Damien, he curiously asked why Michael had suddenly drawn his sword to attack him like that. Damien just shrugged and smiled it off. Who knows? Adam secretly evaluated Michael. Leon Bloom had awakened his sixth sense at such a young age. A true genius, making the upcoming match more highly anticipated than ever. Meanwhile, Holland was scolding his son for the impulsive action that almost pushed the family into a dangerous position. Michael asked his father back, "Father, did you see it?" He explained that Damien knew for sure he would draw his sword, yet still calmly smiled as if he had foreseen everything. Michael was incredibly thrilled, because he had finally met a worthy opponent, making his usually bored eyes now blaze with excitement. Holland recognized the change in his son's eyes. But Michael suddenly felt worried about the disadvantageous conditions he had just caused his family due to his recent action. The old Marquis scolded his son, "You really are an idiot for only thinking about that just now." However, Holland still wore a highly confident smile, reassuring his son, "There is no need to worry, because the ultimate victory will definitely belong to the Leon Bloom family." On the sun-drenched Tifa plains, the white lion flag proudly fluttered in the wind, asserting the prestige of a mighty family. A loud, clear voice from the speaker echoed throughout the arena, requesting the knights from both sides to step out to the center of the field to officially begin the first match. Duke Adam thoughtfully remarked, "Since this is the first match, gaining the initiative is extremely important." He turned around to ask for Damien's opinion on who they should send out for the opening match. However, before Damien could even make a proposal, a mid-ranking knight with spiky hair suddenly stepped forward, asking for permission to speak first. That was none other than Sebastian Vincenzo, the person responsible for training the knights of the Duke's mansion. Damien secretly realized this was the very man who had trained Pabin and the foolish group of knights he had met before. The scent of credit stealing wafted gently in the air. Anyone looking could tell he was getting ready to flex his achievements. He astutely noticed that Vincenzo was showing clear wariness, seemingly fearing that Damien would steal his credibility and standing in front of the Duke. To save face for this night, Damien casually agreed to the proposal. "Good. Then why don't we let Sir Sebastian Vincenzo propose the first night?" Duke Adam, though slightly surprised, nodded in approval. Vincenzo flashed a highly confident smile and began to introduce the warrior for the first match. This smile was exactly like the "Trust Me, Bro" meme, medieval fantasy edition. Immediately, a young man with slick back, black hair, holding a long spear, valiantly stepped out onto the field. That was Fabian Vincenzo, the son of Knight Sebastian. The father placed his absolute trust in his son, and Fabian also did not hesitate to firmly assert, "Don't worry, father. I will win this fight in style and win back his grace's favor." Duke Adam smiled slightly, revealing to Damien that he had heard of Fabian's reputation as an outstanding talent. In contrast, Damien only quietly responded with a highly skeptical tone, then silently walked away. On the other side of the battlefield, the first representative of the Leon Bloom family also officially made his appearance. It was Ronan, a burly man, with blonde hair and a striking blue and red outfit. The moment the speaker announced the start of the match, Fabian proudly declared his name. I am Fabian of the Vincenzo family. State your name and family, Ronan. Ronan coldly replied that he came from a nameless family. Fabian was stunned and astonished, unable to believe that his opponent was merely a low-class commoner. Fabian smirked disdainfully, looking at his opponent. A commoner dares to face me. Someone who has mastered the vision of the Vincenzo family? In response to that arrogance, Ronan only smiled mockingly, so noisy. It seems all of the Duke's knights fight with their mouths like women. The combat hadn't even started, yet the toxic chat was already spewing a collection of mental damage. The statement hurt his pride, making Fabian yell furiously. What? You arrogant brat. Immediately, he stomped his foot hard, charging forward like a flash of lightning, radiating a powerful, brilliant green spiritual energy. I will show you the difference in our levels. The crowd behind could not help but gasp when they saw Fabian officially make his move. The spear strikes carrying green spiritual energy tore through the air. Fabian continuously pressured his opponent with rapid attacks, letting out a determined roar as he put all his strength into a head-on thrust. The combo chain looked as intense as an end-of-season top server highlight montage. The clashing sound of weapons echoed through the arena as both sides continuously engaged in a fierce, intense standoff amidst a thick cloud of dust. However, contrary to Fabian's efforts, Ronan only coldly let out a disdainful comment. Pathetic. The opponent's calmness left Fabian shocked to the point of breaking into a cold sweat. He gnashed his teeth, roaring in humiliation. You lowly peasant. Right at that exact moment, Ronan suddenly unleashed a counterattack with overwhelming power, completely subduing Fabian, who could only widen his eyes in horror as he realized his opponent's terrifying strength. Fabian collapsed to the ground, his entire body trembling in ultimate dread upon realizing the massive gap in their abilities. And no, witnessing this scene, Michael Leon Bloom maintained a cold, expressionless face, while Damien only smirked sarcastically. What difference in level? Standing over the defeated man, Ronan proudly declared, You are finished, then delivered a punishing blow that made Fabian scream out miserably, in agony. Witnessing the opening victory, Marquis Holland Leon Bloom flashed a highly smug and sinister smile. The first match officially concluded with the Leon Bloom family winning completely. The flag of the Gopixi family fluttered in the wind, but the atmosphere sank into heavy gloom. Fabian was just carried off the battlefield, in a severely injured state. He groaned in agonizing pain. Sebastian Vincenzo frantically rushed to the side of the stretcher, unable to hold back his anxiety as he yelled, Hang in there just a little longer, Fabian. Everyone's face was as tense as a bank dead at the end of the month. Witnessing this pathetic sight, Damien quietly observed and secretly evaluated. I expected too much, but this was far too much for him to handle. Duke Adam Gopixi, standing nearby, also could not hide his disappointment. He clutched his head in sheer exhaustion. Those damn Leon Bloom bastards. Marquis Holland Leon Bloom laughed arrogantly and triumphantly at the sight of his opponent collapsing. He sarcastically mocked, in a match about victory or defeat, what is the point of cutting off someone else's arm? Facing this critical situation, Adam turned around to ask for Damien's opinion. Damien, what should we do now? Out of 3 matches, we have already lost the first one. Shouldn't you step in by now? However, Damien remained completely calm. He analyzed the strategy. Even if I win, once Michael steps out in the final match, there will be no one left who can face him. Understanding his intention, the old Duke nodded. That's true. Adam pressed for the next move, and Damien decisively declared, As for our second night, I already have someone in mind. Adam's curiosity piqued. Who is that person? The answer left everyone utterly astonished as Damien placed his hand on the shoulder of Paben Vermin, the purple-haired knight. Trembled so hard, he turned deathly pale. He stammered in ultimate terror, "MMA?" Damien flashed a highly confident smile and reminded him, "Just remember the training you endured when you were beaten black and blue by me." Even though Paben was still panicking, blurting out, "Be but," Damien decisively reassured him. "Don't worry, you can win." Paben's brothers continuously cheered and shouted to give him strength. "Big bro Paben, we believe in you. One for all. All for one." Witnessing this scene, Duke Adam couldn't help but feel skeptical. "Damien, you proposed him, but are you sure about this?" To be honest, Paben has never been an outstanding knight. Damien smirked slightly and firmly asserted, "Don't worry, your grace. I have specially trained him for this exact moment. He will definitely win." While Damien was overflowing with confidence, Paben was dry heaving from pure anxiety. In the back, his warrior spirit was nowhere to be seen. Only his digestive system was entering combat first. Finally, with trembling legs and a sword in his hand, the second combat night, Paben Vermin officially stepped out into the middle of the arena. Amidst resounding cheers, Paben walked onto the field with his legs shaking uncontrollably, his mind currently filled with nothing but ultimate bewilderment. I've stepped out here, but what on earth am I supposed to do? Immediately, an immense pressure washed over him, making Paben break into a cold sweat. He turned deathly pale with terror as his opponent officially made his appearance. Exuding a highly arrogant demeanor, he brandished a gleaming greatsword and proudly declared his name, I am Huey Selection. And you? The opponent's aura was turned up to max capacity. Looking into his opponent's sharp gaze, Paben secretly trembled, assessing, just based on his eyes. I can tell he is stronger than me. He tried to stay calm, stammering his name, Paben Vermin. Huey smirked slightly in disappointment. He thought to himself that he had expected Damien to step out. So he now felt utterly bored, with his eyes glowing with red spiritual energy. He decided, well, I'll just end this quickly and take the win. Paben focused with the utmost concentration, reminding himself to be extremely careful, if he didn't want to lose his life. The match erupted as Huey charged forward in a flash, forcing Paben to raise his sword to defend with great difficulty. An ear-piercing clang rang out as Paben used all his remaining strength to stop his opponent's sword strike. The heavy impact blew him far back, but he still managed to maintain his defensive stance amidst the cloud of dust in the nick of time. Huey was slightly surprised to see that his prey had not fallen yet. He blocked it. You are better than I thought. Meanwhile, Paben shockingly felt something very strange happening within his body. This feeling, could it be a coincidence? He realized that Huey's attacks seemed to share similarities with what he had experienced during those hellish training sessions with Damien, allowing him to begin reading his opponent's trajectories. Huey didn't give his opponent any room to breathe. He continuously swung his sword, unleashing radiant red strikes that tore through the air, forcing Paben to dodge with great effort. The continuous clashing sound of weapons created violent shockwaves, shrouding an entire area of the arena in thick dust. Paben was pressured to the point of suffocation. He gnashed his teeth, enduring the heavy blows, heavy impacts from the greatsword. Amidst the thick cloud of dust, Paben struggled to brace himself, stopping the blade that was pressed right against his face. The two sides locked fiercely in a highly tense standoff. This match was as strained as an internet cafe's Wi-Fi during peak hours. Everyone was feeling the psychological pressure. Huey was so astonished that his eyes widened completely. He could not believe that Paben could block a blind strike aimed directly at his blind spot. Paben was also utterly shocked, sweating profusely as he realized the truth that was unfolding within his own body. His gaze directed toward the stands where Damien was standing, arms crossed calmly, and secretly wondered, is this the reason you were sure I would win? Damien smirked triumphantly, thinking to himself, that's right. You've finally figured it out, have you? In reality, the swordsmanship he had passed down to the knights during those recent hellish training sessions was the guard swordsmanship, a renowned special technique belonging to the Leon Bloom house itself. After being mercilessly beaten by Damien to the point of lying flat on the ground, Paben's body had automatically learned how to block strikes through his strongest survival instinct. He didn't even know what was happening, but he was automatically good at it, just like a modern metagame. Now, Paben gently closed his eyes, a single tear rolling down his cheek. With an instinct forged through countless beatings, he could even close his eyes and still block every incoming attack. Paben realized Huey's swordsmanship, though powerful, was far too slow compared to Damien's profound level. An immense sense of gratitude surged within his heart. He told himself, thank you, Lord Damien Harrison. Thanks to you, I have reached a new realm. Today, I will surpass myself. Paben concentrated all his spiritual energy, swinging a brilliant green sword strike that tore through the air to deliver a head-on counterattack. The powerful impact generated blinding flashes of light as Paben let out a mighty roar. My sword is a sword that defies heaven. The two knights put their all into the deciding blow, creating a earth-shattering energy explosion that enveloped the entire arena. Low tier, but high damage. This build is kind of ridiculous. Huey Selection was shocked as he felt a cold blade pressing right against his neck. To the amazement of everyone, the arrogant knight of the Leon Bloom house collapsed miserably to the ground, standing proudly in the arena. Paben loudly declared, victory is mine. Across the stands, the crowd roared Paben's name. A satisfied smile appeared on the young knight's lips. He thought to himself in ultimate happiness, I actually did it. With this victory, the Chelsea Gopixy faction officially tied the score in the second match. Witnessing that scene, Michael Leon Bloom leisurely stepped onto the field. He sneered, mocking his teammates' defeat. Huh? He lost. Huey looked stronger, but the guard knight, Jayan Himlik, quietly observed. He secretly assessed. As expected, the last person is him. Michael Leon Bloom entered the arena. Amidst a fiery red spiritual energy, exuding a terrifying pressure that made the space seem to tremble. He arrogantly declared, so in the end, the result will be decided by us. Right? Michael stopped walking, looked straight at his opponent, and called his name. Damien Hickson. Jayan nodded slightly, as if implicitly placing his trust in Damien. The young master of the Hickson family casually stepped forward to face him. He decisively replied, fine. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. I exist for this moment. Witnessing his opponent's momentum, Michael suddenly became excited to the point of madness. His face flushed red, with eyes glowing with intense desire. Ah, wonderful. I have been waiting for someone like you for a long time. Michael looked forward to a duel, a one-on-one between those he deemed to be on his level. But Damien only smirked slightly in utter disdain. On my level? Don't make me laugh. The drama level was maxed out entering the match, one would think. It was a season final trailer. Michael gripped his glowing sword tightly, roaring in a fit of rage. That's why I am sincerely begging you. His eyes reflected Damien's silhouette, harboring a crazed fighting will. With a parting word, don't disappoint me. Michael unleashed a blazing red aura, like a ferocious flame, swinging his sword and charging forward, to deliver a head-on attack with earth-shattering power. Before the skill name could even appear, the screen shook so hard the system asked for leave. Rewinding back. A few minutes ago at the camp of the Leon Bloom family, Huey, who had just tasted a humiliating defeat, was kneeling flat on the ground, begging in agony. Please, just kill me. However, Marquis Holland appeared exceptionally calm. He reassured his subordinate, stand up. You did your best. The knight was simply stronger, that's all. With a sharp, highly calculating gaze, the old man firmly asserted. And in the end, victory belongs to us. Holland looked toward his son with absolute confidence. After all, we have Michael. Hearing this, Huey could only bow his head in complete submission. You are right, my lord. After telling his subordinate to go back and rest, Holland began to ponder and calculate. He noticed something incredibly strange. Huey was clearly stronger than the Duke's knight. Yet why was he so easily overwhelmed? As if every single attack was completely seen through? Images of the recent match flashed back in his mind, like a massive question mark regarding this anomaly. Holland skeptically said to himself, our family's guard swordsmanship is only passed down by word of mouth. It could absolutely not be leaked this easily. While he was lost in thought, Michael suddenly clutched his chest tightly, laughing crazily in sheer excitement. Father, do you know? My heart has never beaten like this in my entire life. Looking toward Damien, who was surrounded by his comrades, Michael brightly declared, finally, I have met someone just like me. He asserted that he would remember Damien and dedicate this victory to his father. Faced with his son's determination, Holland smirked with satisfaction. Good, Michael. A minor plot twist, but the vibe is diverse. Like a game opening a new chapter. He encouraged his son. Go ahead and enjoy this match to your heart's content. Michael Leon Bloom, the third combat knight of the Leon Bloom family, officially stepped out, with a flushed face and a smile full of excitement. Mixed with madness, childhood memories of when he first held a wooden sword flashed back in his mind, along with a single emotion. It's truly fun. When he first learned swordsmanship from his father, it was so thrilling that it drove Michael crazy. He used to dream and wonder about how many powerful warriors existed in this world. But as time passed, his hope and excitement quickly vanished. As he realized the brutal reality, it felt like the endgame. Clear the game and see that there are no more achievements left to unlock. Even when facing knights renowned for their strength, Michael realized they were nothing special. To him, victory was simply inevitable, and gradually became meaningless. He let out a tired sigh. So boring. Before he knew about him, Michael had even intended to lay down his sword because of this emptiness. And then, a silhouette suddenly appeared before his eyes. That was none other than Damien Hickson. Michael's eyes blazed with excitement, as he realized this was the opponent he had been searching for. All this time, standing in the middle of the windy Tifa plains, Michael flashed a crazed smile, and slowly drew his sword from its scabbard. He proudly declared, so, I sincerely beg of you. Michael charged forward like a wild beast, along with a crazed plea, please, don't disappoint me. A slash carrying a blazing red spiritual energy tore through the air, aiming straight at Damien with terrifying speed. However, Damien still maintained an incredible calmness. He quickly raised his sword, blocking the attack in the nick of time. A powerful energy explosion erupted from the impact. Damien exerted his strength, blowing his opponent back. Michael was pushed back a long distance, his eyes widening in astonishment at the unimaginable strength of the young master of the Harrison house. A frame-perfect parry, the system reported an effortless skill block. An earth-shattering clash exploded, and a brilliant green spiritual energy burst forth powerfully, sending Michael flying back. Not giving his opponent time to react, Damien delivered a thunderous kick that tore through the air, forcing Michael to slide across the ground to keep his balance. Before he could even read the combo guide, he was forced to skip the cutscene. Michael was excited to the point of madness. He continuously swung his glowing red sword, attacking furiously, but all of them were effortlessly deflected by Damien. Witnessing his opponent's composure, Michael thoughtfully said to himself in shock, "My attacks were blocked. This easily. It's just as I thought." Fury erupted, and Michael yelled in ultimate excitement, "I didn't misjudge you. You are the best." A blazing red aura manifested, forming a massive, powerful lion that enveloped his body. Michael exerted all his strength, striking a fatal blow down onto the ground, creating a terrifying energy explosion that swallowed the entire arena. Amidst the thick cloud of dust, Damien still stood tall like a specter. Without a single scratch on him, Michael gasped for breath. He gnashed his teeth in challenge. "How much longer do you intend to just dodge? Draw your sword and make this match more interesting." He leaped high into the air, his sword glowing with spiritual energy, preparing for the next attack. Michael believed for sure that he would gain the advantage. He told himself there would be no chance for his opponent, because his sword would strike first. However, in a split second, Damien's eyes suddenly flared with immense power. He swung his sword as fast as lightning, carrying a massive, brilliant green spiritual energy that tore through the air. Damien's terrifying speed left Michael only able to widen his eyes in horror as he realized he completely could not keep up with his opponent's trajectory. The impact was so powerful it knocked Michael down. Damien's silhouette was imprinted in his eyes, which dilated from shock. Michael lay flat on the ground, wondering in shock what had just happened, when he didn't even have time to see the attack. Cracks spread wide across the ground, right beneath the feet of the young master of the Harrison house. Witnessing the scene of his son's defeat, Marquis Holland frantically yelled, "Michael!" At this moment, the system could only display the word defeat. In silence, Holland frantically shouted, demanding Michael to stand up, draw his sword, and keep fighting. "What are you doing? Stand up and draw your sword." However, Michael could only touch his face blankly at this moment, his entire body trembling from the feeling of death barely brushing past him. He said to himself in shock, What is this? I should definitely be dead." The pressure from that recent attack had completely shattered the fighting will of the genius of the Leon Bloom house. The ping was fine, but the mental state had long left the game. Damien coldly looked down at the person kneeling flat on the ground and mocked, "What are you doing? Suddenly kneeling down like that?" A terrifyingly dark, soul-shattering murderous intent radiated from Damien, enveloping the entire arena, leaving Michael only able to tremble in ultimate dread. Damien growled, asking, "Do you still think we are on the same level?" Faced with the massive gap in their abilities, Michael completely broke down. He murmured in panic, "See, could it be that these things are just an illusion?" In the end, Leon Bloom bowed his head and gave up. "I surrender. Drink with enthusiasm and enjoy yourselves." The sound of laughter echoed throughout the camp as the victory celebration party was held that very night. While Marquis Holland was gnashing his teeth, his face flushed red with resentment, Duke Adam appeared exceptionally thrilled. The old man raised his wine glass high and excitedly invited, "There is still plenty of meat and wine left. The more people there are, the merrier the party gets, after all." The knights, under his command, also continuously cheered and shouted, thanking the Duke for his generosity, even though Holland could only sit there, letting out furious growls from his throat, then turning his face away in irritation. Not stopping there, Adam also leisurely approached his defeated opponent. With a bottle of wine in his hand, the old man flashed a meaningful smile and spoke up. "Marquis Leon Bloom, although we had a bit of a dispute, everything is settled now. Forget about it and come join us." He casually poured wine into Holland's glass and delivered another painful psychological blow. "Here, have a drink. Since I am the winner, I will pour a glass for you first. After all, who else is the winner besides me?" The biting sarcasm drove Holland so furious that blue veins popped all over his forehead. He could only growl in deep humiliation. Looking toward Damien, who was quietly sitting in a corner, Holland bitterly thought to himself about his son's unbelievable defeat. That brat Michael. It's unbelievable that he surrendered without even drawing his sword. I don't know whether to consider that bad luck or what. He irritably downed the glass of wine in utter helplessness. The old Marquis bit his lip tightly, harboring an intense grudge, winning the feast without needing a buff, just because the opponent left the match themselves. Witnessing the drama from afar, Damien secretly assessed, he truly is hopeless. He actually invited people from the Marquis family. Looking at Adam's laughing expression, he clearly understood the true nature behind that generosity. On the surface, He seems warm and generous. But clearly, this banquet is meant to mock the Marquis family. In fact, the old Duke didn't even hesitate to make excessive, teasing gestures right in front of his opponent. However, Damien didn't care too much about those petty squabbles. He smiled slightly and thought to himself, at any rate, I have achieved my original goal. With that match, I brought victory to the Duke's family and ensured that Leon Bloom will think twice before daring to cross us again. Looking at Pabin's group of knights excitedly, raising their glasses to celebrate by the campfire, Damien knew that his family's position was now temporarily safe. Quest completed, but there's still a post-victory cutscene, opening right into political DLC. However, amidst the lively atmosphere, Damien's eyes suddenly grew deep as he reminded himself. But there is still one thing left undone. The silhouette of a dark conspiracy still lurked somewhere in his mind. While absorbed in his calculations, Damien was startled by a clearing of a throat. Ahem, right next to him. He turned his head around in suspicion. If you don't mind, can I sit with you? Michael, his face flushed red from the alcohol and excitement, poured wine for Damien, while stammering a confession. I respect you. Holding his wine glass, Damien narrowed his eyes suspiciously, repeating, respect. Michael confessed that throughout his entire life, he had thought there was no one left on his level to stand alongside him. But now, he realized Damien was not only like him, but also many times greater than him. Much greater than he was. Damien secretly evaluated this dizzying change in attitude. It's truly unbelievable, especially after what he had done to his family. Switching from the final boss to a hardcore fan after just one round. This speed is a bit of a game glitch. Michael scratched his head in complete embarrassment, admitting that even though he didn't know how everything unfolded, but even before actually clashing swords, his instinct had already told him the result. It turned out that Michael originally possessed a type of super sense, far exceeding ordinary people, in the imaginary space that Michael created for himself before the match. He had realized a horrifying truth when facing Damien in that spiritual world. Michael saw himself as completely small. Before an entity carrying overwhelming power, he realized Damien was on a level completely distinct compared to his preferences. And it was that very instinct of fear before such a grand entity that saved his life. Damien quietly looked at Michael and thought to himself, if you had actually charged forward, you would have lost much more than just an arm. Michael looked up at the brilliant night sky, deeply moved, exclaiming that this world was much vaster than what he had ever imagined. Seeing his opponent's awakening, Damien spoke in a deep tone, giving a piece of sincere advice. He reminded Michael that the world is indeed very vast, and no matter how rare his talent might be, he should never be deluded or arrogant to think that he is the strongest. Damien asserted that even within the Empire, there are at least 3 people who possess a talent far superior to his, by a wide margin. Taking a sip of wine, Damien's gaze suddenly grew dark. As he reminisced about his painful past, he bitterly admitted, I too once thought I was the strongest, and had to pay a heavy price when facing that guy. The image of Alastair, coldly standing beside the corpses, flashed back, like a brutal reminder of the most bitter defeat he had ever tasted. The flashback triggered. The wine party turns into horror story mode. Michael looked at Damien with full admiration, softly asking, so Damien, do you also live with that thought? Damien smirked slightly, confidently asserting, no need. I am already the strongest. The utterly arrogant answer left Michael stunned, recalling the warning from just a moment ago. But Damien only casually shot back. Exactly. If you are not as strong as me, then don't you dare be deluded. Michael blushed, nodding with absolute determination. I will keep that in mind. An answer that turns the ego up to full HD, no patch required. Right at this moment, Duke Adam leisurely approached together with Marquis Holland. He smiled brightly. Oh, it seems like you two have grown closer in such a short time. Children's friendship is always a beautiful thing to observe, isn't it? Looking at Holland's scowling face, Damien skeptically asked the Duke, what brings you here? Adam excitedly revealed, forgive my interruption. I have just finished discussing with the Marquis family. Before the match, I promised to grant a reward for the victory, which is to open the Marquis family's treasury for you. The old Duke laughed thoroughly, teasing his opponent. This guy was stingy about granting it, so I had to convince him with something else. Holland furiously yelled, stingy? How dare you say that? Knowing the value of the treasure, the Marquis turned to Damien, his eyes blazing with rage. Damien Hickson, because of what you did to Irwin, I cannot forgive you. But based on the circumstances, I will let it slide this time. Holland glared at Damien with a sharp, cold look, then suddenly reached his hand into his coat breast pocket. First of all, let me apologize to you for sending knights to make a show of force. A half-hearted apology. Brushing aside his son's issue, he growled, asserting that he could not open the treasury for an outsider. but instead, to decisively apologize and grant the reward for the match. I will give you an item from the treasury. Damien curiously looked toward his hand. It was a small wooden box, which was opened to reveal a sparkling treasure inside. A ring enchanted with space magic. An apology, but still having to save face as expected of high-ranking nobility. The ring in the wooden box radiated a unique aura. This is a space magic tool, created in the White Tower, with a storage capacity of up to 100 kilograms, and a value equivalent to a small castle. Even though he thought this gift wasn't exactly what was promised about opening the treasury, Damien still accepted it. Since its value was by no means small, Marquis Holland explained that even though the treasury wasn't opened, the Leon Bloom family still possessed plenty of excellent weapons. Damien bowed his head slightly. If you feel that way. Thank you, my lord. Then accepted the treasure from the old Marquis's hand. The gift package opened. Not the entire treasury, but still enough to light up the inventory. Looking at the grandeur of the greatest knight family in the Apple Kingdom, Damien thought to himself, this place must surely possess superb swords. Suddenly, he remembered a special item that was still inside the Marquis's estate. His eyes lit up. Damien looked straight at Holland and asked, then, may I request one more thing? Upon receiving the old Marquis's consent, Damien confidently declared, I want a bow. This unexpected request left Holland utterly astonished. A bow? Truly unexpected. Why do you need a bow? Damien flashed a bright, yet meaningful smile. He casually replied, well, it's to be used as a wedding gift for my younger brother. Meanwhile, at the Harrison mansion under the dim moonlight, Abel suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Abel sat blankly in the night, his hand still holding a needle to poke a straw doll. With a highly gloomy expression, the young boy wiped his nose, muttering in annoyance. Why did I suddenly sneeze? Standing before the majestic mansion of Duke Gopixy, Adam looked at Damien with deep regret and asked, are you leaving already? I am preparing a banquet to honor you. Can't you at least wait until then? Damien calmly replied that he had been away from home for too long, and it was now time to return to his family. Main quest cleared, but the NPC is still holding him back with a side quest buffet. Adam smiled slightly. If that is truly your decision, then I cannot stop you. But could you at least stay for one more day? I will send knights to escort you. Seeing that Damien seemed hesitant, the old duke further explained that, although his skills were highly impressive, he might encounter bandit groups on the road, and he wanted him to be as comfortable as possible. Damien thought to himself that although an escort was unnecessary, given the duke's kindness, he should accept. He bowed politely. Yes, my lord. Thank you for everything up until now. The rapid sound of horse hooves rang out, signaling the start of the return journey. Amidst the escorting knights, Victor walked sluggishly, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. Phew. You are finally returning, young master. The only survivor after a long chain of events. His spirit was down to 30 battery. The servant boy even added a highly suggestive remark. At any rate, thank God that the trouble you caused has been resolved. Phew. Damien shot a sharp glare. Are you trying to mock me? Victor startled and laughed it off to hide his embarrassment, but then began to complain about having to walk until his legs were exhausted while Damien was casually riding a horse. The boy was envious that he didn't have that luxury. Groaning from his aching feet, Damien looked at his servant's demeanor and gnashed his teeth, thinking, this damn fatso. Since leaving the Duke's mansion, just how much fat has he accumulated? When we get back, I must give him a brutal workout. Right at this moment, a knight ahead called out loudly, Lord Damien, it's getting dark soon. I will prepare to set up camp. The night grew late, and the group stopped to set up camp deep in the forest, under the perfectly round moon. Victor was cheerfully holding a fragrant grilled meat skewer in his hands. He cheered in excitement. It's completely cooked now, young master. Damien smiled with satisfaction. Good, then have a bite. The camp setup was complete. The main quest was temporarily on hold, and the food event was unlocked. Seeing that the two escorting knights were still standing guard seriously, Victor enthusiastically invited them. Dear knights, please enjoy the meal with us. However, the knight with the buzz cut hair looked hesitant and politely declined. No, thank you. We will eat later. Even though Victor still tried his best to persuade them. Let's eat together for some fun. Damien only watched quietly with a calm gaze. Suddenly, he recalled the touching moment of departure. With Pabin's group of knights at the Duke's mansion, they cried miserably upon learning that he was about to leave. Sob, is tomorrow really the day you leave? Damien could only let out a sigh, bored by how clingy these people were. The Pabin fan club side quest automatically triggers even after leaving the map. Pabin gripped Damien's hands tightly, tears streaming down his face as he expressed his deep gratitude. Lord Damien, thanks to you, we were able to reach a new horizon. And we even contributed greatly to the Duke's family. Damien smiled slightly and acknowledged their effort. Yeah, you guys worked very hard too. All 3 knights were bursting with determination, resolving that they would never forget the painful lessons he had taught them, and promised to continue putting in even more effort. They bowed their heads simultaneously in deep respect, leaving Damien quite surprised. "Thank you very much, Lord Damien." Returning to reality by the campfire, Damien smiled slightly, thinking to himself, "Yeah, it's nothing." Looking at Victor, who was deliciously enjoying his dinner beside the knights, the atmosphere felt peaceful. Suddenly, a sense of danger loomed, was suddenly broken by a strange noise. From the bushes behind, the red-haired knight immediately became alert. He signaled his comrade, then turned to report, "Lord Damien, I will patrol the area just to be safe." Watching the knight leisurely walk into the darkness of the forest, Damien narrowed his eyes calculatingly and said in a deep voice, "I don't think that's necessary." The red-haired knight leisurely stepped into the darkness, not forgetting to leave a promise. "It won't take long. I'll be back soon." However, the exact moment he turned his back, Damien immediately sensed a thick murderous intent. Without a second of hesitation, he leaped up and swung his heavenly sword, creating a deep purple sword strike that tore through the air. A loud explosion rang out. The sudden attack made the treacherous knight scream in agony as he was swallowed by the spiritual energy. Damien stood coldly watching the man who had just shown loyalty a moment ago, now lying defeated at his feet, betraying faster than changing his stance before the status condition could even appear. He secretly assessed, "So, the Duke sent an escort, huh?" Damien narrowed his eyes in utter disdain. He understood clearly that with low-level knights like this, they were completely unqualified to protect anyone. Suddenly, a dark hand glowing with purple spiritual energy appeared from within the bushes, hurling a magic spear, aimed straight at Damien and the sleeping Victor. The spear flew with terrifying speed, but Damien was as fast as lightning, reaching out his hand and stopping it right in midair. He tightly gripped the weapon full of evil energy and secretly declared, "They cannot stop me." The mini-boss just appeared and immediately got damage tested. The remaining knight drew his sword in shock, his eyes widening in terror, as he saw a dark silhouette leisurely stepping out from the deep forest. He stammered, asking in ultimate dread, Who? The one who just appeared under the blood moon was none other than Earthworm, wielding a massive staff that radiated an eerie, ominous light. But now, he was completely deformed, with glowing, soulless purple eyes, and a dark aura enveloping his entire body. The escorting knight yelled in despair, "Lord Ursula, why are you doing this?" Victor also startled awake. The boy could only gasp, "Why, young master?" Upon seeing the critical situation, from above, the eerie dark silhouettes of the Yulin organization quietly observed the scene and mocked, "Oh, my, a pet is blocking the way." "Rebecca." Chelsea's maid gently pushed up her glasses, flashing a sinister smile upon seeing that the prey had fallen into the trap. The purple smoke of the mesmerizing incense began to spread across the camp, making the escorting knight dazed as he muttered, unconsciously, "This scent." Damien noticed that Victor was also starting to be affected by the dark magic. He said in a deep voice, "Then there is no other choice." "Sorry, Victor." To protect his servant from manipulation, Damien decisively struck the back of his neck, knocking Victor out. Instantly, Victor collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth in an unconscious state. Meanwhile, Rebecca was still immersed in her complacency. She smiled sinisterly as she saw the minds of those around her spinning under the influence of the magic. Earthworm writhed in pain. He tried to resist and screamed, "Stop it." However, a heavy punch, carrying a purple spiritual energy, struck the treacherous knight straight in the face, knocking him to the ground without mercy. The entire camp was now nothing but a desolate ruin, under the control of the dark mages. "The lobby just reset. My team got debuffed all over the place." The hooded members of the Yulin organization leisurely approached Damien. They found it highly interesting that a low-level knight could resist the mesmerizing incense. One smiled sinisterly and speculated, "You must possess some kind of special physique." Rebecca smirked slightly, her eyes glowing with calculation. "Exactly. Now, I'm curious now. Should we kill him and dissect him slowly? Why not?" Standing before the threat of the monsters and Earthworm, who was frantically radiating a dark murderous intent, Damien still maintained a completely cold, expressionless face. His eyes blazed with determination, ready for a life-or-death bloody battle. An interesting fellow. The dark mages looked at Damien with full curiosity. They could not believe that a low-ranking individual could actually be immune to the mesmerizing incense, and wondered whether he possessed some kind of special physique. Rebecca gently pushed up her glasses, flashing a cruel smile full of excitement. She decisively declared that she would finish Damien off, and only then would they slowly dissect his body to satisfy their research curiosity. Standing before those horrific threats, Damien's gaze remained exceptionally sharp, cold, and calm. The villain group discussed their plans like picking from a menu, unaware they had just selected the wrong boss. Earthworm gnashed his teeth, roaring in a fit of madness. We finally meet Damien Harrison. With his manipulated, soulless eyes, he declared he would tear him to pieces to offer to Lady Chelsea as a sacrifice. In stark contrast to that rage, Damien only smirked slightly, flashing a smile of utter disdain. He secretly mocked that it was truly a farce when a man who used to be so scared he pissed his pants in front of Lord Kion was now going around blaming others for what he himself lacked the competence to protect. Witnessing Damien's attitude, Rebecca sarcastically noted, "You truly are a cold-hearted person, knowing exactly how to tear open a man's emotional wound." She narrowed her eyes suspiciously, not understanding where his confidence came from, to dare think he could single-handedly face all three powerful opponents. The leader of the Dark Mages began to speak, introducing their background with sheer arrogance. But Damien instantly cut him off casually. He exposed their identity as none other than the executive-level Dark Mages of the organization. Were the executive-level Dark Mages of the organization. Yulin. This revelation left Rebecca so utterly shocked that her face contorted as she stammered, unable to understand how he could possibly know that horrific secret, spoiling the boss's identity. Right during their intro, this is exactly like skipping a cut scene. Without asking for permission, Damien casually picked his ear and shot back mockingly, stating that it was simply because his ears were a bit sharp, that's all. Feeling insulted, the leader roared that no matter how much he bragged, he would absolutely lose his life. Here today, a massive spear, glowing with brilliant green spiritual energy, was summoned, radiating a soul-shattering pressure. The moment the enemy charged forward, a surge of maximum energy erupted, tearing through the night sky and creating an explosion that shook the entire forest. The enemy just cast a skill, and our side immediately replied with unnecessary. Rapid footsteps tore through the night. Damien charged forward like a flash of lightning, intercepting the enemy's attack in a violent explosion of spiritual energy. Looking at the shocked faces of the fat Dark Mage and his cohorts, he smirked mysteriously. "It seems you guys have misunderstood something," Damien calmly declared. "Because I am not alone either." Right away, a powerful surge of pressure manifested behind him. Sebastian Vincenzo, a mid-tier knight of Duke Gopixi's lineage, proudly revealed himself with his sword glowing with brilliant green spiritual energy. Rewinding time back to the Duke's office, Damien bowed his head, expressing his sincere gratitude. "Yes, my lord. I deeply thank you for looking after me all this time." Duke Adam Gopixi spoke in a deep tone. I have one more thing I want to ask of you." The old man revealed a piece of important news, making the atmosphere turn tense. "The thing is, Earthworm has vanished." He was concerned that Earthworm was harboring a grudge against both him and Damien over Chelsea's death, and would surely find a way to seek revenge. Furthermore, the Dark Mages whose plans you ruined will not leave the one who stood in their way alone either. The Duke decisively made a decision. "I have Lord Kion to protect me, but you don't, right? Therefore, I intend to send an additional expert to follow and protect you." The main quest was peaceful for just 10 seconds, and immediately a Troublemaker DLC expansion appeared. The old man ordered, "Come in." The room door swung open, and the silhouette of a tall knight with spiked hair leisurely stepped in from the darkness. Damien was shocked to recognize an acquaintance. "This person is Sebastian Vincenzo." The Duke explained that since the other mid-tier knights were all busy executing missions, currently only Lord Sebastian was free to take on the heavy responsibility of protecting him. Duke Adam instructed Lord Sebastian, "Please look after Damien very well." Faced with that entrustment, Sebastian confidently asserted, "Yes, my lord. Even if I must sacrifice my life, I will protect him." It turned out that the Duke had already instructed Vincenzo to quietly follow behind to protect Damien from the very beginning. Damien secretly calculated, "If Vincenzo accompanies me openly, I'm afraid the Dark Mages won't show their faces." On the surface, it was called sending an escort, but in reality, this was exactly the trap to lure those hiding out into the open. Appearing amidst the still night, Earthworm, with a deformed face, smiled sinisterly. "It's been a long time since we last met, Lord Sebastian." Sebastian asked in shock why he was present here. Earthworm gnashed his teeth and vowed, "Lord Sebastian, I swear I will never forgive anyone involved in the death of Lady Chelsea. Not even a single one shall be left alive." When Sebastian tried to explain that Lady Chelsea had ended her own life, and that it was not anyone's fault, Earthworm frantically yelled, "Don't talk nonsense." He screamed loudly in a fit of fury. "Shut up. Shut up. Do you know how strong Lady Chelsea was? Someone like her would absolutely never commit suicide," Earthworm asserted. "The Duke must have surely murdered her." During that harsh interrogation, under the smug observation of the Dark Mages, standing behind. A deep purple dark aura enveloped his arm. He let out a deadly roar. I will absolutely not let Lady Chelsea's death slide. I will kill Damian Harrison. Kill everyone who interrogated her. And finally, I will kill the Duke as well. Multi-layered plot twist. After hearing this, you'd want to open the internal wiki just to check. LOL. Sebastian coldly shot back. Saying you want to murder the Duke? You have truly lost your mind. Earthworm laughed hideously and made an outrageous offer. Lord Sebastian, I won't make things difficult for you. Just hand over Damian Harrison and I will let you live. Standing right behind, Damian remarked in a deep voice, you've got a lot of nerve. Sebastian erupted with a powerful, brilliant green spiritual energy. He unsheathed his sword and roared. A lowlife like you dares to say you will spare someone's life. Witnessing the overwhelming aura of the mid-tier knight, Damian smirked slightly in appreciation. Arrogant, aren't you? Ha ha, that's right. Earthworm laughed frantically, admitting that Sebastian used to be stronger than him. But things are different now. Sebastian was shocked as he realized the truth. Why, you fool? Have you actually gotten involved with dark magic? The dark mage standing behind smugly explained that Earthworm had undergone a forbidden ritual to attain a near-immortal strength. In return, he had to trade his very own life to possess superior mana and physique. Villain patch update. Changed the build, but lost his lifespan. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. See what kind of power I have obtained. Earthworm roared, erupting. A deep purple spiritual energy that tore through the air, forcing Sebastian to struggle to hold his ground. The knight was pushed back, his feet sliding heavily across the dirt. Astonished by this overwhelming power, the mid-tier knight could not help but feel terrified before this horrific pressure. Arg, truly terrifying. Could it be that he has already surpassed great magic? Earthworm laughed arrogantly, mocking that Sebastian should have listened to the warning early on, because if he had just handed over Damian Harrison, he wouldn't have to die. I told you already. He roared in a fit of fury, unleashing a fatal strike. That created a massive cross-shaped explosion, swallowing Sebastian whole. The earth-shattering impact left Sebastian stunned, paralyzed with shock before being defeated by the wave of dark power. Amidst the ruins, Damian still stood quietly watching, with a completely cold, expressionless gaze. The boss unleashes his ultimate move, yet my HP bar shows no signs of dropping. Immersed in the fight, an energy explosion shook the entire forest, creating thick clouds of dust that enveloped the scene. Damian stood tall amidst the vortex of spiritual energy, calmly looking toward the center of the explosion. From within the gray smoke, Earthworm emerged, with a deformed face and a sickening smile. The dark sigils on his body glowed with a deadly light. The cutscene transitions into Phase 2. The map automatically changes to accommodate the undead boss. Amidst the still night, a sudden surge of deep purple energy erupted, tearing through the space of the forest, and sending up thick clouds of dust. Facing that horrific display of power, Damian maintained a cold and vigilant expression. From within the pitch-black smoke, Earthworm emerged with his face completely deformed, his eyes flaring with dark aura alongside a mad, deadly grin. At this moment, he was no different from a true monster, flaunting his bulging muscles and the evil spiritual energy that enveloped his entire body. Seeing his opponent's terrifying transformation, Damian gasped slightly in surprise. That power is indeed quite impressive. Earthworm gnashed his teeth and glared, looking at him with absolute hatred. Witnessing this shocking sight, Rebecca and the Dark Mage, Mustak standing behind, could not hide their astonishment. However, Sebastian Vincenzo still managed to stand up amidst the ruins. He confidently declared, though I am not as weak as you think, a simple attack like that won't do anything to me. Despite talking big, the mid-tier knight was secretly worried, not knowing how much longer he could hold his ground. Against this unimaginable power, Sebastian turned around and ordered in a stern voice, Lord Damian, leave this place to me, and go to the Duke's territory to request reinforcements. Damian was stunned for a moment by Sebastian's decision. He watched silently, then nodded slightly, decisively replying, understood, Lord Vincenzo. Damian quickly turned around and dashed into the darkness to seek reinforcements. Seeing his prey about to escape, Earthworm roared in fury and was about to give chase. The dark mages behind also screamed loudly. Don't think you're going anywhere. They frantically launched surges of purple spiritual energy, aimed at cutting off the retreat of the young master of the Harrison family. Escape mission begins. The map automatically spawns more monsters to block the way. This is where Earthworm leaped forward like a flash of lightning, screaming loudly. Not so fast, Damian Harrison. He swung his claws glowing with dark aura, intending to tear Damian to pieces right away. However, Sebastian Vincenzo was one step faster. He swung his sword glowing with brilliant green spiritual energy, blocking the attack. Right in midair, a fierce clash ensued. The sound of weapons colliding created dazzling sparks in the dark night. Sebastian exerted his full strength to protect the exit, determined to stop the treacherous knight at all costs. Extremely intense parry, low stats, but reflexes like using cheats. Sebastian Vincenzo threw his full strength into the battle. He roared with determination. Don't even think about it, Earthworm. Let us fight to the death right here. Facing the fierce resistance, Earthworm gnashed his teeth in fury. Damn it, Vincenzo. If that's what you want, then I will kill you. A surge of deep purple spiritual energy burst forth from the deformed body of the treacherous knight, ready to swallow his opponent. An earth-shattering explosion shook the entire forest, creating blinding flashes of light amidst the night. Through the dust and smoke, Damien was hurriedly carrying Victor on his back, running for his life through the trees. To escape the pursuit, surges of deep purple dark aura continuously shot forward, like deadly arrows, forcing him to struggle as he dodged them. Mustak and Rebecca suddenly appeared, blocking his escape. He mocked in utter disdain. Ah, foolish. You should have run alone. The dark mage's eyes blazed with malice as they looked at Damien. Do you think you can carry that pig with you? You underestimate us way too much. In stark contrast to the enemy's anticipation, Damien smirked slightly, flashing a mysterious smile. You guys are the foolish ones. He gently and carefully placed Victor, who was fast asleep, leaning against a tree root, leaving Mustak quite bewildered, asking, What? Damien casually revealed the truth. I only lured you guys here because I couldn't fight seriously while Lord Vincenzo was watching. He stretched his shoulders to warm up, his eyes blazing with absolute determination as he declared, So, let's end this quickly. I have to kill you guys first before going back to save Lord Vincenzo. Damien's confidence, bordering on pure arrogance, left both Rebecca and Mustak completely frozen in astonishment. Plot twist mid-fight. The boss realizes the player was holding back. Anyone hearing this would be stunned. Mustak roared in absolute fury, his eyes burning with purple dark aura. You intend to face both of us alone? How insolent. He turned to order his subordinate, Rebecca. Stand down for now. And she immediately obeyed. Yes, Captain. Instantly, the dark mage erupted. And she immediately obeyed. Yes, Captain. Immediately, the dark mage erupted. A horrific, deep purple spiritual energy, ancient magic circles, appeared around his deforming hands. His body began to blister, radiating a suffocating dark pressure, and mutated into a highly threatening demonic form. The boss team split up to engage in 1v1 duels. One person soloing a phase, looking like they are about to unlock their final form. Mustak Fury radiated a dense, dark spiritual energy, manifesting a massive demonic phantom. Right behind his back, he roared arrogantly. Let me reintroduce myself properly. I am the captain of Yulin, Mustak Fury. And this is my vice-captain, Rebecca. Mustak's appearance by now had completely mutated, with glowing red skin, bulging muscles, and highly threatening, thorny tentacles. Damien quietly observed that horrific transformation. He secretly assessed. I thought they were officers. But they are far beyond that. Looking at the way you transform, using dark magic, it seems you belong to the Frenzy faction. Damien's deep understanding took Mustak completely by surprise. He smiled sinisterly. Oh, you know about us. Then you must surely know just how powerful we are. Instantly, the demonic entity launched a lightning-fast attack, leaving Damien to only gasp in surprise. As he quickly dodged out of the way, a devastating slam struck the ground, creating a deep crater amidst the thick clouds of dust. Witnessing his opponent completely safe and sound, Mustak gasped in excitement. Wow, I didn't expect you to survive that hit. He secretly evaluated the rumors about the young master of the Harrison family. They were indeed not exaggerated at all. For Damien not only possessed great destructive power, but his movement speed was also highly impressive. Damien braced himself, preparing for the next wave of attacks. He thought to himself, judging purely on physical capabilities, it's at least above mid-tier. The dark tentacles, glowing with purple spiritual energy, once again, frantically charged forward, tearing through the night. Damien continuously executed skillful acrobatics among the tree canopies to dodge the surrounding lines of attack. From all directions, surges of deep purple dark aura swept through the air, chasing him without leaving his side for a single step. However, in a moment of vulnerability, Damien was shocked to realize he had fallen right into the opponent's crosshairs. Mustak roared in absolute triumph. Caught you. Then delivered a massive fist straight toward Damien's face. The battle closed with the image of the demon's glowing red eyes, filled with murderous intent, staring intently at his prey. The basic combo took too long, so the boss activated a skill to read his position. Damien raised his hand, blocking Mustak's heavy punch. He unleashed the ultimate technique, Universal Insight, leaving the demon utterly astonished. thanks to his persistent effort in consuming the elixirs provided by the Duke. Every single day during his training, Damien had reached a level where he could freely utilize this pinnacle technique. Seeing his opponent still standing firm, Mustak roared in fury. That's just a cheap trick, and frantically charged forward. Passive buff fully active, collecting heavy strikes, yet still easily countered. As fast as a flash of lightning, Damien swung his sword, tearing through the surrounding dark tentacles. Brilliant green sword strikes crisscrossed with terrifying speed, shredding the demon's body head-on in a blinding explosion of energy. The overwhelming power from the heavenly sword completely tore Mustak apart in midair. The demon looked in utter shock at his shattering body. He could not believe Damien possessed such a horrific amount of power, and suspected he had been hiding his true strength all this time. Although admitting Damien was strong enough to defeat Agito, Mustak still arrogantly declared that all tricks were useless. He frantically mobilized the overwhelming regeneration power of the dark mana to reconstruct his body instantly. Witnessing that astonishing recovery ability, Damien did not show any worry at all. On the contrary, he even flashed a highly amused smile. He smirked slightly, thinking to himself that he had been worried the match would end too soon. But the current situation left him exceptionally pleased. The boss just respawned right in the middle of combat. This game clearly has no cooldown. Damien's eyes flared with intense excitement. He stared intently at the roaring monster and said in a low voice, "The more I get to cut loose, the more fun it is. Isn't that right?" The brilliant green spiritual energy from his sword began to spread powerfully, ready for a true slaughter. His mood shifted to farming the boss for a long time, no longer having any intention of ending it early. Amidst the dark forest, earth-shattering explosions continuously rang out, tearing through the night with deadly, deep purple flashes of light. Sebastian had to exert every ounce of his strength to hold his ground against the tempestuous attacks from Earthworm. Looking at the mid-tier knight who was gasping for breath in exhaustion, Earthworm didn't miss the chance to mock that. Sebastian was struggling heavily. He clicked his tongue, considering that at any rate, he had managed to hold out until now, and that was truly admirable. Those words of praise were like rubbing salt into Sebastian's pride. He gnashed his teeth bitterly, thinking to himself that it was a total humiliation to find himself losing to someone who used filthy dark magic. Earthworm smirked arrogantly as he leisurely stepped closer, firmly asserting that Sebastian's death was merely a matter of time. He growled challengingly, "Let's see how much longer you can hold out before completely suffering defeat at my hands." Sebastian dropped to one knee, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He bitterly admitted his opponent was right, and currently he himself could only desperately try to buy time. In his moment of crisis, the mid-tier knight secretly prayed, "It's irritating, but he's right. Right now, all I can do is hold out. Lord Damien, please turn back." In stark contrast to Sebastian's perilous situation, Damien was having an absolute blast on his end. Was having an absolute blast while facing off against the demon. Mustak. He smirked slightly, thinking to himself that he had once been worried this battle would end too quickly, but now he could finally cut loose to his heart's content. The young man's overconfidence made Mustak roar in sheer fury. "Huh, you are much more confident than I thought. Let's see if you can dodge this move." The demon frantically concentrated a massive surge of purple spiritual energy right in front of his chest, preparing to unleash a destructive strike to crush Damien instantly. The boss gets an extra phase triggered because he was poked right in his sore spot. Mustak channeled all of his dark mana into a massive purple sphere, then frantically unleashed a destructive wave of energy straight at his opponent. Amidst the blinding light, Damien still stood his ground, his heavenly sword emitting ripples of brilliant green energy waves to stop the attack in the nick of time. Witnessing his favorite move being neutralized, Mustak gasped in utter shock. How did you block that move? The ultimate skill was countered the moment it was cast, as if it never even existed. Without giving his opponent any time to react, Damien swung his sword, creating brilliant green slashes that tore through the air, shredding the demon's body head-on, and making him scream miserably in agony. Despite being severely wounded and continuously leaking purple fluid, Mustak stubbornly threatened, "Why, you won't be able to block it a second time." But the subsequent slashes from Damien completely overwhelmed him, forcing him to collapse as he desperately realized his regeneration ability was fading away. I must regenerate quickly. Am I regeneration magic?" Damien leisurely approached the defeated foe and coldly asked, "Can't regenerate anymore, can you?" He calmly explained that the source of the regeneration magic came from dark mana, so it couldn't be used recklessly, leaving Mustak terrified as he demanded an answer in absolute dread. "You bastard. How do you know that?" Damien only replied mysteriously, "That's my business." Then pressed the tip of his sword close to his neck and asked, whether severing his head would finish him off completely. Suddenly, Mustak burst into a frantic laugh. Ho ho ho, you've fallen into a trap. And then roared out the name of his comrade, Rebecca. Rebecca immediately activated her trump card, unleashing the 8th tier dark magic, instant death. Instantly, a massive, bony Grim Reaper materialized behind Damien, swinging its death scythe, ready to take his life. Mustak seized the opportunity, tightly grabbing Damien's head and roaring in triumph. Caught you. The combat is intense, yet the enemy team's system still auto-triggers a skill, even though he was being restrained by the monster. Damien remained exceptionally calm. A magic sigil flared brightly on his hand, generating a highly powerful surge of energy that completely shattered the form of the Grim Reaper and broke the dark scythe to pieces, leaving his enemies in utter shock. The boss is channeling his full power, but his mindset remains off. He doesn't need to try and he'll still win. Mustak was so stunned that his eyes rolled back. How can this be? Damien looked at him with an eye full of disdain and mocked. What is that pathetic dark magic supposed to be? Is that your final effort? Mustak roared in pure fury, claiming that this was the crystallization of an entire lifetime of studying dark magic by Yulin, a secret technique capable of killing even a high-level powerhouse under the right conditions. The demon shrieked in absolute humiliation as his ultimate move was neutralized so easily. Looking at his opponent's miserable state, Damien coldly spat out, "You disgusting creatures." He exposed the true nature of dark magic as merely a parasitic force that relies on feeding on other people's souls to grow stronger, rather than being anything sublime like they thought. Damien gently touched the ring on his hand, his eyes flashing dangerously. "And I just thought of a rather fun game. I will use the very power you revere to destroy you all." A pitch-black surge of spiritual energy erupted, forming a terrifying black vortex that completely enveloped the space, making Rebecca shriek in terror. "Captain, is that dark magic?" Damien stood tall amidst the surging dark aura. He asserted that pests like them had certainly never seen magic at this level. Instantly, he cast the 9th tier dark magic, absolute darkness, creating a pitch-black sphere, carrying a destructive pressure. Rebecca was shocked, unable to believe her eyes. 9-9th tier? That's impossible. Damien flashed a bone-chilling smile as he witnessed his enemy's terror. The massive dark sphere swallowed Mustak whole, crushing the demon's body in an earth-shattering energy explosion. Mustak screams faded to nothing amidst the thick, purplish-black smoke that tore through the space of the forest. Damien stood amidst the ruins, his eyes flaring with pure coldness as he looked toward Rebecca, who was frozen in shock before this absolute power. The boss just entered combat and was immediately sent back to the lobby without even having time to type GG. The massive dark sphere contracted and then exploded directly, crushing Mustak in an earth-shattering explosion of spiritual energy. The absolute power of the 9th tier magic made the demon vanish completely, leaving no chance for resistance whatsoever. Damien stood tall amidst the ruins, his eyes glowing coldly as he looked toward the remains of the enemy that had just been wiped out. The ultimate move was unleashed, resetting the map along with the opponent's status. Drops of purplish-black fluid from the dark mage's body dripped from Damien's sleeve, soaking into the ground. Right at this moment, Victor began to vaguely wake up from his stupor. The boy sluggishly asked, "Where is this?" Damien turned around, catching sight of his servant's stained face, and gasped, "Victor, your face." Victor still didn't understand what was happening. He raised his hand to touch his face and innocently asked back, "Yes? What's wrong?" The moment he saw the purplish-black liquid on his hand, Victor shrieked in horror. "Blood!" The boy completely broke down, collapsing to the ground, wailing in despair. "Young master, am I dying?" Damien only shook his head in exasperation, looking at his dramatic servant. "So this is my death after following you." Faced with his servant's over-the-top panic, Damien could only stand frozen with a speechless face. He sighed and corrected him. "No. I was going to say that. The dark mage's blood got on your face." Victor instantly shut up, while Damien suddenly remembered something highly important. "Oh right. I forgot to ask those Yulin guys about Doggo before I killed them." Looking at the puddle of the enemy's pitch-black fluid on the ground, Damien said in a deep voice, "I didn't want to use this method, but it is necessary now." He extended his hand, which was flaring with dark aura, toward the remains, beginning to cast an evil secret art to summon their souls. Surges of purplish-black energy frantically swirled with force, drawing in the remaining soul fragments of the mages. Miserable screams of Ga and Ak echoed throughout the area, as their souls were tightly compressed into energy spheres, in absolute agony. This match has switched to horror app mode. Just hearing the sounds makes your spine tingle. Damien looked at the deep purple spheres floating in the air. He thought to himself, I must extract the information from earlier, since I couldn't get it while they were alive. By using soul summon. He coldly spoke, hey, making those souls tremble in absolute dread. Damien's eyes glowed with supreme authority. He reached out his hand and commanded, spit out everything. Shifting from combat to interrogation, the vibe is as cold as a newly restarted server. Meanwhile, at Sebastian's battlefield, an earth-shattering explosion struck down. Sebastian was sent flying, blood coughing from his mouth before the overwhelming power of Earthworm. The treacherous knight, in his demonic form, firmly gripped his spear, shattering the ground beneath his feet as he approached, leaving Sebastian completely stunned, gasping, in shock at the massive gap in their strengths. Sebastian collapsed by a tree root, his body battered from the severe wounds, and no longer capable of resisting. Earthworm leisurely approached his dying prey, and no longer had the ability to resist. Earth leisurely approached his dying prey, with a mad expression, enveloped in a dark aura. He flashed a cruel smile, and confidently declared, this is the end, Sebastian. I will finish you off quickly. Sebastian gnashed his teeth in pain, secretly making a firm resolution. Even if I must die, I will drag this bastard down to hell with me, so he cannot achieve his goal. Right at the critical moment, Damien's voice suddenly rang out, cutting through the deadly atmosphere. Impressive. You held out very well, Vincenzo. Damien leisurely stepped out from the darkness with a composed demeanor, holding a glowing soul sphere in his hand. Witnessing his appearance, Earthworm roared in pure resentment. You bastard. I was just about to go find and kill you. But you walked right into your own grave. Damien smirked slightly, flashing a highly defiant smile. Is that so? We shall find out soon enough. Tightly gripping the deep purple soul sphere in his hand, Damien coldly warned, take one more step, and you will be the one to die. The fit of madness made Earthworm gnash his teeth and roar. I don't know where that confidence comes from. But enough talk. Now die. He swung his spear, which was glowing with dark aura, charging forward in a head-on attack. Yet Damien still stood tall, without flinching in the slightest. As quick as lightning, he raised his hand and stopped the spearhead, then flashed a highly mysterious smile, leaving Earthworm to gasp in utter shock. How? But how could you? The incoming strike was as strong as a meta update, yet his move was read right on the very first frame. Witnessing this unbelievable sight from the tree root, Sebastian could only watch in bewilderment, wondering what on earth was happening. Immediately after, a surge of deep purple spiritual energy violently erupted from Damien's hand, swallowing the treacherous knight whole. Earthworm screamed miserably in agony. He glared at Damien with absolute hatred. Why, you bastard? I will kill. But his dark power completely dissipated, leaving him to collapse to the ground in a state of total exhaustion. Thought he was activating boss mode, but turned out his buff got turned off right in the middle of the fight. Damien stood from above, looking down at the defeated foe and mocked. TSK, you fool. You didn't realize it, did you? If the soul of the dark mage controlling you is destroyed, every spell they cast will vanish. Looking at Earthworm, who was now nothing more than a withered old man, lying motionless next to his broken spear, Sebastian asked in shock, what happened? Damien casually explained. This condition is identical to Guillermo's. It is likely a side effect of the dark mana leaving his body. Though Sebastian was still dazed, he nodded slightly in agreement and anxiously asked about the fate of the dark mages. Damien approached, gently helping the severely injured mid-tier knight to his feet, and decisively said, let's return to the Duke's estate. I will explain on the way. Returning to the estate of the Duke Gopixi's family, Damien secretly thought to himself. Just as I thought, standing before the mid-tier knight, Duke Adam Gopixi spoke up. Thank you, Lord Sebastian. You protected Damien very well, just as I expected. However, Sebastian immediately corrected him with a highly respectful look. Not quite, my lord. It was thanks to Lord Damien that I am still alive. This confession took the old Duke completely by surprise. He smiled brightly. Is that so? Thought he was going on a support mission, but who would have guessed he ended up getting carried instead? Adam turned to look at Damien with a highly appreciative gaze. Then I owe him as well. Thank you, Damien, for eliminating those dark mages. Contrary to that praise, Damien only humbly bowed his head. I only did what was necessary. Fortunately, their skills weren't as strong as I thought, which is why I was able to defeat them. He further explained that, by destroying the mages, the amount of dark mana manipulating Earthworm also completely dissipated along with them. Adam spoke in a deep tone, asserting that he shouldn't underestimate himself because there were many people who would have lost their lives under those circumstances, could not have done what you call necessary. The old Duke sincerely thanked Damien for helping to eliminate the monsters that threatened this home, and sighed softly at the thought that now the souls of those who died because of them could finally truly rest in peace. The Duke speaks seriously. while Damien's power still exceeds the server's balance standards. Seeing that everything had been settled smoothly according to the Duke's wishes, Damien spoke up to excuse himself. I will return to my family now. However, Adam showed a hesitant and apologetic expression. About that, I am truly sorry. But could you stay a little longer? Faced with the young man's highly questioning look, the old Duke smiled and revealed, there is someone you absolutely must meet. Damien asked himself in surprise, someone I must meet? Right. At that moment, a lady in a majestic white armor suddenly appeared, instantly changing the atmosphere in the room. The person who just appeared was none other than Agnes. She flashed a bright smile and offered a greeting. Long time no see, Lord Damien. The sudden appearance of the Holy Knight left Damien utterly shocked. He could only gasp in absolute bewilderment. Long time no see. Agnes stood tall with a majestic demeanor, radiating a brilliant aura like a messenger of light. Meeting again with her aura turned to the max. The entire area automatically shifts moods. Amidst the splendid grounds of the Duke's mansion, Damien and Agnes were enjoying tea together inside a luxurious pavilion. However, behind the dense bushes, Victor and a close knight of the Duke were stealthily watching with highly suspicious expressions. The knight could not help but gasp in shock. Even seeing it with my own eyes, it's hard to believe. That fragile girl is really a member of the Order? Victor nodded slightly, confirming that she was indeed an acquaintance of his young master. Witnessing Agnes's gentle demeanor, the knight exclaimed in admiration that she was completely different from what he had imagined a holy knight to be. However, Victor immediately warned him, appearances aren't everything. She is truly terrifying, sir. The scout team looks at a peaceful scene, but in their minds, a red alert is constantly flashing. Watching from afar, the knight narrowed his eyes calculatingly. He secretly sensed something unusual, and remarked that the two of them didn't look like they were conducting an interrogation at all. From the Duke's perspective, the atmosphere between Damien and Agnes was exceptionally harmonious and warm. Damien casually took a sip of tea and began recounting his battle achievements. And after that, I severed the dark mage's head. Hearing this, Agnes smiled softly with a hint of regret. I see. It's a shame I couldn't witness it myself. Agnes gently set her teacup down. She looked at Damien and teased. Come to think of it, Damien, you seem to have quite an affinity with dark mages. Damien gave a forced smile and replied, I knew the Order sent someone to investigate this case, but I didn't expect that person to be you, Lady Agnes. Agnes's cheeks suddenly flushed with shyness. She slightly lowered her face and confessed, that's because I volunteered when I found out you were here. Damien, her bashful moment left Damien only able to utter a blank, However, Agnes quickly regained her serious demeanor and asked about an important matter. Oh right, before you killed them, did you manage to find out which organization they belonged to? Damien slightly narrowed his eyes, calculating. He thought to himself that revealing the truth about the Yulin organization right now would cause a lot of trouble, so it would be best to conceal it. He calmly replied, I couldn't find out anything, judging by their skills. It seems they had no connection to any organization. The question just popped out, entering straight into a high-level lie check. Hearing Damien's response, Agnes pondered. I see. I was wondering if they might have come from the Yulin Dark Mages. Noticing her particular interest, Damien curiously asked back, Lady Agnes, have you been investigating Yulin for a while now? Agnes nodded and revealed that the higher-ups of the Order were taking this very seriously. If it doesn't seem too rude, may I ask why? Agnes gently touched her teacup, her gaze turning deep and filled with heavy thoughts. She sighed softly, then revealed a secret. To be precise about that matter, I am pursuing a dark mage connected to Yulin. Damien immediately questioned, who is it? Before the tea could even cool down, the mode shifted to a national criminal record investigation. He is a notorious serial killer who has killed thousands of people. Agnes spoke in a deep voice, her face showing clear resentment when mentioning the perpetrator. He is known by the chilling title, Corpse Play. Damien listened quietly, sensing the heavy pressure radiating from Agnes. She gripped her teacup tightly, her hands trembling with rage as she stated, no one knows his real name, but that bizarre title became famous after a shocking case. Agnes recalled the horrifying memory of a certain night when a nobleman's mansion suddenly turned into a nest of necromancy. The zombies with deformed faces spilled onto the streets, turning the entire town into a catastrophic scene. When the knights arrived and were working hard to eliminate the undead, they had no idea that the mastermind behind it all was still quietly watching from the shadows, hidden under a mysterious cloak. At the central square, a horrifying sight appeared, leaving any knight who witnessed it completely frozen in shock. The body parts of the villagers were brutally arranged to spell out the words corpse play in a massive size right in the middle of the square. Agnes shuddered, covering her mouth in disgust. She bitterly realized that the monster had committed all of these atrocities, merely to satisfy his own desire for fame. Looking at Agnes trembling with rage, Damien secretly assessed that this still didn't explain the reason. She was personally pursuing the Yulin organization. However, there was a truth that Damien could not reveal to her. In reality, he already knew about this monster. Through the information extracted from the souls of the dark mages earlier, he knew very well the real name of the one called Corpse. Play. In the distant future, this demon will gain the absolute trust of Doggo, climbing to the position of regional leader and leading a powerful undead army standing at the front lines of the war. Hearing the plot point, the future has already sent a red alert. No need for an oracle at all. Agnes looked at Damien with hopeful eyes and requested, Damien, if you find out anything about that guy, please let me know right away. Damien nodded slightly, calmly replying, yes, I understand. He took a final sip of tea, then stood up and announced, Lady Agnes, that is all of my statement for now. If you are fine with it, could we conclude the interrogation here? Lady Agnes smiled brightly and bowed her head slightly. Ah, of course. Thank you, Damien. Responding with a polite yes, along with a highly mysterious smile, he stepped out of the pavilion and called out loudly, It is done, Duke. Damien secretly breathed a sigh of relief because everything had ended smoothly. He thought to himself, now is the time I can return to my original schedule, as there is no longer any reason for the old Duke to keep me here any longer. Victor sluggishly followed behind, dripping with sweat from having to wait for so long. Having just finished a heavy lore arc, the main character switches to an off-duty state. Extremely chill. Damien waved his hand in farewell. Take care then. The journey at the Duke's estate officially came to a close. Meanwhile, at the Baron Harrison estate, the evening sunlight was gradually fading away. Lewis was standing quietly before the gate, her eyes directed toward the distant road. Seeing that his older sister still refused to go inside, Aben walked over and asked, Are you going out again? Lewis turned around with a start, while Aben asked with concern, Oh my, Aben, what's the matter? Aben explained, What do you mean? You suddenly disappeared. So I came looking for you. The younger brother advised her. Do you really think waiting around like this will make him come back sooner? Lewis turned her head back toward the road, her expression turning sorrowful. Just wait inside. Lewis gave a gentle smile and replied, It's fine. I'll go inside in a bit. Knowing exactly what was on her mind, Aben asked bluntly, Are you worried about him? Lewis nodded slightly. Yeah, he is a gentle boy. And he went to the Duke's estate all by himself. Hearing the word gentle, Aben shuddered as he recalled the scenes of Damien slaughtering his enemies. With eyes blazing with murderous intent, he screamed in his heart, Gee, gentle. Which part of him is gentle? This definition of gentle is seriously off meta and urgently needs a patch. Lewis was still restless with worry. She was afraid the knights there would look down on and bully her younger brother. Aben could only break into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, It's actually the exact opposite. If anything happens, he's the one who would threaten them. Amidst the peaceful countryside atmosphere, Lewis still stood there, silently praying, Damien, please return safely. Suddenly, her eyes wavered violently as she caught sight of figures approaching. From the horizon, Lewis gasped in shock, seeing his sister's strange reaction. Aben called out with concern, Sister? Lewis didn't take her eyes off the road ahead. She muttered in astonishment, See, could it be? Could it really be? From afar, a hand was raised high, waving enthusiastically. Damien was proudly riding his horse back home, shouting loudly, Sister, I'm back. Victor, following behind, also flashed a bright smile upon seeing the familiar faces. Witnessing her brother returning safe and sound, Lewis burst into absolute happiness. She flashed a radiant smile, her eyes tearing up with pure joy, looking at the pile of luggage stacked as high as a mountain being unloaded. Viscount, Paul and Lady Merida could not help but gasp in utter shock. Did the Duke really bestow all of this upon us? Damien casually confirmed. Yes, he gifted all of it to me when I left. He began distributing the gifts to everyone, and the first person was his father. The gift opening scene explodes. The family enters legendary loot receiving mode. Damien pulled out stacks of precious books and enthusiastically introduced, I bought everything from the bookstores in the Duke's territory. Some of these volumes are currently trending in the capital as well. The moment he saw the book covers, Paul was so stunned that he dropped his usual dignified demeanor. What? Wait. This is the latest poetry collection by Lady Delphilis. And this is the newest novel by Viscount Dalesis. Oh my goodness. Next, Damien turned to his mother. Mother, this is for you. Lady Merida was dumbfounded as she saw the luxurious furniture sparkling brilliantly. She cried out in excitement. Oh heavens. Is this furniture made from cedar wood? And this table is made from rosewood? Damien smiled, looking at his older sister. Sister, this is yours. His sister Lewis asked in bewilderment. There's a share for me too? He decisively replied. Of course. This is a grand piano personally crafted by Grandmaster Buckley. It is one of his masterpieces. And he gifted it to me. The shock factor of the gift is enough to make the entire house switch to absolute respect mode. Overjoyed by the priceless gift, Lewis rushed forward and tightly hugged her younger brother. Thank you, my beloved brother. Damien laughed. Aha. The soldiers will carry it inside for you. While everyone was rejoicing, Damien suddenly noticed his younger brother, Aben, standing in a corner with a deeply gloomy face. He approached, patting the boy's head and teasing, ahem. What's the matter? Why do you look like that? What's wrong with my face? It's always been like this. Damien smirked slightly, hitting his brother's sore spot. You're upset because there's no gift for you, aren't you? Aben flinched, his face turning bright red as he yelled. As if I care. The older brother just spoke and the vibe is 100 mind reading. Aben froze, looking like his chat history had just been reviewed. Instantly, Damien raised his ring-bearing hand, activating a brilliant green spiritual energy that created a magical dark vortex, leaving Aben terrified. What is that? Damien casually explained. This is a dimensional pocket. I can keep things in here and carry them with me anywhere. There are a few things I want to give to you. He reached his hand into the third dimension, pulling out a top-tier bow and confidently said, that. Damien leaned close to Aben's ear, whispering suggestively, I wonder if Lady Copperhead would like it if you gifted it to her. Make sure to give it to her at the right time. His words made Aben's eyes roll back, completely freezing him in place. Because his deepest, most private secret had been completely seen through by his older brother. Damien smirked slightly, teasing, when my little brother wants to take a wife, this older brother of yours has to lend a hand. The statement left Aben flabbergasted. His face turned bright red as he yelled, as if, what on earth are you talking about? Damien remained as casual as ever. Don't you like Lady Copperhead? Having his sore spot hit, Aben could only stammer in extreme embarrassment. How did you? The boy lowered his head, looking deeply dejected and insecure. But Lady Olivia doesn't even know me. Having his psychological state dissected by his brother so neatly, even opening an incognito tab wouldn't have been fast enough. Damien gave a soft hum, then reassured his younger brother. Don't worry about that. Your brother already has a plan. He revealed an important piece of information, gathered from the Duke's territory. The Copperhead family is about to host a grand martial arts tournament to celebrate Lady Olivia's birthday. Damien mapped out the plan for Aben to participate in this competition, in order to seize the opportunity to approach his dream girl. Hearing this, Aben asked back in a panic. A martial arts tournament? Isn't that a place where knights showcase their swordsmanship skills? Hearing about a martial arts tournament, he automatically switches to trembling hands mode, as if about to enter a ranked match. Envisioning scenes of knights fighting fiercely. In his mind, Aben trembled, admitting that he didn't know how to fight at all. Yet Damien remained exceptionally calm, telling him not to worry. He raised his hand wearing the magic ring, his eyes flashing with complete confidence as he proudly declared, I will train you from now on. So don't worry, because I will substitute for you. The plan sounds like recruiting a booster to play on the account in a tournament, while the little brother just needs to walk in and take the spotlight. A few days later, at a small town in Rivercross, the atmosphere became unusually bustling. Inside a crowded tavern, men were noisily discussing the upcoming martial arts tournament of the Copperhead family. A brown-haired guy enthusiastically asked, Hey man, have you heard about the martial arts tournament hosted by the Copperhead family? His companion sitting opposite him nodded in confirmation. The rewards for this tournament are incredibly huge. Not to mention, the winner also stands a chance to catch the eye of the beautiful young lady. The brown-haired guy daydreamed about Lady Olivia's beauty and intended to go try his luck, but he was immediately mocked by his friend for being utterly shameless. The two of them just kept drinking while mocking and challenging each other about kicking the other's ass in the tournament. Suddenly, the brown-haired guy lowered his voice and asked, Oh right. Have you heard? The eldest son of Baron Harrison is participating too. What was his name again? He tried to rummage through his memory and blurted out. Damien Harrison, right? Yeah, seems like it. The name Damien Harrison had just been uttered when it caused a customer sitting at the next table to flinch. In shock, the rumors about Damien's battle feats began to spread throughout the tavern, about how he had defeated the genius heir of the Leon Loom family without even needing to draw his sword. The brown-haired guy still showed skepticism, not believing an unknown nobody could bring down that genius. He even narcissistically claimed that Damien was probably only as handsome as himself. His overconfidence made his companion only sigh in utter disappointment, wondering whether he should just finish off this idiotic friend of his. Right at this moment, a wild and arrogant "Ahaha" laugh suddenly rang out, echoing through the entire space, leaving everyone stunned. The hot news just dropped, and the whole tavern switched to drama watching mode, like opening a live stream. Amidst the bustling atmosphere of the tavern, an arrogant-looking blonde man named Jason. Cutter was sitting and enjoying his drink, with a glamorous woman in a red and black dress. Hearing the noisy gossip from the next table, he smirked with utter disdain and muttered, "Ridiculous." Jason sluggishly stood up, approached the two men who had just spoken, and barked, "Hey, what did you two just say? Were you just mocking me, the most handsome man in Rivercross?" Despite the bearded knight's attempts to defuse the situation, the woman accompanying Jason spoke up to explain that they were talking about Damian Harrison, not about him. Jason furiously growled, "Don't change the subject. I heard everything. Hey, are you hitting on my fiancé?" The brown-haired knight was utterly flabbergasted, and before he could even understand what was happening, Jason instantly landed a powerful punch right on his face. The terrifying force sent him flying backward, causing chaos throughout the tavern. To everyone's utter shock, Jason roared in pure rage, "You dog! How dare you hit on Jason Cutter's fiancé?" Witnessing his comrade being assaulted, the remaining knight furiously drew his sword in challenge. "What the hell are you talking about? You dare to challenge me and my comrade too? You must want to die." Jason coldly looked at them with an expressionless gaze. "You fools, don't you know who I am?" The game chat just pinged. This character has activated Final Boss mode. He calmly walked forward, ignoring the opponent's insulting shouts. Behind him, Jason's eyes suddenly flared with a deathly crimson murderous intent. While the woman still indifferently sat and enjoyed her tea at the table, painful screams and the clashing sounds of weapons began to echo throughout the tavern. In just a split second, the two knights were completely defeated, collapsing onto the floor. Jason had brought down the entire group with his brutal strikes. Rank match over. The system announces the opponents have been wiped from the server. He stomped his foot onto the defeated foe who lay writhing, and asked with utter arrogance, "How about now? Do you recognize me yet?" When the knight weakly asked who on earth he was, Jason didn't hesitate to deliver another crushing punch, smashing the opponent's face into the wooden floor. The woman leisurely approached. Jason grumbled, asking, "Sophia, can you believe it? They really thought that pathetic Damian Harrison is more famous than Jason Cutter." The woman named Sophia gently embraced him and soothed. "Jason, that's not it. These fools just don't know who is better." She coldly used her shoe heel to stomp hard onto the hand of the man lying defeated on the ground, without a shred of mercy. In her heart, Sophia couldn't help but gnash her teeth in hatred as she thought of her ex. She thought to herself that just a short while ago, Damian was merely an unknown nobody, yet now he had become spectacularly famous. Overnight, Sophia glared into the distance, with her eyes burning with murderous intent, harboring an absolute will for revenge as she growled the name. Damian Harrison, having returned home for only a short while, Damian and Aben already had to prepare their luggage to set out for the Copperhead territory. Standing before the estate, Lady Merida couldn't help but feel sorrowful. She tightly gripped her handkerchief and lamented, "You two just got home a few days ago and already have to leave again. How sad." His older sister Louis also stood nearby, anxiously advising them, "Damian, Aben, have a safe trip you two." Understanding the feelings of his mother and sister, Damian smiled reassuringly. "Yes, mother, sister, don't worry." Meanwhile, Viscount Paul had his own anxieties as a father. He looked thoughtfully at his two sons and spoke up. "I agreed because this is a good opportunity to do honor to our family. However, letting you travel so far still worries me greatly." Turning to his youngest son, Paul couldn't help but feel apologetic. "I heard from Damian. If I had known you had feelings for the young lady of the Copperhead family, I would have arranged to discuss marriage beforehand. I am sorry, Aben." Having his sore spot hit by his father, Aben blushed furiously, frantically waving his hands. "And no, that's not necessary, father." Paul smiled slightly and carefully instructed, "Though winning is good, remember not to get injured." "Understood." Both brothers replied in unison, "Yes, sir." However, Paul's face suddenly turned exceptionally serious. He looked straight into Aben's eyes and emphasized, "And Aben, don't forget what I asked of you." Aben pushed up his glasses, his face showing a clear look of determination. "Yes, father. Rest assured. This gaze looks like activating a secret quest that doesn't even show up on the map." Standing right behind them, Damian narrowed his eyes suspiciously upon seeing this secret interaction between the two. He thought to himself, "I wonder what important responsibility father has entrusted to my usually timid younger brother?" Damian patted Aben's shoulder and prompted, "Goodbye for now. Make sure to return safely." The two brothers quickly stepped onto the carriage that had been waiting. Damian stood at the carriage door, waving goodbye to his parents and older sister, as the carriage began to roll, heading straight toward the Copperhead district. The journey lasted for several hours, making the atmosphere inside the carriage become unusually stifling. Victor sat in a corner, sweating profusely because he couldn't stand the terrifying silence between the two Harrison brothers. The young servant was secretly whining, finally unable to bear it any longer. Victor spoke up to break the silence. Young master, could the two of you talk a little? You both have been silent for hours now. In reality, because Damien and Aben had never been alone together for this long. Both of them had fallen into an extremely awkward state. Aben glued his eyes to a book, yet not a single word registered in his mind, thinking to himself that he didn't know what to say. Even Damien, who was usually incredibly sharp, also found himself completely stuck for words. As for Damien, he looked at his younger brother with a highly sarcastic gaze. I bet a human could actually die of awkwardness. Noticing that the situation wasn't looking very promising, Victor decided that he would be the one to speak first, to salvage the atmosphere. Young Master Aben, may I ask you something? Seeing Aben ask back in bewilderment, are you curious about something? Victor immediately leaned close, with a highly inquisitive face, and asked bluntly, how exactly did you fall in love with Lady Copperhead? Faced with Victor's sudden question, Aben flinched, stammering in extreme embarrassment. Why on earth are you asking about that? The chat log just opened, and we already have max-level romance drama. Seeing his younger brother blushing furiously, Victor chuckled while casually making an excuse. The journey is just too boring. Sitting nearby and observing, Damien suddenly fell into deep thought, recalling that even in his past life, he only knew that Aben had a secret crush on her, but never knew what the real reason was. Taking this opportunity, Damien also wanted to satisfy his curiosity, so he spoke up to urge him on. I'm curious too. Let's hear it. Aben could only cry out in astonishment. Brother, having no other choice. Aben had to click his tongue and give in. Oh well, it's because you asked, okay? The boy began to reminisce about distant memories from 4 years ago, while Damien and Victor eagerly listened, as if they were preparing to watch a long-running romance movie. Aben recounted that back then, he had once accompanied his father to attend a social party of the Western nobles, and it was at that very party that Lady Olivia also happened to be present. The very moment he saw her, Aben was completely captivated. He could only stare blankly and utter, in Aben's memory. Olivia back then wore an Elise-style dress, with an exceptionally elegant blue tone that beautifully complemented her charming brown hair. The image of Olivia, radiantly walking down the stairs, like a princess stepping out from a fairy tale, was imprinted deeply into Aben's mind. If this scene were in a game, it would automatically unlock a memory cutscene. He reminisced with certainty. That sight, she was truly beautiful. While Aben was getting lost in his emotions, Damien suddenly interrupted, looking at his brother's dreamy expression and flushed cheeks. At this moment, Damien and Victor could only look on speechlessly, silently judging him. In short, you like her because of her looks. Turns out you fall in love through your eyes, huh? However, looking at Aben's sincerity, Damien suddenly turned solemn, as he thought about the destiny between the two of them. He was certain that in his past life, Aben and Olivia were truly a match made in heaven. Yet, that romance ended in tragedy, when the Earl of the Copperhead family decisively refused to permit them to marry. It wasn't just a simple rejection. He also hurled insults at the Harrison family, and looked down on Aben in a terrible manner. Because of that massive emotional wound, Aben chose to live his entire life in solitude. This kind of plot twist in a game would signal that a bad ending has been triggered. Damien painfully recalled that in his past life, when Aben was driven to a dead end, his younger brother had come to find him in the form of a terrifying monster consumed by darkness. Damien clicked his tongue softly in sorrow, as he thought about his poor brother's death, who still bore the status of a bachelor until the moment he closed his eyes. Damien looked at his younger brother with eyes blazing with absolute determination, silently promising that this time, he would not let that happen again. Your older brother is here now. His intense focus made Aben shudder involuntarily. The boy shrinkingly asked, why are you staring like that? 3 days later, the group officially set foot in the territory of Earl Copperhead. The entire town was bustling with a festive atmosphere, filled with brilliant banners and flowers, and a massive archway, with the words, Happy Birthday, splendidly decorated. Just stepping inside, Victor couldn't help but marvel in amazement. Wow, this place is so huge. They must have spent a ton of money. While they were engrossed in admiring the luxury, an old man with snow-white hair, dressed in a neat butler uniform, suddenly appeared to block their path and barked loudly. Halt! Where do you come from? Victor quickly replied. We belong to the Harrison family. The butler's attitude shifted to 100 arrogance, treating them like countryside bumpkins. We are from the territory of Baron Harrison. Hearing the name Harrison, the old butler's expression changed slightly. He flipped through the notebook in his hand and asked back very cautiously. From the Harrison territory? By any chance, are you Lord Damien Harrison? Damien calmly confirmed his identity. That's right. I am traveling with my younger brother, Aben Harrison. Instantly, the old man bowed respectfully. Please forgive me. I am Connor, the head butler of Earl Copperhead's house. Please follow me. The entire group leisurely followed Connor's footsteps. Stepping deep inside the stately estate, the old butler led them to a splendid and elegant room. Please feel free to use this place at your leisure. If you need anything, please call for me. I shall take my leave. Victor excitedly ran around the room and cheered. Wow. It's really huge. To let us stay in a place like this. The Earl must be very generous. That's right. They even prepared a private room for me right next door. In stark contrast to the servants' excitement, Damien appeared extremely skeptical. He thought to himself, how strange. The Earl I know isn't like this at all. He narrowed his eyes, calculating, assessing, that perhaps because his own reputation was currently soaring, the old man wanted to take advantage of it to build a good relationship. But this made him feel displeased. Damien turned to the other two and said, you two rest here. I'll go outside to see how things look. Just as Damien was about to pull back the curtain and step toward the door, Aben suddenly rushed forward, tightly grabbing his arm, and gasped out, wait, let me go with you. Damien asked back in surprise, huh? What? You should just rest. But Aben still firmly refused to let go. He said decisively, no way. I promised, father. Damien asked in disbelief, a promise? Aben explained the responsibility that their father had entrusted to him. Yes, father. Told me to stop you if you look like you're about to cause trouble. Damien only gave a faint laugh, then waved his hand dismissed. Am I a child? Stop worrying and get some rest. Despite that, Aben still insisted on closely following him. No, I'm going with you. Damien muttered as he slipped past and stepped out the door. I already told you it's fine. However, the moment he stepped outside, Damien accidentally bumped hard into a woman, causing her to tumble down with a sharp cry. Game physics switched to full damage ragdoll mode. He stopped in surprise, looking down at the girl who was sitting on the ground, with a pained expression. Right at this moment, a panicked shout of Sophia rang out. Jason rushed over frantically from afar, while the girl could only groan. Ouch. Without caring about right or wrong, Jason aggressively rushed forward, grabbed Damien's collar, and roared. Hey, you fool. Where do you think you are? But when looking straight at the opponent's face, he suddenly paused in suspicion. You are. Jason smirked slightly, calling his name in a highly challenging manner. Damien Harrison. Damien narrowed his eyes in confusion, while Sophia had stood up, gently adjusting her dress and looking flustered. Why do we have to meet right at this moment? How embarrassing. She approached, forcing out a smile, and greeted him. Oh, long time no see. But Damien only coldly responded with a question. That froze both of them in their tracks. But who on earth are you two? Damien coldly asked back. Who are you people? Do you know me? This question made Jason furious, wondering why he was pretending not to know them. Sophia could not hide her annoyance either, her eyes flashing with deep resentment at her ex's dismissive attitude. Seeing that Jason was still tightly gripping his collar, Damien calmly requested, Hey, first of all, put this down, and then we can talk, alright? Right at that moment, Aben ran over in a hurry. Brother, what's going on? Young master, what's going on? But then the boy froze when he saw the woman standing next to Jason. Aben gasped in astonishment. Oh, you're Sophia. Seeing Sophia avoid his gaze with a sigh, Damien turned to ask his younger brother if he knew her. Aben confusedly denied it at first, but then decisively asserted. But that's Sophia. The boy pushed up his glasses, revealing the shocking truth. She is your ex-fiancée. This plot twist would definitely flash a red warning in a game. Past relationship detected. Aben's words made the space seem to freeze. Sophia glared at Damien, her face filled with rage. Damien pondered for a moment, then softly uttered. Now I remember. Those faces. The painful memories of his past life suddenly came rushing back. Under the pouring rain, the Damien of the past had once cried out miserably in despair as he was held back by soldiers. Sophia, please talk to me. You can't do this. Please come back to me. Back then, Jason had disdainfully asked her who he was. Sophia coldly replied that it was the person she previously engaged to, whom she had told him about, causing Jason to mock. That useless guy? The Damien of the past could only kneel in the mud, questioning in agony. Why did you unilaterally end the engagement in such a brutal manner? If this scene were rendered, the mood meter would drop straight to a bad ending route. Sophia Jasso looked at Damien with a contemptuous gaze and spoke up. Damien Harrison, have you still not realized the situation? She cruelly explained that the engagement between the two families was merely an enforced promise, and now everything was in the past. Sophia Jasso raised her face arrogantly, pouring cold water on his self-esteem. Besides, do you think you're worthy of me? Why should someone like Sophia Jasso have to marry a mediocre nobody from a family with no reputation like you? She cold-bloodedly left, while Damien of the past stood frozen in the rain, his heart completely shattered. The Damien of the past could only stand silently in the rain, tears mixing with the falling rainwater, streaming down in utter despair. Seeing that, Jason dismissively ordered, "Hey, out of respect for Sophia, I will give you a chance. Leave peacefully right now, or you're dead." He embraced Sophia intimately and threatened, "Damien, don't you ever show your face in front of us again." Jason barked, "Now that you've heard me clearly, get the hell out of here." The game voice chat just completely muted the main character. Damien gnashed his teeth, his hands clenching tightly, trembling in ultimate resentment. Before the humiliation from this wretched couple, unable to hold back any longer, he let out a sharp cry of agony, then recklessly rushed straight at his opponent. However, Jason was one step faster. He swung a powerful punch, sending Damien flying backward. A long distance, successive punches rained down on Damien's body. Without a shred of mercy, he collapsed into the mud, painfully vomiting blood and losing all ability to resist. Jason leisurely walked over, grabbed Damien's collar, and roared viciously, "I showed mercy and gave you a chance, yet you didn't know your place, and still looked for trouble." Looking down from above, Sophia coldly dropped a highly contemptuous remark. "What an utter insect." The minor boss NPC activated a finishing voice line that sends chills down the spine. Jason continued to rain brutal punishment down on Damien under the expressionless gaze of the woman he had once loved with all his heart. Damien's vision blurred from the pain, reflecting the image of Sophia standing there, watching with a face full of disgust. Back to reality, Damien bitterly thought to himself, "That's right. My engagement was broken on a rainy day, after I was beaten half to death." Jason anxiously asked if Sophia was injured anywhere. She merely shook her head slightly and replied, "I'm fine." Damien stood facing this wretched couple. Damien ground his teeth slightly. Even though he had lived through a lifetime, the blood-boiling sensation, upon seeing their faces, had not faded at all. Jason noticed the shift in his eyes. He smirked with utter sarcasm, thinking that Damien must be feeling extremely ashamed, recalling the humiliating incident from the past. Sophia also wore a look of sheer contempt. She narrowed her eyes, looking at her ex with a triumphant air. Jason's eyes flashed with pure malice, as he stared intensely at Damien. Like a predator playing with weak prey, Jason slowly walked closer. He flashed a fake smile and extended his hand. "I never thought I'd meet you again like this. Regardless, I'm quite delighted. Just looking at this smile, you can tell a chat tutorial is about to be activated." Damien narrowed his eyes suspiciously, asking back to see what kind of twisted trick he was trying to pull. Jason casually made an excuse, claiming that he was simply too overjoyed. So he just wanted to give a social handshake. That was all. However, behind that facade was a vicious demon screaming inside Jason's mind. He was furious that someone like Damien dared to become more famous than him, and harbored the intention to teach him an unforgettable lesson. Right here, Damien quietly looked at the hand extended in front of him. Then he smirked slightly. "If you insist." The moment their hands touched, Jason secretly snickered, believing his prey had fallen into the trap. The server just signaled a dangerous state, interaction lockdown. He intended to use his muscular strength to crush his opponent's hand, his eyes gleaming with cruelty and satisfaction. However, Jason had absolutely no idea that he himself was the one stepping into the jaws of death. In just a split second, Damien was one step faster. He spun around and executed a spectacular takedown. Jason only had time to gasp out, "Huh." A loud crash resounded as Jason's massive body was slammed brutally onto the floor, leaving him completely stunned, in utter bewilderment, as his whole world flipped upside down and his body was lifted high into the air. Witnessing this shocking scene, Sophia was so flabbergasted that she was left completely speechless, her eyes widening in absolute terror. Damien at this moment exuded a terrifying aura of pressure, his eyes flashing with a cold, expressionless brilliant blue. Amidst the thick cloud of dust, he channeled his full strength into a fatal blow, slamming Jason down onto the floor with 1,000 pounds of force. Damien looked down at the man lying flat on the ground, and flashed a highly sinister smile. Oh my bad. I couldn't control my own strength." Behind him, the silhouette of a massive demonic phantom manifested, standing as a testament to his erupting fury. Damien coldly declared, "Anyway, I've been dying to beat the crap out of you for a while now. Thanks for giving me the opportunity, you bastard." Sophia tremblingly called out Jason's name in despair, as she watched her powerful fiancé get taken down in a single heartbeat. Jason lay there completely shattered, his hand twitching slightly in the mud, before he desperately tried to force himself up. In an utterly pathetic state, Jason, painfully slammed down by Damien, knelt down clutching his wrist and roared in pure rage, "You accursed bastard." Faced with that futile aggression, Damien only let out a mocking sneer. "Huh, whoever gets a bloody nose first is the loser." Aben, standing nearby, could only gape in jaw-dropping astonishment and call out, "Be brother." Suddenly, a deep and immensely powerful voice rang out, demanding Jason to stop immediately, accompanied by a sharp, mysterious gaze. Emerging from the shadows, recognizing the person who had just appeared, Jason gasped in shock. "A master, a high-level NPC, just spawned." The atmosphere instantly switches to a tension tight as a bowstring. The mysterious man, shrouded in pitch-black attire, silently assessed that Damien had grown astonishingly powerful. In such a short period of time, Damien narrowed his eyes with high alertness. He could sense a terrifying aura emanating from this newcomer, from the opponent, one that even far surpassed that of the Knight Jan. When Damien asked if the man knew him, the man only coldly remarked, "You are quite decent yourself," demanding Jason to leave quickly because he had played around enough. Even though Jason was still resentful about being beaten to a bloody nose, he didn't dare to disobey. He sullenly followed his master, while constantly hurling threats that he would kill Damien Harrison next time. Defeated, yet still spamming chat threats like an online game lobby. Witnessing the opponent's abrupt retreat, Damien could only stand there in utter disappointment. What on earth? Giving up and leaving already? He quietly looked after the silhouettes of the master and disciple as they were fading away behind the street. The strange man suddenly paused. He turned his head to leave behind his identity, Jack Norris. "Remember my name." The moment the name was uttered, it felt like unlocking a hidden boss in the storyline. With a promise that they would meet again soon, Jack left. Damien repeated the name Jack Norris with a thoughtful look. Then suddenly, he flashed a sinister, an excited smile. Damien's eyes flared up as he sensed a series of exciting and dramatic events about to unfold right after. The moment they returned to a private place, Jason muttered, reproaching his master, "Why did you stop me? I could have taken care of that bastard." The mood in this room suddenly dropped to that of a failed training session. Instantly, Jack Norris turned around abruptly, tightly choking Jason, causing his eyes to roll back in pure terror. Jack growled threateningly, "I told you to be quiet and behave while you're here. Do you think I'm joking?" Faced with the terrifying pressure from his master's hand, Jason could only stammer and beg in absolute horror before being flung onto the floor, painfully clutching his neck and coughing violently. Jack coldly turned his back, dropping a warning, "Don't you ever ruin my plan, or else I will kill you myself. You fool, if I hadn't stopped you, you would have been torn to shreds by Damien Harrison." These words left Jason completely flabbergasted, unable to believe his own ears. He stammered, What? That's impossible." Jack explained that although he didn't know what kind of luck Damien had accidentally stumbled upon, he was not currently someone Jason could handle at his current level. He decisively commanded, "If you cross paths with Damien Harrison again, do not engage." "Understood." Jason could only kneel submissively and obey. "Why yes, sir." Jack's gaze became razor-sharp. He reminded him, "Our sole objective right now is to win the martial arts tournament," and demanded that he focus on that matter. Jason was still full of questions, asking why his master had told him to participate in the first place, and why he wanted him to win over Lady Olivia when he was already engaged to Sophia. This question infuriated Jack. He unleashed an oppressive wave of spiritual energy and barked loudly. "Silence." Jack looked at Jason with contempt, scolding him that he hadn't raised a useless brat to the realm of hero, just to be betrayed over a woman. Jason tremblingly lowered his head. "No, master." Jack looked up at the sky, flashing a deeply ambitious smile, and revealed that winning the tournament, as well as the relationship with Lady Olivia, were both vital chess pieces to fulfill his ultimate desire. This kind of in-game plan makes it clear that he is no longer just a minor side character. Jason was flabbergasted, realizing what his master had been yearning for all this time, and clearly recognized the ultimate goal, which was to reach the master level. Jason froze in place, only able to gasp and repeat in absolute shock, "Master level." Jack Norris turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to leave behind a firm instruction. "I will investigate Earl Copperhead and the other contestants. You just focus on preparing for the tournament. Do not fail me. Do not do anything else." This kind of atmosphere in a game means switching to the chapter before the storm. Jason bowed in submission. "Yes, master." Sophia, hiding behind the curtain, witnessed Jack's terrifying authority in shock. The moment he vanished from sight, she frantically rushed to Jason. Sophia anxiously examined her lover's wound. "Oh my God, what happened to your neck? Are you okay?" Jason suppressed the pain to reassure her. I'm fine, Sophia." However, deep down, resentment surged within Jason. Damn it. If he had just explained everything properly, it would have been fine. He kept questioning the connection between his victory and his master becoming a master. Jason's eyes flared with pure hatred. He silently made a resolution. "Just you wait. Once I find a way to break through the intermediate level, I will find a way to kill you myself." The atmosphere at the arena of the martial arts tournament became incredibly bustling, with fluttering banners. The crowd began to whisper when they saw Damien appear. That's the guy. Right. That's right. Just like the rumors. What a disgusting, unpleasant face. Damien calmly walked amidst the gossip. Victor leaned close and whispered, "You've become quite famous, haven't you, young master? It seems a lot of people have recognized you." Damien only smiled faintly. "Ah, seems so." The festival drums suddenly rolled rapidly, signaling that the opening hour had arrived. On the high spectator stand, a middle-aged man with an elegant mustache spoke loudly and clearly. "Ahem. Today's event is hosted during my daughter's birthday party. The moment it opens, it already feels like an official national-level event." That was Earl Chester Copperhead, the host of the tournament. He expressed his sincere gratitude to all the guests who attended. At that very moment, Aben suddenly froze, his eyes lighting up with infatuation upon seeing the girl of his dreams. Lady Olivia. Olivia Copperhead, the Earl's only daughter, appeared with an elegant and noble beauty, making the entire arena seem to light up. Earl Chester Copperhead, full of enthusiasm, declared before all the guests. "Gathered here today are the brave knights of the Western lands, of the Able Kingdom. The winner of this martial arts tournament will not only gain fame throughout the West, but across the entire realm of the kingdom." As soon as these words were finished, it was clear that the map was about to enter a great battle mode. Standing amidst the crowd, Aben anxiously clenched his hands, while Damien maintained his composure, thinking to himself, "It's finally starting." The Earl continued to emphasize the worthy reward for the winner. Below the stands, Sophia coyly asked Jason, "Is Lady Olivia prettier than me?" causing him to snap back. "Why are you asking such a ridiculous question?" The old Earl announced that the tournament would last for 2 days, featuring both team and individual matches, while also confirming that healing priests were on standby so the knights could fight with all their might without fearing injuries. While Jack still quietly observed from afar, Earl Chester reminded the contestants that they had 2 hours to prepare for the first match. He excitedly raised his hand and shouted, "Now, I look forward to witnessing everyone's bravery." Thundering cheers echoed throughout the arena, making the atmosphere hotter than ever. Damien turned to instruct his 2 companions. "Aben, Victor, I'll see you 2 out there." The young servant did not forget to remind him, "Please be careful, young master," while Aben only softly replied, "Yes." Seeing his daughter's cold expression, Earl Chester gently reproached, "This event is being held for you. Can't you smile just a little?" However, Olivia still maintained her indifferent attitude, coldly leaving without saying a word. She bluntly replied, "For me? Did I ever ask you to, father?" She believed this was just another display of showboating by the family, and she herself had absolutely no interest in it whatsoever. Faced with his daughter's stubbornness, the old Earl could only force a laugh. "Ah, I see." But he silently affirmed that even if she didn't like it, others would still be captivated by this grand event. This kind of reaction is exactly like a final boss who hasn't even logged in, but is already bored of the game. As the official matches began, the entire arena shook with the cheers of the crowd. The first match of the team event, titled Monster Hunt, was announced. The spectators constantly shouted the names of star candidates like Andrea, Raiden, or Gordavon, and in particular, the name of Damian Harrison was also loudly cheered with great enthusiasm. Damien stepped onto the field with an arrogant demeanor, but right away, he caught the glaring gaze of a knight in golden armor on the same team. He ground his teeth, showing his annoyance. "TCH. Why was I assigned to the same team as that bastard? The team hasn't even fought yet, and there's already infighting. Talk about a system matchmaking error." The cheers echoed loudly across the stands as the name Jason Cutter was enthusiastically announced. He appeared extremely smug, thinking to himself, "This Monster Hunt match is the perfect stage for me to make a name for myself." Jason was even confident enough to wink and blow a kiss toward the crowd that was wildly cheering. Right at that moment, violent tremors rumbled from the arena's gates. The massive gates slowly opened, causing a knight to gasp in bewilderment. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar rang out, tearing through the atmosphere. From the darkness, a massive monster, with red skin and terrifyingly sharp fangs, gradually emerged, looking immensely fearsome, with glowing purple eyes and sharply pointed fangs, rushing out with absolute ferocity. The terrified crowd screamed loudly, "My God, it's a troll!" Panicked screams echoed, urging everyone to quickly scatter and absolutely avoid facing this terrifying creature head on. The troll slammed a 1,000-pound punch onto the ground, creating an explosion of thick dust. The moment the blow struck the ground, the entire stand shook like a mini earthquake. Standing before the looming monster as it advanced, Damien smirked with a highly cryptic smile. "I didn't foresee that." He looked up toward the high stands and silently assessed, "You have a much more wicked taste than I thought." Witnessing the chaotic scene unfolding below, Earl Chester Copperhead displayed pure excitement that distorted his entire face. The old man stared intently at the slaughter, with eyes gleaming with madness. The troll's massive hand swung down, casting a shadow of death over the knight, who stood frozen in sheer terror. This moment looks just like a game activating an unevadable execution animation. He only had time to let out a panicked scream before being crushed under the 1,000-pound weight of the monster onto the ground in an earth-shattering smash, causing the arena floor to shatter into 100 pieces. Amidst that horrific sight, Damien remained perfectly composed, standing and observing with a cold gaze, seemingly analyzing every single movement of his opponent. Across the stands, the crowd had fallen into a state of extreme chaos. Non-stop screams rang out. Is this for real? Is this supposed to happen? Fear completely took over, as everyone realized a human life had just been tragically taken away. What on earth is going on? Did that person really just lose their life? Witnessing the bloody scene unfold right before her eyes, Lady Olivia Copperhead couldn't help but be so horrified that she felt sick to her stomach. She quickly covered her mouth to suppress a gasp. Standing right beside her, Earl Chester still maintained an expression that was cold to the point of cruelty, indifferently observing the death of his subordinate, as if it were merely a trivial matter. Cruel, and dropped a sarcastic remark, "Humph. For a knight to die in such a meaningless way, what dignity is there left?" Olivia, full of resentment, turned to question her father through tears. This is too much, bringing a troll monster into the arena. What on earth are you thinking? This is supposed to be just a normal competition. However, the old earl only cleared his throat, softly and casually replied, "Don't act so shocked. This is to weed out those who are unworthy." Before finding the ultimate winner, despite his daughter's protest, Chester was still immersed in the madness of the crowd that was roaring and cheering for names like Enrio, Graydon, or Gordavon. He flashed a highly sinister smile, his eyes gleaming with cruelty as he looked down at the arena. Just look at them. The audience always craves such breathtakingly dramatic spectacles, and the stronger the thrill, the better. Do you understand the reason? Hearing this kind of logic, it's clear that the entire stadium is turning into a survival show. Right below, the troll roared aggressively, tearing through the atmosphere, while Jason Cutter gathered his strength and rushed straight at the monster. To begin the bloody battle, Jason Cutter charged straight toward the monster. With a highly confident slash, he smirked arrogantly, believing that he possessed enough power to shine amidst this fiery arena. However, the troll suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. It showed absolutely no fear before the knight's attack, as a deeply sarcastic thought manifested. That is because there is always someone risking their life to ensure safety for themselves. Right after the impact, Jason was flabbergasted to realize that the wounds on the troll's body were beginning to shrink and heal at a dizzying speed. He ground his teeth in pure frustration. TCH. It truly has insane regenerative abilities. The blow just now wasn't enough to finish it off. Amidst the roaring cheers of the spectators, Damien still stood quietly observing the scene. With razor-sharp eyes, he silently recalled the moment before the match started, when everyone had to put pen to paper to sign a strange waiver. Damien thought to himself, well, no wonder. They required us to sign a strange waiver before the match. I was wondering why we had to sign a waiver absolving them of liability. Even when facing death, the troll once again let out a ferocious roar. It frantically swung its massive arms, raining 1,000-pound smashes down onto the ground. Jason was blown back by the shockwave, groaning in pain. Ugh, even for someone with my strength, it's difficult to deal with that monster alone. Right at this moment, a female knight with orange hair, tied in pigtails, suddenly rushed over to assist. With a shout, "Huh!" Jason glanced over and silently assessed. But if there is support from teammates, the chance of victory will increase significantly. Brilliant blue sword strikes continuously cut through the air as the knights began to coordinate, launching a barrage of attacks on the monster. The troll shrieked in pure rage. It swung its arm, flinging a knight away, leaving him only time to gasp out, "GUH," before being sent flying. Just hearing each swing of its arm, you can tell the arena floor's terrain is being reset. Its smashes generated violent shockwaves, blanketing a section of the arena in thick dust. The orange-haired knight still agilely moved to look for an opening, while another knight wielding a spear also began to charge forward with a powerful shout, "Ha!" bravely joining the fray to help corner the massive beast. A pink-haired knight charged forward with great bravery, swinging his spear and tearing through the air with a shout, "Ha!" He confidently declared, "It's all over," as he aimed his spearhead straight at the monster's head. However, the troll suddenly let out a roar, its massive hand clamping tightly onto the spearhead. Then it swung its arm and caught him right in midair. The knight gasped and begged in sheer despair, GGUH. Wait. Please, wait a moment. But he was instantly crushed by the monster. Without a shred of mercy. This moment is exactly like a finishing blow, getting hard countered right in the face without warning. Realizing the opportunity had arrived, Jason Cutter ground his teeth and thought to himself, excellent. The opportunity is right now. He let out a loud shout, huh, then delivered a lightning-fast slash to the troll's leg, causing it to collapse onto the ground, making an earth-shattering sound. The spectators in the stands erupted in excitement. Whoa, the troll has been defeated. Who was that knight? Sophia could not hide her happiness. She called out her lover's name in absolute admiration. Jason. Jason stood proudly in the middle of the arena. He was panting but immensely smug. Ha 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 ha. I did it. He arrogantly declared before the entire crowd. Ho ho. Have you all seen it now? Do you still need to ask who I am? Jason tightly gripped his sword, conceitedly, affirming that he was the one destined to become the most powerful holy knight. Knight. He loudly proclaimed his name, Jason Cutter. However, right at that moment of glory, a massive shadow suddenly loomed over him. The atmosphere shifted instantly, like loading into Boss Phase 2 without warning. Jason looked up in bewilderment and suspicion. But before he could react, a 1,000-pound stomp came crashing down, crushing him into the arena floor. Jason screamed in agony. Gah! As he was sent flying by the violent shockwave. Sophia shrieked in horror. Ah! Jason lay flat under the monster's giant foot. Jason groaned in belated regret. Damn it. I forgot that there was still another monster. Damien assessed that he had no other choice but to temporarily cooperate with that obnoxious Jason. While Jason was struggling on the ground, the giant troll let out an earth-shattering roar. This roar sounded like a signal that the match had entered a point of no return. Seeing Damien leisurely approaching, Jason secretly mocked. That fool charging straight into the troll alone is no different from seeking his own death. The monster swung its arm, intending to crush its prey, but Damien agilely evaded in the blink of an eye. He immediately channeled the secret art of myriad streams flow, using the momentum to leap high into the air, and landed gently right on the troll's head. Without giving his opponent time to react, Damien threw himself into midair, his sword glowing with brilliant blue spiritual energy, preparing for the finishing blow. The troll shrieked out in despair as it realized death was close at hand. Damien decisively swung his sword, unleashing the ultimate technique, secret art, blade of destiny. A massive slash tore through the air, and directly split the monster's colossal body in half. Witnessing that terrifying strength, Jason could only stand frozen, his eyes rolling back in pure shock. Damien landed on the ground with a cold demeanor, his eyes flashing with immense authority, amidst the devastating scene. Witnessing his older brother's spectacular victory, Aben could not hide his excitement and cheered loudly. Damien. Damien Harrison. The entire arena seemed to erupt. Thousands of spectators stood up simultaneously, chanting his name. Damien. Damien. People whispered and talked about the knight who had just pulled off a miracle, wondering who on earth Damien Harrison was to possess such terrifyingly formidable strength. Even Earl Chester did not spare his praises. Oh ho, so he is Damien Harrison. Indeed, his reputation is not exaggerated. Damien casually sheathed his sword, with a sigh of utter boredom. It felt exactly like just finishing a tutorial boss, and finding it a bit too underwhelming. Looking down at Jason, who was sitting flat on the ground, with a face covered in blood and humiliation, he coldly dropped a sarcastic remark. Unbelievable. Just dealing with a troll. And you had to struggle this much? The cheers for Damien still echoed throughout the stadium, rubbing salt into the wounds of the defeated loser. Jason ground his teeth in deep hatred, his eyes flashing with rage as he glared intensely at Damien's retreating figure, at the splendid mansion of the Earl Copperhead family. The arrival of the Harrison brothers instantly became the center of all attention. The noble ladies could not help but admire and whisper excitedly upon witnessing their outstanding appearance. Oh my God, seeing him up close, he's terrifyingly handsome. Another person was equally curious, right? Is the person next to him his younger brother? This setting is just like a noble lobby opening a social check-in event. Both brothers at this moment were truly peak beauties, exuding a noble aura that forced anyone to look up at them. Aben was astonished by his older brother's glamorous look, and asked, Wow, brother, when did you prepare this outfit? Damien calmly revealed, there's a tailor shop in Landwork, called Moonlight, right? I went there and bought it. Recognizing the significant value of the clothing, Aben gasped timidly, really? An item this expensive? The younger brother submissively expressed his gratitude. Then please allow me to accept this favor. And received a brief nod from Damien. Yeah. As they stepped deeper into the banquet hall, compliments continued to echo everywhere. That is Damien Harrison. Yeah. His demeanor is truly impressive. Someone even enthusiastically declared. He's incredibly cool. From now on, he's my idol. Witnessing the warm reception given to his rival, Jason Cutter ground his teeth and crushed the wine glass in his hand. He roared in jealousy. Damn it, it's making my ears itch just listening to this. Jason trembled in fury, because he felt himself being overshadowed. No one even bothers to care about me. Yet why does a bastard like him get noticed by the ladies? The feeling of being out of the spotlight is clearly worse than being defeated in battle. He stared intently after the retreating figure of Damien with ultimate hatred, then turned to ask Sophia to find some empathy. Hey Sophia. That bastard is so eyesore, isn't he, Sophia? However, completely contrary to Jason's bitterness, Sophia stood frozen, her cheeks blushing with shy embarrassment. She was completely captivated by her ex's elegance, and secretly admired in her heart. Damien Harrison, is he truly this elegant and handsome now? Amidst the bustling atmosphere of the party, a loud, clear announcement suddenly rang out. Earl Copperhead is entering the main hall. The atmosphere immediately shifted from a fair to a high-level political ceremony. The Earl appeared with a calm demeanor and a confident smile on his lips, leisurely walking amidst the respectful bows of the guests. Damien and Aben quietly observed the most powerful man in this region as he advanced toward the stage of honor. Stepping onto the center stage, Earl Chester Copperhead spread both arms wide and spoke with great enthusiasm. Thank you, knights and distinguished guests, for attending the martial arts tournament to celebrate the birthday of my daughter, Olivia. He spared no praise for the bravery and fiery determination that the young knights had displayed throughout the intense matches. During the day, while Damien still maintained a calm expression, Sophia clearly showed a look of admiration at the Earl's declarations. Chester continued to express his deep emotions, affirming that this was a feeling he hadn't experienced in a very long time. He encouraged, I hope you all will continue to maintain that excellent performance in the finals. Tomorrow, the hall suddenly fell completely silent as he loudly declared, and right at this moment, I will announce the reward for the strongest individual in the competition. That invitation caused the guests to start whispering and buzzing with excitement. Everyone was intensely curious about the value of the prize that this wealthy Earl had prepared. Suddenly, Chester shouted loudly, observe closely, then casually thrust his hand into the blazing fire burning intensely inside the furnace. Right next to him, this crazy action left Damien and Aben utterly flabbergasted, their eyes widening in sheer astonishment. Witnessing the panic of the crowd, Earl Chester burst into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, distinguished guests, please do not panic. He slowly withdrew his hand from the flames, revealing that his hand remained completely intact, without a single burn or injury. Amidst the whispers about the absurdity of the event, he held up high a glowing crimson gem that was radiating a powerful surge of energy, and revealed, this is all thanks to the power of this treasure. This vibe is just like a legendary item being showcased in a limited time event. Damien stared intently at the precious gem, while the people around began to recognize the true background of the treasure. Damien narrowed his eyes, staring fixedly at the glowing crimson gem, radiating a powerful surge of energy in the Earl's hand. In the distance, Jack Norris could not hide his sinister look either, thinking to himself, as expected, just as I guessed. It really is here. The Spirit Heart. The moment the item name popped up, it was clear that the official treasure hunt questline had unlocked. Earl Chester Copperhead, loudly and clearly, introduced the miraculous abilities of the treasure. As you can see, this treasure possesses the ability to shield its owner from fire. Not only that, it also serves to stabilize body temperature. He admitted, even though mages are clueless about its origin, this is undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Chester held the radiant gem high before the entire hall, and loudly declared, the champion of tomorrow's tournament will become the owner of this Spirit Heart, will receive this treasure as their trophy. The crowd of guests gasped in astonishment. Good heavens, what a miraculous reward. Witnessing that scene, Damien slightly smirked, silently assessing that the old Earl was completely clueless to offer the Spirit Heart as a prize for a childish competition. However, his gaze suddenly turned sharp and calculating. Originally, I wasn't interested in the tournament's reward, but that item over there, I am a bit interested in it. Earl Chester smiled radiantly, inviting everyone to put aside their worries and enjoy the birthday party today. The atmosphere became melodious, with symphonic music from the orchestra, blending with the extravagance of the massive, splendid cakes. This setting looks just like a lobby event, preparing to launch a rare gacha banner. Right then, a young man with brilliant orange hair stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the Earl. Dear Earl, it is my honor to meet you. I am Frank from the family of Baron Nathan. Chester appeared extremely warm upon recognizing the guest's identity. Ah, the family of Baron Nathan. I know it very well. Isn't that the place famous for premium apples? Frank smiled, presenting a small, glowing box. On the occasion of the young lady's birthday, I have prepared a small gift for her, he excitedly introduced. This is a potion crafted by the aesthetic alchemists. From spirit powder, it can make an old woman's skin become as smooth as a baby's skin. Just hearing the description makes it clear that this is a noble version of a skin upgrade item. Earl Chester was highly pleased. He laughed with delight and praised nonstop. Oh, that truly is a practical gift. Ahaha, thank you very much. Continuing the lively atmosphere of the party, Charlie from the family of Viscount Zion stepped forward to offer a respectful greeting and introduce a special tribute for the young lady. Olivia's birthday was turning out to be quite an event. Olivia, it was a necklace crafted from 7-colored stone, which was extremely rare, something he claimed he had to defeat 100 stone golems to luckily find just one piece. However, Earl Chester only slightly smirked with a faint smile and casually replied that this kind of stone was piled up like scrap metal in his family's warehouse, leaving Charlie standing frozen in extreme embarrassment. Observing the drama from afar, Damien silently assessed that the battle to win the young lady's favor had truly broken out, but to a filthy rich earl, such mediocre gifts could never move his heart. Looking over, it's clear the match meta has shifted to a noble version of pay to win. Right at this moment, Jason Cutter stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and introduced himself as the legendary Ogre Slayer. He caught the old earl completely by surprise when he loudly declared that his gift this time was specifically for the earl himself, not for Lady Olivia. Jason presented a bottle of Vitality Essence, a legendary elixir type, which he claimed needed only one sip to keep a person full of energy all day long without feeling any fatigue. Just hearing the name, it's clear this is the type of item banned in every serious ranking leaderboard. Witnessing a gift that struck right at his interest, Earl Chester appeared immensely excited. But Olivia still maintained a cold attitude as she remarked that the item was only suitable for her father. While Jason was smug about his successful plan to please the Earl, Damien gently reminded Aben to prepare himself, because it was almost time for the two brothers to step onto the stage. Jason brushed past Damien with a snobbish look, not knowing that he was being mocked by Damien for completely failing to win the young lady's heart. The moment Damien showed his face, Earl Chester actively stepped forward to greet him warmly, sparing no words, to praise his outstanding performance in the match earlier. During the day, Damien humbly returned the gesture, while the old Earl affirmed that the reputation of the young master of the Harrison family was currently spreading like wildfire across the kingdom. Damien humbly replied to the Earl's compliment. That is just a little empty fame not worth mentioning, sir. The old Earl Chester burst into a hearty laugh at that attitude. Haha, and modest too, I see. Damien glanced slightly at Lady Olivia, who was sitting indifferently on the throne. He silently assessed that even though this banquet was for her, she didn't seem interested at all. It looks like she is someone with rather picky taste. However, looking over at his younger brother Aben, who was anxiously sweating, Damien smirked confidently. He thought to himself that once she saw this gift, that woman would definitely have a surprised reaction. Damien declared loudly, Dear Earl, we have also prepared a gift to present to the young lady. The old Earl was immensely excited. Oh really? I highly look forward to seeing what a prominent figure like you has prepared. Damien casually said, Yes, the gift I have prepared is. Then, he tapped his ring, activating a brilliant blue spiritual energy wave, creating a magical black hole right in the middle of the banquet hall. If this scene were recorded, the full video would probably trend with all the drama in 3 seconds flat. Witnessing this scene, Earl Chester couldn't help a magic tool with spatial storage capabilities. From within that endless void, Damien slowly withdrew a powerful, pitch-black bow with exquisitely crafted details. He held high the weapon in front of everyone and spoke clearly. It is this very item. The moment they saw the shape of the bow, both Earl Chester and Lady Olivia simultaneously changed expression. The atmosphere became as tense as a guitar string. A total freeze. Just like when the Wi-Fi drops right in the middle of a team fight. The old Earl bolted up from his chair, his eyes rolling back in absolute shock. That is, Olivia, who had maintained a cold expression since the start of the party, was now so flabbergasted that her jaw dropped. In sheer amazement at this unimaginable gift, the crowd of guests began to whisper and buzz with disdainful expressions. Upon seeing Damien's gift, they mockingly remarked that the bow looked no different from a piece of cheap junk, probably something hastily bought from some random weapon shop. Even Earl Chester was secretly disappointed. He assumed his daughter would never bother to look at such a mediocre piece of trash. However, Olivia's reaction was completely the opposite. Her eyes lit up, her face flushing with excitement, as she recognized the existence of a bow this magnificent, leaving the old Earl completely frozen in astonishment. Olivia could not contain herself so she earnestly requested, "Excuse my rudeness. But if you don't mind, could I please take a closer look?" At that bow for a moment, Damien smirked smugly, as his plan had succeeded flawlessly. Seeing Aben still standing there dazed with anxiety, he immediately urged him, "Of course you may, my lady. What are you still standing there dazed for?" Aben, quickly bring the bow over to the young lady. Holding the gift in her hands, Olivia began to test the bowstring like a true professional. Damien was secretly pleased, because the information that the young lady was passionate about hunting was completely accurate, for he understood perfectly well that if you want to win someone over, grasping their personal interests is the absolute prerequisite. Olivia marveled at the outstanding elasticity of the weapon, and instantly recognized its background. This bow must have been crafted from a minotaur's horn. Correct. Damien gave a slight nod, praising the young lady's sharp insight, knowing it's premium stuff at first glance. It's exactly like inspecting an item and automatically seeing it's a rare drop. He further revealed, "This is indeed a bow crafted from the horn of a chief minotaur." This information left the entire banquet hall flabbergasted, as minotaurs were notoriously ferocious monsters that even mid-tier adventurers would find difficult to face alone. Suddenly, Olivia discovered a small inscription and gasped, calling out the artisan's name. She could not believe her eyes upon realizing that this was a masterpiece by Augustus, the man praised as the most talented artisan in the kingdom. Witnessing this shocking truth, Earl Chester could only gape in astonishment and shout, "What did you say?" This situation is just like an SSR item dropping in a game, leaving the entire server frozen. Damien slightly smirked to confirm, "Yes, that is correct." The answer shocked Earl Chester so much that he bolted up from his chair. He cried out in absolute astonishment, "Oh ho, a bow crafted by Augustus's own hands." He recalled in bewilderment, "Isn't Augustus the premier artisan of the Able Kingdom?" The items forged by him, like that shield from before, were all sold at astronomical prices in auctions. Holding the treasure in his hands, Chester could not contain his excitement. "I never expected that in this lifetime I would have the good fortune to receive such a priceless treasure." Seeing her father overly excited, Olivia instantly snatched back the bow and gently reproached him, "Father, this is a gift for me." She turned to Damien with eyes full of admiration. "Young Master Damien, thank you very much for this priceless gift." However, Damien casually deflected the credit. "The person who went to great lengths to find this gift wasn't actually me." Before the bewildered young lady, he stepped back slightly and introduced, "This is the item that my younger brother, Aben, put so much effort into finding just to present it to you, my lady." Olivia looked over at Aben in shock. Is that really true?" "For me," the younger brother, nervous and blushing furiously, could only stammer out, "Why yes. If you like it, then it was well worth my effort." This smooth move completely switched the main character spotlight over to Aben. Shyly replied with a brief, embarrassed yes. The young lady of the Copperhead family was now completely won over. She flashed a radiant smile. "I am truly very curious about how you managed to acquire such an authentic masterpiece." Seeing that the time was ripe, Damien immediately played matchmaker. "If that is the case, why don't you hear the story directly from him, my lady?" Even though Aben was incredibly nervous, Olivia still nodded with great enthusiasm. "I would be honored to listen." Damien politely asked for the Earl's opinion, and the old man eagerly agreed right away, even stating that he wanted his daughter to recount it to him later. Damien gently called Aben's name, startling the boy into responding, "Why yes, sir." Taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, Aben hesitantly stepped forward in front of his dream girl. This situation is more intense than soloing a final boss, with only one health left. Observing proudly from afar, Damien thought to himself, "That's it. Aben must absolutely seize this golden opportunity." Aben bowed formally. "It is a true honor to meet you, Lady Olivia." Seeing the young boy's sincerity, Olivia gasped slightly in surprise. Damien smiled contentedly, knowing that the main character of this evening was definitely his younger brother. Then he quietly turned around and walked away, leaving private space for the young pair. Amidst the melodious music and falling rose petals, Jack Norris pondered anxiously as he noticed that the plan was gradually drifting away from his calculations. Seeing his master's expression change, Jason timidly called out, "Master." Jack silently assessed, "Damian Harrison is truly formidable beyond expectations. Not only does he possess raw strength, but he has also successfully won the favor of both the Earl and Lady Olivia." He ground his teeth in pure resentment, fearing that both the championship and the young lady would be snatched away by the Harrison brothers. Jack decisively declared, "We can't just stand by and watch. I must personally take action." He coldly ordered, "Follow me, Jason." Jason hastily obeyed. "Why yes, sir. I will follow your orders, master." He told Sophia to stand here and wait, then quickly followed in Jack's footsteps. Meanwhile, Damien slightly smirked. flashing a cryptic smile, as if he had already seen through everything. The next day began, and the atmosphere at the Copperhead territory became more bustling than ever. For the upcoming events, on the way to the arena, seeing his older brother staring at him without looking away, Aben asked in confusion, "Hey, what do you keep staring at?" Damien chuckled and praised. "Yesterday, you spoke much more eloquently than I expected," and remarked that the atmosphere between him and Lady Olivia looked very harmonious, having his true feelings teased. Aben blushed furiously but still proudly asserted, "Oh, of course. When it's necessary, I can get things done properly too, you know. It's exactly like turning on pro player mode with confidence right after getting praised." Damien laughed heartily to encourage him. "Haha, right. I will be waiting for good news from you soon. Keep it up." Victor also eagerly chipped in, "Young Master Damien, please do your absolute best in the match today as well," and received a nod of affirmation from him. Suddenly, Aben hesitantly lowered his head and muttered his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for going through the trouble to create this opportunity for me." Damien quietly looked at his younger brother, clearly feeling the sincerity in the boy's words. Damien continued to tease his younger brother. "Who are you? You can't possibly be Aben, right?" Aben snapped with a red face. "Hey, stop teasing me. I'm talking seriously here." Damien smiled slightly to soothe him. "That's only natural. An older brother looking out for his younger brother is a normal thing." He patted his shoulder encouragingly. "So you just focus on developing your good relationship with Lady Olivia." Aben brightened up completely, replying clearly, "Yes, sir." Then quickly ran toward the stands, leaving Damien to look after him with a gentle gaze. Where Victor was already waiting, the roaring cheers echoed across the arena, signaling that the second round of the tournament's individual category had officially begun. The moment he stepped into the ring, Damien put his overwhelming strength on display, leaving everyone in absolute awe. A lightning-fast punch packed with powerful spiritual energy landed straight on his opponent in full iron armor. The terrifying power generated violent shockwaves that tore through the air, sending the enemy flying and leaving him completely incapable of resisting. The terrifying power of the Harrison family's young master. If this scene were in a game, the boss would probably have to call GG early just to get it over with. The stands erupted. Thousands of spectators stood up simultaneously, chanting his name. Damien, Damien. Aben and Victor were ecstatic, cheering nonstop and blowing horns to celebrate this lightning-fast victory. The scoreboard clearly displayed. Round 2 of the individual tournament has ended. Damien stood in the middle of the stage with a calm demeanor, his hand glowing with blue spiritual energy as he silently wondered, is the next match already the finals? With his indisputably superior strength, Damien Harrison officially advanced to the final round. Amidst the wild enthusiasm of the entire audience, it's exactly like barely fighting for a minute and already seeing the system spam victory continuously. Amidst the celebrating crowd, a hooded figure suddenly approached Aben and called out, "Ah, young Master Aben. So you're here." Aben, bewildered, turned around and couldn't help but be shocked as he recognized the person standing in front of him. "Huh, Lady Olivia? Why are you here?" Olivia at this moment looked visibly panicked. She trembled as she delivered the terrible news. "Yes, Lord Damien. Your older brother is in grave danger." The face of the young lady of the Copperhead family was filled with anxiety and urgency as she broke the news about a horrific disaster about to befall Damien. It all started the night before, right after the highly impressive birthday party. Lady Olivia leisurely walked along the mansion's corridor. She gently hummed a cheerful melody. In her heart, she kept reminiscing about the moments that had just passed. That was such an incredibly interesting conversation. "Lord Aben, I truly hope to have the chance to meet you again, to talk much more." Right when her spirit was soaring, a maid from behind suddenly spoke up. "My Lady Olivia, the Earl is calling for you, ma'am." Olivia turned around with a slight start, full of suspicion. "Father is calling for me at this hour." She quietly followed the maid to the audience chamber, with a rather bad premonition. This feeling is just like when you're chilling and the system suddenly pings an emergency quest. The moment she stepped into the room, Olivia could not contain her shock and gasped, Father, what do you mean by suddenly saying that?" She bolted upright, her eyes widening in astonishment as she looked toward her father. Earl Chester calmly took a sip of red wine, coldly replying, "Did you not hear my words clearly? That is precisely how it is." The atmosphere became as tense as a bowstring, the kind where one sentence silences the whole room. He loudly declared a decision that made her world seem to collapse. "You will marry Lord Jason." Sitting opposite him at this moment were Jason and his master, Jack Norris. With extremely solemn expressions, Olivia cried out in grievance, Please don't make such groundless statements, Father. I haven't even spoken a single word to that man. Why are you forcing me to marry him?" Even Jason at this moment was extremely annoyed, grinding his teeth and silently cursing. This damn old man. Suddenly calling me here in such a hurry. Without any prior discussion, what's the meaning of this? Ignoring his daughter's resistance, Olivia continued to question him through tears. How could you decide this on your own? Without discussing it with me even once, father? Earl Chester remained silent for a brief moment. He slowly set his wine glass down on the table, his expression growing colder by the second. He glared at his daughter, his tone becoming stern and ruthless. Stop your daydreaming, Olivia. You are the eldest daughter of this house. Marriage is not something you can just arbitrarily decide. It is a matter to be reviewed and settled by me, the head of this family. Olivia choked back her tears, bitterly asking him back. In the end, what criteria did you base this decision on, father? Earl Chester broke into a calculating smile and loudly asserted, naturally, it is based on the benefits that our family will gain through your marriage. Earl Chester continued to persuade his daughter about the immense power that Lord Jack would bring as soon as the marriage took place. He claimed that, with the backing of this mid-tier figure, the Copperhead family would possess powerful resources, no less than the two great families, Gold Percy and Lion Bloom, who were dominating the West. If this news went viral, the family group chat would probably explode. Not just stopping at political power, Jack also promised to provide secret techniques and methods for training the magical power of high-tier knights to the family's knight order. Hearing this, Jason could not help but be flabbergasted, realizing his master had always been hiding ultimate techniques that even a direct disciple like him had never heard of. A master hiding skills like this is truly an apprenticeship plot twist. Olivia bitterly questioned if her father wanted to sell her out for the family's benefits, but only received a cold warning in return, demanding her to watch her words. Jack Norris slightly smirked and asked about the final decision, forcing Chester to admit the adequacy of the conditions. But there was still one extremely awkward point. He was concerned that marrying his daughter off to an unknown knight like Jason would severely damage the family's honor. After putting in so much effort to organize a martial arts tournament of this scale, Jack decisively asserted that his disciple would definitely emerge victorious in tomorrow's match to prove his capability, despite the Earl's skepticism regarding the presence of an extraordinary opponent like Damian Harrison. The Dark Mage confidently offered a small assistance. To turn the tables, Jack flashed a highly sinister smile and put forward an incredibly simple plan. You only need to use your authority as the Earl to forbid Damian Harrison from interfering in the match, and that will be enough. His eyes gleamed with calculative malice as he noticed the hesitation in the family head's gaze. Witnessing her father actually considering such a dirty proposal, Olivia could only gasp in shock, crying out in absolute dread. Earl Chester set his glass down and coldly declared, I agree. This highly calculative approval left Lady Olivia completely frozen in shock. Immediately afterward, she secretly put on a cloak to seek out the Harrison brothers, her face filled with gloom and guilt. I am truly sorry, Lord Damien. With my capability, I couldn't stop my father. Damien listened thoughtfully, then softly uttered, so that's how it really is, huh? Contrary to his calm demeanor, Aben and Victor panicked, shouting out in terror, We must run away. There's no telling what kind of tricks that Lord Jack will pull next. Victor also trembled in agreement. Yes, that's right, young master. Damien recalled Jack Norris's sinister gaze and Earl Chester's greed. He silently assessed. Jack Norris. No wonder I had a bad impression of him. To think he would resort to this trick. The behavior of Earl Copperhead is no different from my past life. As long as it benefits the family, he will do absolutely anything. The tension level of the server is basically like being right in the middle of a final boss fight. Amidst everyone's urging, Damien decisively declared, No, I will not run away. Aben was stunned and asked back, What? The younger brother anxiously reminded him that Jack Norris was an incredibly powerful person. But Damien only smiled with complete confidence. Don't worry, I have already calculated everything carefully. For now, let's just focus on handling the match first. Under the brilliant sunshine of the final day of competition, Damien proudly stepped into the arena. Amidst the loud, clear voice of the announcer, the strongest fighters had also fully gathered. Exuding a suffocating atmosphere of pressure, the gong rang out, signaling that the moment of decision had arrived. The atmosphere of the arena is tense to the max. Everyone has turned on survival mode. Earl Chester looked around for his daughter with suspicion. It's about to start. Where on earth has Olivia gone? He stood up, loudly declaring before all the guests. Distinguished guests. In just a few minutes, the final match of this martial arts tournament will officially begin. He sent his congratulations to the most outstanding knights who had made it to this round, and began to explain the rules. There will be only one single winner. The only person left standing until the very end will be the champion of this tournament. Earl Chester Copperhead loudly declared. Aside from that, there are no other rules. Therefore, fight with everything you have. He slightly smirked with deep sinister intent, thinking to himself, please do not blame me, Lord Damien. To let Jason win, this is the only way. Sitting in the stands, Jack Norris also appeared immensely excited. A death match, huh? This is truly going to be interesting. Below, Victor anxiously asked, young master, will he be alright? But Aben still maintained his calm. Yes. He said he already has a plan, so let's just watch for now. Damien narrowed his eyes with calculation. No rules, huh? Well, it seems like there is something fishy going on here. This matchup smells like drama wafting across the entire arena already. In the middle of the arena, sharp blades began to be unsheathed from their scabbards. Damien stood in the center of the encirclement, silently observing the opponents around him. What is the meaning of this situation? The audience began to cheer frantically, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Jack Norris stood in the stands with a smug smile, preparing to witness a good show. The knights simultaneously took their stances, focusing all their attention on the young master of the Harrison family. The blonde knight gritted his teeth in sheer determination. Damn it, though I don't want to admit it. I have no choice but to accept it. Fortunately, everyone seems to share the same thought. He began to gather his spiritual energy, enveloping his body in brilliant blue, and silently asserted. The fundamental rule to survive a match like this is to eliminate the strongest individual first. Instantly, all the fighters simultaneously charged straight at Damien from all directions, with overwhelming murderous intent. Standing inside an encirclement where his life hung by a thread, Damien still maintained a proud, confident smile. The boss is standing still, yet his smirk has automatically activated boss hunting mode. The night before at the barracks, the atmosphere between Jack Norris and his disciple became extremely tense. Jason could not contain his resentment. He yelled, questioning his master. In the end, what is your reason for acting like this? He could not accept being forced into a political marriage without even being consulted regarding that so-called marriage. You didn't ask for my opinion even once. The response to that resistance was a fierce slap that sent Jason crashing to the ground, fresh blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Jack coldly looked down at his disciple kneeling at his feet and barked, shut your mouth. If you were competent enough, I wouldn't have needed to propose that to the Earl. Then he harshly asserted that he wouldn't have needed to waste his effort and intellect in vain like this. If Jason actually possessed real talent, Jason gritted his teeth in humiliation, silently cursing in his heart. Damn it, you miserable old man. This plot line is exactly like getting nerfed out of nowhere, without even a patch note. Jack decisively ordered Jason to shut up and strictly do exactly what he said. However, Jason still tried to hold onto the last shred of their bond. But don't I already have Sophia? Jack's response was so brutal that it left Jason completely frozen in his tracks. That girl is of no use to us anymore. Dump her. Jason was flabbergasted, unable to believe his ears. What did you say? Feelings getting handled like a side quest. Once it's cleared, it's wiped from the map. Jack casually revealed the harsh reality that the only reason he allowed Jason to date Sophia was to secure backing from Viscount Zion's family. Thanks to them, he had gathered the necessary swordsmanship manuals and essential elixirs for Jason to reach his current mid-tier status in swordsmanship. However, since the Viscount's family was no longer capable of providing anything useful anymore, Jack was decisively seeking a new patron family. Jason was struck with realization, understanding that doing this was to gain similar backing from the family of Earl Copperhead, replacing the Zion family which had lost all its utility. Jack Norris casually revealed his insidious plot. It's not just mere backing. I want to use this marriage to completely swallow that family whole. Faced with his master's ruthlessness, Jason asked in bewilderment why he had to go to such lengths. Jack only coldly shot back with a sharp glare. I already told you, it is for my ultimate ambition. He took a sip of tea, ignoring the earnest pleas of his disciple, who was trying to hold on to his feelings for Sophia. But please, I beg you to reconsider that decision. Just one more time. His desperate plea fell on deaf ears. I truly love Sophia very much. Jack glared at him with utter contempt. Have you still not realized yet? This drama is as tense as a guitar string. He's just drinking tea, but the vibe is total final boss villain. The old man exposed the true nature of the woman Jason was worshipping, Sophia. That girl is the one who abandoned her fiancé Damien Harrison. Because he was useless, just to choose you. That means you could also be discarded at any moment. Jack recalled her rapidly changing attitude upon seeing Damien become powerful. To wake Jason up, he held out an item and ordered, take it. Jason looked at the ring in bewilderment, the one with a sparkling purple gem in his master's hand, and asked what kind of object it was. Jack lowered his voice. That is the activation ring. Hearing this plot twist, you can just feel all trust instantly plummeting. The veteran knight carefully gave instructions for tomorrow's plan. Use this ring according to my instructions. When you fight Damian Harrison. Jack broke into a highly sinister smile, revealing the scheme that would cause Damian to lose control and violently attack the entire arena. He growled out the order. Pretend it's an accident and kill him. Jason gritted his teeth, though his heart was full of dissatisfaction. Because he knew his master would never listen to him, he could only tell himself, damn it. Anyway, he isn't the type of person who would listen to me. For now, I'll just pretend to obey this cursed old man. He harbored the intention to use this opportunity to remove the thorn in his side, Damian, and handle it once and for all. I'll just get rid of that thorn in my side, Damian, while I'm at it. Jason respectfully replied, yes, I understand. Master, then accepted the highly evil magical tool. Flashing back to the present. The entire arena was exploding with roaring cheers and support for Jason Cutter. The final showdown was about to reach its peak. Witnessing, Sophia excitedly calling his name from the stands. Jason, in his brilliant golden armor, tightened his grip on his sword hilt, his eyes flashing with determination. Just wait, Sophia. Today, I will finish him off and prove my strength to you. Jason Cutter harbored the intention to defeat Damian, to prove that he was the man who deserved Lady Olivia more than anyone. Standing in the center of the encirclement of aggressive knights, who were frantically charging to attack from all sides, Damian still maintained an incredibly calm expression. A burst of brilliant blue spiritual energy suddenly erupted, tearing through the air with powerful slashes that left his opponents with no time to react. This vibe is exactly like turning on Don't Touch Me mode. Damian radiated a magnificent aura. He began to display superb combat techniques that left everyone in absolute awe. With just lightning-fast swings of his arms, he easily knocked down a knight in black armor in an explosion of shocking spiritual energy. Damian moved as fast as a ghost, casually stepping on the head of the defeated foe, then launching himself into the air before the bewildered white-armored knight, who was clumsily trying to defend himself. This combat looks exactly like a game with cheat codes turned on. A 1,000-pound punch landed straight on the opponent's face, knocking him down instantly. Amidst a dense cloud of dust, Damian casually stood in the middle of the arena, one hand raised high in absolute pride, ignoring the enemies lying scattered at his feet. The stands erupted as thousands of people simultaneously chanted his name. Damian, Damian. Aben and Victor were ecstatic. The younger brother mocked the knights for being all size and no substance, accomplishing absolutely nothing against his older brother's real strength. Damian leisurely walked through the disastrous battlefield, leaving Jason and a blonde female knight frozen in absolute terror. Damian slightly gestured with his hand in a provocative manner and ordered, next, the countdown to the ultimate showdown has begun. What are you doing? All of you, rush at me quickly. Jason was breaking out in a cold sweat, realizing in absolute shock that Damian hadn't even bothered to draw his sword, yet could already take down a succession of low-tier knights with utter ease. He suspected the opponent's strength had already surpassed the low tier to reach the realm of a mid-tier swordsman. Despite the gripping fear, the female knight from the house of Baron Anter and a veteran knight from the house of Viscount Blue Roller still frantically charged to attack Damian. From both sides, Damian looked at the knights besieging him and smirked mockingly. Ganging up on someone. Yet you still dare open your mouths to speak of family and glory. What a bunch of clowns. Instantly, he gathered his brilliant spiritual energy and unleashed his ultimate counterattack technique. Myriad torrent reflection to break the encirclement. Violent waves of brilliant blue shock waves erupted, blasting all his opponents far away, leaving them only enough time to utter painful groans. This move looks exactly like turning on a super strong anti-gank mode. Amidst the cloud of dust, Damian stood proudly among the knights, who were already lying scattered across the arena floor. He coldly reminded them, well, I suppose everyone has already signed the liability waiver to die without complaint, right? If that's the case, then Damian unleashed a magnificent sword strike that tore through the air and decisively declared, just consider crossing paths with me an unfortunate accident. Witnessing this peak performance, Aben was ecstatic, constantly shouting out loud, Damian, Damian, that's my big brother. The stands at this moment have fully switched into maximum capacity fan club mode. In the stands, Earl Chester and Jack Norris couldn't help but lose their color before the terrifying strength of the young master of the Harrison family. Damian turned to look at the only remaining opponent and mocked, it seems there's only one person left now. Aren't you going to continue? Jason Cutter gritted his teeth and growled. He broke into a highly sinister smile. Humph. Don't celebrate too early, Damian Harrison. The ultimate clash is finally about to begin. Your arrogance ends here. Instantly, he pulled out a small object and swallowed it down, to Damien's utter bewilderment. What? What did you just swallow? A surge of deep purple dark energy suddenly erupted from Jason's chest, exuding a terrifying pressure that made him scream agonizingly. In pure pain, Jason's body began to mutate, his eyes glowing with a maddened purple spiritual energy. Damien watched this bizarre transformation in shock, as jet-black tentacles began to sprout from the ground surrounding the traitorous knight. He could only gasp in absolute horror. What on earth is that monstrosity? Damien stood in the middle of the arena, watching in bewilderment as the surge of deep purple dark energy suddenly erupted violently around his opponent. He narrowed his eyes warily and thought to himself, what the hell is going on here? The jet-black tentacles and ominous purple smoke extended outward, filling the space with a highly menacing atmosphere. Jason broke into a malicious smile, his eyes glowing with purple spiritual energy as he proudly declared, haha, this is precisely the phenomenon of mana rampage. It was an extremely dangerous state, where the magical energy inside the body goes out of control and explodes throughout the meridians. Once this process occurs, it doesn't just consume a vast amount of the user's mana. Just hearing the name makes it feel like a high buff, high-risk build where you literally trade your health. This destructive power also ravages the user's meridians and body, to the point of complete crippling. Damien slightly smirked, silently deducing, is this the effect of the jewel you swallowed just now? Jason leisurely approached with a deeply arrogant expression. He clearly confirmed, exactly. That is the most treasured magic tool, passed down to me by my master. He revealed that the jewel possessed the ability to cause everyone standing around to suffer from a mana rampage, while he himself would be the one to absorb all of that energy, to increase his own strength. This kind of build literally means the more pain, the more power. Just hearing it gives off a high-risk vibe. Jason's eyes flared with absolute resentment. He growled mockingly. A nobody like you has been way too arrogant for far too long. He frantically ordered Damien to prostrate himself on the ground and crawl like a worm. The deep purple pressure enveloped Damien, making him appear completely restrained. However, in the face of his enemy's triumph, Damien suddenly burst out laughing heartily, leaving Jason frozen in utter shock. Damien suddenly burst out laughing heartily. Ha! He looked at Jason with a deeply mocking expression. I had already vaguely guessed what you were planning to do, but I didn't expect that your trick would actually be using the power of dark magic just to face me. Jason was flabbergasted, his face distorting in terror. Dark. What dark magic are you talking about? What the hell are you babbling about? He could not believe his eyes, as he saw his opponent completely safe and sound. Wait, how can you still stand firmly like that? Without giving his opponent time to recover, Damien struck like lightning with terrifying speed. A thunderous kick landed straight on Jason, sending him flying far away. Cuck! Jason flew so far it looked like he was just lagged out of the server, and the match entirely. The impact was so violent that it caused an explosion, sending thick dust swirling across the arena floor. Jason collapsed, fresh blood spilling from the corner of his mouth in excruciating pain. Cack! Witnessing her lover's pathetic state, Sophia screamed out in terror. Ah! Jason! Jason lay motionless, gasping for breath in a pathetic manner. Ugh! Damien leisurely approached and mocked the defeated foe. It seems quite unfortunate for you. After all those schemes, if you can't defeat me now, what are you going to do? Those petty little tricks. You'll probably have to wait until your next life to use them. Instantly, a massive surge of deep purple dark energy, along with an ancient magic circle, suddenly erupted from Damien's body, enveloping the entire space. Jack Norris stood in the stands, breaking into a cold sweat. He asked himself in utter bewilderment, what on earth is happening? The power of the ring was clearly activated. But could the mana rampage phenomenon be completely ineffective against him? This situation is exactly like throwing a flashbang, yet the boss still has full HP. While the crowd was still cheering wildly, Jack could not hide his astonishment before the unimaginable strength of the Harrison family's young master. Damien glanced toward the veteran knight, silently deducing, that Jack Norris joined hands with the Earl to eliminate me. And is he utilizing his own disciple to carry out that scheme? Damien narrowed his eyes with calculation. Wait a minute. If I make good use of this opportunity, I can make the whole bunch of them pay a heavy price. All at once, the evil dark energy radiating from Damien caused the crowd to start falling into a state of panic. Wait a minute. This jet black and evil aura is definitely... Someone screamed in terror. What kind of monstrous thing is going on? A knight actually dares to publicly use dark magic? Whispers, demanding to report this matter to the church, echoed everywhere. Earl Chester's face at this moment was pale as a ghost. Fearing that this news would soon reach the church's ears, he frantically ordered his subordinates. For now, quickly put a stop to this match, and immediately block all sources of information to prevent the rumors from spreading outside. Hurry up, Damien glanced at the retreating figure and silently mocked, humph. That coward who is as timid as a rabbit. He was just right there. And now he's already running away in a hurry? Running like a speedrunner escaping a failed quest. On the other side, the Earl, Chester, was frantically rushing toward his carriage, inside his heart, constantly cursing Jack Norris. This foolish, crazy bastard. I put my trust in him and assigned him the task. Yet he dares to drag my name through the mud like this? He reassured himself that there was no evidence proving he was associated with Jack, so he would just pretend to know nothing and deny everything when questioned, and that would be it. Just as he was about to step onto the carriage, a cold voice rang out from behind. Where are you going in such a hurry, Lord Chester? Chester flinched, sweating buckets as he saw Damien already standing right next to him. He forced a smile, trying to appear calm. Damien. Is there something you're looking for me for? Huh? Damien broke into a highly sinister smile. He leaned in close and asked, why do you keep pretending to know nothing like that? Surely you have something you want to confess to me, don't you? The atmosphere is as tense as a bowstring. It's just a conversation. Yet it feels like an indictment is being read. Chester wondered in bewilderment whether Damien already knew everything or not, but he stubbornly continued his act. I truly don't understand what you are implying at all. I have an urgent matter to attend to. So let's talk another time, alright? Witnessing the old man's stubbornness, Damien sighed. You're still determined to keep up the act, huh? In that case, I have no choice then. Chester screamed in terror. What do you think you're doing? Don't come any closer. Without giving the old man time to react, Damien struck like lightning, taking down the guards with just powerful punches. He slammed his hand hard against the carriage door right next to Chester's face, making him scream out in horror. Damien looked down at the trembling old man and asked, well, how do you feel now? Damien's eyes glowed menacingly as he leaned close to the Earl's face. Surely, you've remembered the words you need to say to me by now, right? Under that terrifying pressure, Chester could only remain speechless, his face pale and distorted with absolute dread. His entire body was trembling as he nodded frantically in absolute terror. Inside the mansion, the atmosphere became extremely tense as Earl Chester slammed his hand hard on the table, roaring in furious anger. Olivia, was all of this orchestrated by you? The atmosphere is as tense as if a final boss fight just started. In the closed room, before her father's furious wrath, Olivia still maintained a strangely calm composure. She confidently admitted, yes, father. That's right. I laid out everything to Lord Damien. His daughter's betrayal caused the old Earl to completely lose control. He pointed straight at her face and insulted her. You wretched girl, have you lost your mind? All the effort I put into raising you and giving you shelter all this time, yet you dare stab me in the back. While Chester was frantically venting his anger, Damien leisurely walked in with a highly mocking smile. My Lord Earl, aren't I handling the trouble on your behalf? It's exactly like the main character appearing right on time. The atmosphere instantly shifts color. The sudden appearance of the Harrison family's young master left the old man completely tongue-tied in shock. He stammered in fear. Why yes, that's right, where were we? Just now anyway? Damien narrowed his eyes, looking at him with utter contempt, and dropped a threat. Soon enough, people from the church will be here to conduct an investigation on you. Damien's eyes gleamed with a highly dangerous look as he began to list the undeniable offenses. Regarding the fact that you joined hands with Jack Norris to assassinate me, if the church gets hold of the evidence, what do you think the consequences will be? On top of that, you are even involved with dark magic, the very thing they despise the most. Earl Chester's face turned pale as a ghost. He frantically denied it. I had absolutely no knowledge of that matter. I'm speaking the truth. I could never have expected that Jack fellow to have the audacity to use dark magic. Faced with that cowardly excuse, Damien only sneered. Do you truly believe that excuse will fool the people from the church? No longer maintaining his dignity, the old Earl fell to his knees, pleading pathetically. Lord Damien, I sincerely apologize. I was wrong. Please, I beg of you, do not report this matter to the church. Damien coldly reminded him that, even if he kept silent, Jason Cutter would soon confess the entire truth anyway. Under the horrifying torture from the inquisitors of heresy, seeing that the old man had completely broken down, Damien leisurely offered a way out. How about this? I happen to have some connections with the church. Standing as a guarantor for you, Lord Earl, is not entirely impossible. A glimmer of hope flashed, and Chester eagerly asked back. Oh really? Damien slightly smirked. However, I need you to fulfill a few demands. The old Earl nodded frantically, as if striking gold. Speak quickly. As long as it can be done. I will absolutely grant everything. Damien leisurely stepped closer, loudly stating his prerequisite. Very well. First of all, agree to let my younger brother, Aben, and Lady Olivia freely get to know each other. Witnessing Olivia slightly blushing with shyness behind him, Earl Chester immediately agreed, without a moment of hesitation. Oh, that matter is simple. I agree. This sounds like saving the day while subtly setting up a match at the same time. Damien loudly stated his next demand. Secondly, officially confirm me as the winner of this martial arts tournament. Earl Chester hurriedly agreed. That goes without saying. Is that all? Damien wore a deeply meaningful smile. Thirdly, transfer 300 gold coins to the family of Viscount Harrison as compensation for the recent troubles. The astronomical figure made the old Earl break into a cold sweat. What? As many as 300 gold coins? Unexpectedly, Olivia spoke up in support. Oh, that's a great idea. Please add that in as well, Lord Earl. The old man had no choice but to swallow his bitter pill. Damien was secretly astonished, as this detail was not originally part of his plan. Olivia coldly continued. And one final point. Chester roared. Why do you keep meddling like that? What else do you want now? The atmosphere shifts to the final negotiation phase. Upgraded edition. Tense, yet with a subtle touch of humor. Olivia loudly put forward a shocking demand. Within this year, hand over the ownership of half the territory to me. Both Damien and Chester were completely stunned in amazement. The old Earl furiously barked. Olivia, have you truly gone mad? Who do you think you are to dare make such a demand of me? Olivia coldly reminded him that she was the living witness, who had seen the entire incident from the very beginning. Chester slammed the table in a rage. What? Are you planning to use this situation to extort money from your own biological father? Olivia's eyes flashed with deep determination. Yes, that is exactly it. I will take what belongs to me and leave this rotten family. Chester could only stammer in utter bewilderment. What? Olivia bitterly accused him. You have treated me as a mere tool, to be ordered around for so many years. So this time, it's my turn to turn you into a tool for my own purpose. This family drama is more intense than a final boss raid. Every single line deals emotional damage. The old Earl gritted his teeth, his face flushed red with rage. You. How dare you be so insolent? Standing and observing this family drama, Damien broke into a cold sweat. Realizing that everything was veering off his expectations, he silently assessed. Olivia is truly more terrifying than I thought, and worried whether Aben would be able to handle her. Olivia turned to ask, I assume there are no more conditions, right, Lord Damien? Damien could only give a forced smile in response. Yes, that is enough. Olivia finalized the deal. Then, if father has no further objections, it means all agreements have been approved. The old Earl, Chester, could only tremble in ultimate resentment. The power dynamic has completely shifted, without being able to do anything else. A few days later, at the investigation office, Chester cried out. In terror when facing the officials, Damien calmly placed his hand on the old man's shoulder and loudly declared before the Inquisitor, I will present the entire truth. Earl Copperhead here is completely innocent. This turn of events is exactly like being backed into a corner, only to get a reverse buff out of nowhere. The Tier 2 Holy Knight of the Church, Thomas, still appeared skeptical. He questioned, But we have already obtained a confession from the criminal, Jason Cutter. Thomas stated that Jason had confessed that the whole bunch had colluded with the Earl to take Damien's life. Hearing this, Earl Chester's face turned pale as a ghost. He frantically denied it. Collusion? What are you talking about? Those are nothing but fabricated lies. He made excuses, saying he only instructed them not to interfere with the outcome of Damien's match, and knew absolutely nothing about that insidious plot. Standing right behind him, Damien suddenly spoke up in his defense. That is precisely it. In fact, the Earl secretly sought me out to warn me beforehand. He placed his hand on the trembling Earl's shoulder and continued. He was concerned that they would pull dirty tricks during the match, so he told me to be on my guard. Thomas was stunned, wondering, could that really be the truth? The plot twists are spinning like a whirlwind. Standing in the middle of a trial feels like watching a TikTok edit, where the angles keep flipping constantly. Damien smiled brightly and asked back, yes, if he truly intended to harm me, the Earl would have had no reason to warn me in advance like that. Isn't that right, Earl Chester? Chester hurriedly played along. Why yes. Of course, Lord Damien. Wasn't it after interacting with them that I felt uneasy, so I secretly went to see Lord Damien? If I had known beforehand they would resort to dark magic, I would have stopped them long ago. Damien turned to reassure Thomas. Please believe my words, Lord Thomas. Before the Almighty, I guarantee that between me and the Earl, there is not a single word of deceit. Both of them nodded together in confirmation, looking deeply sincere. This acting duo could easily win an Oscar in the Best Plot Twist Cooperation category. Thomas was completely convinced, his eyes lighting up with immense admiration. Oh, Lord Damien. Thomas trusted him implicitly, reasoning that someone who received the trust of Lord Agnes like Damien could never possibly lie. He officially announced, I officially declare this case closed. The Earl is innocent. Having escaped the jaws of death, Chester breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I survived. But immediately after, Damien leaned close to his ear with a highly sinister smile. What a wonderful outcome, Lord Earl. I have fulfilled my promise perfectly. Now it's time for you to complete your part of the bargain, isn't it? Damien's sharp, cold gaze made the old Earl tremble in fear once again. A week later, the luxurious carriage of the Harrison family leisurely traveled through a peaceful forest filled with small animals. Scene changes to inside the carriage. Lady Olivia excitedly shared, I truly didn't expect that I would be bringing Lady Olivia home to meet my parents so soon. The atmosphere inside the carriage is like romance dialed up to max. Anyone looking in can tell something is brewing. Aben blushed from embarrassment, replying in an overly formal tone, which made Olivia burst out laughing. Just how long do you intend to keep using that formal tone with me? I already told you to just speak naturally. Witnessing his younger brother's lovey-dovey display, Damien, sitting opposite them, could only grimace, completely speechless. Well, after all, I was the one who pushed these two together. Olivia proactively asked Aben to call her straight by her name, Olivia, from now on, which made the young boy absolutely thrilled. Damien sat back, sighing in exhaustion. Watching this scene is truly an eyesore. Still, Damien smiled slightly with satisfaction. Even though there were a few incidents outside of his calculations, fundamentally, everything ended well. Every goal he set out had been excellently accomplished. The church's inspection process officially drew to a close. After a week of intense work, they reached the final conclusion that there were no other culprits besides Jason Cutter and Jack Norris. While Jason had already been caught in the net, a nationwide wanted order was issued for Jack Norris, who was currently at large. The chapter of the game has concluded, yet there is still a boss running loose out there on the map. All suspicion cast upon Earl Chester was also brushed aside accordingly. But the price he had to pay was extremely heavy. Olivia completely severed ties with her father. After his ruthless schemes, she decided to leave the Earl's manor to go with Aben, beginning a brand new life. Thus, Aben had officially won Olivia's heart, exactly like his long-held wish. As for himself, Damien silently gazed at the precious item he was holding in his hand. Seeing his older brother fondling the bright red jewel, Aben curiously asked, Oh, second brother, isn't that the reward for the champion? Damien casually replied, Yeah, that's right. Due to the chaotic situation, the ceremony was cancelled, but I managed to receive it in time. He silently mocked. That foolish old Earl didn't realize the true value of this thing at all. But to him, it was completely different. This was a flawless pure heart, an essence of energy that appeared at an extremely rare rate. It could only form when a high-tier spirit was completely destroyed. With the correct refinement and absorption method, the possessor would not only receive an abundant source of mana, but also inherit the exact abilities of that spirit. Damien stared intently into the jewel, telling himself, This is the first time I have ever seen a heart bearing the power of a fire spirit. As long as I can digest this thing, the day I restore, the peak level of my past life will no longer be far away. It feels exactly like looting an SSR item. One look is enough to know it must be kept safely. The journey toward peak power is officially back on track, where everything goes to ruin instantly. The carriage leisurely left the territory, carrying Damien's new plans along with it. However, from the shadows of the roadside forest, a stranger wearing a black hat, his eyes blazing with deep hatred, was silently watching every movement of the carriage. He gritted his teeth, radiating a dense, dark murderous aura aimed straight at Damien. An appearance like this means a mini-boss is definitely about to jump out and disrupt the map. Night then fell upon the road back. The carriage quietly came to a halt beside a flickering campfire deep in the forest. While Aben and Lady Olivia had already fallen into a deep sleep after a long, exhausting journey, silent footsteps were stealthily closing in. From the darkness, the stalker was none other than Jack Norris. He sneakily approached the carriage, his eyes glowing with sheer malice. Jack slowly drew his razor-sharp short sword, but just as he was about to strike, a cold voice rang out from high above. I thought my neck was going to grow long from waiting for you. Jack flinched in utter terror. Looking up, he discovered that Damien had already been sitting in ambush on the tree branch all along. Without giving his opponent time to recover, the old knight swung his sword, slicing clean through the tree trunk where Damien had just stood. Damien agilely threw himself aside to dodge, making Jack exclaim in admiration. Your reputation is truly well-deserved. A mid-tier level Swordsmaster is indeed different. Highly sharp reflexes. Damien landed gracefully on the ground, confronting the man who had been stalking him for the entire long journey. Jack narrowed his eyes and asked, "Did you realize I was stalking you from the very beginning?" Damien slightly smirked, reaching out to take the glowing red jewel out, and casually replied, "Of course. I also know perfectly well that the target you are seeking is exactly this object." Seeing the treasure, Jack admitted, "So that's how it is. Just as I calculated. The spirit heart is indeed in your hands." Damien smiled faintly, stating that it was a given, since he was the champion of the tournament. Jack was puzzled, not understanding on what basis Damien knew he was targeting the jewel. He put his hand to his forehead and mocked. "What's so hard to understand about that?" Damien began to expose his opponent's scheme. "If you truly only wanted to fulfill the marriage between Jason Cutter and Lady Olivia, then you wouldn't have risked your life at all costs just to help him win the tournament like that. You didn't even hesitate to use highly dangerous dark magic after all." The sharp analysis caused Jack to lose his color. Damien delivered the final blow. "Your true objective was actually the reward for the winner." Seeing himself completely seen through, Jack gave a slight sneer. "Umph. But this makes it even more convenient for me. I was worried." The church's people had tightly surrounded the outside, making it difficult to break back into the arena. This matchup is exactly like having your hand exposed but still trying to go all in anyway. The veteran knight gripped his sword tightly, radiating a dense murderous aura. "Fortunately, I chose to follow you, to guard against the possibility of you taking that object away. Now, I just have to take your life and seize it, and that'll be it." Damien did not flinch in the slightest. He slightly smirked in challenge. "Is that so? If you're confident you can do it, then." Damien drew his 1,000-mile sword, glowing with brilliant blue spiritual energy, his eyes flashing with authority as he loudly declared, "Just try and come take it." Jack Norris charged forward like a ghost, swinging his sword that glowed with purple spiritual energy, tearing through the night. Damien agilely slipped away, evading the perilous sword strikes in the nick of time. He channeled power into his 1,000-mile sword, generating waves of blue sound waves to neutralize the pressure from his opponent's furious slashes. The sounds of weapons clashing echoed continuously, generating violent shock waves deep in the forest. The two sides temporarily separated. Damien silently assessed, This guy is truly the strongest among those who have reached the threshold of a mid-tier swordsmaster." He noticed that every single one of his opponent's attacks was extremely precise, without a single opening. Jack Norris could not hide his astonishment either. He looked at Damien and spoke up. "You truly amaze me. A low-tier nobody like you, yet you can withstand my moves to this extent." However, his eyes suddenly flared with an eerie purple color, and he coldly declared, "But the game ends here. The atmosphere shifts phase instantly, like just a light test was enough to show the opponent is no walk in the park." Damien's expression slightly changed as he noticed a strange aura enveloping his opponent. That thing is before his eyes. The figure of Jack began to blur and split into a multitude of deep purple illusions, surrounding him from all sides. Jack asked in absolute pride, "Quite surprised, aren't you? What do you think of it?" The illusions are as dense as a full-screen glitch, leaving nowhere to look. He revealed that this was the illusion sword, a legendary sword style that he had spent his entire life reconstructing. Jack asserted that his sword strikes existed parallelly between illusion and reality, making it absolutely impossible for the opponent to distinguish what is real. In order to defend, Jack roared with deadliness, "Damien Harrison, drown in that ignorance and end your life right here." The deep purple phantoms simultaneously swung their swords, charging forward to launch a direct attack. Standing in the center of the deadly encirclement, Damien still maintained an astonishing calmness. He unleashed the ultimate technique, the false true drifting shadow sword. His eyes flashed brilliantly, with blue spiritual energy, the sword in his hand radiating massive surges of energy that completely blocked his opponent's rain of sword strikes. Jack was flabbergasted upon seeing his ultimate technique get easily suppressed. He broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe his own eyes, as he recognized the familiar move. What is this? No way. Isn't this the very move that neutralized Jason's sword? Back then, faced with his opponent's utter astonishment, Damien maintained a calm expression and let out a mocking remark. It's just a trivial bit of swordsmanship, yet you're making such a big fuss out of it." Damien's words were like a slap to Jack's self-esteem. He roared in furious resentment, his eyes rolling back in sheer unwillingness. "Why you? What did you say? Trivial?" Jack frantically swung his sword, intending to counterattack, but Damien was one step faster. As he subtly shifted his footwork, a surge of blue spiritual energy erupted, creating a succession of shifting, deceptive illusions. That left Jack completely disoriented, causing him to gasp out in pure horror. Are you doing it like this? Speed like this leaves the opponent feeling like their senses just got reset. Jack trembled, sweating buckets in absolute dread. How can you possibly use the false true drifting shadow sword? Damien casually replied in an extremely nonchalant tone. Well, I just watched you do it, and copied it a little bit, that's all. This casual answer completely broke Jack's mind. He blankly repeated in utter bewilderment. What? Just copying it was enough? Jack collapsed at Damien's feet. All the pride of having always been confident that he was a true genius since childhood had now completely vanished. This skill copying move is enough to completely crush the boss's entire belief system. The veteran knight let out a mad, pathetic laugh as he realized his illusion of being a genius had shattered into pieces after just a single move. Before a true genius, a powerful blow carrying a massive surge of spiritual energy struck down, sending Jack flying far away like a withered leaf. He lay sprawled on the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he groaned, in a mixture of resentment and helplessness. No, this can't be happening. How could you defeat me so swiftly? He bitterly recalled his past. How he was never actually some kind of genius, possessing only a bit more talent than an ordinary person. Perhaps everything began back then. To make up for his lack of talent, and to catch up with those figures hailed as geniuses, he had traveled everywhere to hunt for elixirs and the secret techniques of masters, solely to become stronger. Jack did not shrink from any despicable means, including stealthily assassinating others, to achieve his goals. A lifetime spent buffing his power, only to have a single sentence tank his entire mental stat. Having spent long years of struggle, trading his own flesh and blood, he finally reached this mid-tier realm. His hands trembled as they tightly gripped the hilt of his sword. Jack roared in resentment. And yet, the secret technique I spent my whole life enduring blood and sweat to comprehend. You dare say you just copied it? Responding to that wrath, Damien only let out a slight, weary sigh. What a complete waste of mana. This line sounds like a top server player complaining that his opponent's build is kind of trash. That indifference fanned the flames of madness inside Jack. He roared with furious rage. That damn just copy of yours. Jack frantically charged forward, his eyes burning with spiritual energy. But Damien only coldly remarked, what the hell is he babbling about? Don't try to buy time with those boring backstory of yours anymore. Not paying the slightest attention to the cornered enemy, Damien casually let out a long yawn in pure boredom. He leisurely walked into the darkness and delivered the final line. Everything ends here. Damien coldly turned his back, leaving behind Jack Norris, who was screaming in resentment. He wearisomely uttered, what the hell are you babbling about? Don't drag out those trivial excuses just to waste time anymore. Not bothering to care about the defeated foe, Damien let out a long, tired yawn. I need to go get some sleep. He leisurely walked away into the quiet night of the forest. Suddenly, Damien slightly smirked, telling himself, all right, now that I'm done with that bastard, it's time to look for loot. I wonder if I can scavenge anything useful. 1 month later, at the Harrison family mansion, life had returned to its usual peaceful state. Olivia Copperhead was currently eagerly helping with the housework. She gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. Seeing the young lady working in person, the servants frantically tried to stop her. Good heavens, my lady, just leave these petty chores for us to handle. That will be enough. Please don't do this, my lady. But Olivia only smiled and waved her hand. It's fine. I can manage things of this level on my own. The young lady is as productive as an employee, working a full combo of overtime without any breaks. From the balcony, Madame Merida affectionately called out, hey, daughter-in-law. Just leave that be and come inside to rest, dear. Olivia politely replied, ah, mother. Seeing her mother-in-law preparing to go out, she curiously asked, where are you planning to go, mother? Merida excitedly shared, I heard that the stable master's wife just got pregnant. I'm planning to go over and visit her a bit. Olivia cheered in delight. Really? That's wonderful. How about we bring some nutritious food over for her? Her thoughtful idea made Merida highly pleased. Oh, that's a great idea, dear. Do you want to come with me? This family operates in a way where everyone is as friendly as a guide NPC. A support system like that. Olivia cheerfully agreed. Yes, I'd love to, mother. She even thoughtfully reminded her. Ah, that's right. Yesterday, I noticed that the blades of the windmill are very old. Mother, it would probably be better for us to repair and renovate them before winter sets in. Merida nodded in approval. Is that so? Let's discuss it with your father later, shall we? Watching from the window, Viscount Paul couldn't help but exclaim to Damien. Since Olivia arrived, managing the territory seems to have become much easier than before. Damien smiled, proud of his sister-in-law. Yes. even the servants, are extremely grateful for her thoughtful and caring nature. Father, Paul looked at Olivia's retreating figure, secretly amazed at her rapid integration, because he still remembered vividly the very first moment he saw her stepping down from the carriage to meet the family. Viscount Paul pondered in reminiscence. He was still entirely astonished that a young lady from an earl's family would come all this way on her own with half of her family's fortune and declare her wish to marry Aben. Yet, within just one short month, Olivia had become a part of the Harrison family in an incredibly natural way. Paul burst into a highly smug laugh. As his youngest son truly knew how to pick a wife, he excitedly thought that thanks to Olivia, the family had crushed the arrogance of those bastards who used to constantly look down on their house at banquets. To Paul, this daughter-in-law was truly a genuine savior. Suddenly, he turned to look at his eldest son and called out, "By the way, Damien." Damien politely replied, "Yes, father." Watching the family run so smoothly, it feels exactly like a patch update just dropped. To boost the happiness stats, Paul gave his son a deeply meaningful look and suggested, "You should also start thinking about finding a life partner for yourself about now, shouldn't you?" The sudden question caught Damien completely off guard, making him break into a cold sweat from shock. "Why, yes. Why are you suddenly bringing that up, father?" Paul immediately countered that there was nothing sudden about it, as Damien had been so popular lately. Marriage proposals were pouring in endlessly from everywhere. He aggressively pulled back the red curtain to reveal a wall covered in portraits of prestigious young ladies and urged his son to look through the pile of catalogs. Paul was secretly curious to see what kind of person his son would find appealing. Only then did Damien realize the truth, that the reason his father had called him over so early was precisely because of this matchmaking matter. He gave a forced smile, trying to find a way out. "Father, I'm sorry, but to me, marriage at this moment is still way too early." Paul raised an eyebrow and questioned, "What do you mean too early?" This scene is exactly like a sudden dating event opening up, leaving the main character loading too slow to react. The old Viscount snapped. "Oh no, what the hell are you talking about?" Paul firmly asserted that in this world, there is only getting married too late, and no such concept as getting married too early. He began his long, drawn-out lecture, claiming that the most important thing is for a man to settle down with a family before he can hope to establish a career. Paul even brought up his own youth's secret history as an example, stating that he had rejected countless young ladies pursuing him just to choose Merida. Listening to this, Damien could only let out a weary sigh, silently groaning inside at his father's endless nagging. Paul kept piling it on, pointing out that even his younger brother had already settled down. If the older brother remained single forever, people looking on would start to gossip. Unable to endure this nagging any longer, Damien decisively jumped straight out of the window, making Paul shriek in terror. Damien!" The sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the mansion as Damien lunged straight outside. Damien shouted back from down below, "Father, New Year's is still miles away. Why are you already rushing me to get a wife?" He landed safely on the ground, gently putting his hand to his forehead and letting out a tired breath, not expecting his father to suddenly drop those rushing words on him. Like that, Damien subtly smirked, a highly cold and resolute smile showing clearly on his lips. He told himself that he had never once given that a single thought, not even in his dreams. Damien's eyes gleamed with fierce determination. It seemed he still had much grander objectives to accomplish. Instead of getting entangled in romance at this moment, being forced to pick a wife right when he's turning on main quest grinding mode really tanks his mood. No, from the very beginning, such a concern has already been a luxury to me. Eerie flows of dark aura began to spread beneath Damien's feet as he reminisced about his utterly dark past life. In those memories, he was a terrifying entity, a great general in demon armor blazing with murderous intent, whose specialty was sowing destruction across every single battlefield. Damien tormented himself. Even though the sins I committed under Dogo's command were done out of coercion, those acts of taking away someone's children, their siblings, and even their parents, the fact that I personally slaughtered them is something that can never be erased. The mental space is flooded with bloody and fiery memories, dragging his emotions all the way down to rock bottom. Images of a blood-drenched sword and piles of corpses, stacked as high as mountains, return like a brutal verdict on his conscience. For a villain like me, looking at the ruins of ashes in his mind, Damien bitterly realized that he no longer deserved peace. How can I have the right to enjoy that kind of happiness? Instead of seeking comfort, his eyes flared with immense wrath and ironclad determination. Instead, I must swiftly become stronger, even if it's just by a single day. Destroying that bastard is my top priority. A skeletal phantom of Dogo materialized behind his back with a deep purple glow, as if urging him onto the path of absolute power. Damien took out an ancient book glowing with a mystical blue light. that he had found after defeating Jack Norris. He gently flipped through the pages and muttered, "The frenzy stimulation medicine? No, this is the special mana cultivation technique that he had seized from his defeated enemy. It was completely different from regular cultivation methods, which required the practitioner to sit still in one place to absorb mana. Like the Overlord mana accumulation art, this secret manual contained a unique training technique that allowed the user to continuously absorb mana, even while the body was in motion. Just picked up the loot, and it's already an insanely broken auto-farm skill. Although it had the weakness of a complex principle and an insignificant amount of absorbed mana, Damien assessed that if combined with his current cultivation method, it would probably yield a rather promising result. Furthermore, if he could completely fuse with the spirit heart, he would definitely advance his power at a terrifying speed. Within a short period of time, Damien clenched his fist with deep determination, telling himself, "It's time to start warming up a little." Suddenly, Victor's shout rang out from behind. Young master, a guest has come to see you." Damien's expression slightly changed, silently wondering how they knew he was here. Right while mid-build, the system announces a VIP guest knocking on the door. A feeling of an ill omen began to envelop Damien's mind as he leisurely walked toward the drawing room. The moment the door opened, a familiar lady with silver hair appeared, leaving him unable to hide his surprise. Agnes stood up to greet him. "Long time no see, Lord Damien." Damien let out a soft sigh, as everything was exactly as he had anticipated. He could only stiffly reply to the Holy Knight's apology for the sudden intrusion. "Ah, yes, it's quite all right." Taking advantage of the moment his opponent wasn't paying attention, Damien softly whispered instructions to the servant. "Hey, go prepare some tea. Next time, just say that I'm not at home. Got that?" Turning back to the distinguished guest, he noticed that the atmosphere didn't seem quite normal, so he cut straight to the chase. "But what brings you here so suddenly?" Agnes pondered for a moment, then said in a serious tone, admitting that she had a rather difficult request to ask of him. Before Damien's curiosity, she revealed a shocking piece of information, that the church had finally found the location of the necromancer's dungeon. Damien narrowed his eyes in high alertness. "The necromancer? I heard you have been relentlessly pursuing him. You finally found him then?" Suddenly, Agnes stepped closer and tightly grasped both of Damien's hands in utter urgency. "Therefore, I would like to ask, Lord Damien, I beg of you." Before the Harrison family's young master's bewilderment, the Holy Knight looked straight into his eyes and made her final request. "In this campaign to eliminate that wicked necromancer, could you lend us a helping hand?" Under the quiet night sky, Damien stealthily climbed out of the window to execute his secret plan. However, the moment he touched the ground, he was caught red-handed by Victor, which startled him in sheer fright. Damien clumsily tried to make an excuse, saying he only wanted to get a little early morning exercise. But his sneaky demeanor couldn't possibly fool the young boy, his close personal servant. The stealth mode plan failed because the NPC's radar awareness was triggered too sharply. Victor decisively exposed the lie. He knew for certain that his master intended to sneak out to join the subjugation team, as requested by Lady Agnes. With a highly worried face, Victor questioned, "Are you truly planning to join that dangerous subjugation team, Master?" As Damien admitted the truth, Victor could only sigh in resignation. Victor earnestly begged him to reconsider, because the dungeon of a dark mage is notoriously known as an incredibly terrifying place of death. The young boy also reminded him that the Viscount would certainly and absolutely never allow him to venture into such a dangerous place. Damien let out a soft sigh in agreement. "Exactly, Father would absolutely never allow it." He explained that this was the exact reason he had to slip out secretly, leaving Victor to only gasp in utter helplessness. Determined not to let his master face danger, Victor held a staff to block the path and resolutely stopped him. "You cannot go, Master. Even if I have to face death myself, I still cannot let you go there, young master." However, Damien was as fast as lightning, delivering a sharp strike to the back of his neck, knocking the young boy out instantly. Looking at Victor sprawled on the ground, Damien grumbled slightly about his servant's weight, then told himself, "Don't worry, Victor. A corpse pumper like him won't be able to take me down." His eyes flashed with fierce determination, as he asserted that this was a golden opportunity to sever one of Dogo's arms, an opportunity he absolutely could not afford to miss. Damien casually waved goodbye to the unconscious Victor, and told him to find a way to explain it to his father for him, before swiftly leaping over the wall. The following day, Damien arrived at the meeting point and officially met the members of the subjugation team. A woman with fiery red hair and a muscular build stepped forward to greet him with great enthusiasm. "Pleased to meet you. I am Magada, a Tier 2 Holy Knight." Witnessing the bulging muscles of the female Holy Knight, Damien could not hide his shock. silently marveling at her incredible buff physique. Meeting a new teammate. With an aura like entering a lobby and finding the team's main tank, Damien politely shook the female knight's hand and introduced himself. Pleased to meet you. I am Damien Harrison. He silently assessed that a tier 2 holy knight like Magada indeed possessed formidable strength, equivalent to a mid-tier knight, along with an incredibly powerful aura. Magada let out a cheerful laugh, admitting she thought he wouldn't dare to show up since the opponent this time is the notorious corpse artiste. Damien slightly smirked and replied, with Lady Agnes's request. I couldn't possibly refuse. Besides, I also utterly detest those dark mages. The newly formed team has automatically turned on anti-evil mode very clearly. Witnessing this perfect synergy, Magada secretly teased Agnes that she had chosen the right man for herself. Faced with her younger sister's embarrassment, Magada, though feeling a bit reluctant, still decisively drew a precious sword and handed it to Damien. Here, take it. Damien flabbergastedly received the glowing weapon. Ah, this is. Magada loudly confirmed. That sword is for you. Holding the precious sword in his hand, Damien could feel a surge of holy energy flowing. This was a sword forged from the rarest metals by master blacksmiths, having gone through thousands of tempers, and continuously infused with holy power by clergymen for many years, before it could finally be completed. Just by tightly gripping the hilt, Damien felt all his fatigue seemingly vanish completely. He secretly marveled. As expected, it's truly remarkable. Magada revealed that to obtain this gift, Agnes had to beg their master for a very long time, so that he would get the worthy reward for joining the campaign. She didn't forget to tease her, saying that lending a holy sword to an outsider was extremely rare, unless it was something related to Damien, in which case Agnes would be willing to risk her life to defend. Utterly embarrassed, Agnes delivered a thunderous kick that made Magada shriek. Despite the pain, the female knight still laughed heartily. She instructed Damien to make good use of this treasure. Damien offered his sincere thanks, while Agnes once again expressed her gratitude. Seeing the team dynamic so harmonious, Damien also felt more reassured about the upcoming battle. The group then set off toward the dungeon, stepping into the dark forest where the enemy awaited. With the holy sword in hand, Damien was fully prepared to crush any undead that stood in his way, marking the beginning of a brutal purge. Since he had accepted the invitation, Damien suggested, don't mention it. But first of all, could you explain the current situation in detail? The whole group quickly boarded the carriage to move toward the hotspot. On the way, Agnes began to recount the strange events that occurred at the Nafri mountain range a few weeks ago. In this normally peaceful countryside, 3 people had mysteriously gone missing in a row, leaving even the patrolling knights completely helpless because no traces could be found. They had no idea that right in the nearby bushes, a bizarre creature, with glowing eyes and sharp teeth, was silently watching with a highly threatening growl. The mission atmosphere shifts to survival mode. The danger signal begins to level up. At the Nafri mountain range, 2 patrolling soldiers were staring in shock at a wolf that was behaving extremely strangely. They wondered why it was scratching and clawing at itself, as if enduring some kind of ultimate agony. Suddenly, a raspy, broken voice rang out from the monster's direction. It hurts. The 2 soldiers froze in astonishment, unable to believe their own ears. Did you hear that? It sounds just like a human voice. The cry for help, it hurts, rang out once again in full grief. Right at this moment, a massive dark silhouette with glowing red eyes suddenly loomed right behind them. A bizarre entity, as massive as a mountain, was radiating a terrifying pressure, leaving both of them trembling in absolute dread. That entity was actually a giant chimera monster, stitched together from countless human body parts. It roared in agony. Its screams of "Aya! Ah!" echoed across the entire sky, sending a flock of black crows scattering in panic. Back to reality on the rolling carriage, Agnes explained that, thanks to the local soldiers tracking the trail of the missing villagers, the location of the corpse artiste's new dungeon had been pinpointed. Sitting inside a corner in contemplation, Damien slightly narrowed his eyes in skepticism. Something is a bit fishy, he told himself. An old fox like the corpse artiste, would he really easily let his test subject slip away and expose his tail in such a simple manner? Especially when in the past, he had never left behind a single trace. This boss screams, sounding like a system error crashing mid-combat. Damien frankly assessed. That assessment makes sense. The high command of the church is also suspecting this might be a trap. Magada nodded in agreement. She stated that the church was by no means being complacent, but had gathered transcendents from all 3 sects to prepare for this campaign. Damien silently marveled. With a transcendent force like that, it would be enough to turn an entire kingdom upside down. But he was still puzzled. But why did you still reach out to me? Only then did Agnes speak up hesitantly. That is because of me. She lowered her face, looking utterly guilty. revealing that originally, their master did not allow them to participate. Due to the highly dangerous nature of this subjugation, this team is strong enough to clear the map, but they still called in a carry just to be safe. However, out of a burning desire for revenge, Agnes had begged her master to let her take part, because time was too pressing. Only she and Magada from their sect managed to arrive in time to join the army. Magada chimed in, explaining that their master finally agreed on the condition that they must reinforce their combat power with an outsider. She looked at Damien and said decisively, "If you hadn't accepted the offer this time, I wouldn't have allowed Agnes to participate either." Damien let out a soft breath, so that's how it is. However, there was a brutal truth that he absolutely could not reveal to anyone. At this moment, Damien silently looked out the window, memories of his past life returning to haunt him once again. He knew very well the outcome of this subjugation team, because in his past life, a similarly large-scale army had also been deployed, and the result they got was just a single phrase: total annihilation. The image of a horrific battlefield strewn with corpses appeared vividly in his mind. Back then, thanks to the final deathbed words of the only holy knight, who narrowly survived, the true cause leading to the tragedy was revealed. Damien narrowed his eyes at his new teammates, a feeling of absolute vigilance rising within him. The words left behind by that holy knight were, "There is a traitor within the subjugation team." Magada announced that they had arrived at their destination. The group leisurely walked into a vast military base, which was chosen as the main assembly point for the entire subjugation force. Damien quietly observed his surroundings. He silently assessed. The soldiers here seemed to be very methodically and professionally trained. The base atmosphere is as serious as preparing for a final boss fight. The deeper they ventured inside, the more astonished Damien became, as he noticed that this place gathered a large number of holy knights who had reached the low-tier level. He narrowed his eyes calculatingly, telling himself, "It seems the church has truly made up its mind to pour all its resources into this hunting campaign." Magada waved her hand to signal, "Lord Damien, this way please." And he quickly followed her into the central area. This scene is clearly loading a full roster, ready to go. As soon as she entered the command tent, Magada excitedly raised her hand to greet. "Ah, you're here. It's been a while. Hope you've been well." However, responding to that enthusiasm was a highly stern tone from the man sitting by the map table. "You're too late, Magada." That was Gummin, a tier 2 holy knight of the chaotic blizzard sect, who, along with his subordinate Dionisio, had been waiting for a long time. Magada laughed it off to hide her embarrassment. "I was caught up with some personal business on the way. I promise to be on time from next time." Gummin coldly mocked, "That same old song again. I really doubt the sincerity of your oath." Magada remained entirely unfazed. She laughed heartily and teased her opponent. "Don't look so overwhelmingly grumpy all the time. If you keep frowning like that, your forehead will be full of old wrinkles." Seeing Magada's playful attitude made Gummin even more furious. He gnashed his teeth and muttered that she should have shown remorse. Instead of standing there making excuses, he contemptuously remarked, "This is truly the style of someone from the sect of the Burning One, both hot-tempered and insolent. Talking just like a flame war between two guilds in a hardcore server." The insult aimed at her sect caused Magada's expression to instantly change. She glared menacingly. "Watch your mouth, Gummin. You can criticize me, but I won't just let it slide. If you insult our sect." Gummin still decisively shot back, claiming that if her sect's rules were strict enough, she wouldn't have acted so arbitrarily. Not to be outdone, Magada gave a slight, sarcastic smirk, saying that even if Lord Dark Snow was beaten by her master, until he barely looked human anymore, there was no need for Gummin to be so petty as to harbor a grudge like that. The words hitting a sore spot caused Dionisio to furiously slam the table and shout, "And was our master beaten miserably?" Watching the fiery war of words, Damien quietly asked Agnes about the identity of the man acting so obnoxious over there. Agnes explained to Damien that he was Gummin, the direct disciple of Dark Snow, and a tier 2 holy knight of the chaotic blizzard sect. Magada delivered another blow to their opponent's pride by asserting that Lord Dark Snow's defeat at her master's hands was an undeniable fact. Obviously, Dionisio furiously made excuses, claiming that back then, his master was only drained of strength because he had just completed a heavy responsibility. Damien quietly observed the rift between the two sects, silently noting that they seemed to utterly dislike each other. The atmosphere is as tense as a cross-server raid boss about to spawn. Right at this moment, a sweet voice rang out, advising everyone not to fight in vain, but rather to save that rage to tear apart the dark mages in the dungeon. Appearing with a radiant smile was Sanus, a tier 2 holy knight of the Blinding Pain sect. Gummin and Agnes quickly recognized their acquaintance, introducing her as the disciple of the Radiant One. Sanus leisurely sat down in a chair, casting a scrutinizing gaze toward Damien and curiously asking who the person standing over there was. Because looking at him, she felt he didn't look like a holy knight at all. Magada excitedly introduced. Let me introduce him to everyone. This is Lord Damien Harrison. The moment that name was uttered, Dionisio was completely flabbergasted. He could not believe his ears. That this was the very knight who single-handedly took down 2 dark mages under urine. Magada laughed gleefully, teasing that Agnes looked so innocent. Yet she certainly knew how to attract men by personally inviting Damien here, making her blush in utter embarrassment. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Gaman suddenly spoke up and interrupted. With a highly serious face, Gaman bluntly questioned whether everyone was truly planning to let an outsider participate in this important conquest team, even though Agnes tried her best to defend him by asserting that Damien was an official collaborator of the headquarters. Dionisio still contemptuously claimed that in essence, he was still just a pagan. Agnes gnashed her teeth in anger at their exclusionary attitude. Gaman continued to apply pressure, claiming that arbitrarily recruiting an outsider into this campaign was an extremely reckless move. Sitting with crossed arms in full composure, Damien coldly asked back, "How do you define reckless?" A question like this means he's getting ready to completely flip the table on the whole meeting. Gaman still kept doubting and posed a hypothesis. What if that pagan is harboring some kind of dark, sinister plot? He reminded the team that in reality, the dark mages regularly plant spies inside their ranks headquarters to sabotage from within. The atmosphere in the meeting room became tense to the extreme before this direct accusation. Magada repeatedly slammed the table and shouted, "Hey, Gaman, watch your mouth. You're crossing the line here." Damien quietly observed and silently assessed that this guy, Gaman, was indeed an overly paranoid person. Unexpectedly, Sanis also spoke up in agreement with Gaman. She thought that bringing someone who hadn't been verified into the combat roster was a risky move. Sanis's flip caught Magada completely off guard, prompting her to exclaim, "Sanis, even you think so?" Gaman looked straight at Damien and said in a deep voice, "Lord Damien, may I take the liberty of asking you a question?" He asserted that the holy knights entered this war to eliminate heresy and honor the greatness of the gods. Then loudly questioned, "Then, what is your reason for joining this subjugation?" Damien fell silent for a moment. He understood that, to gain the trust of these stubborn people, he needed to give a highly satisfactory answer. Yet he still had to consider how to word it properly. Just as Damien was about to speak, a soldier frantically rushed into the tent, cutting through the suffocating atmosphere. Emergency report. Exactly like holding a strategy meeting. When the server announces a boss spawn right in the middle of the map, the soldier panicked and announced that at the mountainside, the scouting team had clashed with flesh golems. The bad news caught all the holy knights in the meeting room completely by surprise. At the scene right now, a horrific sight was unfolding. As a giant creature stitched together from countless human parts was relentlessly crying out in grief, "Mother, where are you, Mother?" The soldiers witnessing this could only utter in disgust and dread, "Damn it, this is horrific." The monster continuously groaned and rumbled with intertwined voices full of pain. "Mother, save me. Mother, it's so dark, it hurts so much. Someone save me. Please help me." A knight, swinging his shield to block, cursed under his breath. Why does a creature this disgusting even exist in this world? A streak of emerald spiritual energy struck down, making the monster scream miserably. It roared frantically in a fit of rage. "It hurts so much. Why are you torturing us like this? Don't touch me. If you dare touch me again." Just hearing it feels both creepy and like a total violation of game ethics. The eyes of the heads on the golems body flared crimson with pure hatred, aiming straight at the soldier who stood frozen in terror, leaving him only enough time to let out a gasp. "Huh!" In utter shock, the golem roared, "I will take your lives," and then delivered a thunderous blow that sent a knight flying. Magada rushed over just in time to catch her fading comrade. She shouted, "Hey, snap out of it." However, the situation grew increasingly worse, as another knight frantically warned, "Oh no, Magada, look ahead." The monster suddenly spewed a wave of bright green lethal poison, blanketing the entire area. Magada immediately ordered, "That's lethal poison. Use your holy power to protect yourselves, quick." The holy knights braced themselves to resist. Gamin gritted his teeth, enduring. "Ugh, the pressure is too immense. We must temporarily focus on defense until its attack subsides." Amidst the deadly poisonous smog, Damien casually walked forward, leaving Dionisio flabbergasted. Lord Damien." He radiated a powerful emerald aura, easily repelling all the surrounding toxins. Dionisio couldn't believe his eyes. He's using his aura to repel a toxin this potent. How? The golem groaned with resentful voices. "Do you want to inflict pain upon us too?" Damien continued to approach leisurely, causing it to start panicking. Don't come near me. Stay away from me. Don't step any closer. It frantically shot out multiple deep purple spikes to stop him. A panicked reaction just like encountering an endgame character who doesn't even need a build. Damien crushed the spikes under his feet, ignoring the monster's agonizing screams. He leaped into the air, delivering a fatal sword strike that pierced right through the golem's head. Before Dionysio's astonishment, Damien coldly asked, "Just now, you asked me what my purpose was for coming here, didn't you?" Damien's eyes flared with intense hatred as he brought up the past. Agito, that wretched dark mage, cast a curse upon our territory and plotted to murder my entire family. He drove the blade deeper and decisively declared, "When you've been pushed to the brink by those dark mages like this, how could taking the life of just one of them ever appease this hatred?" The souls of the victims imprisoned inside the golem began to be liberated amidst a radiant light, standing before the bewildered holy knights. Damien loudly asserted, "Therefore, until every last one of you dark mages is utterly eradicated, I will never stop." Deep inside the dark dungeon, where rusty iron chains hung suspended, among white bones and flickering candlelight, a suffocating atmosphere thick with the stench of death shrouded the eerie space. Amidst that devilish environment, two members of the Euron organization frantically rushed over to question Delang, who was sitting motionless in the shadows. The knight with purple hair furiously bellowed, "Hey, Delang, what the hell were you thinking, exposing our whereabouts? An atmosphere that feels like a betrayal is about to trigger a total server wipe event." He couldn't suppress his panic as he realized their precarious, hair-trigger situation. "Can't you see that the church is holy? Knights are completely surrounding us outside." The purple-haired knight gnashed his teeth, bringing up the organization's brutal reality. "There are only 3 of us left in the Euron organization now. Do you want to personally destroy this last shred of hope?" Faced with the harsh accusations, Delang slowly turned his head around, his purple eyes glowing in a highly bewitching manner. He calmly replied, "Calm down." He casually replied, in a tone that was terrifyingly calm, "You asked for the reason? I am merely fulfilling his wish. If I use this dark mage to turn him into a golem in the blink of an eye, he will surely be pleased, won't he?" The purple-haired knight gasped in absolute dread. "What do you mean by that?" He has already switched to the mode of executing his own teammates without even opening a menu. Before his opponent could react, Delang struck like lightning, taking down his partner in a mere split second. He coldly ordered his subordinate standing nearby, "I will begin the surgery immediately. Take him into the stitching room. Do you copy, Kai Kai?" The masked figure in the green cloak silently grabbed the defeated man by his hair and dragged the unconscious body across the cold stone floor. Delang was completely immersed in madness, cradling a deep purple soul orb in his hands and muttering, "This time, I must create a flawless masterpiece to make him happy." Delang's eyes gleamed with fanatical obsession as he looked at the new materials. Yes, indeed. With the physical body of a high-tier holy knight like this, he will definitely grant me a response again. Streams of deep purple dark aura began to intertwine, molding the body parts into a massive, eerie shape. The flesh golem gradually took form, with countless resentful faces and glowing red eyes, screaming in sheer agony. Inside the dark dungeon under the control of deadly magical threads, just hearing it makes it feel like building a boss straight from a server system error. Delang narrowed his eyes in deep suspicion as he discovered a stranger who did not belong to the holy knights blending into the roster. He watched in absolute shock as Damien found the exact core of the golem and destroyed it with a single thrust. Delang could not believe his eyes, repeatedly asking himself, how on earth could this happen? The dungeon atmosphere turned dead silent. Happened so easily. The boss was skipped straight past its animation before it could even cast a skill. He was furious because the test subject he painstakingly prepared was neutralized by an outsider in a split second. However, Delang suddenly laughed and groaned in sheer excitement. He assessed that Damien was the exact magnificent material he had been searching for all this time. Standing before a large mirror, he begged, "My lord, please wait patiently for just a bit longer." Delang was completely immersed in madness, swearing that he would definitely seize this premium material to craft an eternal golem masterpiece to present to his master. The next day, at the foot of the Nafri mountain range, the subjugation officially began. Gaman loudly assembled the entire army, demanding that everyone must focus up to clearly define the responsibilities and tasks of each individual in order to achieve victory. According to the tactical layout, Gaman and the Chaotic Blizzard squad would take on the role of the vanguard, clearing the path. This roster looks as stressful as an end-of-the-month deadline before payday. Behind them, Magada's sect of the Burning One squad was responsible for intercepting any attacks coming from the rear. The central position belonged to the Blinding Pain Squad, where its members would move according to the formation to provide power support to both sides. Damien silently assessed that this was a pretty solid tactical layout, as it fully utilized the distinct strengths of each sect. Agnes let out a soft, regretful sigh. She believed that her position should have been at the front line to wipe out the heretics, instead of having to stay behind to provide backup. Right at this moment, Dionisio leisurely walked over to strike up a conversation. He promised that he would sweep away all the small fry ahead to open up the path, and told Agnes to save her energy for the final decisive battle. This dramatic tension feels even heavier than watching a call-out livestream. Dionisio stepped closer to Damien, outwardly praising his performance the other day as highly impressive. In his heart, he was actually filled with deep suspicion. He coldly asserted that, even if everyone else admired Damien's abilities, he himself was still not entirely convinced. Because to him, an outsider would always remain just an outsider. Dionisio glared and warned that he would not take his eyes off Damien for a single second, prompting him to only casually reply that he would keep that well in mind. Seeing the excessive attitude of her subordinate, Agnes immediately spoke up and scolded him, demanding Dionisio cut out the nonsense right away and return to his proper position, while Dionisio awkwardly tried to explain that he was only doing it out of concern for her. Damien slightly smiled and told himself that flushing out the traitor inside the church before capturing the necromancer would be a highly interesting experience. Damien turned to ask if they could depart now. Agnes decisively agreed with a face full of murderous intent. Harboring a deep, burning hatred, she asserted that it was time to go and hunt down that bastard. Witnessing the terrifying expression of the Holy Knight, Damien silently wondered what exactly the reason behind Agnes's intense hatred was. The campaign began immediately with the sight of an undead monster being completely frozen inside a deep blue block of ice. The Holy Knights of the Chaotic Blizzard sect began to display their overwhelming power. Dionisio and his teammates rushed forward like whirlwinds, swinging their swords to unleash extremely powerful waves of frost that froze every obstacle in their path. The undead monsters were ripped apart one after another, shattering under the sword strikes that carried sharp snow crystals. Freezing explosions constantly burst forth, turning the battlefield into a cold graveyard, with shards of ice flying everywhere. Fighting like a literal blizzard combat livestream, Damien quietly observed. He silently assessed that no matter how many times he saw it, this was still an incredibly bizarre type of power. That is a unique type of energy that even he himself cannot copy by any means. The thing known as the power of the Holy Knights. He understands well that, depending on each church, the power they carry will possess entirely different characteristics. Damien reminisced about the past, where he used to have life or death battles with the 5 great saints, those who stood at the absolute pinnacle of this power. Right then, Sanus approached and proudly asked, Damien, how do you feel about that magnificent move just now? She proudly asserted that the Chaotic Blizzard is indeed one of the most powerful forces among the churches of this mighty empire, looking like a literal boss-level cheat code. Sanus smiled slightly, explaining that although the pride of the knights is sometimes a bit excessive, it is only a minor downside. She believed that Dionisio was just trying to overcomplicate things, because he was still bothered by Damien's outstanding performance yesterday and felt regret for having doubted him. Damien casually replied, I don't really mind that anyway. Sanus further remarked that Damien acted very decisively. However, the fact that he showed mercy to those monstrosities created by the necromancer was something she had never expected. With her bloodthirsty nature, she asserted, if it were me, I would have hacked them to pieces and let them die in agonizing pain. Damien silently broke into a cold sweat, realizing this girl truly lives up to her name as the disciple of the Radiant One, the most fanatical among the ranks of the 5 great saints. Sanus asserted that from the moment she witnessed Damien's strength and gaze, she realized the hatred he harbors for the dark mages is completely genuine. With her eyes gleaming in full excitement, she offered, our Blinding Pain sect always keeps its doors wide open to welcome someone as benevolent and powerful as you. What do you think? Would you like to join our sect? Damien flatly refused right away, leaving Sanus deeply disappointed. She tried her best to persuade him, saying that if he became a holy knight, he would be the most faithful servant of the God of Glory. Damien sighed wearily, wondering how many more times he would have to hear this recruitment pitch whenever he dealt with these holy knights. This recruitment attempt dragged on like an endless drama that makes everyone watching want to hit skip. He modestly stated that he was still too inadequate to carry out the wrath of the gods on their behalf. Regarding the matter of his mana shortage, Damien confidently asserted that as long as he perfected his mana training method and fully absorbed the elemental heart, it could be sorted out. He told himself that he couldn't accept becoming a hound for the church over such a trivial reason. As the team continued to venture deep into the dungeon, Magada stood in the back, laughing gleefully, teasing Agnes that at this rate, Damien might end up being stolen away by Sanus. Sanus still didn't give up. She pressed close to Damien and admitted she wanted to have him even more. After those highly ambitious declarations, Sanus's face flushed slightly pink. She looked at Damien with a bewitching gaze and whispered that not getting what she wanted was simply not her style. She leaned right next to his ear suggestively. What do you say? Come away with me alone in a little while, all right? Damien could only remain silent before this relentless pursuit. Suddenly, a surge of emerald holy energy burst out violently. The holy sword was drawn from its scabbard, unleashing a lightning-fast slash that ripped through the air and wiped out the undead blocking the path. This situation shifted from an invitation to slip away to full-speed combat in a split second. The terrifying power of that sword strike left Agnes and Magada completely stunned in amazement. Meanwhile, deep inside the dark dungeon, the atmosphere grew tense as the purple-haired knight finally came to his senses. Knight of the Euron organization furiously questioned his comrade. Hey, Delang, what the hell were you thinking, exposing our whereabouts? The atmosphere is as tense as a guitar string. It feels like internal drama is about to explode next. Damien unleashed his spiritual energy, his eyes flashing an emerald glow full of authority amidst the chaotic battle. He swung the holy sword, creating dazzling beams of light that tore through the darkness of the dungeon. Suddenly, a massive phantom, with glowing eyes and bizarre armor, loomed out of thin air. Damien narrowed his eyes in surprise. Oh, so a golem with stealth capabilities actually exists. Standing right beside him, Sanus maintained a composed expression. She slightly raised her holy Bible, which radiated a deep blue aura, and smiled. Its armor is indeed very sturdy. Let me handle it, Sanus loudly declared. I am preaching, after all, so please do not disturb me. She instantly activated the power from the book, triggering an earth-shattering explosion of holy fire that completely engulfed the giant golem. Witnessing that destructive power, Damien couldn't help but be flabbergasted, silently assessing. Using just a single book, she can neutralize a high-tier golem. This power is truly... Right at that moment, an alarm sounded about a surprise ambush from the rear. Magada bellowed, ordering Sanus and everyone to quickly fall back into formation. Damien spun around in a flash, delivering a fatal sword strike that pierced right through the body of the monster that was sneakily approaching. The battle temporarily subsided. Sanus reluctantly waved goodbye. What a pity. Let's meet again on another occasion, so we can continue our conversation. She didn't even forget to seize the chance to recruit him. We also have a special 3-month doctrinal course, just for beginners. Damien decisively poured a bucket of cold water. No need. Witnessing that blatant flirting, Agnes stood in the back with a cold and gloomy gaze. Magada hurriedly ran over to check on him. Lord Damien, are you alright? Damien intended to rush in to rescue the other squads. Yes, let me lend a hand. But Agnes coldly walked past and ordered, just let Sanus handle this place by herself. The post-battle atmosphere feels like just surviving a boss, only to get caught in an unresolved romantic drama. Witnessing Agnes's erupting fury, Damien told himself that he needed to let her vent her anger first. Agnes at this moment was like a goddess of war, her entire body shrouded in a blazing emerald flame, her eyes glowing with intense murderous intent. She rushed into the battle at terrifying speed, delivering powerful strikes that left the giant golem with no choice but to scream miserably in agony. This feels like turning on high-speed map clearing mode without needing a tutorial. Damien quietly observed and suddenly remembered. Right, of course. She is the successor of the Emerald Flame, after all. Streams of green fire from Agnes's hands continuously exploded, burning every enemy in her way to ashes. He silently assessed, among the 5 great saints, if Sanus's radiant sect was the most troublesome, then an Emerald Flame successor like Agnes was an entirely different kind of existence. A massive pillar of green fire from the holy sword ripped through the darkness, engulfing the undead in a shocking explosion of spiritual energy. Agnes stood tall amidst the flames, a blazing, majestic spirit avatar appearing behind her, reaffirming her position as the strongest individual among the 5 great saints. The subjugation team finally advanced deep into the dark dungeon, where steep rocky walls shrouded the area in a suffocating stench of death. The discussion regarding tactics began to grow tense. Magada suggested, we should check each entrance together one by one, but Dionisio immediately dismissed it. No, doing that is far too inefficient. Magada had to concede, I agree. If we split our formation up, then... Watching the debate unfold, Damien felt weary. This discussion is dragging on far longer than necessary. Seeing that they were getting nowhere, Agnes sighed softly. It's probably going to take a while before it's over. Let me go grab something to eat. Dionisio coldly stopped her. That won't be necessary. Right at that moment, a young male knight with blonde hair stepped forward, smiling as he handed a small package to her. I've already prepared rations for you, sister. A strategy meeting, but the vibe is more like a family meeting deciding what to eat rather than preparing for a boss raid. Agnes smiled radiantly, taking the dry rations from her younger brother's hand. Thank you so much. Not only caring for his sister, Dionisio also coldly handed a small package to Damien. You too, Lord Damien. Please, help yourself. Damien took the item with a brief look of surprise, an odd sense of déjà vu about past events suddenly flashing through his mind. Dionisio quietly turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to leave a highly serious reminder that a major battle was drawing near. So everyone needed to eat properly to maintain their strength. Going into a fight while handing out combo lunchboxes on the side. Watching the young knight's figure fade into the shadows, Damien asked Agnes in a deep voice. Is it about the corpse manipulator? Agnes's face instantly turned rigid, her eyes burning with pure hatred, as she asserted, the sole purpose we traveled all this way is to execute him. Damien quietly watched Agnes eat her meal. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked bluntly, why are you so obsessed with that dark mage to such an extent? The abrupt question caused Agnes to pause for a moment. She sighed and remarked, you really are a blunt person, Damien, easily prying into someone else's private matters. Seeing that she seemed uncomfortable, Damien was about to retract his words, but Agnes quickly stopped him. She believed that, since he had agreed to come here at her request, her continuing to conceal the truth would be an act of discourtesy toward a teammate. Unlocking a hidden story quest where the NPC automatically triggers a lore drop. Agnes fell into deep thought. Recalling the story of the village that was once completely destroyed by the corpse butcher, Damien nodded slightly, confirming he still remembered the tragedy, in which not a single soul in the village survived. However, the truth was far more brutal as Agnes tremblingly revealed that she was the sole survivor of that horrific tragedy years ago. The atmosphere grows heavy. The type where as soon as you hear it, you know the game is about to turn tragic. A shocking, sorrowful revelation left Damien utterly stunned in amazement. Agnes emotionally recalled that fateful day when her older brother, a majestic holy knight, had just been granted leave to return home and visit. In her childhood memories, every time he returned, she would often stay up all night, captivated by his stories about his proud adventures at the church. But that night, things did not unfold as peacefully as before. Darkness completely shrouded the village, along with agonizing screams, as the bloodthirsty undead suddenly swarmed in to attack. Amidst the horrific scene with bizarre creatures massacring the villagers, Agnes's brother hurriedly pushed her into a safe hiding place. He looked at his sister one last time and thoroughly instructed her that she must hide well and absolutely must not reveal herself, then decisively turned away to face the danger, leaving Agnes only able to sob, calling his name in utter helplessness. Until someone comes to open this door, you are not allowed to go outside, nor make any sound at all. Do you understand? Those were the final words her brother left behind before rushing into the sea of fire to protect her. That was also the last time Agnes ever saw her brother, because by the time the church's rescue force found her, the corpses of the villagers and the undead were already piled up like mountains, had all been burned to ashes. After the church confirmed that the corpse manipulator was indeed the culprit behind that year's incident, Agnes swore that she would become a holy knight at all costs. Having heard the story, Damien fell into deep thought. So, she had to endure such a tragic past. The atmosphere right now drops heavy, like the game lobby. Switching over to the main storyline mode. Right at this moment, Magada walked over, cutting through the atmosphere. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. The strategy meeting has just concluded. She mentioned that a lot of internal debate had broken out between checking each entrance one by one, or splitting the forces to sweep through in a simultaneous attack. When Damien asked about the final plan, Magada confirmed they had chosen a simultaneous attack. She blamed Gamon, who wanted everyone to go together, but she and Sanis dismissed it, even though that guy kept insisting on rediscussing, causing the meeting to drag on tiresomely. Magada was weary of Gamon's excessive caution. Seeing this, Damien remarked, it seems you all have already had a close relationship from before. Magada just laughed it off, admitting, something like that. A direct party raid. But the leader only read the guide 30 minutes before fighting. Suddenly, Gamon's shout echoed throughout the dungeon. All troops assemble. He loudly ordered to split the vanguard into 5 groups to advance, demanding the squads raid at the fastest speed possible, then support the groups currently being pinned down from behind. Gamon bellowed, today will be the end of that bastard. Dark Mage. The entire army immediately charged into the dungeon, with blazing momentum. However, amidst the thick darkness, a sinister smile with sharp teeth suddenly materialized, along with an eerie, deep purple dark aura. The ground beneath the Holy Knight's feet abruptly shattered, forming a bottomless trap. Damien and his comrades completely lost their balance, being swept down into the abyss. Amidst streams of dark energy, gloom frantically surrounding him, Damien's body fell freely into the dark abyss. All around him were shattered rock fragments, falling along with the howling wind. He silently assessed, this is truly a very deep and wide place. The shockwave from that sudden explosion just now was too strong, causing everyone to lose each other amidst this gloomy space. Even so, Damien still believed that those holy knights possessed a resilience, no less than that of cockroaches. They are surely more than capable of landing safely. The core issue that made him wonder was who could be so audacious as to dig a giant hole straight through the mountain like this. No wonder. The dungeon entrance was placed halfway up the cliffside, a completely bizarre architecture. Damien smirked slightly, his eyes flashing with irony. You are building yourself a magnificent mausoleum, you corpse controller. With this type of architecture, surely the architect's brain must have lagged while building the map. Amidst the ruins at the bottom of the abyss, Damien suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure, radiating a glowing golden spiritual energy. He lightly gasped, Dionisio, making the young holy knight turn around with a start. Dionisio, with a bleeding wound on his forehead, exclaimed in flabbergasted shock, Is that not Damien Hassan? Seeing that his counterpart was using divine power to heal his own wound, Damien silently assessed. They truly are people with enduring vitality. Dionisio gnashed his teeth with an annoyed look. Damn it, this situation is as tense as just respawning only to immediately face a gatekeeping boss. He grumbled and shouted, why does the person falling down with me absolutely have to be that guy, Damien Hassan? Absolutely have to be that guy, Damien Hassan. Of all people, in the face of that hostility, Damien nonchalantly shot back. Because you see there are only the two of us here. Is that why you dare to speak so disrespectfully? He coldly suggested. If you find it so annoying. Frantically surrounding them, Damien's body fell in a freefall through the dark abyss, surrounded by shattered chunks of rock, falling along with the howling wind. He silently assessed. This is indeed a very deep and vast space. The shockwave from that sudden explosion just now was too strong, causing everyone to lose each other amidst this gloomy environment. Even so, Damien still believed that those holy knights possessed a resilience, no less persistent than cockroaches. They were surely more than capable of landing safely. The core issue that made him ponder was who exactly had the audacity to dig such a massive hole straight through the mountain like this. No wonder. The dungeon entrance was placed halfway up the cliffside, a completely eerie architectural design. Damien smirked slightly, his eyes flashing with sheer irony. You are building yourself a magnificent tomb, you corpse manipulator. With this kind of architecture, the architect must have dropped their brain while building the map. Amidst the debris at the bottom of the abyss, Damien suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure, radiating a golden spiritual energy. He softly uttered, Dionisio, causing the young holy knight to turn around in surprise. Dionisio, with a bleeding wound on his forehead, gasped in utter shock, Isn't that Damien Harrison? Seeing the other person using his own holy power to heal his wound, Damien silently assessed. They truly are individuals with persistent resilience. Dionisio gnashed his teeth in complete annoyance. Damn it, this situation is as tense as just respawning only to immediately face a spawn camping boss. He resentfully yelled. Why did the person falling down here with me have to be you of all people, Damien Harrison? Facing that hostile attitude, Damien casually fired back. Is it because you see there are only two of us that you dare to speak so insolently? He coldly suggested. Damien coldly corrected him. No, look closer. That is actually a product of that corpse manipulator. Missing a beat at this moment would lead straight to a game over screen. He explained that the dark mage has a twisted hobby. The more meticulously crafted and human-like a golem is, the more terrifying its power becomes. And he calls them premium goods. The monster roared frantically, rushing forward with its sharp hands. Faced with the enemy's sickness, Dionisio declared in outrage. What a twisted and sick hobby. I will use the power of the gods to purify them. He channeled power into his sword, which flared with emerald spiritual energy, preparing for a bloody battle. Dionisio poured in all his strength, swinging his frosty sword to attack. But the glowing red eyes of the golem suddenly flashed threateningly. He realized in absolute shock that his holy power was suddenly dissipating in an absurd manner. Where has my holy power dissipated to? Immediately, Dionisio was sent flying, coughing up blood in agony. Cough. The monster did not miss the opportunity, delivering a 1,000-pound punch down on the helpless young knight under Damien's watch. This situation is like getting debuffed across the whole map. Even standing still makes you take damage. Dionisio collapsed to the ground, gritting his teeth in pain as he realized the brutal truth. Is holy power completely useless? Standing from afar, Damien narrowed his eyes, observing the anomaly of the battle, and wondered, what on earth is going on here? Unable to just stand by and watch any longer, he casually approached and began to draw his sword, which glowed with spiritual energy. This looks like the moment for a main character intervention. The boss is about to be reset. Damien rushed forward like a flash of lightning, his eyes glowing with a powerful purple spiritual energy. A massive sword strike ripped through the air, delivering a fatal blow that pierced right through the body of the golem in a blinding explosion of light. Damien silently assessed, I knew it. Had you already foreseen this from the very beginning? You corpse manipulator. He stared intently at the item that was radiating a deep purple dark aura, that eerie magical item. Drogo's image flashed through Damien's mind as he said in a low, firm voice, I know exactly the identity of the bastard who created this. Drogo, the monster roared frantically, intending to deliver one last blow. Take this. But Damien only looked straight at it coldly. He swung a flawless X-shaped slash right at its face, hacking the golem into 100 pieces in an earth-shattering explosion of energy, and then stood tall amidst the battlefield. Damien leaned down to pick up the magical energy orb, which was oozing drops of pitch-black fluid. Witnessing this eerie sight, Dionisio trembled, breaking into a heavy sweat from sheer terror. He stammered in absolute dread. What on earth is this? Damien looked at the glowing orb in his hand and said in a deep voice, take this back to the church, so your people can conduct research on it. It is the exact key to unlocking the reason why holy power gets disrupted. Deep down, he recalled his past life, when the church found a way to neutralize it too late, and thus suffered catastrophic losses against the monster's onslaught. Damien smirked smugly, telling himself, this time I've stayed one step ahead to play a terribly painful trick on the enemy. He turned and asked, can you still move? Dionisio immediately stood up straight and respectfully replied in fear, why yes sir, loud and clear. Dionisio just got checked by the boss's aura, automatically switching to a polite and respectful manner. This sudden change in attitude from Dionisio left Damien rather puzzled, but he only explained awkwardly that he just felt like it was what he should do. Both of them advanced deeper into the overwhelmingly vast area. Inside the cavern, Damien assessed. It seems the entire mountain has been completely hollowed out, which explains why it's so immense. Suddenly, a voice rang out, laced with mockery. Oh my, both of you still managed to keep your lives. Appearing before them was none other than Sss, with a bright smile on her face. The area was peaceful, and then a villain NPC turned on their global chat mic. Sss put on an expression of joy. Seeing the two of you still completely safe and sound like this makes me feel so relieved. While Dionisio was still frozen in shock, Damien coldly remarked, Lady Sss, it seems you are doing very well yourself. His gaze turned sharp and full of hostility as he looked at what she was doing. However, what is the meaning of the object you are holding in your hand there? Right behind Sss, a knight was screaming and coughing up blood in his death throes. Damien questioned in a deep voice, could you provide a proper explanation for this? Sss now fully revealed her true colors with a manic smile, her hand gripping a heavily injured teammate. Amidst the deathly atmosphere, Sss flashed a highly mysterious smile, her hand touching the glowing jewel on her chest, as she coldly uttered, all hope is gone. In another tunnel of the dungeon, an eerie voice rang out with complete smugness. So, my materials have finally appeared? Agnes and Magada were flabbergasted as they noticed the presence of a stranger, leisurely stepping out from the shadows. He mockingly remarked that both of them were equally unlucky to have dropped right into his lair, while also wondering about the whereabouts of another troublesome guy who seemed to have gotten lost in a different location. Facing the sinister smile of the anonymous figure, Magada bellowed at the top of her lungs, who goes there? Show your name right now. He smirked slightly and replied in complete mockery, asking who I am again. How truly saddening. Man, this guy speaks with so much confidence it makes you want to delete the mute button in your brain. The stranger questioned back defiantly. The stranger asked back mockingly, isn't it because you came here to take my life? The truth gradually unveiled itself, leaving the two female holy knights utterly shocked. So you are indeed. Amidst the blazing, deep purple dark aura enveloping his body, he clearly confirmed his identity. Exactly. I am the necromancer that you all have been desperately searching for. Delang looked at the prey before him with craving eyes and declared, it is a pleasure to meet my precious materials. As soon as those words were uttered, The atmosphere instantly grew several levels heavier with murderous intent. Returning to Damien's position, Sanus still maintained her radiant smile and casually made excuses. Lord Gammon sneakily attacked us. While everyone was splitting the formation, she composedly asserted she was merely acting in self-defense. Which is why I had to take action to subdue him. Dionisio shouted in utter shock at the accusation. There is absolutely no way that happened. Why on earth would senior brother act like that? Facing her teammates' questioning, Sanus still kept her composed, highly mysterious expression. How should I know? For a traitor to actually appear in this place of death. Dionisio fell into a state of panic. He stammered. It must be a misunderstanding. Do you doubt me as well? To clear his name, Dionisio resolutely suggested. No. If you are that certain, then tie us up and escort us to the court of the church's headquarters. Watching the drama unfold, Damien silently questioned, is that really the truth? He assessed that if two-tier 2 holy knights, with strength equivalent to mid-tier, actually fought each other, the arguments are getting so dense that even the surrounding air is being pulled tight. Then the surroundings should have been completely leveled to the ground, shouldn't they? Damien looked around at the silent debris, then glanced toward Sanus. He noticed an undeniable abnormality. Compared to a heavily injured Gammon who was coughing up blood, Sanus seemed far too unscathed and calm. Damien's eyes turned sharp. He smirked, exposing her true colors. It seems more like the real traitor is actually you. Sanus's fake saintly look instantly vanished. Sanus broke into a bewitching, completely satisfied smile. The atmosphere shifts in just a single breath, as if the entire script has just been flipped. She chuckled mockingly. Oh my. It seems you are not easily fooled at all, are you? Sanus's gaze was now glowing with pure malice, leaving Dionisio flabbergasted, unable to comprehend what was happening. What the hell are you babbling about now? Sanus casually admitted. What else could it be? It was indeed me who, before the other side could even react, she delivered a brutal punch right to Dionisio's face, sending blood splattering. A crimson spiritual energy violently erupted. Sanus coldly declared. That sneak attacked him just like this. Looking down at her comrades collapsed. At her feet, she mocked. Lord Gammon was the same. You people truly are weaklings. How can your sword even claim to be the sect representing the church? You're not worthy. Sanus erupted a blazing crimson flame on her hand, her face turning manic with pure fanaticism. The true representative of the church should be our blinding pain sect. Faced with that madness, Damien still maintained a poker face. He coldly questioned back. Once you become the representative sect, what do you plan to do? Sanus broke into a deeply ironic smile. She believed that the current church has grown far too weak, bothering to put heretics on trial, according to her extremist views. For heretics, there is only one single path, and that is summary execution on the spot. Sanus's gaze glowed with pure malice as she revealed her manic ambition. We will purge the current headquarters and restore the church of the old days. Damien coldly questioned. Is it solely for that reason that you are willing to slaughter your own teammates? Sanus casually replied that most of the subjugation team had already lost their lives in this dungeon anyway, and her sect, with its core forces still intact, would naturally become the new center of the church. Looking at Sanus's manic behavior, Damien silently thought that she had spouted all kinds of nonsense. But that major betrayal in his past life ultimately led to nothing but destruction. This kind of logic sounds very confident, but it carries the scent of an early, tragic end. Without letting the opponent react, Damien decisively drew his sword, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Like lightning, he rushed into the encirclement of the traitorous knights, unleashing his signature skill, Shattering Strike. With just a single powerful sword strike that ripped through the air, Damien took down 2 knights at the same time. To Sanus's absolute shock, she couldn't believe her eyes. When holy knights whose powers were enhanced by holy energy were defeated in just a single move, Damien closed in on Sanus at terrifying speed, his eyes flashing threateningly, making her break into a cold sweat. He channeled power into his sword, unleashing the calamity-slaying sword to deliver a heavy blow that made the air seem to shatter. Even though she was cornered, Sanus still tried to maintain her arrogant and defiant look. Do you really want to risk your life against me? Damien casually activated the energy from the ring on his hand. He launched himself into midair amid streams of crimson spiritual energy that were frantically erupting, creating an earth-shattering explosion that shook the entire dungeon. Damien backed away under the immense pressure as shattered rock fragments from the dungeon's ceiling flew wildly all around him. Sanus smugly began to show off her knowledge about her sect's power. How much do you actually understand about the power of our blinding pain sect? She explained that the power they possess is reinforcement, not merely of the physical body, but also of the density of matter. It is a power that controls density, or the sharpness of a weapon. Sanus smiled sinisterly, as she asserted they possessed the ability to reinforce any existing concept. And when reaching a higher realm, this power can even stack continuously. Hearing that, it still sounds like an infinite stack buff. Except she herself hasn't been nerfed. Sanus excitedly yelled that she herself could stack her power up to 30 times. Her face twisting with mania. Damien quietly observed, I see. He recalled the battle against the Saint of Radiant Light, one of the 5 great saints. The one who once used 100 times gravity to crush tens of thousands of the Andes Legion. In the blink of an eye, Damien narrowed his eyes calculatingly, realizing the terrifying similarity in the nature of the power possessed by those belonging to this church. Sanus continued to throw provocative words. I've heard of your reputation, Lord Damien, possessing a signature skill that can deflect even incoming magic. Yet why are you only running and dodging like this now? Damien silently assessed that, although her reinforcement capability is excellent, her attack patterns are far too monotonous, he told himself, partly because myriad flow paralyzing execution consumes mana in direct proportion to the intensity of the opponent's strike. So with my current amount of mana, this is a bit too much for me. Sanus delivered a 1,000-pound smash, creating a shocking explosion of spiritual energy, forcing Damien to continuously stay on the move. To escape the strike's area of effect, the attacks are indeed powerful. But Damien is still dodging like he turned on tutorial map running mode. Damien stood firmly amidst the debris, his hand still tightly gripping the sword. Sanus coldly declared, well, you're dodging. Can end right here. Damien smirked slightly, his eyes flashing with determination. Shall we place a little wager? Suddenly, he clutched his chest tightly, his face showing clear signs of agony, causing Sanus to pause. In deep suspicion, a stream of blood-red spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the spirit heart that Damien was tightly squeezing in his palm. Sanus was flabbergasted as she noticed the anomaly. Something is wrong with this mana field. Sanus gnashed her teeth in suspicion. You've pulled some sort of trick, haven't you? Though unsure what that glowing red light in Damien's hand was. A bad gut feeling made her decide to take action immediately. I have no idea what that is, but I will finish you off before the situation gets any worse. Sanus swung her weapon, which was glowing with reinforcement power, delivering a 1,000-pound strike down at her opponent's position. Facing that murderous intent, Damien merely smirked, flashing a highly sinister smile. The more you rush, the harder you fail. This combo is usually reserved for people who get confident too early. Myriad flow paralyzing execution. Damien casually reached out his hand, blocking Sanus's massive sword strike, throwing her into absolute shock. Capitalizing on the moment his opponent let her guard down, he delivered a thunderous kick straight to her abdomen, sending Sanus flying. Witnessing this shocking spectacle, Gamon and Dionisio could only stand frozen in amazement. Damien coldly remarked, since cutting you isn't working, I suppose I'll have to play a bit rougher. Sanus was knocked back a long distance, her body aching and exhausted from the aftershocks of the attack. Since one move wasn't enough, Damien immediately switched to a higher handling level. Sanus coughed violently. She was flabbergasted to notice a terrifying transformation. Suddenly, your mana has surged exponentially. The crimson spiritual energy from the spirit heart began to envelop Damien, radiating a suffocating pressure that blanketed the entire space. Damien leisurely approached his prey, his eyes glowing with cold indifference, along with a resolute declaration. Now take this. He walked forward majestically, amidst a violent, rampaging aura that was erupting fiercely. Damien gnashed his teeth to endure the agonizing chest spasms, silently thinking it was fortunate he had absorbed the spirit heart just in time. Witnessing the churning crimson spiritual energy, Sanus was so flabbergasted that she froze. Damien clearly felt the new source of power fusing into his every blood vessel. He told himself, although I initially planned to slowly digest this treasure, in this current touch-and-go situation, just a single second of delay would have caused everything to spin out of control. The body just finished upgrading and was immediately forced to run a beta test on the spot. With the issue of mana depletion completely resolved, Damien majestically walked amidst the violent, rampaging aura that radiated a suffocating pressure. Sanus screamed in terror as she realized her opponent's strength had advanced to an unimaginable level. Without giving the enemy time to react, Damien channeled power into his glowing fist, delivering a thunderous strike that ripped through the air right at Sanus. He coldly declared, it's time to purge the traitor in the most brutal manner. As soon as this strike is thrown, you know right away. The match has switched to early termination mode. Meanwhile, in another tunnel of the dungeon, Agnes was kneeling amidst the debris, her breath ragged and her hands trembling, as she clutched the wound on her abdomen. She flabbergastedly realized the brutal reality, that the power of the necromancer Delang had completely surpassed all calculations. an imagination of the church. Before her eyes right now was a legion of giant flesh. Golems, roaring threateningly with glowing red eyes. Agnes stared in horror at the humanoid. Golem standing tall up ahead, the one possessing the eerie power that had shattered her every line of defense. The bad turn of events started the moment the Holy Knights proudly invoked the name of the gods to sentence Delang to death. However, the Dark Mage only coldly called out the name Kai. Immediately, his trump card rushed out like a phantom. With terrifying speed and power, Kai easily closed in and completely neutralized the holy power of Agnes and Magada, leaving them in absolute shock. He delivered a 1,000-pound kick, infused with dark energy, straight at Magada, leaving the female Holy Knight only enough time to cough up blood before collapsing. Immediately, Magada was flabbergasted by the monster's unimaginable speed. She gritted her teeth and wondered, how is this possible? Right away, Kai shifted his direction, aiming straight for Agnes, prompting Magada to scream in panic. Agnes run, but the monster was a step ahead. He delivered a fatal blow that sent Magada crashing down, blood pouring from the corner of her mouth. In her dying breaths, she still tried to murmur, "Run, Agnes. Go find reinforcements, quickly." This speed is so fast that the warning didn't even have time to register in the brain. Delang leisurely stepped out from the shadows with a sickening smile. Oh my, planning to run away? He sinisterly asserted that he himself would not let anyone escape from here that easily. The undead monsters frantically closed in on her, leaving Agnes trembling in absolute dread. Delang reassured her mockingly that he wouldn't kill her, because his sick philosophy is that for precious specimens, they need to be stitched up while they are still alive. Agnes flabbergastedly realized that she herself was falling into an extremely perilous situation. Hearing those words, you know it's no longer a battle, but has switched to survival mode. Looking at Magada lying motionless at Kai's feet, Delang smugly remarked that the Holy Knight's holy power was completely useless. Before his trump card, he looked at the glowing purple orb on the monster's chest and admired the capability to absolutely neutralize holy power. Incredible. Delang spared no words of praise. This is indeed a masterpiece created by his own hands. He excitedly ordered Kai to quickly bring the prey to the stitching room to begin his manic surgical process. As Agnes knelt down, her hands dug tightly into the ground. In ultimate resentment, she bitterly wondered, is everything going to end like this? Even when the enemy is right before my eyes. Thinking of her deceased brother, she cried out in intense frustration because she had finally found the villain. After so many years of waiting, Delang looked amused upon hearing the word enemy. He casually asked which place of hers he had massacred, since his list of victims was simply too long to remember them all. Agnes screamed, it was Bam Village. The place where you slaughtered everyone just to satisfy your animalistic urges. Delang stuck out his tongue pervertedly. He casually admitted to wiping out that entire village and asked if she had relatives there. Agnes gnashed her teeth in ultimate hatred and proudly asserted, I am the sole survivor of Bam Village. Agnes cried out in agony. Why did you do that? For what reason? She resentfully questioned the villain, asking if it was solely for his selfishness that the entire village and her Holy Knight brother had to lose their lives. In stark contrast to that suffering, Delang froze for a second, then suddenly burst into a manic laughter. A Holy Knight? An older brother? Wow, this is truly a masterpiece. The story just took a turn towards a level of plot twist that makes your heart stop. He smirked, recalling the massacre at Bam Village, admitting that there indeed was a Holy Knight there, who resisted incredibly fiercely. Delang's eyes flashed pervertedly, as he asserted that her brother was the most wonderful material he had ever possessed. Delang laughed obscenely, explaining that he never kills people wastefully, but would select the best body parts to resurrect them into powerful undead. Hearing the words, human recycling, you know the level of sickness has exceeded the safety limit. Delang leisurely walked closer to the masked golem behind him and made a chilling proposition. Well, do you two want to greet each other a little? To Agnes's absolute shock, he smiled sinisterly. It's your older brother. Didn't you want to see him again so badly? Delang slowly reached out his hand to strip away Kai's mask, exposing the horrific truth gradually revealing itself from behind the black cloth. Agnes's tears streamed down in ultimate dread as she recognized something familiar from the silhouette behind that mask. No, Agnes choked back a sob. It can't be. The image of her kind older brother from years ago flashed through her mind, in stark contrast to the brutal reality behind the mask. The lifeless face and glowing red eyes of her older brother appeared. He had now become a murderous puppet, under the absolute control of the enemy. Overwhelmed by agony, Agnes screamed in despair, no. Witnessing the girl's complete breakdown, Delang only burst into a smug laughter, finding that heartbreaking scream to be the most wonderful sound he had ever heard. Delang caressed Kai's lifeless head. He recalled the exact moment. This hero had fought completely alone, and just how tenaciously. He mockingly remarked that even God was moved, bestowing a holy crest upon him. On that exact day, the power from the blazing blue flames of Agnes's older brother had almost completely wiped out his entire legion of golems. Delang smiled sinisterly and asked her, "Do you know how I handled that situation?" Hearing this question, it's about to hit the trauma segment. Loading 99. He stood on top of the giant golem, loudly ordering the weak villagers to surrender if they wanted to save the lives of the remaining survivors. The images of the villagers being burned alive, screaming in utter despair, "Save me," returned to haunt her. Witnessing that catastrophic spectacle, Agnes's older brother broke down completely. He sobbed uncontrollably in utter helplessness, and then collapsed beneath the monster's iron fist. Just one wrong choice, and the entire village was wiped off the map within a few minutes. Delang laughed frantically, asserting that her older brother was indeed the finest source of materials he had ever possessed. He caressed Kai's lifeless face, proudly calling him a masterpiece that far surpassed all other premium goods. Delang looked at Agnes with craving eyes and wondered, "What should I do with you? Maybe I should create a pair of sibling golems." Agnes lowered her head, her teeth tightly clenched. She muttered in unforgivable resentment. As tears of fury fell, Agnes trembled before the enemy's sickness. Delang was still casually considering whether he should fuse her with Kai to create an even more powerful entity. He coldly ordered the giant golem, "Now, go capture her." In the moment of ultimate despair, a surge of holy power exploded. Agnes lifted her head high, her eyes glowing with spiritual energy. She roared in fury, "Give my brother back to me." A massive pillar of blue light ripped through the darkness of the dungeon. Agnes was completely immersed in the radiant, holy flames. She devoutly uttered, "Oh heavens!" Witnessing that magnificent power, Delang showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, tears of joy streamed down his face. He frantically screamed out his words of gratitude. "Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lord, for once again gifting me the ultimate source of materials." Agnes's eyes shone brilliantly with a radiant aura, ready for a bloody purge. Holy crest, a magnificent privilege favored and bestowed by the gods, allowing its bearer to possess a transcendent, unearthly source of energy. Agnes was now completely immersed in the brilliant aura, her hair blazing like a holy fire, as she held that immense power in her hands. Her eyes flared with absolute fury. She looked straight at the dark mage and resolutely declared, "You who play around with corpses, I will absolutely never forgive you." Seriously, out of all things to play with, why on earth would anyone play with corpses? In response to that fury, Delang merely smirked slightly. With a sinister and amused smile, he decided to initiate the second test for his masterpiece candidate. Immediately, the giant undead monsters, with glowing red eyes, frantically rushed forward, surrounding Agnes. From all sides, amidst the dark encirclement, Agnes erupted, a blinding holy light that ripped through the darkness of the dungeon. With a punch carrying the power of a five-pointed star, she directly wiped out the monsters in an earth-shattering explosion of energy, sending fragments of the undead flying everywhere. Witnessing the power of the holy crest, Delang was left completely stunned and staggered, utterly flabbergasted by this terrifying, soul-shaking strength. However, he thought to himself that no matter how powerful it is, the holy crest is ultimately just holy power after all. Agnes rushed forward like a flash of light to attack, but Kai quickly intervened to protect his master. Delang frantically screamed with pure fanaticism, asserting that before the power he had bestowed, every effort of hers was in vain. 1,000-pound strike rained down, forcing Agnes to struggle to defend herself in order to protect the injured Magada. Delang was flabbergasted to notice a terrifying anomaly. That holy power is not dissipating at all. He broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe that the power from the dark magical item was completely ineffective against Agnes's holy crest state. He backed away, telling himself that because bearers of the holy crest are incredibly rare, he still didn't have enough data stored to counter it. While absorbed in his calculations, Delang suddenly froze as he sensed powerful streams of spiritual energy approaching. He narrowed his eyes into the darkness and wondered suspiciously, are there still other survivors present in this place? Amidst the debris, Agnes and Magada were flabbergasted to see Damien leisurely walking toward them. His hand was holding Sanus by the collar, who had been completely defeated. He casually opened his mouth and asked, "Everyone is gathered here in full force, huh?" Dionisio shouted in astonishment, "Lord Damien, why is Lady Sanus?" Damien coldly explained that she had betrayed the church, so he had personally dealt with her. This horrifying truth left Agnes and Magada completely frozen for a few seconds from the shock. Looking at Agnes glowing in her holy crest state, Dionisio couldn't help but ask in dread about that strange form. While Damien decisively confirmed the situation with Magada, Damien suggested that Gomon and Agnes retreat first so he could handle the necromancer. But in reality, he wanted to send them away to easily interrogate the enemy for information about Dorogo. Gomon, though still stunned by the reality of the situation, had wounds that were far too severe, so he had to listen to Damien and let Dionisio carry him away on his back. However, Delang suddenly flashed a cruel smile. He growled and asked, "Who allowed them to just walk away with my materials like that?" He coldly called Kai's name and ordered him to release the magical energy. Immediately, the flesh golem erupted with a deep purple dark aura, its body mutating into a menacing demonic form. With burning eyes, Delang frantically ordered Kai to drag every single one of them back here. Witnessing the horrifying transformation of their opponent, both Dionisio and Agnes couldn't help but turn pale in terror. Dionisio was flabbergasted to realize the enemy's aura was now as powerful as an elite monster. The golem Kai let out a manic roar, its entire body erupting with a deathly deep purple dark flame, manifesting into a monstrous beast. Bearing destructive power, 1,000-pound stomp slammed down, creating an earth-shattering explosion that ruptured the ground and sent everyone flying. Everything around them was covered in a dense cloud of dust. Facing this critical touch-and-go situation, Dionisio urged everyone, "Quickly leave this place," just as Lord Damien said. "Go. Run fast, because a little delay will send you straight to the afterlife." Right. As Kai's giant fist was about to crush everyone, Agnes, in her holy crest state, courageously rushed forward, using her bare hands to block the monster's 1,000-pound attack. Witnessing her burst of power, Damien silently assessed, "As expected, there's no need for me to intervene anymore." Amidst the fierce struggle, Agnes turned around and earnestly pleaded, "But listen, Lord Damien, please leave this guy to me." Damien frowned slightly in suspicion. "This golem? Is there some special reason?" Tears streamed down the glowing face of the holy knight. Agnes choked back tears as she revealed the painful truth. "Because he is my older brother." This shocking confession left Damien stunned in astonishment. An older brother? Well, this is interesting. One surprise after another. He was flabbergasted to realize that the older brother Agnes had always mentioned all this time had actually been turned by that demon into a lifeless, undead puppet. Observing this tragic drama from afar, the necromancer Delang wore a sickening smile, remaining a bastard. As always, the one who plays with corpses. He frantically ordered Kai to capture all of these people, alive at all costs, to bring them back as materials for his experiments. Magada noticed the situation was gradually spinning out of control. She decisively ordered, "The time has come, Dionisio. Non-combatants like us must leave this place immediately." Dionisio hurriedly urged his comrades to stay close for a safe retreat. Witnessing his prey about to escape, Delang screamed in a fit of rage, "You bastards! Who permitted you to run away on your own?" He clicked his tongue in regret upon seeing the golems of his flesh had been almost entirely destroyed. Suddenly spitting out an eerie, deep purple fire serpent, Delang loudly ordered Kai that he must bring Damien and the knights back to the testing room at all costs, absolutely not leaving a single one behind. Seeing him arrogantly riding on the back of a skeletal horse, ablaze with dark fire, Damien could only utter, "Oh, look at that little brat over there." The four-eyed monster Delang radiated a deep purple murderous aura, majestically manifesting right in front of Damien. A shocking explosion occurred in the middle of the dungeon, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Amidst the radiant light of her holy crest state, Agnes exerted her full strength to push back the enemy, and shouted, "Go quickly, Lord Damien." Understanding his comrade's intention, Damien stole one last glance, then decisively replied, "Understood." Damien bid farewell. "See you later then." And then like lightning, he plunged into the deep darkness of the tunnel to pursue the ringleader. Behind him, the golem Kai let out a manic roar, swinging sharp energy claws to deliver a direct attack. Agnes gritted her teeth, enduring the monster's 1,000-pound strike. She was blown back by the aftershocks, but still managed to force herself up in time. With the power of the holy crest, she delivered an extremely powerful blow, forcing Kai's giant form backward. The powerful stomp created cracks across the cold stone floor. Agnes knelt down, her sorrowful eyes looking toward the silhouette of her older brother, who had now turned into a lifeless puppet. She painfully told herself, "I'm sorry, brother. Is it because I arrived too late?" Right at that moment, Delang rode on his skeletal horse, which was ablaze with deep purple dark fire, frantically speeding through the rugged crags to keep up with Damien. He fully revealed his manic face, with glowing eyes and a twisted smile. Screaming in pure mania, Don't you dare think you can escape from me. The demonic horse lunged straight down from above, aiming directly at Damien, in an attempt to crush him in an instant. Facing the sudden attack, Damien agilely swung his holy sword, creating a slash of deep purple spiritual energy that ripped through the air. The precise slash tore the skeletal horse to pieces, throwing Delang down to the ground, leaving him coughing violently in pain. Without giving his opponent time to react, Damien coldly delivered a 1,000-pound stomp to Delang's chest, making him groan. Standing tall with his sword pressed against the enemy's neck, Damien spoke in a low voice. "Uh-huh. In the end, it's just the two of us left, huh? At this point, even if God himself came down, he couldn't save you, you bastard." Even though he was subdued, Delang still wore a sickening smile. He appeared astonished that Damien could bypass Kai to make it all the way here. He glared at him with a completely twisted expression and yelled, "Oh wow, you truly are the absolute best." Damien delivered a thunderous kick, sending the necromancer flying. Delang groaned in pain, standing tall with his sword pressed against the enemy's neck. Damien coldly declared, "After all is said and done, it's just down to the two of us, you piece of filth." Even though he was subdued, Delang still wore a sickening smile. "I must commend you. You actually dared to destroy Kai, my most powerful puppet, just to crawl all the way here. Well, you truly amaze me." Damien narrowed his eyes with murderous intent. He growled, demanding, "Answer me quickly. Who gave that dark magical item to you? Who the hell is that bastard?" Just as Damien was cornering his enemy, a giant phantom in the form of a demonic spider suddenly manifested right behind him, radiating a menacing, dark pressure. A flesh and blood golem frantically rushed in to attack, forcing Damien to agilely dodge out of the way. He wondered in astonishment. Why did another flesh and blood golem suddenly crawl out from here? Seeing his prey getting confused, Delang smiled sinisterly. "Are you astonished by the sudden presence of these undead? How is that, my precious material? Have you ever wondered how the corpses infesting this dungeon could be transported here without leaving any traces behind?" Delang raised his hand and revealed the secret. "It is all thanks to this spatial pouch right here." He proudly summoned an entire legion of undead, glowing with deep purple spiritual energy from inside the magical pouch. Delang smugly asserted, "Even if these monsters' strength cannot compare to Kai's, their numbers inside are still plenty." Looking at the monster army looming large, as they surrounded him from all sides, Damien could only utter in shock, "A spatial pouch?" Damien's gaze turned piercingly cold. He silently made up his mind. "Then I'll just kill you and seize it." Standing before the giant spider golem, Delang never stopped fantasizing about his manic experiments. He admitted, "Though I currently have no creation that has reached absolute perfection like Kai, if I use you as the material, it will definitely create a masterpiece that far surpasses him." The necromancer's glowing purple eyes showed pure madness, as he frantically ordered all the monsters to charge and capture Damien alive for him. Facing the horde of undead frantically rushing forward, Damien calmly assessed that the mana in his body had been reinforced. Perhaps, at this moment, he was strong enough to execute that technique. He began to activate the true essence of the heavenly principle, sword, something of which he had only scratched the surface. Until now, the sword erupted, releasing a powerful, deep purple spiritual energy that radiated shockwaves of energy. Damien's eyes flashed brilliantly. He prepared to unleash the legendary signature technique of the sword music master. Fierce sound of the mountain crusher. An earth-shattering explosion of energy burst forth from Damien's position, wiping out the entire undead army in just a single split second. Insanely cool, it feels no different from a cinematic movie. The rampaging torrent of power ripped through the air, crushing every single obstacle into smithereens. Witnessing this shocking spectacle, Delang was so flabbergasted that he froze. He could not believe that his wonderful puppets had been annihilated so swiftly, leaving behind nothing but piles of slimy black fluid on the ground like that. Damien leisurely stepped out from the cloud of dust with the glowing sword in his hand. He mockingly asked, "Is this all there is to the dramatic play that you put so much time and effort into preparing?" "Uh-huh." Looking at the terrified expression on the necromancer's face, Damien flashed a highly sinister smile and proposed that the two of them continue the QA session, left unfinished earlier. His eyes shone threateningly as he loudly declared, "Your job is just to answer, while I will be the one asking the questions." Delang trembled in absolute dread. He bitterly realized that Damien's combat power had completely surpassed all of his initial calculations. Delang gnashed his teeth, his hand tightly gripping the deep purple magical mass that was radiating a heavy pressure. He thought to himself that although he hadn't yet perfected the regulation of the reinforced mana in this critical situation, he had no other choice but to risk his life. At this point, the only option is to go all in. Win and you take it all, lose and you go to the afterlife to enjoy incense. Witnessing the sudden, violent surge of dark aura, Damien narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Do you still have another puppet left to unleash? DeLange broke into a manic, twisted smile. He declared, I never expected. The day would come when I'd have to resort to this desperate measure. While I'm still breathing. The necromancer's entire body began to mutate horrifically, glowing purple tentacles sprouting from his back and his legs, turning into demonic claws. He transformed into a manic, muscular monster, radiating a dense, dark, murderous aura that enveloped Damien. DeLange roared with pure fanaticism, asserting that he himself would take action directly to finish off Damien right here. People who are usually delusional exit the stage very early, my friends. At the same time, in another area of the dungeon, the battle between Agnes and the golem, Kai had also reached its climax. An explosion of deep purple spiritual energy ripped through the dungeon space, creating rampaging torrents of energy that blew away everything around them. Unflinching before the monster's power, Agnes erupted with a blazing blue holy fire, her body shining as brilliantly as a guardian star. Amidst the dark night, she rushed forward like a flash of lightning, delivering a 1,000-pound blow straight at Kai's giant form. The impact was so powerful that it shattered the ground, creating violent shockwaves that shook the entire dungeon. Agnes agilely backed away into a defensive stance, her eyes flashing with pure determination as she prepared for the decisive assault. The bloody battle unfolded with intense ferocity as Agnes continuously unleashed punches and slashes, infused with the power of the holy fire, closing in with terrifying speed. She delivered a thunderous punch straight to the monster's face, leaving it completely dazed. With a powerful shout, Agnes channeled all her spiritual energy into a finishing blow, creating a massive, cross-shaped pillar of blue fire that engulfed the enemy's entire grotesque form in a blinding light. This side looks like a neck-and-neck match too. An earth-shattering collision erupted at the center of the dungeon. Agnes, in her holy crest state, exerted her full strength to push back Kai's giant form. Amidst the crumbling debris and dense cloud of dust, a faint, broken call suddenly echoed from the monster. Agnes. Agnes froze. Her eyes, which were glowing with spiritual energy, suddenly wavering violently. She was flabbergasted as she recognizing the soul of her older brother was still screaming inside that grotesque flesh. Hearing that is truly heartbreaking. If I witnessed my relative like that, I'd probably faint on the spot. Tears streamed down the bleeding face of the holy knight as she saw the dying breath of her relative trying to call out her name. Kai's golem body continuously trembled, his glowing red eyes filled with agony and regret. From the depths of his manipulated mind, the true voice of Agnes's older brother echoed with intense earnestness. Save. Kill. Please kill me. The plea to be liberated from this monstrous existence was like a knife, stabbing straight through Agnes's heart. She choked back a sob, unable to contain her ultimate grief upon seeing her older brother having to endure the brutal torture of dark magic. Agnes leisurely walked toward the giant dark shadow. The call, brother, echoed sorrowfully through the dark space. As tears continuously streamed down, Agnes looked straight at Kai's lifeless face. With a painful resolve, she understood that the only mercy at this moment was to end this agonizing existence for him. Agnes clenched her fist tightly, her entire body erupting with a blazing blue fire serpent, more powerful than ever before. She whispered with a choked breath. I understand. Agnes rushed forward, channeling all the power of the holy fire into her final attack. Head on, she delivered a thunderous punch to the monster's chest to liberate her brother's soul. The words uttered by someone who had been turned into a flesh golem were their final obsession before passing away. Amidst the holy flames that were incinerating the demonic form, Kai still struggled to make his final sounds. Agnes embraced her older brother's dissolving body. She whispered through her tears. That's why I can deeply understand what you want to say. Yes, brother. I am still right here by your side. In the final moment, before completely dissolving into nothingness, Kai faintly muttered a peaceful last word. Agnes, please finish me off. Until the very end, he absolutely refused to harm his little sister, didn't he? Agnes choked back tears as she embraced her brother's grotesque form. She deeply understood his ultimate agony, while being imprisoned in this half-living, half-dead corpse, where his soul never stopped screaming, begging for liberation. Amidst his ragged breaths, the monster, Kai faintly muttered his final plea. Kill me, Agnes. Agnes sobbed in pain. She whispered as if to soothe the shattering soul. You have had to endure far too much already. Brother, you must have been in so much pain, right? In that moment on the boundary between life and death, Kai's lifeless face suddenly became unusually peaceful. He softly conveyed his final wish. Thank you, my little sister. Memories of a beautiful childhood suddenly rushed back. The image of her older brother standing tall in his knight armor, holding his little sister tightly in his arms. His warm voice echoed in her mind. And I am also so very sorry. From now on, you must live very resiliently. Do you hear me clearly? Oh, come on. Don't let him fade away so soon. Oh my God. Returning to the harsh reality in the dark dungeon, Agnes wept bitterly. The blue flames of the holy crest were still blazing around her trembling body. Choking back tears, she promised the soul of the deceased. Yes, I promise I will do that. I will live well for your sake too. Agnes's trembling hands reached out, but could only grasp the empty air. She screamed in despair. Brother, oh brother. Kai's form gradually dissolved into radiant blue spots of light, drifting in the dark space. Like a final farewell. Take care, my sister. Agnes collapsed, her tear-blurred eyes watching the remnants of her older brother's soul completely dissolve into nothingness, leaving an immense void in her heart. Salty tears continuously streamed down the sorrowful face of the holy knight. Amidst the vast and cold dungeon, the small silhouette of Agnes knelt alone at the foot of the steep cliffs. Her chokeback cries faded into the silent, gloomy space. Delang let out a manic roar. He never expected that while still alive, the day would come when he'd have to resort to this desperate measure. How do these villains manage to live such a carefree life? A deep purple dark aura erupted violently, sweeping up the souls of the deceased. To begin a horrific mutation process, the necromancer's body gradually fused with a grotesque form, turning him into a menacing, half-human, half-beast monster. Right before Damien's eyes. Looking at that monstrous appearance, Damien narrowed his eyes in suspicion. He could not believe that the enemy could actually execute a fusion technique with a golem. This was a combat form that even in his past life, he had never witnessed. Damien silently assessed that, on the front lines of his past life, precisely because of his presence, this bastard only dared to hide away in a dark corner, and never had the chance to display this true form. Delang smiled sinisterly and loudly declared, "You are the first to force me to pull out my trump card." Therefore, his eyes flashing with purple spiritual energy, Delang screamed with pure fanaticism, "I must have you at all costs. Do you think you're some CEO? Who wants to possess a cute little girl or something?" Beams of destructive, dark magic shot out consecutively from the energy orb, plowing through the dungeon's stone floor in shocking explosions. Damien agilely dodged out of the way, evading the streams of firepower frantically sweeping across. He silently identified, this is exactly the magic of the destruction school. He was flabbergasted to realize the enemy's cruelty, upon seeing that even other dark mages had been turned into golems by him. To serve his ambition, a swing of a giant claw ripped through the air, aiming straight at Damien. But he was as quick as lightning, vaulting into the air to neutralize the attack. The monster, Delang frantically rushed forward with terrifying speed, intending to crush his opponent in a 1,000-pound tackle. However, amidst the dense cloud of dust, Damien suddenly appeared right above him, with eyes flashing powerfully and murderous intent filling the air. His sudden appearance left Delang flabbergasted in astonishment. The necromancer only managed to let out a terrified, "Oh my God, what is that?" as the blade was already right in front of his face. Damien vaulted into the air, swinging his holy sword to deliver a thunderous strike that ripped through space, aiming straight at Delang. The slash carried a terrifying power, making the necromancer scream in agony as he was crushed head-on by the torrent of spiritual energy. Damien silently assessed in astonishment. Even the Fury School is included? The attack was so powerful that it sent Delang's grotesque form flying back, forcing him to brace himself against the brutal aftershocks. Delang frantically accumulated a massive dark magic orb glowing with purple, spiritual energy right in the palm of his hand. He broke into a manic, twisted smile and yelled, "Struggling is useless. Obediently become the materials to offer to that person." A stream of destructive firepower was unleashed, engulfing Damien's position. In a shocking explosion, Delang burst into a smug laughter. "Ha! How do you like that, darling? Pretty intense, huh? If you can't handle it, just say the word." He arrogantly declared that he was currently the collective masterpiece of dark magic, a true masterpiece that could not be defeated. Facing that arrogance, Damien merely smirked, wearing a smile full of contempt. He silently mocked how these fiends always assumed that their dark magic was supreme. An ancient magical crest suddenly glowed brightly on Damien's ringed hand, radiating a terrifying, soul-shaking pressure. He coldly mocked the sheer ignorance of his enemy. A bunch who don't even know the first thing about dark magic, trying to act high and mighty before whom. Immediately, a giant demonic phantom with eyes flashing, with purple spiritual energy erupted from Damien's body. radiating a dense, dark, murderous aura that enveloped the entire dungeon in a deathly atmosphere. Witnessing that evil magical power, Delang was so flabbergasted that his face became completely distorted. He trembled and screamed in absolute dread. This is dark mana. In the church's subjugation team, there's someone who uses dark mana. He could not believe his eyes upon seeing a person of the church possess such pure dark power. He demanded in terror, "What on earth are you?" Surprise, surprise. Don't get too shocked and drop dead, darling. Standing at the center of an ancient magic circle that was radiating destructive power, Damien coldly declared, "I will show you what true dark magic is." Delang looked on, flabbergasted, at the purplish-black energy swirling around Damien, and muttered trustingly, What is that?" He recognized that this was a type of dark magic he had never witnessed before. A horrific omen was spreading throughout his body, leaving him unable to hide his terror. "It's a dark magic I've never seen before. A bad omen is coursing through my entire body." Sensing an extreme threat, Delang gnashed his teeth and rushed forward, frantically yelling, "That thing is too dangerous. Whatever it is definitely a high level dark magic. I must kill him before he finishes the incantation." However, right as Delang closed in, his dark mana suddenly dissipated. In utter astonishment, "My dark mana is dissipating?" He was flabbergasted to realize that Damien seemed to possess a magical artifact, exactly like that person's, and frantically demanded, "Why, you also have that person's magical artifact?" "No, how is that possible? What on earth are you?" Damien quietly reached out his hand. The ancient magic circles immediately activated, shooting out chains of deep purple energy that tightly bound Delang and dealt a heavy blow, leaving him only enough time to let out an ack. Being tightly bound, Delang was initially disdainful, assuming these were just ordinary binding chains. He arrogantly declared, "And here I thought it was something impressive. Turns out it's just binding chains. This kind of trash I can easily." However, he soon realized that his body could not move at all. "And my body can't move? Serves you right. Hoist with your own petard. Wipe that smirk off your face." Damien coldly stepped forward and poured cold water on him. "Not just your body, but even your mana cannot be used either." In utter despair, Delang asked tremblingly, "Who on earth are you to know this dark magic?" Damien didn't care in the slightest about that question. He lightly snapped his fingers, causing the chains to instantly tighten and slam Delang's face hard down onto the stone floor. Looking down from above at the writhing, defeated enemy, Damien growled, delivering his judgment and order. "Save it. Reveal the location of Dorogo right now." Damien's piercingly cold gaze left Delang rolling his eyes up in absolute dread. Driven into a corner, Delang rolled his glowing purple eyes up in sheer terror. He tremblingly demanded, "How? Do you know that person's true name?" In his delusion, the necromancer began to speculate about Damien's true identity. "Could it be that you are also a contractor of that person?" In response to that panic, Damien maintained his cold, expressionless face. He only dropped a decisive command. "Stop asking so many questions. Just answer whatever you are asked, please." The dark chains tightened, causing Delang to cough violently in agony. Cack. Ack. But he still managed to flash a manic smile. "I don't know why a contractor like you would betray him." But Delang glared at Damien defiantly. "But do you think I'll just talk because you do this?" He knew full well that Damien had the ability to kill the host and then question the soul directly. But the necromancer had already prepared a brutal, desperate measure. He burst into a smug laughter. "That's right. If you are also a dark mage, then of course it would be like that. But guess what? My soul has long been placed under a restriction." Damien's expression changed slightly as he realized his opponent's madness. "What?" Delang screamed in pure fanaticism. To protect the secret about Dorogo, he had placed a restriction on himself. The moment he is questioned, his soul will instantly dissipate. A deep purple magic circle glowed brightly right on Delang's chest, radiating a menacing torrent of energy, forcing Damien to silently curse. Damn it, this absolute mad dog. Did he really install a restriction? Delang laughed despicably. He challenged Damien, claiming he would never be able to pry any information out of his mouth. He frantically urged, "Come on, kill me. It's a shame I couldn't turn a material like you into a puppet. But if I can die for that person, then it is something to rejoice about." Damien covered his face, his breathing becoming heavy with murderous intent. He coldly declared, "Yes, you will be killed, but they will be the ones to do it." Delang was left bewildered, not understanding what Damien was implying. But immediately, blue phantoms filled with resentment began to manifest from thin air. Damien exposed the bitter truth. "They are the souls of those who died by your hands." The dark chains still tightly locked Delang down, leaving him completely helpless against the incoming vengeful spirits. Amidst the encirclement of tens of thousands of screaming souls, Damien explained that around a dark mage, There are always vengeful spirits tag-alongs. But normally, they are obscured by dark mana, so they cannot be seen. He smirked slightly. But for you, whose mana has been entirely sealed, by my spell, you will see them just fine. You know it too. The most painful type of execution magic in the world. Of dark mages. That is exactly the punishment. Where resentful spirits gnaw at your soul until you die. Immediately, the horde of hungry ghosts rushed in to tear Delang's body apart, making him scream horribly in ultimate agony. Heh, the moment has finally arrived. The necromancer completely broke down. He begged in sheer despair. Wait, this spell is too much. Don't. Please, just kill me, I beg you. Damien stood by, coldly watching. He ruthlessly reminded him that the pain of being gnawed by spirits is 10 times worse than being burned alive. Damien growled. Feel it well, the resentment of thousands of spirits. Delang's heartbreaking screams echoed throughout the dark dungeon. The screaming gradually faded into the silent space of the cold stone corridors, where only dry skeletons and flickering candlelight remained. Deep inside a secret room, glowing with an eerie purple light, an ancient magic circle was radiating a powerful energy. At the center of the magic formation, a girl with fiery red hair sat holding her knees in deep gloom. Suddenly, she snapped her head up, her glowing red eyes radiating a terrifying murderous aura, signaling a highly dangerous presence. Damien coldly commanded Delang to feel this pain thoroughly. That was the accumulated resentment from thousands of spirits who had lost their lives at his hands. Delang screamed horribly in sheer despair, as his soul was torn apart by the blue phantoms filled with hatred. As you sow, so shall you reap, my friends. So let's go to the afterlife and enjoy some incense. Witnessing the enemy being gnawed away, Damien silently thought that this guy was indeed very troublesome. However, he also felt fortunate that he didn't personally take action to finish him off right in front of the church knights, thus avoiding any suspicion. Looking at the surrounding souls, Damien advised them to quickly pass on to the afterlife. Sensing that the holy knights were on their way back, he swiftly utilized his ability to completely erase all traces of dark mana at the scene. Damien wore a highly calculating smile, silently reminding himself to quickly finish up. Gathering the spoils of war from the necromancer, Damien leisurely walked deeper inside, which was exactly Delang's secret research room. The dark room was full of chains and white bones, radiating a spine-chilling atmosphere. Even though he told them to pass on, the phantoms still clung to Damien without leaving, making him wonder why they refused to go. Suddenly, Damien's gaze stopped before a giant mirror, placed in the middle of the room. Relying on his memories from his past life, he quickly recognized that this was the dark magical item used to directly connect with Dorogo. That's my boy, agile, powerful, and intelligent. Damien stepped closer. He silently hoped that if he could establish contact with him through this mirror, then finding Dorogo's hiding place would become easier than ever. He brought his hand, which was glowing with purple spiritual energy, to lightly touch the mirror's surface, causing it to immediately erupt with blinding streams of eerie energy. However, after a while of attempting to connect, Damien's face suddenly turned solemn and full of doubt. He realized that Delang seemed to have lost contact with Dorogo for a very long time, and this left him wondering about the true reason behind that silence. Damien thoughtfully calculated. He recalled that Dorogo used to value him so much that he promoted him all the way to the position of Legion Commander. So surely, he would not easily throw away such a useful chess piece. He wondered if it was because he defeated Euron much earlier than in his past life, causing the mastermind to proactively cut off all traces to hide away. A sudden, shocking, rumbling sound echoed, making Damien gnash his teeth in anger. That cunning bastard. What's happening next? Things just keep coming one after another. Right after that, Damien discovered an anomaly amidst the debris and white bones. A secret door was gradually revealed. Sensing something highly suspicious, he slipped inside the dark room, hoping to find a few more mana storage bracelets. But then, a bad premonition suddenly washed over him. Damien's gaze stopped before an item on the wall. He gasped, "Oh wait, hold on for about 5 seconds. It seems this thing is a map, right?" Even as he reached out his hand to take it, a pair of glowing purple eyes suddenly flashed from within the deep darkness. A figure with a chain around their neck frantically rushed forward to attack, leaving Damien only enough time to utter in surprise, "Clang." An ear-splitting collision echoed as Damien channeled strength into his fist to block the stranger's attack. He was flabbergasted to realize that though the creator was dead, this puppet could still move flexibly. On its own, it was a girl with fiery red hair and eerie purple eyes, radiating a dense murderous aura. Damien narrowed his eyes and assessed. "You even have the ability to regenerate. No wonder I don't see any stitches." He quietly stood, facing the monster, which was growling in pure madness. Damien stared intently at the red-haired girl, who was chained at the center of the magic circle, and pondered. Hey, come here and take a look at this. Does it have an ego? He realized. This is not an ordinary, lifeless puppet, but rather, it seems the malice of the wronged spirits had surged and blended together to form a distinct ego. Looking at the way the girl was strictly chained and imprisoned, Damien understood that this willful existence was probably not part of the necromancer's original intention, though it was a bit bizarre from Damien's perspective. An undead is still an undead. He decisively unsheathed his sword. Just wait a little longer. I'll hook you up with a fast and clean ticket out of here. However, right as the blade was swung up, the blue phantoms suddenly manifested to shield the girl, forcing him to freeze in utter suspicion. What are you ghosts doing? A painful spirit begged. Please, Sir Knight. This child was born from sheer hatred. The dark mage turned her into this state. The soul earnestly pleaded with Damien to take the child in, so that she would have a chance to help destroy the dark mages, as her abilities would certainly be of great help to him. Damien asked solemnly, is she your family? Receiving confirming nods from the ghosts, he looked toward the girl and asked for her name. The spirit faintly replied, it's Mia, prompting the little girl to look up with wide eyes at Damien, filled with anticipation and hope. Damien decisively swung his sword, slashing through the chains that bound the girl. He coldly warned the spirits that, if she dared attack humans or prove to be useless, he would personally purge her right then and there. Seeing Mia cheering in excitement at being free, Damien smirked slightly, satisfied that gathering the spoils of war in this dungeon was finally complete. He leisurely walked away and signaled for everyone to head back out. A moment later, Gamun and Dionisio hurried back with reinforcements. But everyone had to freeze before a shocking sight. Damien nonchalantly appeared, holding the severed head of the necromancer Delang in one hand, while supporting the still-shocked Agnes with the other. Everyone was utterly astounded that he could annihilate an opponent of a unique grade caliber without sustaining a single scratch, forcing Damien to quickly fabricate a generic reason to cover up his true strength. The strong usually have a habit of hiding their true power, huh? He's probably afraid that being too famous makes it hard to get a girlfriend. The aftermath of the treason was also quickly handled. As the traitor, Sanus was tightly bound with chains and safely escorted to the tribunal of the church headquarters to face judgment. Good news continued to arrive when Magada, who was thought to be on the brink of death with the most severe injuries, managed to miraculously recover. Thus, the core forces of the church, who were supposed to have lost their lives in the past life, had all fortunately survived and returned, thanks to Damien's intervention. When everything was settled, Damien packed his bags to leave. He smiled faintly. Thank you, Knight Agnes. Agnes hurriedly tried to hold him back. Are you leaving already? Let me prepare a carriage to escort. Damien waved his hand in refusal. No need. I have a place I need to stop by, so I intend to head out right away. Agnes anxiously asked if he was going home, making Damien smile wryly. Oh dear. I left the house without saying a word to my father. He must be throwing a fit at home right now. He shuddered, recalling the image of Viscount Paul roaring with rage, because his eldest son dared to rush into danger without asking for permission. Damien humorously shared his plan. I intend to travel for a while and wait until he cools down before returning. Agnes smiled faintly and said, then please drop by the church in the future as well. She explained that the success of this subjugation was entirely thanks to Damien. Furthermore, exposing Knight Sanus was a massive achievement, so the headquarters wanted to personally reward him at the magnificent sanctuary of the church. Damien nodded. Oh, then if there is an opportunity, I will definitely come. In his mind, he began to calculate. If they are giving it, I must accept it. So what should I demand? Agnes radiantly promised. If you come, just look for me. I will welcome you thoughtfully. She bowed her head slightly in deep respect, sending her most sincere gratitude, because thanks to Damien, she was able to avenge her profound hatred and save her older brother's soul. Touch wood, having his help. If it were me, I might even fall in love with him on the spot. Damien quietly watched Agnes's departing figure. He silently assessed that the biggest harvest from this subjugation campaign was stopping Sanus and saving Agnes's life. For Agnes, who had just unlocked her holy soul, would later become an immense combat asset in the war of destruction initiated by Dorogo. So, see you again down the road. Damien waved goodbye, and then leisurely walked along the trail, leaving the convoy behind. Despite having just achieved a great exploit, deep down inside, he couldn't help but worry, telling himself that this much was still not enough to confront the mighty legion of Dorogo. Whatever anyone says, my boy still keeps a cool head in every situation. Damien understood clearly that he had to make use of his time to eliminate whichever subordinate he could before his faction reached full maturity. He opened the old, worn-out map to examine it. His eyes narrowing with calculation as he silently decided. So let's start from here, shall we? At a secret base of the organization, Euron hidden deep within the Dragon's Whistle mountain range. The atmosphere was shrouded in absolute panic. The remaining dark mages sat around a round table, tremblingly discussing the terrible news they had just received. Have you heard? The church has wiped out the necromancer. Another mage gnashed his teeth in utter despair. Damn it. The leaders are all dead too. Now we are the only ones left. While they were in utter confusion, a massive explosion suddenly ripped through space, leaving one mage only enough time to gasp out, cough. In utter shock, a cold voice suddenly echoed from within the darkness. Do you know what dark mages and rats have in common? The mages gasped in terror and yelled, What the fuck? Who on earth is that? Where did he come from out of nowhere? Damien leisurely stepped out, his hand crushing a grotesque object leaking purple smoke, and nonchalantly continued his words, living covertly in the dark and spreading plagues. His eyes flashed with a murderous aura, looking straight at the trembling mice. Damien coldly declared, So, how could I possibly leave you guys alone? Standing right next to him at this moment was Mia, the girl with beast ears who was growling menacingly. With eyes flashing a fiery red, the dark mages were flabbergasted to recognize her background. Hitch that. That's the thing the necromancer created. They could not believe that Delang's ultimate weapon was now standing on the opponent's side. Damien smirked slightly, his eyes flashing in a manic manner as he issued a decisive command. Finish them, Mia. It's time for these little mice to send off. Immediately, Mia let out an earth-shattering roar, and then rushed forward like a whirlwind, beginning a bloody massacre. In a bustling tavern within the Empire, the buzzing chatter was converging on a hot topic. You know what? The matter about the dark mages, who have been operating around the Empire lately. Another person immediately chimed in. Oh, I know. The dark mage, who chops down other dark mages like firewood, right? Rumors spread far and wide that because he lost his entire family to dark mages, he himself had embarked on this heretical path. Some people praised him as a pitiful hero, but others disdainfully thought, what hero? At most, he's just a dark mage, who specializes in torturing human souls, nothing more. A citizen spoke up to correct them. He's only taking them from the souls of other dark mages. When asked about the title of the one who specializes in chopping down other dark mages like firewood, everyone chorused. The name Victor was suddenly called out. Right at this moment, the real Victor was standing at the reception desk and spoke up. I'm here to pick up the luggage left under my name. The moment they heard that name, the entire tavern suddenly fell silent for a brief moment, before erupting into absolute, terrifying chaos. Frantic screams echoed. Yikes. I didn't say anything. Run. Everyone frantically fled from the tavern. Some even screamed loudly, demanding that the church be called immediately for reinforcements. Everyone must be terrified. They might be traumatized for the rest of their lives. No kidding. Amidst the cluttered tables and chairs and the empty space, Victor could only wonder in confusion. What on earth? The young boy looked at the letter in his hand and thought. It's been 3 months since the young master sent a letter, which is why I traveled all the way here. Yet, I don't know why. Whenever I mention my name, the people around me just throw such a huge fit. Victor dejectedly walked toward the corner of the room to pick up the item his young master had sent. Let's see. This is the item the young master sent. Suddenly, a heavily hooded dark figure leisurely appeared behind him and asked in a deep voice, Is your real name Victor? Seeing Victor innocently confirm it, he narrowed his eyes and asked again with suspicion, The firewood chopper? Still not realizing the danger, Victor even confidently bragged, I'm actually pretty good at chopping firewood. Immediately, the stranger revealed his face, eyes flashing red, with murderous intent as he roared in hatred. So it is you. To think you'd look this stupid. A deep purple dark aura erupted violently. He frantically declared, I will avenge the elders. A sharp sword strike suddenly ripped through space, slashing down the dark mage head-on, the exact moment he intended to strike. Fresh blood splattered amidst the torrent of powerful, blue spiritual energy. Damien stood tall, appearing behind Victor. He smirked slightly and mocked. Hey, Victor, we haven't seen each other for a short while, but it looks like you've become quite a big shot, huh? Witnessing his savior appear right on time, Victor burst with emotion. The young boy cried out, You young master. Damien stood tall with an easygoing demeanor, his hand gripping the glowing sword tightly, as he looked at his close servant with a radiant smile. Have you been well? Victor waffed while grumbling incessantly about the bizarre title of Victor the Firewood Chopper being rumored everywhere. The young boy cried out in frustration that it was too much for him to be labeled as an evil dark mage, then huffed and demanded to see that impersonator's face just once, to know who it is and drag him to justice. Witnessing his servant's fury, Damien could only smile wryly and silently apologize in his heart, because in reality, he He was the one who had borrowed Victor's name to hide his identity and movements. During all this past time, it feels a tiny bit guilty, but whatever. Damien lightly changed the subject, anxiously asking if his father had cooled his anger yet. After his sneaky elopement from home, Victor cheerfully reassured him that Viscount Paul seemed to have calmed down a lot. Every day, he would stand by the window, staring blankly, waiting for his son to return. However, upon hearing Victor confirm that his father was holding something very firmly in his hand, every time he looked out the door, Damien suddenly broke into a cold sweat, realizing that the situation was not fine at all. Visualizing the image of his father tightly gripping a wooden cane with blue veins popping all over his hands, he bitterly understood that his father's thunderous rage was still there, and a thunderous beating was waiting for him back home. Just like the scene every time you come home late from hanging out. Father must have a giant rod ready at home already. Damien hurriedly asked about the status of the other family members to see if anything had happened during his absence. Victor suddenly remembered an important matter and announced that Lady Louise was about to have a marriage proposal. This news gave Damien a startled fright. He immediately asked on high alert whether it was the dark mages playing tricks again, but it turned out to be actual good news. Victor excitedly told him that Lord Van Radwigo was finally about to complete his long-term business trip abroad. To return, the young boy firmly asserted that as soon as this fiancé returned, his older sister's wedding would be held immediately, amidst the joy of the entire family. Victor added that after the young lady gets married, now in the house, only young master Damien remained single. Hearing this, Damien fell silent with emotion, his eyes gleaming with relief and ultimate happiness. He silently thought to himself, I have finally preserved my sister's love, something precious that I accidentally destroyed with my own hands in my past life. Unable to wait even another second, Damien decisively shouted out, demanding the whole group to return home immediately to join the joy, regardless of Victor's grumbling and bewilderment. Because they had just arrived and hadn't even rested for a single day as planned, Damien still hurriedly urged everyone to quickly cross the bridge to make it home in time. Damien and Mia quickly moved through the streets, but he suddenly froze when he sensed something unusual. Even though the aura was extremely faint, Damien asserted firmly, though it's faint, it is definitely dark mana. Seeing Victor sweating profusely, bracing himself to carry the luggage and suggesting, as expected, we should still stay for one night. Damien, who was in a hurry, suddenly changed his mind and agreed to stay, much to the bewilderment of his servant. What now? Why do you keep changing your mind at every turn? He silently thought to himself. The real reason is that I haven't finished cleaning up the rats yet. That night, at a dark fortress located on the outskirts of the town, the purge began. Mia displayed her terrifying strength. She frantically attacked and crushed the dark guards with only her bare hands. Miserable screams of echoed amidst explosions and blazing fires. As Mia swept through the entire base, Damien leisurely stepped into the middle of the debris. He nodded in satisfaction. Well done, Mia. He did praise her, but in a humble style. Stepping deep inside, Damien observed his surroundings and said, I heard the items they transported earlier are here, and they even reverently displayed them. What did they hide here? Looking at the coffin, solemnly placed on a high platform, he muttered in suspicion. Suddenly, a warning paper stuck on the coffin lid made Damien freeze. Warning, the item that person is searching for. Handle with care. The bizarre ancient characters and the mysterious title immediately made Damien link it to that person's name. If it's the person the dark mages often mention, then it's Drogo. His eyes flashed with triumph. Damien smirked slightly. I finally found it. For the past 3 months, I have been relentlessly tracking his trail, yet I couldn't find it. Without a second of hesitation, Damien swung his sword, delivering powerful strikes that shattered the stone coffin lid. As the dense smoke and dust dissipated, it left Damien stunned, astonished at what was appearing before his eyes. This is. Memories of his past life suddenly rushed back. He was flabbergasted to recognize the weapon he used to use when he was a Death Knight. A powerful, deep purple dark aura radiated from the sword of grotesque beauty, lying silently inside. That was exactly the magic sword Erebos. That's right. Aside from the purpose of bringing down the Empire, Drogo also valued another ultimate goal, which was to find all the fragments of this magic sword. To fully restore it, Damien stood before the stone coffin, staring intently at the sword radiating a torrent of purple spiritual energy, and silently wondered, when it reached my hands, it was already more than half restored. Yet at present, it's only at this level. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light burst out from inside the coffin, making him gasp in terror. Amidst the brilliant glow, Damien, stunned, called out the name, Erebos. He looked down in flabbergasted disbelief at his arm, which was glowing with an ancient magical crest. It's recognizing me as its master again? What kind of sorcery is this? This is the first time I've ever seen him look so bewildered, you know. Damien could not believe this reality. Because even during his time as a Death Knight in his past life, it took him half a year of relentless struggle to be recognized by this magic sword. Looking at the crest on his hand, Damien blankly asked himself, it still remembers me? No, how could that be possible? Just as he was about to reach out and touch it, a dark figure with green hair suddenly rushed forward to launch a lightning-fast attack. Hey there. If you dare touch that person's item with even a single finger, you'll be dead meat right on the spot. Damien only had time to widen his eyes, astonished by the sudden assassination attempt. Aimed straight at his flank, Damien braced himself to withstand the 1,000-pound collision. He coldly exposed the enemy, the dark mage who controlled that bizarre undead, and then attacked us. It's you, isn't it? The attacker revealed themselves with an eerie, manic smile. You've crossed the line this time, haven't you, Victor the Firewood Chopper? Sensing that Mia was about to rush in to help, Damien immediately stopped her. Stop. Mia, that's not an opponent you can handle. Seeing that, Damien seemed to have seen through everything. The strange androgynous figure asked in surprise. Oh my, you know me? Damien nonchalantly replied. Just a bit. Aren't you Sela? An executive of Pandemonium, the largest dark mage organization on the continent. Sela smirked, laughing eerily at the opponent's knowledge. It looks like you've put quite some effort into investigating a lot of information, huh? Then you probably know how great my prowess is, right? So are you ready to face death now? A grand dark mage. Do you really think someone like you can be a match for me? She radiated a highly oppressive, deep purple dark aura, making the surrounding space turn suffocatingly heavy. Damien tightened his grip on his sword hilt, silently assessing the strength of both sides. Judging by Knight standards, she's a master-level powerhouse. As for me right now, at most I'm only at the peak of the high grade. It's still way too early to confront a master. He looked down at the magic sword's glowing crest on his arm, deliberating his options. What now? Should I use dark mana again? Or Erebos? No, the space is too cramped to use Erebos' power. While the atmosphere was as tense as a guitar string, a long yawn suddenly echoed, breaking the silence. Yawn on. A young boy with disheveled blue hair and sharp ears leisurely stepped out. While scratching his belly he mumbled, how troublesome. Who's making such a racket? Huh, wait, when did I fall asleep? This sudden appearance made Damien, Mia, and even Sela freeze in absolute astonishment. Damien narrowed his eyes in utter suspicion. Huh, the boy still hadn't noticed the presence of those around him. He rubbed his still sleepy eyes and asked blankly, where on earth am I? The blue-haired boy's long yawn suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. While blankly scratching his belly, he mumbled, what's all this noise? And where is this place anyway? This sudden appearance left both Damien and Mia utterly stunned and astonished. But deep within his heart, Damien felt a surge of ultimate shock. Why is this old man here? The boy vaguely wondered if he had been woken up by the tremors of the battle, then looked curiously toward Mia. What kind of thing is this cat? Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a piercing coldness as he directed his gaze toward Sela. Oh, unless I've gone stupid from sleeping too much. Is that lizard over there Sela? No way. He recognized his acquaintance immediately. Sela was shocked to the point that her face contorted. She could not believe that the target had woken up, because originally, she had to spend an entire month using poisonous incense, just to make this entity fall into a deep sleep. The boy coldly declared that he roughly understood what she had just done to him, and then suddenly vaulted forward, moving at a terrifying speed. A punch carrying the force of thunder struck straight at Sela, along with a roar full of rage. Do you want to die? Now she's really in for it. Let's wait and see who comes out on top. Damien was flabbergasted to realize the true identity of the person standing before him. The mercenary king, Cass Hopper. This was the very opponent who, in his past life, when he was still a Death Knight, took Damien a whole week of nonstop fighting to barely defeat. A massive explosion of blue energy shook the entire fortress. Damien quickly picked Mia up to escape from the danger zone, while silently assessing. This is the leader of the strongest mercenary group on the continent, a superhuman, carrying half-dragon blood with immense pride. Sela gnashed her teeth, trying to take advantage of the moment Cass wasn't fully awake, to launch a counterattack. Ugh, I must take advantage while he's not fully conscious. To suppress him again, a giant purple magic circle glowed, brightly, enveloping Cass to form a suffocating energy cage, hoping to subdue the power of the half-dragon blood. Watching from afar, Damien narrowed his eyes on high alert at the sudden turn of events. Amidst the torrent of purple spiritual energy frantically surrounding him, Cass only showed an irritated expression and clicked his tongue. Damn it. Cass Hopper acted with absolute decisiveness. He muttered about how troublesome this woman was, then used his foot to crush Sela down into the ground. A giant pillar of blue light shot from the center of the fortress, straight up into the sky, radiating a powerfully shocking force that ripped through the night sky. Standing on the unconscious corpse of his enemy, Cass nonchalantly admitted that he originally intended to play around a bit, because he saw she had beautiful looks, but he didn't expect her to dare to go too far, which was why he had to take action. Damien observed from afar, silently astonished at the strength that could crush a high-grade expert as easily as breaking a discarded toy. That is exactly one of the only 3 transcendent individuals in the entire world. A true grandmaster. Cass turned to look at Damien. Blue electricity still surrounding his body, and then he fiercely demanded to know, "What kind of brat are you, huh?" Hearing the answer, Cass Hopper burst out into hearty laughter, and quickly recognized his identity. "Oh, is that so? How on earth does he know someone's secret while staying so calm?" "Good grief, you are the honorary knight of the church, Damien Hassan." Damien maintained a respectful attitude, explaining that he only happened to pursue the dark mage, which was why he ended up in this situation. The great leader of the Fania mercenary group, despite being 72 years old, still carried the appearance of a teenager. He laughed out loud, blaming himself for almost accidentally killing his own savior. Damien wondered why, given the senior's level, he allowed himself to fall into such a plight. Cass scratched his head and chuckled, confessing that because he saw Sela's looks were so pretty, he just intended to play around a bit, never expecting the result would turn out to be getting poisoned by the incense. Damien could only smile wryly, silently, assessing that this was truly an incorrigible old man. However, he began to ponder the reason. Drogo wanted to kidnap the mercenary king, and the appearance of the Erebos pressed on his arm. Damien harbored the intention to rummage through the memories in Sela's soul to find the answers, but the presence of the Grandmaster old man, who was staring intently, prevented him from making a move just yet. While Damien and Cass were conversing, from the sky, shouts of "Leader, are you here?" and "Father" echoed, as the members of the Fania mercenary group landed. Cass Hopper looked up and clicked his tongue mockingly. "Oh, my, it's been so long since my signal was sent, and you guys only dare to show your faces now? What's that about?" Turning to Damien, the mercenary king decisively refused to let his benefactor get his hands dirty cleaning up the ruined scene. He laughed heartily and magnanimously. "Giving a reward is the right thing to do. I will open my treasury and transport the reward straight to your house. Ha ha ha." Meanwhile, in a dark dungeon full of malice, the evil entity, Drogo was immersed in insane experiments. While humming an eerie tune, he muttered with fanatical obsession, "Yes, that's it. Just doing it like this will work. Inspiration is surging in my head. Excellent." A subordinate dressed in a sleek suit quietly entered to report the terrible news that Sela had failed in capturing the mercenary king and had lost her life. Drogo frowned slightly with regret for losing a perfect test subject to create a death knight, but his true wrath only erupted when he heard the news that the magic sword Erebos had also vanished. The Grand Wizard roared, "What?" His eyes flashed menacingly with purple spiritual energy. He might just blow up right on the spot. Out of sheer exasperation, a few days later, in a city on the outskirts of the Avalon Kingdom, Damien and Victor finally set foot back in their homeland. Victor laboriously carried a giant luggage bag on his shoulders, while Damien let out a sigh of relief. "We're finally back in the Avalon Kingdom. Now it's only another half a day before we reach home, right?" Even so, deep down, Damien still had a slight regret. He silently thought that after parting with the mercenary king, he had tried to use a secret art to search for Sela's soul in order to extract information. But as expected, she had been placed under strict restrictions, so he couldn't gather anything from that blue magic circle. Victor cheerfully imagined the prospect of the whole family gathering and throwing a huge feast tonight to celebrate. However, Damien broke into a cold sweat due to another worry. Could it be, for some reason, I just have a feeling that father won't let this go easily? The image of Viscount Paul holding a cane, roaring in a thunderous rage, came back to him, making him shudder. Victor smiled brightly to reassure him that although when Damien secretly left to meet the church, father had been angrier than ever, but that was only because he was too worried about him. The young boy patted the heavy luggage bag and asserted, "With this pile of gifts packed like this, surely everything will be fine. Let's just leave it at that, brother. Hee, just stay carefree and optimistic. Live today, die tomorrow anyway." Damien thoughtfully calculated. He realized that if he wanted to use gifts to appease the anger, then it needed to be something much grander than these piles of miscellaneous property. What else are you waiting for? Just try returning empty-handed once, and you might not even be able to sit down anymore. No kidding. An idea suddenly flashed through the young master's mind. It must be something that could elevate the honor of the entire Hassan family. As he was walking with Victor through the city streets, Damien suddenly froze when he overheard the buzzing Chatter of the citizens about how this year happened to be the time to hold the Hellion tournament. The crowd whispered that, although the high-grade experts of the country were all past the age of participation, at the low-grade and mid-grade levels, there were still plenty of formidable individuals. Damien's eyes flashed with calculation as he muttered the name. The Hellion tournament. This is the prestigious tournament that is organized as the most prestigious event in the Helios Empire. The place protected by the Empire's #1 swordsman. Once every 4 years, knights from across the continent gather here to compete and test their skills against one another. The winner not only receives a massive cash prize, but also brings invaluable glory to themselves, as well as their nation. Damien quickly analyzed the situation. He knew well that each category has an age limit, and the current experts of the Avalon Kingdom have all exceeded the mandated age. A golden opportunity was presenting itself right before the young master of the Hassan family. A sly smile clearly appeared on Damien's face. He was secretly triumphant. Found it. The key to appeasing the anger is right here. Turning to his close servant, Damien solemnly declared that they needed to prepare an even better gift. Even though Victor was still blankly asking, what else could be more precious than the pile of treasures they had already taken out? Damien erupted with a blazing spirit and decisively ordered, "We are going to the Helios Empire." The bold answer left Victor with his mouth agape, screaming in absolute horror. "What? Surprised, aren't you, little bro? When your brother plays, it has to be sharp like that, my guy." Right at that moment, the shouting of the carriage driver rang out urgently about the express carriage trip, heading to the Helios Empire to watch the Hellion tournament. Not missing the opportunity, Damien excitedly waved his hand and called out, "Oh, perfect timing. Let's go, Victor. Hey, driver, 1 ticket for the express." While Damien enthusiastically rushed toward the carriage, Victor could only tremble and weep bitterly. Under the weight of the massive luggage, the young boy whimpered while trying his best to chase after his master's back. "Boo-hoo, that's indeed my young master for you. Wait up, let me go with you, young master." The carriage rolled away, leaving a wanted poster of Victor the firewood chopper to quietly flutter down to the ground. In a dark, gloomy room, Jack Norris was kneeling prostrate before a magical mirror, radiating a deep purple spiritual energy. From inside the mirror, the deep, authoritative voice of Dorogo rang out, questioning about the magic sword. What is the growth level of the user right now? Comparing up to this point, it sounds so serious and suspenseful. Jack bowed his head respectfully, reporting that everything was progressing very smoothly, and the current user had already reached the high-grade level. However, this answer did not satisfy that mysterious entity. He barked in a reproaching tone. "Too slow. It has been a year since I bestowed the sword." "What is the reason?" Jack tremblingly made an excuse. That if the progress went too fast, it would easily attract unnecessary attention from other factions. In response, there was only a cold scolding. What a pathetic reason. The completion of the magic sword is the top priority. Down on the training grounds, Jackson was frantically swinging his sword amidst piles of dry bones, completely unaware that he was actually just a test subject. Jack silently thought that the magic sword bestowed by that person had the ability to absorb the blood and souls of opponents. To grow even more terrifying, it also bestowed talent from the devoured souls upon its owner, creating a bizarre symbiosis between the sword and its master. Jack bitterly admitted that Jackson originally possessed no talent whatsoever, and his becoming a high-grade expert was entirely thanks to this unholy artifact. The old knight tremblingly expressed his infinite gratitude for that blessing. The entity within the mirror, Dorogo, coldly made a highly tempting promise. "Your wish is to have an audience with that person. I will grant it as a reward for the next mission." Hearing this, Jack was so ecstatic that he was willing to trade his own life to fulfill the heavy responsibility. "Teach that person? Please just give the order, even if it costs my life. This subordinate will complete it at all costs." The image of a fanatic, willing to trade everything in exchange for a single glance. He's truly brainwashed. To see the face of the person of his dreams, Dorogo solemnly bestowed his final command. "The Hellion tournament. Go spill blood all over the Empire's festival." Jack Norris gnashed his teeth with determination. This subordinate will definitely do it. While the grotesque silhouette of Dorogo glowed menacingly inside the mirror, the Helios Empire appeared majestically before their eyes, marking the end of a long journey. Damien lightly stretched his arms to relax, while Victor was still laboriously carrying a towering pile of luggage on his shoulders. Why does Victor look so incredibly miserable? Good grief. There, come back here and I'll cherish you. Looking at the magnificent castles against the blue sky, Damien thoughtfully said to himself, "I've finally arrived here after all, haven't I? It's been a while since I last returned." Hearing this, Victor couldn't help but ask curiously, "During your travels, did you also happen to visit the Empire?" Damien only smiled slightly and replied with underlying meaning. Ah, yeah. Just for a short while, huh? After telling Victor to go find a place to stay and arranging to meet each other again at the reception desk, Damien leisurely strolled alone through the bustling streets. A strange feeling suddenly overwhelmed his mind. Strolling through this city, like this feels truly bizarre. The very streets that I destroyed with my own hands. The dark memories of his past life returned with absolute clarity. When he, in the form of a brutal death knight, had once swung his sword to ravage this entire place in a sea of fire. While absorbed in his gloomy thoughts, Damien was suddenly called back by a voice from behind. Oh, is it here? He turned around with a start and couldn't help but be flabbergasted as a giant silhouette rushed forward with an enthusiastic call. Brother Damien. Damien gasped in astonishment. And Michael? That was indeed Michael Leon Blum, but he now possessed a body with muscles so rippling that Damien had to be secretly amazed, as he looked no different from his old father, Holland. Michael was ecstatic. He smiled radiantly. As expected, you came too. I knew I'd run into you here. I'm so happy. Damien forced a wry smile. Replied, I'm very happy too. And there you go, totally fake. The average kid when they see someone they dislike, be like. As they both walked toward the registration area, Michael didn't stop praising Damien's illustrious reputation. During the pastime, he proudly bragged, just like what you taught me. I wasn't complacent and kept putting in the effort. Now I've already become a knight. Damien only nonchalantly signed his name on the list, while replying with sheer indifference. Oh, is that so? Quite good. His cold attitude made Michael's face drop with total disappointment. What's with that? Such a mood-killing reaction. I was even planning to have a rematch with you. Damien froze, his sharp eyes glancing at the other person coldly. What now? A rematch? Are you sleepwalking or something? Michael widened his eyes in flabbergasted shock. Huh? Damien looked at the registration form, and then nonchalantly said, we're in different categories anyway. Michael was stunned. When he saw that Damien had checked the elite category box, he stammered in astonishment. Brother, you've already reached elite. Damien calmly admitted, yeah, that's right. Michael still couldn't believe his own eyes. He muttered that clearly just a while back, Damien was still at the low-grade level just like him. Yet now he had left him a whole tier behind. Damien smiled slightly, explaining that in reality, at that time he was already close to reaching the elite level. This news made the surrounding crowd begin to buzz. They kept whispering about the name of the great Damien Hassan. From within the shadows, a mysterious hooded figure with glowing red eyes was watching his every move. He gnashed his teeth in utter suspicion about how a person could rank up at such a lightning speed in just a few short months. Seeing that Michael was still frozen in place, Damien patted his shoulder and urged, you should too. It's too noisy here. Let's go grab a bite. Both of them left together. Under the calculating gaze of the anonymous individual, the official opening day of the Hellion tournament had finally arrived. The atmosphere at the arena blazed with cheers and shouts, echoing from tens of thousands of spectators. Victor looked around and then asked curiously, are there no matches for master-level swordsmen? This year, young Master Damien nonchalantly replied, do you think master-level swordsmen are that easy to come by? Seriously, I just love how he answers with that arrogant vibe. He explained that the average age to reach the master realm is very high, so most experts have already exceeded the age limit to participate in this tournament. Victor anxiously asked whether the stands were safe when monsters of knight level and above clash against each other. Damien reassured him that the mages of the magic tower had cast an extremely robust protective barrier, and unless a real master swordsman takes action, everything remains under control. Down on the arena floor, Michael Leon Blum was warming up enthusiastically. In the knight category, the loudspeaker's voice solemnly rang out, announcing that the battle royale was about to officially begin. The rule is incredibly brutal. 100 knights from various nations will fight each other at the same time, and only the single person remaining at the very end will claim victory. This time looks pretty tough to win, you know. It's highly intense, no joke. Standing in the midst of hundreds of formidable opponents, Michael smirked slightly in excitement. He silently recalled Damien's words and wondered if the strong opponent he mentioned was present here. Michael tightened his grip on his sword hilt, harboring ultimate fighting spirit, to display his full power for Damien to see. Without a second of hesitation, Michael decisively unsheathed his sword, creating a glowing red slash that ripped through the air and rushed straight into the frantic melee. The match begins. As soon as the speaker's voice ended, the entire Hellion arena erupted in breathtaking clashes. Michael Leon Blum rushed into the fray like a ferocious beast. The clashing sounds of weapons metallic and sharp echoed throughout the entire space. With terrifying speed and thunderous kicks, he continuously knocked back every opponent blocking his way, wiping out the surrounding knights in the blink of an eye. Oh my goodness! Too awesome, little bro. I give you a perfect score. Watching from the stands, Victor couldn't help but marvel. At that level, among ordinary people, how could he possibly have any rival? Damien slightly narrowed his eyes and coldly remarked, that is if you only consider ordinary levels. Right at this moment on the battlefield, a female knight with a noble and majestic demeanor approached Michael. She spoke up. You are Michael Leon Blom, right? I am Rachel Litter. I heard that among the knights of the same rank, you are the only knight who can match me. Rachel decisively drew her sword and issued a challenge. Would you mind being my practice partner for a bit? Hearing the name Litter, Michael was stunned in astonishment. For that was a high noble from an eminent family, supremely famous for their swordsmanship. Instead of being afraid, Michael broke into a wild and ecstatic smile. Waiting from earlier until now. Finally, it seems things are getting a little interesting. Both of them rushed at each other in a peak duel. Swordsmanship lines blazing with spiritual energy clashed violently, creating dazzling energy explosions across the arena. At the waiting room after the match, Michael appeared in a highly miserable state. His face bruised, swollen, and covered in bandages. Seeing the other person battered as if just returning from the dead, Damien anxiously asked, Are you okay? Michael groaned slightly, but still tried to pick himself up to reply. Just like what you said. This world is indeed truly vast. He tremblingly admitted that since meeting Damien, this was the very first time he got to witness a monster. This truly terrifying. Clearly, in terms of attack range or weapon compatibility, that should have definitely been a fatal blow. Michael bitterly recounted the moment of confrontation with Rachel. I couldn't believe she could wrap an aura around her body to neutralize my attacks so easily. Like that. That's an advanced technique that only true elites can execute. In the end, Michael could only helplessly take the beating before a lightning-fast counterattack and suffered a miserable defeat. Damien nonchalantly comforted him that losing was a matter of course, because Michael's opponent was the one praised as the Sword Queen. In his past life, she, along with the Empire's #1 sword, were the strongest individuals on the continent. Her ultimate battle aura technique was incredibly terrifying. Having to confront a Rachel, who was wrapping a sword aura around her body, was indeed an extremely dangerous act. Suddenly, a solemn announcement rang out. All rise. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. Damien, Michael, and Victor couldn't help but be amazed when they saw the head of the Empire in person appear at the arena. With prestige of that caliber, you just know this battle won't be a walk in the park at all. Amidst the resounding cheers of tens of thousands of spectators, the Emperor, with his blonde hair and majestic beard majestically, stepped out onto the honor stand, waving his hand to greet all the citizens. Damien narrowed his eyes, looked up, and silently remarked, It seems like now the official game finally begins. The loudspeaker continued to solemnly announce the start of the category for the elite rank, different from the previous rounds. From this category onward, the contestants will compete in a round-robin format to calculate points. Though the number of participating contestants is fewer, the pressure is manifold heavier. Victor, bursting with enthusiasm, cheered. Young master, now that things have come to this, you must become the champion. Damien smirked slightly and confidently replied, Oh please, does that even need saying? It definitely has to be like that. The atmosphere at the waiting area for the elite knights became incredibly tense. A fighter anxiously bit his finger, silently thinking, Even though I registered following father's advice, everyone here looks powerful beyond imagination. Amidst the crowd, there was no shortage of famous figures and mysterious, anonymous individuals, quietly observing one another. Damien stood proudly among the formidable opponents, radiating an unyielding aura, fully prepared for the bloody battle. Behind the scenes, a hand tightly gripped a glowing sword hilt, showing a grotesque red eye. Self-talk filled with pressure echoed. Father told me I must become the champion in a place like this. No, I must do it. For father, and for that person. The glowing red eye of the magic sword reflected the image of the Emperor on the stand, radiating a dark aura full of hatred. That's it for the movie. Gao hopes to receive many likes and shares to gain motivation for making more outstanding series.